"You're not welcome," my mom said coldly when she banned me from my sister's wedding. So I arrived, with DNA results, trust fund proof, and silenced them all. My name is Claire Bennett, and at 29 years old, I felt I knew where I fit in my family. I was the disappointment, the afterthought, the one who never quite met expectations. My younger sister, Chloe, was the epitome of perfection, according to our parents, Vivian and Daniel Bennett. The pattern has been set since Chloe was born when I was 4 years old. She had blonde curls and blue eyes like our parents, whereas I had dark hair and hazel eyes that always made me feel like the odd one out in family portraits. My mother thought my job as a graphic designer for a small agency in Boston was cute, whereas Chloe's job as a pharmaceutical sales representative was impressive and ambitious. "Claire, honey, why don't you let me take you shopping for some professional clothes?" my mother would remark, staring at my vintage dresses and colorful tights with contempt. Chloe's company just gave her another bonus for exceeding her sales targets. "She could give you some career advice." These comments were persistent, like water dropping on stone, eating away at my self-confidence over the years. My parents were thrilled when Chloe announced her engagement to Ethan Parker, a 3-4-year-old real estate developer from one of Boston's wealthiest families. Wedding planning quickly became the focus of all family conversations. "Can you believe our Chloe landed Ethan Parker?" my mother shouted loudly to her sister at our weekly family meal, oblivious that I was present. His family held roughly half of the city's waterfront estates. I smiled and congratulated Chloe, truly glad for her despite everything. That's the draw of being the family scapegoat. You learn to appreciate the happiness of others even when your own achievements go unacknowledged. Growing up, the differences in how we were treated were impossible to overlook. Chloe purchased a brand new winter coat from Nordstrom. I received her hand-me-downs, even though they were frequently too small for me due to my height. When I made the honor roll, my father nodded and said, "That's what we expect." When Chloe did the same, there was a special dinner celebration with gifts. For my 17th birthday, I got a used Chevrolet with 148,000 miles on it. "It's practical," my father explained. "You should be grateful." For Chloe's 17th birthday, she received a brand new Volkswagen Beetle in her favorite color, replete with a large bow on top, and a professional photographer to document the occasion for Instagram. I tried for years to figure out why. I asked my granny once when I was about 15, "Why do mom and dad love Chloe more than me?" My grandma Evelyn Bennett asked, astonished and heartbroken. She gave me a handshake and commented, "Oh, Claire, sometimes parents just connect more with certain children. Chloe needs more support. She's more fragile than you. You're strong." Being branded strong implied that I was expected to comprehend, accept less, and not require the attention and reinforcement that my sister received in abundance. I assimilated this message and became precisely what they expected: independent, self-sufficient, and progressively aloof. Nonetheless, I tried to keep contact with my family. I attended every birthday, holiday, and special occasion. I helped my mother in the kitchen while Chloe watched TV with her father. I remembered everybody's favorite treats and important dates. I was attempting to earn my place, not recognizing that in healthy families, a place at the table does not have to be earned. Last Christmas was especially telling. When it came time for family photos in front of the tree, my mother carefully organized everyone. Obviously, Chloe and Ethan are in the center. Mom and dad are on either side, with Aunt Laura, Uncle Michael, and the cousins at the ends. When I inquired where I should stand, my mother blinked, as if she remembered I was there. "Oh Claire, could you take the photo for us, dear?" After numerous group photos, I asked if we could get one with me in it too. "Oh, we have plenty now," my mother murmured, as she walked away. "Maybe next time." Later that evening, at 29 years old, I found myself placed at the children's table, while Chloe and her fiancé were given the honors at the main table. Chloe's gifts included designer handbags, jewelry, and weekend vacation certificates. I spent weeks planning and creating a custom illustration of Chloe and Ethan based on their engagement photo, which was professionally framed. "Oh, this is unique," Chloe replied, staring at it briefly before placing it aside to admire our parents' Kate Spade pocketbook. That night, when I drove back to my apartment, I noticed the illustration I had worked so hard on leaned against the garbage cans in the driveway. Despite everything, when Chloe announced her engagement, I sincerely congratulated her. When she showed off her massive diamond ring, I genuinely admired it. When she chatted endlessly about wedding arrangements, I listened intently since that is what family does, right? They show up, care, and enjoy one another's happiness. I just hadn't realized that in my family, such rules extended to everyone but me. Chloe celebrated her engagement party at our parents' lake house in New Hampshire, 7 months before the wedding. I spent the entire week prior helping my mother prepare by arranging flowers, addressing envelopes for formal invites, and putting up the outdoor tent and string lights. I wore a basic blue dress to the celebration, which I had saved 4 paychecks for, hoping to appear great for the family photos I expected to be taken. Chloe arrived fashionably late, dressed in a white couture gown that likely cost more than my monthly rent. "Claire," she air-kissed my cheeks. "You look comfortable. Thanks for helping Mom set up. You're always so good with the behind-the-scenes stuff." Lair. Throughout the evening, I was presented as Chloe's sister, or occasionally simply, the sister, but never by my name. During the speeches, my parents raved about how Chloe and Ethan were destined to be and how they'd never seen a more perfect couple. Despite helping prepare the entire event, I was not asked to speak. After the party, I helped clean up as Chloe and her pals proceeded to celebrate at a downtown pub. My mother patted my shoulder while I scrubbed crystal champagne flutes at midnight. "Chloe is just so busy with wedding planning," she replied, as if this explained why I stayed late to clean. "She has so much on her plate." In the weeks that followed, I began to see social media posts from Chloe's pals about receiving their save-the-date cards. Beautiful cream-colored cards, with gold foil lettering, announced Chloe Bennet and Ethan Parker's wedding, followed by the date and location, an elite winery on the North Shore. 3, 4, nearly 6 weeks have passed, and no card has arrived for me. I convinced myself that it must have been lost in the mail. I even inquired with neighbors in my apartment complex to see whether it had been delivered to the incorrect unit. Nothing. Finally, I phoned Chloe personally. "Hey, Chloe. I was just wondering about the save the date for your wedding. I haven't received mine yet." There was a pause in the line. "Oh, those? Yeah. They must have gotten lost. Don't worry about it though. You obviously know when the wedding is. Could you send me another one? I'd like to have it for my memory box. The stationer only made a limited number, and we don't have extras, but it's fine, and you know all the details anyway." I swallowed my hurt. "So, June 18th at Willow Creek Vineyard, right?" Another pause. "Actually, we changed it to June 25th, didn't Mom tell you?" Nobody had told me. As the months passed, I watched from the sidelines as wedding planning progressed. Chloe sent images of bridesmaid dress shopping with a group of 10 girls I knew from her sorority days, none of whom were me. There were bachelorette party plans in Miami, bridal shower preparations, and constant wedding updates. One Sunday during family supper, my mother casually stated, "We've got the final bridesmaid dress fittings next Saturday." I set down my fork. I haven't had a first fitting yet. My mother and Chloe exchanged a look that I couldn't quite understand. "Oh, Claire," Chloe groaned. "I thought it was obvious. The bridal party is already set. We have 10 bridesmaids. It's an even number for the groomsmen." "I'm not a bridesmaid? I'm your sister. It's just my college friends, and we always promised we'd be in each other's weddings. And Ethan's sister, of course. There just wasn't room." I looked around the table. My father suddenly became quite interested in his mashed potatoes. My mother gave Chloe a warning glance. "Is anyone from our family in the wedding party?" I inquired quietly. "Well, Mom is my matron of honor, obviously, and Dad is walking me down the aisle. Oh, and Cousin Haley is a junior bridesmaid." So I was the only member of my immediate family who was not in the wedding party. My mother must have noticed my pain, for she swiftly added, "Claire, honey, you know how it is. Chloe just wants her special day to be perfect." She also looked me up and down. "You'd need to lose weight for the wedding photos anyway. Those bridesmaid dresses run very small." I excused myself to the restroom and cried quietly for 7 minutes before returning to the table with a fake grin. Despite everything, I tried to be supportive. When Chloe revealed her difficulties with designing the wedding invitations, I offered my expert assistance. "I could design them for you as my wedding gift. It would save you the cost of a graphic designer, and I could make them completely custom." Chloe's eyes brightened up. "That would actually be amazing. I have so many Pinterest ideas I can send you." For 4 weeks, I labored every evening after my day job, generating various designs to Chloe's specifications. I created 7 alternative concepts, each with variants, actual mock-ups, and sample materials from specialized paper suppliers. When I showed them to Chloe and my mother over brunch, she swiftly flipped through them. "These are nice, but not really what I had in mind." "But they're exactly what you described," I replied, referring to her Pinterest page on my tablet. "The botanical elements, the gold foil, the typography. They just don't have that wow factor," my mother remarked. "They look homemade." "That's because they're mock-ups," I patiently said. "The final versions would be professionally printed." Chloe handed back the samples. "I think we'll just go with the designer Ethan's mom recommended, but thanks for trying." 3 weeks later, Chloe shared photographs of her invitations on Instagram. They were strikingly comparable to my third design proposal, right down to the bespoke monogram I'd made. The only credit given was to the pricey stationer, who presumably carried out my precise notion. The final blow occurred 4 months before the wedding. I was dropping off some gardening equipment that I had borrowed from my mother when I noticed a stack of formal wedding invites on her desk, ready for mailing. Curious, I flipped through them, recognizing names from extended relatives, friends, and even my parents' neighbors. My name was not on any of the envelopes. I checked again, thinking perhaps mine had already been delivered to my flat. But when I saw an invitation addressed to my downstairs neighbor, a woman my parents had just met once at a building holiday party I had invited them to, I knew there would be no invitation for me. My own sister's wedding, and I was not invited. I spent 4 days contemplating what I had seen, trying to convince myself that there had to be an error. Chloe could be impulsive at times, but she would never remove her only sister from her wedding. And, as much as my parents favored Chloe, they would not accept that, would they? Finally, I gathered the guts to call my mother personally. It was a Tuesday evening, and I was pacing my modest apartment as the phone rang, preparing what to say. "Hello," my mother said, seeming distracted. "Hi, Mom. It's Claire." "Oh, Claire. I'm actually quite busy with wedding preparations. Can this wait?" I took a deep breath. "Actually, no. I was at the house the other day and saw the wedding invitations ready to be mailed. I noticed there wasn't one for me." There was a prolonged pause. "Mom, am I invited to Chloe's wedding?" When she eventually spoke, her tone was different, calmer, more detached. "Claire, I think we need to be honest with each other." We all agreed. "You're not welcome at the wedding." The words struck me like a physical blow. I collapsed onto my couch, my legs unable to support me. "What do you mean? We all agreed?" "Who is we?" "Your father, Chloe, Ethan, his parents. We all discussed it. We think it's for the best." "For the best? Mom, she's my sister. It's her wedding. How could it possibly be for the best that I'm not there?" My mother sighed, exasperated, as if I were a young child unable to understand a basic notion. "You always make everything about you, Claire. This is Chloe's special day. She deserves to be the center of attention." "When have I ever made anything about me?" I inquired, my voice rising. "Name one time." "There you go again, getting emotional. This is exactly what we're talking about. Remember Chloe's college graduation? You showed up with that ridiculous red hair. I dyed my hair for a design project. It had nothing to do with her graduation. And the Christmas when you announced you were moving to Chicago for that internship right as Chloe was telling everyone about her promotion." I was stunned. "Mom, that was 8 years ago, and I only mentioned it when Aunt Laura asked what my plans were after graduation. The point is," my mother continued, as if I hadn't spoken, "you have a habit of trying to steal Chloe's spotlight. She's worried you'll cause a scene or ruin her big day." Tears flowed down my cheeks as my mother continued to list perceived slights and failures that dated back to my youth. According to her, I had spent my entire life jealous of Chloe and attempting to undermine her happiness. "Chloe told us about how you tried to sabotage her relationship with Ethan early on," my mother added, her voice tightening. "How you told him about her ex-boyfriend at that dinner party." "What?" Ethan asked about our high school friends. I mentioned Tyler because they both played lacrosse. I wasn't trying to sabotage anything. "That's not how Chloe remembers it, and quite frankly, we believe her. You've always been jealous of her." I was speechless. Had my sister painted me as the villain all these years? Had my folks truly bought into this story so completely? "We've also spoken with our extended family," my mother said. "Everyone agrees it's better if you stay away." That revelation shattered something within me. I have aunts, uncles, and cousins in addition to my own family. Everyone had talked about me behind my back and concluded I was too difficult to attend my own sister's wedding. "Mom," I said, my voice quivering. "I'm your daughter, too." There was a pause, and I briefly believed I had reached her. She then added, "Sometimes I wonder about that," and hung up. I sat in startled stillness, the phone still placed against my ear. Was my mother just implying what I believed she did? It was a bizarre comment spoken with finality that left me reeling. I'm not sure how long I waited there till my doorbell rang. Natalie Brooks, my best friend since college, had stopped over with takeout, as she occasionally did on Tuesdays. With one look at my expression, she dropped the bags and ran to my side. "Claire, what happened?" I attempted to talk, but could only sob. Natalie held me while I cried, years of rejection and pain pouring out of me. When I eventually calmed down enough to describe what had happened, Natalie's attitude changed from concern to rage. "That's beyond favoritism, Claire. That's emotional abuse. They've been gaslighting you for years." "Maybe they're right," I said hesitantly. "Maybe I am jealous, and don't realize it." Natalie gripped my hands tightly in hers. "Claire Bennett, I've known you for 11 years. You are the most genuinely supportive person I've ever met. You celebrated with me when I got promoted over you at that design internship. You've never had a jealous bone in your body. If anything, you don't stand up for yourself enough." She took out her phone and began browsing through photographs. "Look at these. Your birthday 3 years ago. When Chloe showed up 3 hours late and announced her promotion, here you are genuinely congratulating her while your own celebration got sidelined. Or this one from Christmas where you're literally the only one helping your mom in the kitchen while Chloe opens presents. Seeing the evidence through someone else's eyes caused me to reconsider the narrative I had embraced my entire life. I don't think this is normal family favoritism, Natalie stated cautiously. There's something else going on here. Have you ever noticed how you don't really look like anyone in your family? I blinked. Of course, I had noticed. It had been brought out to me several times. What are you suggesting? I don't know, Natalie acknowledged. But being excluded from your sister's wedding is extreme. There's a missing piece to this puzzle. That night, after Natalie had left, I made a decision. I was tired of struggling for people's approval, when they had no intention of ever offering it. I'd quit attempting to earn my position in a family that had obviously decided I didn't have one. What I didn't anticipate was that this terrible rejection would lead me to uncover a secret that had been kept from me my whole life, a truth that could change everything. 3 months before Chloe's wedding, my grandma Evelyn Bennett contacted for assistance. She was transferring from her 3-year-old home to an assisted living facility and needed help sorting through her stuff. Your parents are too busy with wedding preparations, she explained. And Chloe is, well, you know Chloe. So, on a wet Saturday, I headed to my grandmother's Victorian home in Salem, packed with packing materials and a hired trash. We spent the morning going through decades of accumulated stuff and picking what to save for her new, much smaller apartment. The attic is the worst of it, Grandma lamented about midday. I haven't been up there in years. My knees can't handle the stairs anymore. After lunch, I went up the musty attic alone. It was like entering a time capsule. Old furniture, garment trunks, Christmas decorations, and dozens of boxes labeled by years and events. I proceeded systematically, bringing everything down for my grandmother to inspect. I noticed a lockable trunk in the far corner, half hidden under an old dress form. The key was attached to the bottom, which was weird. Why lock something while keeping the key so easily accessible? Inside were family memorabilia, namely old photos and letters. At the bottom was a leather-bound album I had never seen before, labeled simply Family Secrets in my grandmother's exquisite handwriting. I brought it downstairs out of curiosity. Grandma, what's this album? I found it in the locked trunk upstairs. When my grandmother saw what I was holding, the color went from her face. She reached for it with shaking palms. Where did you find that? That shouldn't have been. That was supposed to be. It was in the trunk in the corner. The key was taped to the bottom. Grandmother clasped the album to her chest, her gaze darting around as if someone were watching. Some things are buried for a reason, dear. Her reaction just fueled my interest. What's in it? Family photos? Just old memories, best left in the past, she murmured, attempting to be dismissive, but her voice shook. Would you be a dear and check if the moving company called? My phone should be in my purse in the kitchen. It was clearly an attempt to get me out of the room. When I returned, the record was nowhere to be found. Grandmother had completely altered the subject, inquiring about my work while avoiding any mention of the mysterious CD. Later, when packing boxes into my car, I spotted the record wedged between the cushions of the couch, perhaps hidden there in haste. The temptation was too intense. I put it inside my backpack and promised myself I'd return it once I'd satisfied my curiosity. That night, at my apartment, I opened the leather cover with some apprehension. The opening pages had photos I'd never seen before. My mother is a young woman, maybe 20 or 21, laughing with an attractive, dark-haired man I don't recognize. They appeared cheerful, even in love. The dude matched my complexion, jawline, and eyes. My heart started to race. I checked the dates on the backs of the photos. 1995 and 1996. I was born in December 1996. My parents, Vivian and Daniel Bennett, had always told me that they married in February 1996, following a whirlwind romance. As I turned the pages, the narrative developed visually. My mother and the mysterious man are plainly in a couple. Then I saw images of my mother alone, looking sorrowful in what appeared to be an early pregnancy. Then there are images of her with my father Daniel, their wedding, and their new home. But the timetable didn't make sense. If they got married in February, and I was born in December, I should have been full term. However, the wedding photos showed no signs of pregnancy. And the back notes dated the wedding to May 18, 1996, which would put me several months ahead of schedule, if Daniel were my father. Between the pages, I discovered a faded note, the ink barely readable. Arrangements have been made. Monthly financial assistance will be provided under the terms outlined. All contact must end. The child will bear the Bennett name. These terms are non-negotiable. The letter was not signed, but a small remark in my grandmother's handwriting in the margin said, Sebastian's final offer. Vivian accepted July 1996. The album's closing pages featured newspaper clippings about a wealthy businessman called Sebastian Hayes, who had grown his family's manufacturing company into international markets. And there, in a shot from a charity gala in 2012, was the man from the earlier photos, older but still recognizable. The likeness struck me like a thunderbolt. We shared the same eyes, jawline, and a little dimple on our left cheek when we smiled. I had always wondered why I didn't look like Daniel, Vivian, or Chloe. Now I knew. The final photograph in the album was the most disturbing. Sebastian Hayes was at a company event, standing next to a young man around my age with black hair and hazel eyes. The caption reads, Sebastian Hayes and son Owen at Hayes Enterprises Annual Gala 2017. I had a brother and Daniel Bennett was not my father. If you've ever had the foundation of your identity shatter beneath your feet, you might understand my sense of vertigo at the time. Everything I believed I knew about myself and my family was a lie. The distance I'd always felt, the strange comments, the continuous rejection, it all made terrible sense. I was not the family's disappointment. I was the family's secret. I'm still processing how it felt to find that my entire life was based on a falsehood. If you have had a similar familial revelation, please leave a remark below. I'd like to know that I'm not alone in facing such a life-changing discovery. And stick with me because the story gets much more amazing from here. The discovery of the photo album sparked an investigation frenzy. If my suspicions were accurate, my entire identity was a fabrication, and I needed proof beyond some old images and cryptic notes. I started with my granny. The day after discovering the music, I returned to her place, album in hand. When I arrived, she was going through kitchen supplies, but she stopped when she noticed what I was carrying. You took it, she replied quietly. This is not a query, but rather a resignation. I need to know the truth, Grandma. Is Daniel Bennett my biological father? My grandma fell into a kitchen chair, looking every bit of her 80 years. I always knew this day might come. You look so much like him. Like who? Sebastian Hayes. She nodded slowly. You were never supposed to know. Tell me everything, I asked, sitting across from her. I deserve the truth. Grandmother's narrative came out slowly, decades of secrets finally given voice. My mother, Vivian, was 21 when she met Sebastian Hayes, a rising star in his family's business and 12 years her senior. They enjoyed a passionate romance for almost 18 months. Vivian got pregnant, and that's when everything fell apart, grandmother recounted. Sebastian was previously engaged to a woman from a different prominent family, a marriage of fortunes, essentially. He offered financial assistance but wanted nothing to do with the child or you. And Daniel, where does he come in? Daniel had been in love with Vivian since high school. When she returned home, sad and pregnant, he proposed, promising to raise the kid as his own, and give it his name. They married fast, and most people assumed you arrived prematurely. The parts were falling into place. My mother's cryptic phone comment, the lifetime sensation of being an outsider, and Chloe as the clear favorite. Does Chloe know? Grandmother shakes her head. No one knows except Vivian, Daniel, me, and Sebastian, and now you. So all these years, the reason they've treated me differently is because I'm not really Daniel's daughter. I'm just a reminder of my mother's past mistake. My grandmother stretched for my hand, but I resisted, unable to accept consolation. It's not that simple, Claire. There's more. According to my grandmother, Sebastian Hayes had supplied significant financial support over the years, in addition to child support. He had set up a trust for me, which my parents managed, paid for our family home, and subsidized their lifestyle in exchange for their silence about my parentage. The arrangement benefited everyone, Granny stated weakly. Sebastian maintained his reputation and the wife that his family desired. Your mother got financial security. Daniel got the woman he'd always wanted. And what did I get? I said, my voice breaking. A lifetime of being treated like an unwanted obligation, of never understanding why my own parents seemed to resent me. They do love you, Claire, in their way. It's just complicated. Chloe is Daniel's biological child, born 4 years after you. She represents everything they chose, while I represent a lie they've been living. I completed my speech. I left my grandmother's place with much more questions than answers. The story explained so much but seemed unfinished. I needed additional proof. I ordered a DNA test kit the same day. While waiting for the findings, I did extensive study on Sebastian Hayes. He had grown Hayes Enterprises into a multi-million-dollar corporation, served on charitable boards, and was well known in corporate circles. He married Caroline Whitmore as planned in 1996, and they had 3 children, including my half-siblings. They appeared to be the ideal family in every charity, gala, photograph, and newspaper clipping. Had he ever thought of me? Had he ever regretted leaving his first child? 3 weeks later, the DNA test verified what I had suspected. Daniel Bennett and I have no genetic tie. I wasn't his biological daughter. With scientific validation in hand, I investigated more into the financial arrangements my grandmother had discussed. Using my mother's birthday as a password hint, I gained access to her email account. I am not proud of the breach of privacy, but I wanted answers. In her email, I discovered years of correspondence with a law company that handled the Hayes arrangement, as they called it. Monthly installments into an account in my parents' names, payments for the house, Chloe's college tuition, and even the costly wedding site. Sebastian Hayes had been supporting my family's wealthy lifestyle for nearly 32 years, including the opulent wedding from which I had been absent. The irony was almost too much to handle. One email in particular stuck out. My mother had written to the firm 6 years ago, when I was applying to college. The child is requesting funds for design school in New York. We believe this unnecessary, and prefer to allocate the educational funds to Chloe's graduate program instead. The response was curt. Mr. Hayes' arrangement specifies equal educational opportunities for both children. Funds for C. Bennett's education cannot be redirected. Please submit proper documentation for tuition disbursement. I looked at the screen in bewilderment. My parents had sought to redirect money set aside for my schooling to Chloe. When that failed, they informed me that I'd have to take out student loans because money was scarce. Meanwhile, they paid for Chloe's undergraduate and graduate degrees completely. The level of the deception was astonishing. I discovered other communications about my trust fund, which was legally mine but I had never knew existed. My parents had been supposed to transfer custody of it to me at 26, but had somehow delayed it with charges that I was financially irresponsible and emotionally unstable. Every finding was another betrayal. My entire life had been shaped by this secret. My relationships, my self-worth, even my financial freedom, had been managed to sustain the fiction. With all this material collected, I faced a decision. What did I want to do with this information? Did I face my parents, try to claim what was lawfully mine? Or did I want to meet the man who was my biological father, the man who had paid for my existence to be disguised, while supporting his true family publicly? After days of thought, I decided I needed to hear Sebastian Hayes' version of the tale. I needed to know if he had actually wanted nothing to do with me, or if that was just another version of the truth I hadn't heard. Finding his contact information wasn't difficult for someone with his public persona. The difficult part was collecting the guts to reach out to him. What do you say to the father who never claimed you? Finally, I typed a brief email. My name is Claire Bennett. I was born on December 14, 1996, to Vivian Bennett, née Collins. I have reason to believe you are my biological father, and I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I have recently discovered the arrangement connected to my family, and I have questions only you can answer. I sent a recent photo of myself and the DNA test findings confirming Daniel Bennett was not my father. Then I pushed send, releasing nearly 32 years of secrets into the digital ether and waited to see what would back. 4 days after writing the email, I received a response from Sebastian Hayes. It was brief and formal. Miss Bennett, I would be willing to meet to discuss this matter. Please suggest a time and location convenient for you. S. Hayes. No denial, no emotion. Simply a business-like admission. We arranged to meet in an upscale restaurant in a private dining room, neutral territory where we wouldn't be easily noticed. I arrived early, my stomach in knots, and was led to a secluded table in the rear. I dressed carefully in my most professional clothes, intending to exude confidence I didn't feel. At exactly 7:30, a tall man with silver-streaked dark hair entered. Even without the likeness between us, I would have recognized him from my studies. Sebastian Hayes, business entrepreneur, philanthropist, and my biological father. He halted abruptly when he saw me, his calm look faltering for a long while. He just gazed, and I watched him taking in my features, the traits we shared. You look exactly like my mother, he finally remarked, his voice raspy with an emotion I couldn't define. It wasn't what I anticipated him to say, not you look like me or even an introduction. The personal link to his own mother caught me off guard. He sat down across from me, still staring as if he couldn't quite believe what he was witnessing. I thought you didn't exist, he remarked after the waiter had brought water and left us alone. Excuse me? Vivian told me she terminated the pregnancy. That's what she said when she broke things off and returned to her hometown. I never knew you were born. It was my time to be shocked. That's not the story I was told. My grandmother said you wanted nothing to do with me, that you were engaged to someone else and paid my parents to keep me a secret. Sebastian shook his head slowly. That's not true. Yes, I was engaged, but I would have broken it off. When Vivian told me she was pregnant, I was stunned, but not unhappy. I asked for time to figure things out. The next time I called, her mother said she'd lost the baby and didn't want to speak to me again. But you've been sending money all these years. I counted monthly payments, a trust fund, even paying for my sister's wedding. Why would you do that? if you thought the pregnancy was terminated. He looked genuinely bewildered. What payments? What trust fund? I haven't given Vivian Bennett a cent in 32 years. We stared at each other, both realizing we'd been told completely different versions of the truth. Sebastian called for the waiter and ordered a scotch. I requested for the same, feeling the need for something stronger than water. About 3 years after Vivian left, I received a letter from her, Sebastian said. She said she was married now and that I had hurt her badly. She asked that I never contact her again. I respected her wishes. I moved on with my life, married Caroline, had my children. I never knew. His voice died off as he stared at me. I never knew you existed. I have copies of emails, I added, between my mother and a law firm that manages what they call the Hayes arrangement, monthly deposits, a house, college tuition, a trust fund in my name that they've kept from me. Sebastian's expression darkened. May I see these emails? I passed him my phone with the email thread visible. He read in quiet, his expression getting progressively dismal. When he looked up, there was a steely rage in his eyes that made me understand how this man had been so successful in business. This is fraud, he added flatly. This law firm doesn't represent me. I've never authorized any payments to the Bennetts, and I certainly never established a trust for a child I was told didn't exist. My mind was reeling. If Sebastian wasn't making these payments, where was the money coming from, and why would someone appear to be operating on his behalf? Sebastian was going through more emails, his expression hardening. They've been using my name to manipulate you and extract money from somewhere, possibly your grandmother, given that she seems to be part of this deception. This explains why the letter I sent you after finding your mother's address was returned unopened. You tried to contact me? He nodded, remaining concentrating on the emails. When my mother was dying 8 years ago, she made me promise to try again, to make things right with Vivian. She never believed the baby had been lost. Mother's intuition, she called it. So, I hired a private investigator who found Vivian's address. I wrote you a letter introducing myself, asking if we could meet. It came back marked return to sender. I never received any letter, I remarked calmly. I never knew you wanted to meet me. Sebastian placed down the phone and stared at me directly. Claire, I need you to understand something. If I had known you existed, nothing would have kept me from being part of your life. Nothing. The conviction in his voice brought tears to my eyes. For 32 years, I'd believed I wasn't worthy of my family's affection. Now I was facing the prospect that I'd been purposefully kept from someone who would have embraced me. Sebastian requested for copies of everything I'd discovered, the emails, the DNA test, the photographs from the album. He made several calls right there at the table, speaking in tight, controlled tones to what I thought were his lawyers. The birth certificate, he added quickly. What name is listed as the father? Daniel Bennett, I said. I've seen my birth certificate. We need to check the original filing with vital records, Sebastian stated. If they falsified a birth certificate, that's another criminal offense. As supper went, Sebastian asked about my life, listening closely to stories about my childhood, my education, my profession. He seemed really upset when I recalled the years of subtle rejection from the Bennetts. They had no right, he continued, his voice tense with wrath. If they didn't want to raise you, they should have told me the truth. I would have. Would have what? I inquired when he didn't continue. I would have raised you myself, he stated simply. You would have been a Hayes, not hidden away like something shameful. By the conclusion of dinner, Sebastian had filled in more parts of the puzzle. He had dated my mother during a break from his relationship with Caroline Whitmore. When Vivian announced her pregnancy, he was astonished, but prepared to accept responsibility. Then she left, and he was told the pregnancy had been terminated. He went back to Caroline. They married and had 3 children, Owen, Audrey, and Lily. Your half-siblings, he continued, showing me photographs on his phone. Owen is 28, Audrey is 25, and Lily is 22. They all shared our dark hair and looks. I had siblings that looked like me. The concept was overpowering. As we prepared to leave, Sebastian inquired about Chloe's approaching wedding. I'm not invited, I admitted. That's actually what started all of this. My mother told me we all agreed I'm not welcome at the wedding. When I started asking questions, I discovered the photo album at my grandmother's house. Sebastian's expression tightened again. The wedding that's apparently being paid for with money fraudulently obtained in my name. Yes, at Willow Creek Vineyard. It's supposed to be the event of the season. A slow, calculating smile grew across Sebastian's face. As it happens, I know the owner of Willow Creek quite well. We serve on a charitable board together. What are you thinking? I said, recognizing the expression of someone crafting a plan. I'm thinking, Sebastian continued thoughtfully, that we have a decision to make. We can approach your parents privately with what we've discovered, or, I prodded when he paused. Or we can attend that wedding together, and let the truth come out in a rather more public fashion. The concept shot a mix of dread and vindication through me. Isn't that excessive? Claire, these people have lied to both of us for 32 years. They've taken money they weren't entitled to. They've denied you your rightful inheritance and relationship with your biological father. And now they've excluded you from a family event that's apparently being funded by fraud. I would say a little public accountability is the least they deserve. I wasn't sure how to feel about Sebastian's suggestion. Part of me desired justice, but another part feared the fallout. Let me think about it, I responded ultimately. As we parted ways outside the restaurant, Sebastian hesitated, then asked, "Would you like to meet your half-siblings? They don't know about you yet, but I think they would. I think they would welcome knowing they have another sister." The offer hit me greatly. I'd like that. Yes. He nodded, apparently delighted. I'll arrange it. And Claire, I'm sorry. For all the years we lost. I can't get those back, but I can try to make things right going forward. As I watched him walk away, I felt a curious mix of feelings: anger at the lie that had defined my life, loss for the relationship I'd never had with my biological father, but also a cautious hope for the future. Sebastian Hayes was not the villain of my story, as I'd been made to believe. He was quite probably the ally I never realized I needed. Over the next 4 weeks, Sebastian and I met regularly, piecing together the elaborate lie that had kept us apart. Each revelation merely proved the purposeful nature of the deceit perpetrated by my parents. Sebastian brought in his legal team, who revealed the reality behind the Hayes deal. It found out that my maternal grandfather, my grandma Evelyn's husband, who had passed away when I was 11, had put up the fund. He had been affluent from a manufacturing business he'd sold just before retirement. "Your grandfather established a trust to provide for you and your mother," Sebastian's lawyer noted during one meeting. "The Bennetts have been drawing from that trust for years, using forged documents that made it appear the money was coming from Mr. Hayes. This allowed them to take more than they were entitled to while also maintaining the fiction that Mr. Hayes wanted nothing to do with you." The birth certificate examination found additional fraud. The original petition had listed father unknown, but it was later altered to name Daniel Bennett, a process that would have needed sworn statements and papers that had plainly been fabricated. "We have enough for criminal charges," the lawyer remarked plainly. "Identity fraud, forgery, fraudulent financial claims, falsifying legal documents, not to mention the moral issue of deliberately keeping a child from her biological father." Sebastian looked to me. "It's your decision, Claire. We can pursue criminal charges, or we can handle this privately." I wasn't ready for that decision yet. "Let's gather all the evidence first," I said. "I need the complete picture before I decide anything." Meanwhile, Sebastian had arranged for me to meet my half-siblings. We convened at his home in Beacon Hill, a lovely brownstone that spoke of old money and sophisticated taste. I was worried they would reject me, this surprise half-sister come out of nowhere to complicate their life. I couldn't have been more wrong. Owen, Audrey, and Lily welcomed me with interest and love. We spent hours discovering shared traits. Owen and I had the same analytical approach to things. Audrey and I had a love of design. She was an architect. And Lily and I had the same mannerisms, which made everyone giggle. Dad always said he felt like someone was missing from our family photos. Owen explained as we flipped through albums from their upbringing. "It's weird, but it's like we've been waiting for you without knowing it." As the wedding date approached, my buddy Natalie helped me emotionally prepare for whatever might come next. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she inquired. "Once it's done, there's no going back. These are still people you've known as your family your entire life. They excluded me based on lies," I stated forcefully. "They kept me from my biological father and siblings. They diverted money meant for me to Chloe. At some point, the truth has to matter." 3 weeks before the wedding, Sebastian informed me that he had secured an invitation as a family friend. It turned out that Ethan's father was on the same company board as Sebastian, and when Sebastian expressed an interest in attending the season celebration, an invitation was soon granted. "What exactly are you planning?" I inquired when he informed me. "Nothing dramatic," he promised me. "I just want to be there to support you when you confront your parents, and perhaps my presence will add weight to the evidence." I wasn't persuaded. His goals were so straightforward, but I'd grown to trust Sebastian. Despite the passing years, we had developed a true bond. He was clever, principled, and shared my caustic sense of humor. More importantly, he treated me with respect, which I had never experienced from Daniel Bennett. As our research progressed, we discovered other worrisome facts. My college fund, which was particularly allocated for my education by my grandfather's trust, had definitely been transferred to Chloe. When that wasn't enough to cover her graduate studies and the start of the opulent wedding, my parents took out a second mortgage on their home. The most stunning discovery was that the wedding location, flowers, caterers, and Chloe's designer outfit had all been paid for with the remainder of my trust fund. Money that I lawfully owned. "They've spent almost all of it," Sebastian's financial investigator stated. The account that should have been transferred to Miss Bennett, at age 26, is nearly depleted. My parents had spent my fortune on the wedding that I had been prohibited from attending. I made one final attempt to resolve the situation quietly. I sent my parents an email with some of the information attached, including trust documents, a fake birth certificate, and confirmation that Sebastian Hayes was never involved in any financial arrangement. I know the truth, I wrote. I've met Sebastian Hayes, my biological father. I know about grandfather's trust, and how you've used that money. I'm giving you an opportunity to explain yourselves before this becomes a legal matter. The response came from my father's email, but it was written in my mother's tone. You've always been determined to ruin things for this family. If you pursue this vindictive fantasy, you will regret it. Chloe's wedding is going to be perfect, and you will not destroy her special day with your delusions and attention-seeking behavior. There was no acceptance of the facts, explanation, or rejection. They only threatened me and accused me of envy, like they had always done. With that response, I made my decision. I would attend Sebastian's wedding, and the truth would finally be revealed. Are you absolutely certain? Natalie said the night before the wedding as she helped me choose an attire. This is going to be nuclear. I gazed at the basic yet lovely navy blue outfit I'd chosen. Conservative enough for a wedding, but striking enough to give me confidence. I've spent my entire life being made to feel like I don't belong, I said. I've been lied to, stolen from, and excluded from my own family. For once, I want the truth to be acknowledged. I want them to face what they've done. Natalie hugged me. Then I'll be right there with you. Champagne for after. Win or lose, I think we'll need it. That night, I could hardly sleep. I wasn't only confronting my parents. I was facing the narrative that had defined my entire existence. Whatever occurred tomorrow, nothing could ever be the same again. As dawn broke on Chloe's wedding day, I felt a peculiar peace come over me. The time for doubt has passed. Today, one way or another, the truth would be revealed. Chloe's wedding day arrived bright and beautiful, a gorgeous June Saturday that seemed to mock the storm brewing over the Bennetts. Sebastian picked me up in his Mercedes, dressed elegantly in a tailored suit. Natalie followed in her own vehicle, providing backup and emotional support. Are you ready? Sebastian inquired as we drove toward Willow Creek Vineyard. As ready as I'll ever be, I answered, straightening my outfit for the umpteenth time. The vineyard was gorgeous. Rolling hills are covered in orderly rows of grapevines, a stone manor house accented with white roses and foliage. White seats lined up in perfect rows, facing a flower-covered arch with views of the valley beyond. Everything screamed expensive and meticulous preparation. As we approached the gate, a security guard examined a tablet. Names. Please. Sebastian Hayes, Sebastian said calmly. I should be on Ethan Parker's father's list. The guard scanned his tablet and nodded. Yes, sir. Mr. Parker mentioned you specifically. Please proceed to the ceremony area. Natalie was able to attend as another guest's plus one, a college buddy of Chloe's who owed her a favor. We were inside. We sat at the back, not wanting to draw attention before the ceremony. I watched as familiar faces arrived. Aunts, uncles, cousins, and family friends who had known me all my life. Nobody seemed astonished by my disappearance. Had they truly agreed that I shouldn't be there, or had they simply accepted the tale my parents had told them? The ceremony was absolutely stunning. Chloe looked stunning in her beautiful gown, and Ethan appeared really in love as they exchanged vows. Despite everything, I felt a twinge of grief that our connection had been so tainted by our parents' decisions. In another universe I might have stood behind her as maid of honor, unabashedly sharing her delight. Sebastian clasped my hand as the ceremony ended, and people filed inside the vineyard's magnificent barn for the reception. Remember, we're not here to ruin the day. We're here for acknowledgement and accountability. I nodded, but my resolve weakened as I saw Chloe and Ethan, beaming with joy, greet visitors. Did I really want to ruin their idyllic day? Then I saw my mother, beautiful in a designer gown that most likely cost more than my monthly rent, collecting compliments on the exquisite setting and no expense spared celebration, all paid for with money that belonged to me. My father stood close, acting as the proud father of the bride, basking in approbation for the daughter who was genuinely his, while I, the kid he had vowed to raise as his own, had been excluded and forgotten. My mother turned to face me, as if she sensed my presence. Her expression froze in disbelief, then immediately turned furious. She grabbed my father's arm and whispered frantically into his ear. His head snapped up, eyes probing for me. His face lost its color. Before they could approach or call security, I excused myself to the restroom for a while to calm my anxiety. I was spraying cool water on my face when the door flung open, and my mother rushed in, checking the stalls to make sure we were alone. How dare you show up here, she yelled. You were explicitly told you were not welcome. I straightened and met her look in the mirror. Hello to you too, Mom. Or should I even call you that since you've treated me like a stranger my entire life? This is exactly the kind of dramatic behavior we wanted to avoid. You're going to ruin Chloe's wedding. I'm not here to ruin anything. I'm here because I know the truth about Sebastian Hayes, about grandfather's trust fund, about the lies you've been telling for 32 years. My mother's countenance shifted between fury and fear. You have no idea what you're talking about. I know Sebastian Hayes never abandoned me because he didn't even know I existed. You told him you terminated the pregnancy. I know the money you've been living on. The money paying for this wedding came from grandfather's trust, not from Sebastian. I know you diverted my college fund to Chloe, and kept my trust fund from me. I have documentation of all of it. She paled, but rapidly recovered. You ungrateful little. After everything we've done for you, Daniel raised you as his own when he had no obligation to do so. We gave you a home, an education. An education I paid for myself with student loans while you spent my trust fund on Chloe, I told you. And speaking of Daniel raising me as his own, he did a remarkably poor job of it. Constant criticism, blatant favoritism, excluding me from family events. Is that what you call raising a child? My mother's gaze darted to the door. What do you want? Money? Is that why you're here making a scene for financial gain? The accusation stings, but I refuse to show it. I want acknowledgement of the truth. I want an apology for the lies. And yes, I want what's legally mine, the remainder of my trust fund, and anything else grandfather intended for me. She laughed cruelly. There's nothing left. Chloe's education, this wedding, it's all gone. Then I want you to admit what you did to me, to Chloe, to the family. Never. She snarled. I will never let you destroy this family with your delusions. They're not delusions when I have DNA tests, financial records, and Sebastian Hayes himself sitting out there, I explained calmly. He's here, Mom. My biological father is at this wedding, and he knows everything. Her face had lost all of its color. Sebastian is here? You're lying. See for yourself. He's wearing a gray suit, sitting near the back. He got an invitation through Ethan's father. My mother's composure broke totally. How much? She said, eagerly. How much to make you both leave right now before anyone sees? I was taken aback by the obvious panic in her voice. She wasn't concerned with the truth coming out. She was scared of public humiliation. It is too late for that, I said. We're not leaving until the truth is acknowledged. She grasped my arm, her nails piercing in. I will give you $15,000 right now to walk out that door and never contact this family again. I drew away. You don't have $15,000. You spent all your money and mine on this wedding. Besides, this isn't about money anymore. It's about 32 years of lies. As we squared off in the restroom, there was a gentle rap on the door. Vivian, are you in there? The photographer wants family photos. That was my father's voice. My mother's eyes widened in alarm. Just a minute, Daniel, she said, her voice unexpectedly pleasant. Then he spoke to me, in a harsh whisper. If you ruin this wedding, I will never forgive you. You've never loved me anyway, I said calmly. So I don't see what I have to lose. I moved past her and opened the door to see my father standing there, his face a mask of barely contained rage. Claire, he said stiffly, you need to leave now. Actually, I don't, I answered. I'm here as a guest of Sebastian Hayes. Perhaps you remember him, my biological father. My father's blood drained from his cheeks as he stared past me to where Sebastian was now visible, mingling with people near the bar. The likeness between us was evident from a distance. This is not the place, my father snarled. You can't do this to Chloe. I'm not doing anything to Chloe, I told her. This is about what you and Mom have done to me and to Sebastian for 32 years. Before he could react, the wedding planner approached. Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, we really need you for family photos now. The light is perfect. My father threw me a warning glance before following the planner, with my mother close behind him, whispering fiercely in his ear. My heart pounded as I rejoined Sebastian and Natalie. They know we're here. Mom tried to bribe me to leave. Sebastian's expression darkened. Are you all right? Yes. Just let's wait until after the photos and dinner. I don't want to ruin the actual celebration for Chloe. We kept a low profile during dinner, sitting at a table with distant Parker family connections who knew nothing about me. I could sense my parents observing us tensely from the head table, my mother whispering to relatives, most likely trying to control the damage. After supper, the toast started. My father stood to deliver his speech, praising Chloe as the daughter every father wishes for, and congratulating himself on raising such a lovely young woman. Each statement felt like a purposeful shot, emphasizing that I had never been thought worthy of such praise. Sebastian and I made our move as dancing began, and the evening's formal framework loosened. We entered the head table just as my parents were engaging with Ethan's parents, providing the ideal setting for the truth. Daniel, Vivian, Sebastian murmured warmly. It's been a long time. My father froze in mid-sentence. My mother's champagne glass dropped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Sebastian, my father said, his voice strained. What a surprise. Indeed, Sebastian agreed. Almost as surprising as discovering the daughter I was told never existed or finding out my name has been used to perpetrate financial fraud for decades. Ethan's parents glanced at us in astonishment. Daniel, what's going on? Questioned Ethan's father. You know Sebastian Hayes. It's complicated, Charles, my father remarked hesitantly. It's actually quite simple, I explained. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Claire Bennett, Chloe's sister, the one who wasn't invited to the wedding. And my biological daughter, Sebastian said, resting his hand on my shoulder. The stunned hush was interrupted by the sound of heels approaching quickly. Chloe was walking toward us, with Ethan close behind. Claire, what are you doing here? Mom said you were too sick to come, Chloe asked, her face confused. That was their reason. I was sick, not that they had purposefully excluded me. I'm not sick, Chloe. I was told I wasn't welcome. Mom specifically said, we all agreed you're not welcome at the wedding. Chloe's flawless bridal demeanor crumbled. What? I never said that. I sent you an invitation. It was now my turn to be perplexed. No, you didn't. I never received an invitation. I addressed it myself, Chloe insisted. I gave it to Mom to mail with the others. All eyes were on my mother, who was fast losing color. Vivian, my father inquired, did you mail Claire's invitation? My mother's silence was damning. Perhaps, he added quietly, this would be a good time to clear up a few other misunderstandings as well. For instance, the source of funding for this lovely wedding. Ethan's dad scowled. What about the funding? Daniel assured me everything was covered. Oh, it was covered, Sebastian remarked, with money from a trust established for Claire by her grandfather, money that was legally hers but which Daniel and Vivian have been systematically embezzling for years. The accusation hovered in the air, like a thundercloud. My father began to stammer protestations, but Sebastian calmly presented a folder of paperwork he had packed for just this purpose. Bank statements, trust paperwork, and fraudulent communications. It's all here, along with DNA test results confirming I am Claire's biological father, a fact Vivian concealed from me for 32 years, while fabricating a story that I had abandoned my child. As the evidence was presented, my grandma emerged at the edge of our circle, lured by the excitement. Her eyes met mine, full of despair and sadness. It's true, she murmured gently, drowning out my father's continuing complaints. All of it. Vivian told Sebastian she had terminated the pregnancy. She and Daniel used Henry's trust fund meant for Claire, claiming the money came from Sebastian. They've been living on that money for years. Chloe fell onto a neighboring chair, her idyllic wedding day shattering around her. You lied about Claire not being invited. You spent her money on my wedding. Dad isn't even her real father. Ethan put a protecting hand on Chloe's shoulder, his face tightening as he gazed at my parents. You told me Claire declined the invitation because she was jealous of our relationship. You said she'd tried to cause problems between us. They've been saying things like that about me my entire life, I admitted with sadness. It was easier to make me the villain than admit the truth. The event had come to a halt around us, with visitors sensing the drama unfolding even though they couldn't hear the details. My mother finally broke the stillness, her voice icy and brittle. You've had your revenge now, Claire. Are you satisfied? You've ruined everything just like you always do. Her remarks hung in the air, saying more about our connection than any evidence could. Even now, faced with the repercussions of her own deeds, all she could do was blame me. I didn't come for vengeance, I explained calmly. I came for the truth. Chloe deserved to know who paid for her wedding. I deserve to know who my father is. Sebastian deserved to know he has a daughter. The truth matters, Mom. As security arrived, summoned by someone in the developing turmoil, Sebastian placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. I think we've accomplished what we came to do, he remarked softly. The truth is out. The rest can be handled through legal channels. I nodded, weary by decades of emotions now being released. As we turned to leave, Chloe beckoned for me. Claire, wait. She approached us, her bridal gown rustling, and her flawless makeup smudged with tears. I didn't know, she admitted, her voice breaking. I swear I didn't know any of this. I thought you got an invitation. I thought you just didn't want to come. Looking at her distress, I believed her. Chloe, like me, had been a pawn in our parents' games, albeit on the favored side. It's not your fault, I told her. This isn't about you and me. It's about them and the choices they made long before either of us had any say. She nodded, uncertainly. What happens now? Now, Sebastian replied. There will be legal consequences for fraud and financial misappropriation, but that's between the adults involved. You too, he put his hand on my shoulder, have an opportunity to build a relationship based on truth rather than manipulation. As we eventually left the reception, with astonished whispers and eyes trailing behind us, I felt a weird lightness. The secret that has persisted throughout my life was finally revealed. Whatever followed next would at least be based on the truth, not lies. 8 months after the spectacularly failed wedding, my life had changed in ways I never expected. The immediate aftermath had been tumultuous, with judicial proceedings, family conflict, and media coverage. When the tale of financial fraud involving Sebastian Hay's name appeared in local business publications, my parents faced severe penalties for their activities. The fraud accusations resulted in a settlement requiring them to refund what they could of the plundered funds, sell their home, and undergo social humiliation as their carefully cultivated image disintegrated. When my father's accounting firm discovered the financial irregularities, they placed him on indefinite vacation. They did not go to jail, but their lives were forever changed. Chloe and Ethan's marriage survived the wedding day turmoil, albeit not without hardship. They canceled their honeymoon to Italy and used that time to ponder the revelations about her family. Ethan was naturally upset about being duped, especially because his parents had donated heavily to the wedding based on inaccurate information about the Bennett family's financial status. About 6 weeks after the wedding, Chloe contacted me. We met in a neutral coffee shop, both frightened and uncertain. "I've been thinking about our childhood," she explained after we exchanged awkward welcomes. "And I'm starting to see things differently. The way they always gave me preference, the way they criticized you. I thought it was normal at the time." "It was our normal," I admitted. Neither of us knew anything different. Chloe twisted her wedding ring, impatiently. "I didn't know about the trust fund, or that they were using your money for my education and the wedding. I would never have accepted that if I'd known." I believed her. Chloe had been privileged and entitled, but she was not evil. She had been shaped by the same toxic familial dynamic that had shaped me, but from the opposite side. "I don't blame you," I told her truthfully. "You didn't create the situation." "Still," she would say, "I benefited from it. I got the attention, the opportunities, the support, all at your expense. And I never questioned it." That talk marked the start of a shaky reconciliation between us. Without our parents' influence contaminating our relationship, we discovered we had a lot in common. Chloe had a sharp wit that I'd never been permitted to see, and she was truly interested in my graphic design work, even hiring me to prepare posters for a charity event she was organizing. Our relationship was not flawless. Too many years of conditioning couldn't be overcome in months, yet it was honest like never before. We were beginning to know each other as adults, free from the warped lens of our parents' manipulation. My bond with Sebastian grew swiftly. He presented me to his wife, Caroline Whitmore, who was taken aback by the discovery that her husband had a daughter he had no idea about, but enthusiastically accepted me into their lives. "Sebastian always felt like something was missing," she informed me at our initial meeting. "Now I understand why." My half-siblings, Owen, Audrey, and Lily, embraced me with such fervor that I burst into tears. We identified shared characteristics, inside jokes, and common hobbies that made our connection feel natural despite the years apart. "It's like finding a missing puzzle piece," Audrey observed one evening as we learned we shared the strange habit of sorting our colored pencils by temperature rather than spectrum. Professionally, my life improved significantly as well. Sebastian, true to his word about wanting to help me, connected me to people in the design world who opened doors that I'd been pounding on for years. I tried not to take use of these relationships, preferring to succeed on my own merits. However, the opportunity to present my work resulted in a thriving freelancing business, which eventually enabled me to leave my agency job and work independently. My grandma Evelyn was the family member I found most difficult to forgive. She had known the truth all along but had kept it hidden, allowing me to endure the repercussions of my parents' lies. "I was trying to protect everyone," she said emotionally when we eventually talked about it. "Vivian was so young when she got pregnant. Henry, your grandfather, was determined that the family's reputation wouldn't be damaged. He set up the trust, but insisted the situation be handled quietly. But after grandfather died, you could have told me the truth then." She gazed down at her hands. "By then, the lie had been in place for so long, I told myself it would do more harm than good to reveal it. I was wrong, Claire. I was a coward, and you paid the price for my cowardice." Her sincere contrition helped me start the process of forgiving her, albeit our relationship would never be the same. The legal actions culminated in the recovery of what remained of my trust fund, which was a fraction of what it should have been but still sufficient to provide me with financial security that I had never known. Sebastian insisted on creating an additional trust for me, equal to what he had established for my half-siblings. "I can't replace the years we lost," he remarked when I protested. "But I can ensure you have the same opportunities they had going forward." 8 months to the day after Chloe's wedding, I held Thanksgiving dinner at my new apartment, a magnificent 3-bedroom in a historic building that I'd been able to purchase with the money I had recovered. Sebastian and Caroline sat at my table, along with Owen, Audrey, Lily, Natalie, my grandmother, and, quite strangely, Chloe. Ethan was with his family in Vermont, giving Chloe the freedom to navigate this new family dynamic without his hovering concern. She arrived with a bottle of wine and a heartfelt hug. "Is this weird?" she inquired as she assisted me in the kitchen. Having Thanksgiving with your new family and, well, me? A little, I said. But good weird. Honest weird. As we gathered around the table, I noticed the faces around me. Some I had known all my life, while others I was only getting to know. This was my chosen family, based on truth, rather than necessity. Chloe called me aside after dinner. I've been thinking a lot about what happened and why our parents did what they did. And? I asked as she paused. I think they were so invested in appearing perfect that they couldn't handle anything that threatened that image. Your existence, your biological connection to Sebastian rather than Dad, was a crack in their perfect facade. So they tried to minimize you, to keep you in the shadows. Her wisdom startled me. That actually makes a lot of sense. The irony is, says Chloe, their desperation to keep up appearances ultimately caused the public humiliation they were trying to avoid. As the evening progressed, and people left, Sebastian and I stood by the window, watching the first snowflakes of the season drift past the lamps. You know, he added quietly, when your mother told me she'd terminated the pregnancy, it broke something in me. I moved forward with my life, married Caroline, had my family, but there was always a shadow, a sense of loss I couldn't explain. And now? I asked. Now I understand what was missing, he added simply. It was you. The validation in those 3 words healed a deep part of me that had always worried if I was intrinsically unlovable, which caused my family to reject me. Later, as I finished the final few dishes, I mused on the bizarre path that had taken me here. Being excluded from Chloe's wedding felt like the ultimate rejection at the time, but it served as the trigger for me to realize my actual identity and find a family who truly wanted me. Sometimes the most terrible experiences in our lives turn out to be the gateway to something greater. If I had been invited to that wedding, I might have continued in the same cycle for years, seeking acceptance from people who were constitutionally incapable of providing it, never learning the truth about my origins or heritage. As I was putting the last wine glass in the dishwasher, Chloe entered with a stack of dishes. I keep thinking about what you said at the wedding, she mentioned to me. That you didn't come for revenge, you came for the truth. I didn't understand then, but I think I do now. She put the plates on the counter, and turned to face me directly. Truth is the foundation everything else is built on. Our parents built their lives and ours on lies, and look how fragile it all turned out to be. I nodded, moved by her insights. The truth can be painful, but living a lie is ultimately more destructive. As Chloe left and I began cleaning up, I reflected on how unlike any other family gathering I'd ever experienced. There was no tension, no walking on eggshells, no carefully maintained facades, simply genuine connection and the glorious messiness of authentic human interactions. Sebastian sent a message to my phone. Thank you for today. Family dinner at our house next month, the kids insist. The simple text brought tears to my eyes. For so long, I'd been the unwelcome one, the outsider looking in. Now I was included, welcomed, and respected. If you've ever felt like an outcast in your own family, that you're continuously working for love that should be freely given, know that you're not alone. Family can be defined by blood, but it is more often defined by choice, by those who see you plainly, and still love you. Sometimes the family you build for yourself is more authentic than the one you were born into. Thank you for hearing my story. If it touched you in any way, please like and subscribe to hear more stories of family truths and transformations. I'd love to hear in the comments if you've ever uncovered a family secret that impacted your perspective on yourself, or if you've had to set boundaries with toxic family members. Has karma ever caught up with the person who harmed you? How did you manage it? Remember that, while revenge may provide temporary satisfaction, truth and authenticity are what actually set us free. The best form of justice is often not about making others pay, but about living a life so complete and authentic that the past loses its hold on you. Until next time, this is Claire Hayes. Yes, I have legally changed my name. I wish you truth, healing, and the bravery to tell your own story, even if others try to write it for you. My brother stole my inheritance, gaslit me into therapy, and tried to lock me away. But I turned the tables before my 18th birthday. My brother Ryan was supposed to have it all figured out. So when our parents' bus collided with a pole and contacted them, I trusted him to take me in. Fortunately, he did. But something was off. He was absolutely dispassionate, viewing the funeral plans as errands rather than trauma. But at the time, it didn't seem unusual because Ryan was the sort that always had his feces together. While I was struggling to learn algebra, he was in his senior year, preparing to graduate as valedictorian. While I fought to keep my grades up, he was already making 6 figures every year. So I let Ryan handle everything. Don't worry about any of this, Emma, he murmured, going through files in Dad's office the day after the burial. Just focus on finishing junior year. Moving inside his apartment felt weird. He had this sterile downtown space that was all glass and chrome, unlike our parents' house, which was filled with mom's quilts and dad's baseball memorabilia. We were sitting around eating kebabs one day when he announced that he was going to sell our parents' property. My fork clattered on my plate. It appears that neither of us could pay the mortgage, property taxes, or maintenance. My rage was immediately replaced by compassionate understanding. After all, Ryan was in finance, so I felt he knew what he was saying. "I'll handle it." His tone silenced any argument. "That's why I'm your guardian, to make these decisions." The house was sold within a month. Ryan stated that the market was hot and he couldn't pass up the opportunity. I was not permitted to attend the closing. School became my only escape. My grades actually improved, possibly because I immersed myself in homework to avoid thinking. Ryan appeared pleased. He would examine my progress online and nod in approval of my test scores. He established a rigid routine: school, homework, and bedtime by 10 o'clock. No parties and no dating. "You need stability right now," he said. It seemed like I was living with a warden, yet everyone told me how fortunate I was that Ryan had taken me in. One night, I found him talking on the phone with someone. His voice was different, animated and almost joyous. "No, it's perfect timing. The trust matures when she's 18, but as guardian, I have full discretion over distributions." He saw me and suddenly ended the call. "Private conversation, Emma. Learn to have boundaries." For a while, we lived as roommates. He'd feed me, but that was it. We never communicated, and I sometimes felt ignored. Until one day, when it actually happened. Senior year approached, and college acceptance letters began to arrive, including from Northwestern, my ideal school. I rushed to show Ryan. He scarcely glanced at it. "Too expensive." "But with financial aid and the college fund." "There is no college fund." The words struck me like freezing water. "What? Your parents didn't plan well? The house sale barely covered their debts." "That's not true. Dad showed me the statements." Something was not right. Dad had been quite conscientious about money. He had shown me the college savings account just months before the accident, proud of how much they had accumulated. I began paying attention. Ryan received correspondence from investment firms and hastily tucked it away. He would promptly trash the bank statements. Once, I noticed a tax paperwork on his desk. Something regarding trust distribution. My heart sank. Ryan had treated our parents' deaths as an ATM. I needed proof. That night, after Ryan had left for his evening gym practice, I slipped into his home office. The door was locked, but I'd learned how to open it with a bobby pin from YouTube tutorials during my solitude. My hands shook as I turned the handle. His desk was nicely arranged. Files are tagged by year. I began with the folder labeled Estate Documents. My breath caught. There it was. A trust fund statement for $450,000, due to mature on my 18th birthday. Another document revealed life insurance benefits of $300,000. My folks weren't in debt. They had left us everything. I could hear the front door. Ryan was back early. I pushed the papers back, my heart pounding as I slid out and along the corridor. I just made it to my room before his footsteps entered the office. Ryan kept an eye on me throughout breakfast the following morning. "You look tired." "Just stressed about college applications." His eyes narrowed slightly. "I told you. Community college is your best option." I nodded and played along as my mind raced. I needed to document everything, but how? Ryan monitored my phone, reviewed my laptop's web history, and even approved my school email. At school, I began using the library computers during lunchtime. I set up a new email account and began investigating guardianship legislation. What I discovered made my stomach flip. Ryan, my guardian, had broad control over my fortune until I reached 18. However, there were meant to be oversights and reporting to the court. I printed the articles and hid them in my old algebra textbook. Nobody would look there, especially Ryan, who took pleasure in never failing with math. Days turned into weeks of thorough inquiry. I'd wait until Ryan was in the shower to check his mail so he could grab it. Bank statements for accounts I did not recognize. Investment portfolios indicate consistent withdrawals, all in his name, not mine. One evening when Ryan was on a work call, I discovered his laptop open. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through his emails. A financial advisor received messages about dispersing assets and increasing guardian privileges. Screenshots were not available, so I remembered essential phrases, account numbers, and dates. Ryan ended his call prematurely. I saw him approaching and hastily went to a homework page, but his expression indicated he had observed something. "What are you doing on my computer?" "Mine died. I needed to finish an essay." He gave me a long look. "Use the desktop in the living room next time." That night, I overheard him on the phone again. "No, she's getting suspicious. We need to accelerate the timeline." I pushed my ear against the bedroom door. Who was he speaking to? What's the timeline? The next day at school, I discovered something strange. My admission letter to Northwestern was missing from my backpack. When I arrived home, Ryan was waiting for me. "The school called," he explained, his voice unnaturally calm. "They're concerned about your mental state. Apparently you've been acting erratically." "What? No, they haven't." "Emma, losing your parents is traumatic. It's normal to struggle." He took out his business card. "Dr. Adams specializes in grief counseling for teens." I stared at the card. This was a trap, but I couldn't see the details yet. The therapy session began the following week. Dr. Adams appeared pleasant enough, asking about my feelings and dreams. However, her questions had a leading tone. "Do you ever feel like you can't trust your own judgment? Like maybe others know what's best for you?" I responded vaguely, fearing danger. Whatever Ryan had planned, this therapist was a part of it. Meanwhile, I continued digging. During a school computer lab session, I discovered our parents' obituaries online. It addressed surviving family, including Mom's sister, Claire, Aunt Claire, who had offered to take me in. However, Ryan had stated that she was unstable and lived abroad. I looked her up on social media and discovered that she lives in Chicago, is married, and has children, definitely not foreign or unstable. Her last post was about missing her sister and wishes she could meet her niece. My hands shook as I typed a message from my private email. "Aunt Claire, this is Emma. I need help." Her response arrived within hours. She had been attempting to contact me since the burial. Ryan had banned her calls and returned her letters. She drove to his place once, but he threatened to call the cops if she didn't leave. We planned to converse on a friend's phone during lunch. Hearing her voice, so similar to Mom's, made me cry. "Sweetie, I've been so worried. Ryan won't let any family contact you." I told her everything. The disappearing money, the claims about debt, and the treatment sessions. She listened, her respiration quickening with each revelation. "Emma, you need to get out of there." "I can't. He's my legal guardian." "Not if we can prove he's stealing from you. I'm calling my lawyer." But Ryan must have been watching something because he confronted me that night. "Who have you been talking to?" "No one." He took out printed emails from my private account. Lying to me now. My blood became chilly. How did you find them?" "I'm trying to protect you," he replied, his voice deeper and more frightening than I had ever heard. "But if you keep fighting me, I'll have to take stronger measures." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Dr. Adams thinks you might benefit from a more structured environment. There's a residential program for troubled teens." "You can't send me away." "I can, if it's in your best interest." He leaned forward. "Or you can stop this nonsense, finish school quietly, and we'll revisit college options later." I was imprisoned. But Aunt Claire gave me hope. I simply needed to be smarter. I played the compliant niece, attending therapy, refraining from asking questions, and expressing gratitude for Ryan's care. Meanwhile, I recorded everything. I found an old voice recorder in Dad's belongings and began recording Ryan's calls when he assumed I was sleeping. "The trust distributions are on schedule," he told me one night. "By her birthday, it'll all be transferred to the offshore accounts. She'll never know what hit her." I also began snapping images with a disposable camera I purchased with lunch money, bank statements left on his desk, legal documents he assumed I would not understand, and the Guardian report he was meant to file with the court but never did. Weeks have passed. My 18th birthday was approaching, and with it, my sole chance for freedom. However, Ryan's confidence was growing. He began talking about gap years, how I wasn't prepared for college, and how I could require long-term care for my trauma-induced paranoia. Then came the day when he brought home fresh documents. "Just some paperwork for your therapy," he explained nonchalantly. "But I've read everything now." This was not therapy paperwork, but a plea for extended guardianship owing to mental incapacity. That night, I called Aunt Claire from a payphone near the school. "He's trying to keep control past my birthday." "Pack a bag," she instructed. "Hide it. Be ready. My lawyer says we need one more piece of evidence, something that shows clear financial fraud. Can you get bank records?" "I'll try." The next morning, Ryan left for an early meeting. Here was my chance. I picked the office lock again and walked directly to his filing cabinet. There, in a folder labeled Personal, I discovered everything. Bank transfers from my trust to accounts in the Cayman Islands, fraudulent signatures on withdrawal forms, and a paper trail of systematic theft dating back months. I was snapping pictures of everything when I heard the front door. But it was too early for Ryan to return. I looked out the window. His automobile was in the driveway. He had never left. "I knew you'd try again," he remarked through the doorway. He spoke calmly, but his eyes were cold. "Dr. Adams warned me about escalating paranoid behavior. It's not paranoia if it's true." I held up the papers. "You stole everything. I invested money for your future. You are too young to understand. Stop lying." The words flew out of me. "I know about offshore accounts. I have recordings." His expression altered. The concerned brother's mask dropped, revealing something calculating and ruthless. "You've got nothing. A troubled youngster is making outlandish charges against the brother who took her in. Who'll believe you?" "Aunt Claire will." "Claire?" He chuckled. "I have documents proving she's been harassing us, stalking and attempting to manipulate a grieving child for her own gain." My phone vibrated. A text from an unknown number. "Get out quickly, he knows." It came from Aunt Claire's lawyer. Ryan approached me. "Give me the camera." I backed backward and clutched it. "No. Emma, don't make this harder than it needs to be." He took out his phone. "Just phone Dr. Adams, and you'll be in residential treatment by tonight. Is this what you want?" I dashed past him down the hall, grabbed the hidden suitcase from my closet. He followed, no longer pretending to be calm. "You cannot leave. I'm your guardian." I got to the front door, but he grabbed my arm firmly. "You're making a mistake. The only mistake was trusting you." I ripped free and raced, not stopping until I arrived at the school. The security guy let me in, and I walked straight to my counselor's office. Mrs. Patel took one look at my face and closed the door behind me. "What happened, Emma?" I showed her everything. The images, the recordings, the mark on my arm, and she phoned the police, while I called Aunt Claire. The cops arrived in 20 minutes, but Ryan had already called them. He stood in the school parking lot, playing the concerned guardian brilliantly, and his voice, full of contrived fear, rang through Mrs. Patel's window. "She has been spinning since her parents died." The therapist warned me that this might happen. Officer Catherine Grant calmly listened as Ryan told his story. I observed from behind the blinds as he showed her documents, most likely the same fabricated reports he'd been creating. Mrs. Patel squeezed my shoulder. "We'll sort this out," she said quietly. When the officers finally entered, Ryan followed, his eyes meeting me immediately, cold and calculating behind his brotherly concern. Officer Grant introduced herself, and her partner, a young man named Daniel Lee, took notes. "Your brother says you've been struggling," Officer Grant began gently. "He's worried about you." I took out the disposable camera. "He is plundering my inheritance. I have proof." Ryan's laugh sounded so sincere that I doubted myself for a moment. "She has been captivated with this notion. Dr. Adams describes it as a coping mechanism, creating villains to blame for her loss." "These aren't delusions," I argued, pointing to the images I'd taken. "Look at these. Bank statements, transfers to offshore accounts." Officer Lee inspected the photos, and Ryan shook his head sadly. "Those are investment accounts I opened for her future. Everything is properly documented and legal. So why hide them? Why lie about my parents' debt?" "I never lie. I simplified things to keep you from experiencing financial hardship during your loss." Mrs. Patel came forward. "Officers, I have known Emma for 3 years. She has never showed evidence of instability. These concerns appear to be very sudden." Ryan took out a folder. "I have documentation from her therapist, outlining her deteriorating mental state. Paranoid delusions, breaking into my office, stealing documents." My hands trembled as I took out the voice recorder. "Listen to this. He discusses relocating everything before my birthday. But when I hit play, just static came out. The tape had been wiped. Ryan must have discovered it and replaced it with a blank one. My proof was vanishing in front of my eyes." "She's been recording me without my consent," Ryan remarked, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Another sign of her paranoia." Officer Grant looked at us, apparently hesitant. "Miss, do you have any additional evidence?" "My Aunt Claire. She knows everything." "The aunt who has been pursuing us?" Ryan produced a restraining order request. "I haven't filed it yet, hoping she will stop, but she has been fueling Emma's fantasies. Everything he said sounded so sensible that I began to rethink everything I thought to be true. Mrs. Patel spoke out again. Maybe we should call this aunt personally. Allow her to speak for herself. Ryan's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. She's manipulating a grieving child for financial gain. Then she won't mind explaining herself to the officers, Mrs. Patel responded. Ryan stepped closer to me when Officer Lee phoned Aunt Claire, his voice dropping low enough to be heard only by me. You are making a big mistake. I'm the only family member you have left that truly cares. You care about my money. I care about your future. But if you continue on this path, I will have no choice but to defend you from yourself. Aunt Claire instantly answered, her voice crackling through Officer Lee's phone speaker. She detailed her attempts to contact me, the blocked calls, the returned letters, and referenced the will identifying her as co-guardian, which I was unaware of. Ryan's cool demeanor shattered somewhat. She is lying. There was no such provision. Then you won't mind providing the original will, Officer Grant said. Of course. It is in my safe at home. But I remembered the snapshot I'd taken that morning, the will naming both guardians. If only the camera hadn't been blank when processed. Wait. I still had the camera. I need to use the restroom, I said. Ryan stood. I'll escort her. She's capable of going alone, Mrs. Patel stated firmly. In the bathroom, I carefully opened the camera. The film was still inside, undeveloped, and Ryan must have replaced the developed photos with blanks. My hands shook as I rewound the film slightly and then advanced it again, taking new shots of the bathroom tiles. If the previous images remained, they'd be double exposed, but maybe discernible. When I returned, Aunt Claire was discussing the family dynamics to the authorities, and Ryan had isolated me from anybody who may have helped. She specified precise days and times she attempted to visit, information that would be difficult to falsify. She's clearly rehearsed this story, Ryan continued, but his confidence waned. We'll need to investigate further, Officer Grant said. In the meantime, Emma should remain somewhere neutral. She is my legal ward. She arrives home with... Actually, Mrs. Patel added, the school can provide emergency placement for students in crisis. Emma can stay with our guidance counselor, Mrs. Catherine Morrison, who is licensed to provide temporary foster care. Ryan's face clouded. That is unneeded. I am her guardian. It's only for a few days while we figure this out, Officer Lee reassured him. Ryan's eyes were full of calculating. Fighting too hard would appear suspicious, and he nodded stiffly. If that's what's best for Emma. Ms. Taylor arrived within an hour, a soft-spoken woman who'd guided countless students through difficult situations. As we prepared to go, Ryan hugged me, which appeared to everyone else to be brotherly, but his hold was too tight, his voice piercing. It's not over. You need me more than you realize. I finally felt comfortable enough to breathe at Ms. Taylor's house, which was cozy and lived in, with portraits of former pupils covering one wall. She brought me to a small guest room and offered me the solitude to call Aunt Claire. Are you all right? Aunt Claire's voice was filled with worry. I am afraid. He's destroyed the majority of my evidence. We will figure it out. My lawyer will file emergency motions tomorrow. Just stay safe. That night, I couldn't sleep because every passing automobile made me believe Ryan had come for me. Around 3 a.m., my borrowed phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. You think you're safe? I have documents that will undermine your aunt's credibility. Come home immediately or I'll use them. I showed Ms. Taylor in the morning, and she immediately phoned the authorities, but the number was untraceable. When questioned, Ryan denied sending anything. Aunt Claire's lawyer, Mr. Daniel Williams, tried to expedite a hearing, but Ryan's lawyer contested every move. The following few days blurred together, with legal meetings in which Ryan portrayed himself as the ideal guardian. Meanwhile, Dr. Adams filed reports portraying me as increasingly unstable. She's created an elaborate conspiracy to avoid processing her grief, Dr. Adams told the family court judge at a preliminary hearing. Her brother has been nothing but supportive. I wanted to shout. Ryan had carefully prepared every word she spoke, and my outburst would only support her argument, so I sat calmly, allowing Mr. Bennett to speak for me. The judge, an elderly woman named Catherine Whitman, appeared distrustful of everyone. I'll need to see financial records from both parties. Ryan quickly consented, secure in his fabrications. However, that night, something unexpected happened. His financial advisor, Noah Lynn, called Aunt Claire's lawyer, who had been growing concerned about Ryan's requests and wanted to speak up. He'll destroy me, Noah said at a covert meeting in Mr. Bennett's office. But I can't be a part of this anymore. That girl deserves her inheritance. Noah revealed how Ryan had deliberately shifted money through intricate transactions, making it appear legal while depleting the trust. He had maintained records of everything as insurance against Ryan turning on him. "This is exactly what we need," Mr. Bennett stated. "Will you testify?" Noah nodded grudgingly. "He's going to come after me." The following day, Noah's employer received anonymous allegations regarding financial impropriety, and his professional licenses were called into question. However, Noah had anticipated this, having documented Ryan's threats and manipulation. Meanwhile, I remembered something. Ryan had sold all of Dad's baseball stuff, claiming we needed the money. But I'd kept one piece, a signed baseball from Dad's favorite player, in my old room. If the property sale records revealed no debt, it would prove Ryan had lied about needing money. Ms. Taylor took me to our former house, where the new owners, a young couple, let us in after I explained. The baseball was still in my former closet, beneath a loose board I'd never informed anyone about, but I also discovered Dad's backup drives, which were stashed with the baseball. "He always kept copies of everything," I said, clutching the drives like gold. Back at Mr. Bennett's office, we discovered the discs included years of financial records, every account, transaction and document Ryan claimed didn't exist, including the college fund, life insurance, and trust details, all of which proved Ryan's claims. Ryan wasn't done yet. While we were eating dinner, Ms. Taylor's house was broken into. Nothing valuable was taken, but my room was ransacked, and the discs were stolen. "He knew," I admitted, feeling deflated. "He always knows." "We made copies," Mr. Bennett reminded me. "He can't destroy evidence that's already filed with the court." As the last hearing approached, Ryan became increasingly frantic, filing reports saying Aunt Claire had a drinking problem, that I had been violent at school, and that Ms. Taylor was coaching me. Each falsehood was more detailed than the one before it. Then Dr. Adams made a mistake. In her most recent report, she highlighted information concerning my parents' deaths that I had never told her, things only Ryan knew. Mr. Bennett saw the mismatch instantly. "How did you learn about the bus hitting a pole?" he inquired during her deposition. "Emma never revealed that detail in your sessions." Dr. Adams faltered. Ryan must have told me. As her guardian, he supplied background information. But you testified that you maintained absolute patient confidentiality. Why would Ryan know what Emma revealed in therapy? Dr. Adams had been providing Ryan material from our sessions, which was against ethical norms, and she had been submitting reports he had written, signing her name to his words. Her license was immediately revoked, awaiting an inquiry. On the morning of the last hearing, Ryan made one last play. He appeared with a new paper, saying I had signed over my rights to the trust in exchange for him financing my tuition expenses. The signature looked great, but I had learned something from Dad. "Check the date," I informed Mr. Bennett. "I was at school that day, taking the SATs. There are records." Ryan's desperation had gotten the best of him, and the fake document disintegrated under inspection. Judge Whitman had seen enough. "Mr. Ryan," she replied, her voice severe, "the evidence clearly reveals systematic financial abuse and exploitation of a youngster under your care." Ryan attempted one final deception. "Your Honor, I've only ever wanted the best for my sister. If I made any mistakes, it was because I was trying too hard to protect her." Protect her from her own inheritance? Judge Whitman's tone was icy. From her family. What is the truth regarding her parents' provisions for her? Guardianship was promptly transferred to Aunt Claire, and all financial accounts were stopped for a comprehensive forensic accounting. Criminal charges for fraud, forgery, and fiduciary breach were proposed. Ryan glanced at me one final time as court security carried him away. The mask had been removed, revealing the stranger who had supposed to be my brother. "You'll regret this," he said. But I didn't. For the first time since my parents' deaths, I felt free. The aftermath was tricky, and it required months of legal proceedings to recover the money. Some had been spent, and some had been hidden so cleverly that forensic accountants had to trace it. However, the majority of the money was recovered, plus fines and interest. I moved in with Aunt Claire and her family in Chicago, and her children, my cousins I'd never met, welcomed me enthusiastically. The house was chaotic compared to Ryan's immaculate apartment, but it felt lively and like home. Northwestern accepted my deferred enrollment, and with my fortune restored, I could finance it without taking out loans. But first, I took a year off to grieve, testify in Ryan's criminal trial, and reconnect with his estranged family. Ryan had been planning this since before our parents' deaths, researching guardianship rules and trust fund loopholes. There was no evidence that he caused the tragedy, but he was obviously prepared to profit from it. His financial advisor license was permanently revoked, and he was sentenced to 5 years in prison with the possibility of parole in 3 years if he behaved well. He had lost everything while attempting to steal my. I began treatment with a genuine counselor who helped me process not only my parents' deaths, but also Ryan's betrayal. Some days were more difficult than others, and I realized that the brother I thought I knew didn't really exist. On my 18th birthday, Aunt Claire organized a little celebration, and as I blew out the candles, I thought of my parents. They tried to protect me, to provide for my future, and Ryan nearly ruined their plans, but love and truth prevailed in the end. When the trust fund was fully restored, it was far greater than the initial documentation indicated, thanks to Dad's cautious investing. I had enough money for college, graduate school, and a good start in life. But it wasn't the money that counted most. It was the family I'd rediscovered, the power I'd discovered, and the certainty that I could defend myself when necessary. Ryan had tried to convince me that I was weak, unstable, and unable. But he had been wrong about everything. I founded a scholarship foundation in my parents' memory, primarily for students who had lost their parents and experienced financial abuse. The first beneficiary was a girl whose uncle had emptied her college money. Hearing her story, which was so similar to mine, reaffirmed why speaking up was so important. Ryan sent letters from prison with apologies, explanations, and prayers for forgiveness, which I returned unopened. Some bridges, once burned, were not intended to be rebuilt. He'd made his decisions, and now had to live with the consequences. Life passed on. College, new friends, internships, graduations. And the pain receded but never completely disappeared. Trust became more difficult, so I double-checked everything, kept copies, and set boundaries. Ryan had given me vital lessons, but not the ones he had planned. Years later, after he was freed, he attempted to contact me via social media. The message was long, full of regret and promises of reform, and I read it once before blocking him. My life no longer allowed for his manipulation. I became a financial consultant myself, focusing in preserving kids' inheritances. Every customer I helped was a small win against what Ryan had attempted to accomplish, and their gratitude reminded me that simply living wasn't enough. Using that survival to serve others gave it meaning. The girl I'd been, who had entirely trusted her elder brother, was no longer there. In her place stood someone stronger, wiser, more careful, but also more compassionate. Ryan tried to break me, but instead he fashioned me into something indestructible. My parents would have been proud, not of what I'd gone through, but of who I'd become as a result. Their love had protected me even in death. The trust fund had been their final gift, but the real inheritance was the strength to fight for it. In the end, that's what mattered. Not the money Ryan stole, but the truth he couldn't hide. Not the family he tried to separate me from, but the bonds he couldn't break. And not the future he'd tried to control, but the one I'd claimed. Justice had been served, the protagonist had won, and my parents were finally at peace. I sat in Mr. Bennett's office, watching the forensic accountants uncover transfer after transfer. Ryan had set up shell companies with names like Future Education Holdings and Guardian Trust Services to divert funds from my inheritance. He was thorough, the lead accountant mumbled, pointing out another dubious withdrawal. But he got greedy near the end. I observed a trend in the dates. Every large transfer occurred shortly after Ryan had attended parent-teacher conferences or school functions, which he had used as cover, knowing I'd be busy. Aunt Claire arrived with coffee and sandwiches. Her husband Daniel had taken time off work to help coordinate things, and their teenage daughter Natalie offered to permanently share her room with me, thrilled to have a cousin around. "We're converting the basement into a proper bedroom for you," Aunt Claire continued, giving me photographs from her phone. "Daniel's already started painting." Ryan's lawyer filed motion after motion to delay the asset freeze, claiming the transfers were legitimate investments for my benefit. When that failed, he claimed Aunt Claire had unduly influenced me. The warmth of having a real family again tightened my chest, but I couldn't relax yet. Then Noah Lynn revealed something crucial. Ryan had been speaking with a real estate developer about buying property in Costa Rica, a non-extradition country, and had planned to flee. He had booked flights for next month, and Noah gave us the email confirmations, one-way tickets. Mr. Bennett immediately alerted the prosecutor, and Ryan's passport was confiscated that afternoon. I watched from the courthouse steps as officials handed him the papers, and his face turned pale, then crimson with rage. That night, Ms. Taylor's neighbor reported seeing someone in a hoodie near her house. The surveillance tape was too blurry to identify them, but we all knew Ryan was acting recklessly. The criminal trial date was set 3 months away, but Ryan remained free on bail with tight conditions: no contact with me, forfeiture of his passport, weekly check-ins. I knew him, and rules had never stopped him before. I focused on practical concerns, such as opening my own bank accounts and retrieving my social security card and birth certificate from Ryan's apartment, with Officer Lee accompanying me. The apartment felt much colder than before. In my room I discovered things I hadn't noticed missing: photos of our parents, jewelry Mom had left me, and even my childhood diary, all concealed in Ryan's closet. He'd been collecting pieces of my life like trophies, Officer Lee said, as he helped me pack. Your brother has serious control issues. Northwestern's admissions office sent me a personal letter stating that they had learned about my predicament through Mrs. Patel's recommendation and that my position would be reserved for me when I was ready. The kindness of strangers continued to surprise me, but Ryan's new strategy involved discrediting everyone who'd helped me. He filed complaints against Ms. Taylor with the school board, claimed Mr. Bennett had a conflict of interest, and even suggested Officer Lee had acted inappropriately. Each accusation required an investigation, which took time and energy. Ms. Taylor's parents testified on her behalf, and the Bar Association backed Mr. Bennett. Officer Lee's body camera evidence immediately vindicated him. He's trying to isolate you again, Aunt Claire remarked at one of our planning meetings. Make you feel like everyone who helps you gets hurt. Natalie, my cousin, grabbed my hand, and I began to withdraw, fearful of causing further disturbance. We're family, she firmly stated. We don't abandon each other. During the preliminary criminal hearing, Prosecutor Elena Rivera painstakingly brought out the evidence, which included fraud, forgery, theft, and false imprisonment. Ryan's defense attorney attempted to portray him as a bereaved brother who had made poor financial decisions, but the evidence was overwhelming, and the falsified signatures alone carried significant jail time. Ryan arrived during a recess, disregarding the restraining order. Court security retreated quickly, but not before he hissed, "You destroyed our family." "No," I answered, regaining my voice. "You did that yourself." Ryan's carefully crafted existence was crumbling as the judge upped his bail and imposed home arrest with an ankle monitor. In the meantime, the money recovery accelerated. Cayman Islands accounts were blocked through international collaboration, shell businesses were dissolved, and my fortune gradually returned. The house sale couldn't be reversed. Dad's baseball memorabilia was distributed to collectors across the country, and some of my parents' belongings were lost forever. I began making lists of what was most important. Fortunately, Mom's quilts were still in storage, and Dad's watch was in Ryan's safe deposit box, which had been recovered by court order. The paperwork for the scholarship fund was completed, and the first candidates began to arrive, their stories both tragic and inspiring. I named it after both of my parents, not just in memory, but also in honor of their beliefs. Ryan's sentencing day came sooner than planned. He'd pleaded guilty in order to avoid a lengthy trial and hoped for leniency. The courtroom was packed with witnesses, including Aunt Claire's relatives, Ms. Taylor, Mrs. Patel, and even Noah Lynn. I delivered my victim impact statement, in which I discussed shattered trust, stolen childhoods, damaged family relationships, but also resilience, truth triumphing, and the strength of true family. Ryan also spoke, and his comments seemed planned and hollow. He recalled our parents and how he wanted to honor their memories. The prosecutor reminded the court that he had been investigating guardianship fraud before they died. 5 years. Ryan's banking licenses were permanently revoked, and restitution for the full sum stolen, plus damages, was ordered. The judge's gavel fell with finality, and Ryan was sentenced to at least 3 years in prison with good conduct. As they carried him away in handcuffs, our eyes met for the last time. No mask remained, only the stranger who had supposed to be my brother. Aunt Claire drove us home to Chicago, away from the cameras and questioning, after I gave a brief statement about the significance of oversight in guardianship arrangements. The house she had prepared was ideal. It was not as fancy as Ryan's flat, but it was warm and real. Natalie had put up string lights in my new room, Daniel had made special shelving for my books, and their golden dog appeared delighted to have me there. That first night at dinner, we spoke about everyday stuff like school, movies, and weekend plans. There were no lawyers, court dates, or financial records, just family being family. Northwestern began in the autumn, and I chose finance as my major, with a minor in social work. The irony was not lost on me. Understanding money meant defending others from predators like Ryan. My roommate, a joyful girl from Minnesota who'd never heard my background, saw me just as Emma, a freshman with a complicated family situation, and the anonymity seemed like liberation. I joined a student advocacy group and helped build better resources for orphan students. The administration listened and made changes, small efforts toward preventing others' victimization. Ryan's letters began arriving in my second semester, and I recognized his handwriting and returned them unopened. He tried lawyers and jail counselors, but the answer remained no. Graduation came, with Aunt Claire's entire family roaring from the audience. I'd made the dean's list every semester, gotten internships at firms specialized in fiduciary law, and my thesis on guardian financial abuse received the department award. After receiving numerous employment offers, I decided to work for a nonprofit organization that protects minor inheritances. Although the pay was lower than that of a corporation, the objective was more important to me. My first case involved brothers arguing over their deceased parents' estate, and I guided them through mediation, helping them look beyond the money to what truly important. They left my office holding hands. Years passed, I developed a purposeful life. Ryan completed his full sentence, no early release, and his attempts to contact me eventually stopped. I learned through legal channels that he had moved to a distant state and started over. The scholarship fund grew, hundreds of kids benefited from my parents' legacy, and every graduation announcement seemed like a victory over what Ryan had attempted to steal. At a legal conference, I met another attorney who understood my commitment to justice. We took our time and trust was difficult to acquire, but love found a way. On my wedding day, Aunt Claire escorted me down the aisle. Dad should have been there, but his sister's presence honored his memory. The reception contained Mom's favorite songs and Dad's favorite dishes. They were both present in spirit. My practice grew. I spoke before Congress on guardianship abuse. Laws changed, slowly but steadily. Protections increased, and oversight improved. Ryan never appeared again. I wondered if he was watching my triumph from a distance, if he regretted everything. But those thoughts faded fast. He'd made his decisions. I preserved one childhood photo, Ryan and me at Christmas, before everything changed. Not for nostalgia, but as a reminder that evil can take on familiar faces, that trust must be earned, and that family is defined by actions rather than blood. The girl who had blindly trusted was no longer there. Instead, there was a woman who had turned tragedy into purpose and was protecting others. My parents' love had ultimately protected me, through the family they trusted and the principles they instilled. Every case I won, every student who graduated debt-free, every legislation that was altered. Everything came back to that moment when I resolved to fight. Ryan had attempted to steal my future. Instead, he had constructed my purpose. The money was recovered, justice was done, and the family was reunited. The greatest victory, however, was much simpler. I had survived. I had prospered. And I'd made certain that others would. My brother used my house to scam strangers out of $12,000. My parents sided with him. Now he's begging me for help after getting arrested. For the past 5 years, I, a 29-year-old male, have been working hard in the scorching Arizona sun to install solar panels. The solar sector has been thriving, particularly in Phoenix, where every new neighborhood wants to go green for tax breaks. I started as a basic installer earning $18 per hour, but I worked my way up to crew chief by showing up on time and not making mistakes like half of the guys in this field. Now I earn $75,000 per year overseeing teams of installers on commercial and residential projects. I've also been supporting my family for 5 years. My best friend Dorian from high school has been following this for years. He's an auto technician who runs his own shop, built like a tank with no patience for nonsense. His evaluation on my situation: "Dude, you're like a financial Stockholm Syndrome victim. These people are bleeding you dry, and you keep saying thank you afterward." Dorian is the type of buddy who will tell you precisely what you need to hear, even if you do not want to hear it. He's been successful because he treats people properly and refuses to take garbage from anyone. My cat, Zeppo, was the only one who seemed to realize how messed up things were. This large orange tabby has been with me for 3 years and judges people more accurately than most humans. This is how the whole mess began. When Dad was laid off in 2019, they were 3 months behind on their mortgage, with foreclosure proceedings already underway. The bank was not playing games. They had 60 days to make up the $4,200 in outstanding payments plus penalties, or they were out. I'd recently been promoted to crew chief, earning $65,000 a year, which felt like hitting the lotto after years of scraping by. Instead of lending them money that they would never pay back, I made what I felt was a wise decision. I purchased their home outright for $180,000, depleted my entire savings account, took out a tiny personal loan, and emptied my 401k early with penalties. Put the deed completely in my name for tax purposes and told them they could repay me progressively over time. The house itself is a fine 3-bedroom, 2-bath ranch from the 1990s. It's in a safe community with decent schools and little crime. Property values have been gradually rising, so it should be worth roughly $220,000 currently. The mortgage they couldn't pay was only $850 per month, which should have been feasible with 2 incomes. However, Marlon and Celeste have always struggled with money. Over the next 4 years they never returned a single penny to me. Not one. I kept detailed records of every expense: property taxes, $3,200 per year, homeowner's insurance, $1,800 per year, and every major repair: new roof in 2023 after hail damage, $12,000, HVAC replacement when the old unit died during a heat wave, $8,500, plumbing issues from tree roots, $2,400, garage door replacement, $1,600, exterior paint job, $3,800, all out of my own pocket, while they pretended to be doing me a favor by living there. The financial hardship was severe. I was practically supporting 3 persons with my pay, while also saving for my own future. I had to postpone purchasing my own home, couldn't afford to upgrade my truck, and my savings account remained near nil for years. Meanwhile, they were living mortgage-free in a house that would have cost $1,200 a month to rent elsewhere. Celeste and Marlon, my parents, are both 52 years old and seem to live in a world of their own. Marlon claims his back is too injured to work after being laid off from a warehouse job, but he still spends 12 hours per day restoring his 1985 Camaro in my garage. Celeste works about 15 hours a week at a beauty boutique named Sheer Perfection. And yes, it is as tacky as it sounds. She spends more time chatting about customers than cutting hair, and she returns home grumbling about her demanding job. My 24-year-old brother, Blaze, is professionally worthless. This youngster has been to Arizona State University, dropped out after 1 semester. Phoenix Community College, dropped out twice. Universal Technical Institute, graduated but never used his automotive certification, and perhaps 30 different jobs. He's worked at GameStop, Best Buy, 3 different restaurants, a contact center, and many temporary agencies. Never lasted more than 6 months anywhere. He's currently building his brand as a freelance graphic designer, which means he earns around $200 per month producing bad logos for his stoner mates while pretending to be the next Steve Jobs. Blaze is the type who will eat your food, use your Netflix login, borrow your tools, and then gossip about you to anyone who would listen. The worst aspect was how they treated me in front of everyone. Blaze would invite guests over to my house, act as if he ruled the place, and make jokes about me being the moneybags. Marlon would complain about his son's micromanagement of house renovations. Celeste would tell her sisters that I was constantly commenting on their design choices in my home. She'd spend my money on throw pillows and wall paintings, then act as if I was being unreasonable in questioning the spending. Last year, she wanted to remodel the kitchen with a $15,000 renovation, money I didn't have, and was upset when I declined. However, the breaking point occurred on New Year's Eve 2023, and it changed everything. December 31, 2023. I'm standing at the front door of my house, arms full of food and party goods purchased for their New Year's celebration. The temperature is about 20 degrees, which is unusual for Arizona, but we were experiencing a cold spell. Mom opens the door as if I were a door-to-door salesman attempting to sell her solar panels. Her expression gets utterly blank when she sees me, as if she is staring at a stranger. "You must have the wrong house." I'm standing there, puzzled as heck. "Mom, it's me. What are you talking about?" She stares at me with dead eyes. "I don't know who you are." Then she starts to close the door. The door. I'm holding hundreds of dollars worth of their party stuff, and she's practically shutting me out, as if I'm some random person who showed up to the wrong address. "Are you serious? I bought all the food and drinks for tonight." "We don't need your charity," she shouts, slamming the door in my face. I waited in the cold for 10 minutes, listening to them laugh and music playing inside. I could smell the BBQ in the backyard. They were frying steaks. My phone vibrates. Text from Blay. "Don't take it personal, bro. Mom said you weren't invited this year. Something about needing boundaries and positive energy only. Maybe find some friends your own age." That's when I heard Marlon's voice through the window, loud and clear. "Maybe now he'll learn that throwing money around doesn't make you a family. Kid thinks he owns us just because he pays some bills." Then Blaze's voice became clearer. Honestly, it's pathetic. He's 29 years old and still trying to buy our love. Maybe getting locked out will teach him some self-respect. I heard Celeste giggle and agree. He's been way too involved in our business. The words struck me like a freight train. I literally owned them. I owned the house where they were sitting and making jokes about me. I owned the roof over their heads, the walls around them, and the ground they stood on. I had been paying for their energy, water, property taxes, and insurance. They were celebrating their independence from me by utilizing the resources I provided. Standing in the cold, holding groceries for folks who had just disowned me, I experienced a moment of complete clarity. They were not grateful for the 4 years of free housing. They were upset with me because of that. They would rather be homeless than recognize what I had done for them. I was going to drive home and spend New Year's alone, feeling sorry for myself when I realized Dorian had invited me to his family's party. I called him from the driveway, holding grocery bags like an idiot. They locked me out. Jesus Christ, Cassian. Get over here right now. Dorian's family lives in a quaint neighborhood about 20 minutes from my home. The type of neighborhood where residents converse to their neighbors and children play in the streets. When I arrived in with bags of food and champagne, his mother Carol immediately went into full Italian mama mode. Cassian, what are you doing bringing food? We have plenty. Dorian told me what happened. Those people are completely insane. Carol has been like a second mother to me since high school. She's this tiny Italian woman who manages to feed an army every time folks visit. Her house usually smells like garlic and fresh bread, and she has a way of making everyone feel welcome. The exact reverse of the reaction I'd just received from my own family. Dorian appeared with a drink for me, already opened. So let me understand this correctly. You bought food for their party, showed up at your own house, and they pretended not to know you? Pretty much. Dorian began chuckling, but not in a malicious way. Rather, he couldn't believe how ludicrous the scenario had become. Dude, this is like a really messed up episode of Punk'd, except the joke's been going on for 4 years and nobody told you. His father, Tony, a former construction worker, shook his head as he seasoned steaks. Son, in my day, if someone bought your house to save you from foreclosure, you'd be kissing their feet, not locking them out on New Year's. Tony built buildings for 30 years until his knees gave up. He recognizes the value of property, the cost of maintenance, and the responsibility that comes with ownership. Dorian's sister Maria, a paralegal who handles real estate transactions, was captivated by the legal component. Wait, so you're on the deed, you pay all the expenses, but they have no idea you actually own it. They think I'm just helping with payments to keep it in the family. Maria's eyes glowed with professional curiosity. Oh my God, Cassian, you could evict them tomorrow if you wanted to. They're basically squatters with delusions of ownership. She began teaching legal terms like adverse possession, tenant rights, and eviction procedures. As someone who works with real estate documentation on a regular basis, she realized how legally screwed my family was. They had no documentation, no leasing agreement, and no ownership rights at all. Dorian almost spit out his drink. Please tell me you're considering it. I am. The contrast was stunning. I was sitting in a warm house with people who truly cared about me, while my biological family was celebrating my absence in a home I owned. As midnight approached, Dorian raised his glass, the same champagne I had purchased for my family's gathering. To Cassian, who's about to learn the difference between family and people who happen to share his DNA. When the ball dropped and everyone started rejoicing, Dorian grabbed me away. Dude, you know what you need to do, right? What's that? They want to play the "This Is Our House" game? Show them the deed and watch their world collapse. Something clicked in my brain right then. In Casino, Sam Rothstein finds he was duped by trustworthy individuals. It was time to remind them who had all the cards. January 1st, 2024. I'm sitting in my apartment, filled with coffee and wrath, researching tenant rights and eviction procedures on my laptop. My apartment is nothing fancy. A one-bedroom unit that I've been renting for $900 per month while covering all of the expenditures for a house I can't live in. Zeppo was perched on my desk, watching me research legal matters with apparent acceptance for the first time in months. This cat had been assessing my family situation for years, and he suddenly appeared to feel that I was finally ready to take action. What do you think, Zeppo? Time to teach them a lesson? Zeppo stretched, knocked my pen from the desk, and gave me a slow blink. In cat language that translates to, "It's about damn time, you idiot." Dorian came over about midday with breakfast sandwiches from our favorite deli. So, did you sleep on it like a rational adult, or are we going full nuclear like I suggested? Full nuclear. These people need to learn who actually owns what. I'd spent the morning researching Arizona's landlord-tenant legislation. It turns out that when you own property and people live there without a contract, they are referred to as tenants at will, and they can be removed with 30 days' notice for any reason, or no reason at all. No lease equals no protection. Then I discovered Anastasia via internet reviews and recommendations from other landlords. This woman has a reputation for being extremely brutal in eviction situations. Her success rate is over 98%, and she's received testimonials from landlords who've been dealing with horrible renters for years. During our consultation, she smirked like a predator as I explained the circumstances. Her workplace was all dark wood and law texts designed to intimidate. Anastasia was just about 5 feet 4 inches tall, yet she exuded a presence that made you understand why renters were scared of her. So, you own the house. They've been living there for 4 years without paying rent, and they have no idea you're the owner. That's correct. She smiled. This will be fun. How quickly do you want them out? Dorian leaned forward, as quickly as legally could. These people locked him out on New Year's Eve. Anastasia took notes and asked tough questions regarding the documentation, which I had plenty of, while I detailed the entire situation. The neighbor complaints, Blaze's social media posts, the frequent financial demands, and the complete lack of gratitude. I've been doing this for 15 years and have never encountered a case this clear-cut. You have all of the documents, they have no legal basis, and their actions have been horrible. We are going to destroy them. 2 days later, I had my eviction papers ready. A notice to quit and demand for possession of premises in large, strong letters that would make anyone's stomach drop. The main terms were simple, yet devastating. Current occupants Celeste Morrison, Marlon Morrison, and Blaze Morrison must leave within 30 days, or face formal eviction and sheriff-assisted removal. Alternatively, they might stay as tenants, paying $1,000 each month, with the first month due within 10 days. Anastasia recommended the rent option to make me appear reasonable in court. We both knew they couldn't afford $1,000 a month, and they'd been unable to pay their first $850 mortgage, so offering the option would make me appear nice to a judge, while knowing they'd surely fail. The rent option serves multiple purposes, Anastasia noted. It makes you appear fair and reasonable. If they accept it but don't pay, you can get them out even faster. If they decline, you'll look like the nice man who attempted to work with them. When I returned home with the papers, Zeppo took one glance at the legal documents, sat up straight, and slowly blinked at me, as if to say, "Finally, you're not a pushover." Dorian grinned as he read the eviction notice. "This is beautiful." On January 3rd, I traveled to my residence with the papers and a process server that Anastasia had organized. Dorian insisted on attending the show. I wouldn't miss it for anything. This is better than any film. Marlon answered the door in his bathrobe, looking hungover and puzzled, and his expression changed from annoyed to bemused when he spotted me with some official-looking guy in a suit. "Cassian, what are you doing here? And who is this guy?" The process server moved forward with expert efficiency. "Richard Morrison, you're being served with legal notice regarding this property." He handed Marlon the paperwork and a receipt to sign. "Service is completed. Good luck." Dorian was standing behind me, trying not to laugh as Marlon's face turned totally white after reading the first few paragraphs. The color drained from his face as he realized these weren't phony documents or a prank. "What the hell is this, Cassian? What's happening?" "Read it carefully, Marlon." Celeste hurried to the door, seized the papers from Marlon's quivering hands and read them aloud. "This can't be real. We own this home." Blaze arrived behind them, displaying his customary aggressiveness rather than attempting to comprehend the issue. "This is ridiculous, Cassian. You can't just conjure up false legal documents. Check the county records, Celeste. My name has been on the deed for 4 years. You've been staying in my house without paying rent while treating me like garbage." That's when Blaze completely lost it, just as I had predicted. "You are such a lying piece of expletive. There is no way you can own this house. You are only trying to scare us because you are upset about New Year's." "Blaze, the county's records are public. You may look them up online right now using your phone." "Screw it. This is our home. We are not going anywhere. You want us gone? So come and make us leave." Dorian stepped forward, entire 6 feet 2 inches. "Kid, threatening the actual property owner isn't the smartest legal strategy. Instead of taking the warning seriously or attempting to grasp their legal predicament, they chose to dispute it. Blaze convinced Marlon and Celeste that I was lying, that the documents were forgeries, and that they could hire a lawyer to prosecute me for attempting to take their home. The delusion was incredible to witness. The family drama erupted within hours. My phone began to fill up with calls from family who had heard Celeste's severely altered version of events. Most people took her side without asking for information or attempting to understand the actual legal issue. Aunt Carol called, weeping about how I was abandoning family members on the streets. Cousin Jenny exchanged a slew of heated emails about family loyalty and blood being thicker than water. Uncle Jim sent a lengthy voicemail expressing his disappointment at me and how this was not how he expected me to handle family. Celeste said that I was attempting to steal their house using forged legal documents, that I was envious of their secure home life, and that I was suffering from a mental breakdown that was causing me to be vindictive. But then Uncle Sam called. Marlon's older brother Samuel is 58 years old and has worked as a master plumber for 35 years. This guy started Morrison Plumbing from scratch, working out of his garage until he could afford a proper shop. He raised 4 children after his wife died of cancer when they were young, sent them all to college, and has no patience for laziness or excuses. Samuel and Marlon have been bickering for decades because Samuel believes Marlon is a useless mooch who has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. Every family meeting concludes with Samuel calling Marlon out for being unemployed, broke, or making excuses for his most recent failure. Cassian, it's Samuel. I just got off the phone with Carol, who's having some kind of breakdown about you evicting Marlon and Celeste. Want to tell me what's really going on here? I described everything. Samuel listened without interrupting, which was unusual for him. A long pause. So you're telling me you've been Marlon's landlord for 4 years and he doesn't even know it? That's right? Samuel began chuckling, really laughing. Jesus Christ, Cassian. That lazy piece of, has been complaining about being controlled by his own son, who's been letting him live rent-free. This is the funniest thing I've heard all year. So you don't think I'm being too harsh? Too harsh? Kid, you should have kicked them out years ago. Marlon's been a deadbeat his entire adult life, and Celeste enables everything. Blaze has always been a smart-ass punk. Samuel's support felt amazing after hours of angry calls from other family who believed Celeste's victim story. Cassian, let me tell you something. I've been trying to get Marlon to act like a responsible adult for 20 years. You buying his house and letting him live there for free was the best thing that could have happened to him. And he threw it away because he's too stupid and entitled to appreciate it. Samuel told me stories about Marlon's failures throughout the years. He'd quit his jobs, tried to start enterprises with other people's money, and was constantly borrowing and never repaying. He'd been watching Marlon fail in life for decades, making excuses and blaming everyone else. 3 days later, Anastasia called to provide an update. Cassian, they hired a lawyer, and they're contesting the eviction. They're claiming adverse possession and alleging fraud. Are you serious? Dead serious. Their lawyer is Martin Goldberg. He's what we call a bottom feeder. He'll take any case if the money's right. He's filing a motion claiming they've been living there openly for 15 years and should have ownership rights. The court hearing on January 25th was planned for 10 a.m. I arrived in my nicest suit, accompanied by Anastasia and a folder with all of the necessary documentation, property deeds, tax records, purchase agreements, maintenance invoices, bank statements, to prove that I was the rightful owner. They showed up with Martin. Blaze was dressed in his lone dress shirt and acted as if he was about to reveal some major conspiracy. Judge Martinez appeared angry from the outset. She had plainly encountered this type of situation before, crazy renters who believed they could take property through legal means. Mr. Goldberg, your clients are claiming adverse possession of property they don't own? Your Honor, my clients have been residing in this property for 15 years and have made substantial improvements. Do they have documentation of these improvements? Goldberg shuffled his papers anxiously. Well, Your Honor, they have receipts for some materials. Mr. Morrison, do you have the property deed? Anastasia stepped up with clean professionalism. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Cassian Morrison has been the sole owner since 2019, when he purchased the property to prevent foreclosure. And the defendants knew about this purchase? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Morrison purchased the property to help his family avoid foreclosure but retained sole ownership. Anastasia presented our evidence methodically. The purchase paperwork showed that I paid $180,000 in cash. Deed transfer shows my name as sole owner. 4 years of property tax payments under my name, insurance policies under my name, maintenance receipts totaling more than $30,000 for repairs and enhancements. Everything is documented. Everything is lawful. When it came Goldberg's time, he had almost nothing. There was no documentation or evidence, only accusations that my family deserved the house since they had lived there for longer. He attempted to argue that I had cheated them, but he had no evidence of fraud. The judge was harsh in her dismissal. Mr. Goldberg, adverse possession requires specific legal criteria that your clients clearly don't meet. They don't have continuous possession, they don't have hostile possession, and they don't have open and notorious possession. Mr. Morrison is the legal owner, has been paying all expenses, and wants possession of his property. Your motion is denied. Defendants have 30 days to vacate. Blaze jumped up, like an idiot. This is BS. You can't just steal our house. Bailiff, remove that man if he speaks again without permission. As we walked out, Blaze was yelling in the hallway about corrupt judges and family treachery, and courtroom guards threatened to arrest him for disturbing the peace. That evening Uncle Samuel called, his voice filled with satisfaction. Cassian, I heard about the court hearing from Carol. She's all worked up about Marlon and Celeste losing, but I told her exactly what I think about the situation. What did you tell her? I told her that Marlon's been a lazy mooch his entire life, that you saved their asses from foreclosure and let them live rent-free for 4 years, and that they brought this on themselves by treating you like garbage. I also told her that anyone taking Marlon's side in this is an idiot. After being destroyed in court, they had no choice but to confront reality. Their lawyer, Goldberg, effectively advised them they didn't have a case and that they'd try to negotiate with me rather than face eviction and homelessness. The defeat in court had been complete and public. There was no uncertainty regarding who owned the house, and their legal rights were clear. They were squatters legally, and everyone knew it. Celeste called on February 1st, her voice quivering with urgency. Cassian, honey, we've been looking everywhere. Everything decent is $1,200 or more, and we need the first month, last month, and security deposit. We don't have that kind of money. I put the call on speaker so Dorian could hear. He came over to assist me sort some paperwork and immediately started grinning. Zeppo was sitting on the couch between us, and I think he was listening intently. That sounds like a personal problem, Celeste. Please, can we rent from you? We'll pay you fairly. We just need a chance to prove we can be good tenants. The irony was stunning. After 4 years of living rent-free, locking me out on New Year's Eve and attempting to steal my house in court, she was suddenly pleading to be my tenant. Dorian was making exaggerated jerking-off motions behind me, hoping to make me laugh. Zeppo glanced back and forth between us, as if he was enjoying the show. $1,000 a month. First month due February 10th. Month-to-month lease, which means I can terminate with 30 days notice if you screw up even once. $1,000, Cassian? That's so much money. Couldn't we start at maybe $700 and work up to it? Celeste, comparable houses in your neighborhood rent for $1,200 to $1,400. I'm giving you a discount. Take it or leave it. Marlon answered the phone with his typical entitlement. Son, we appreciate this. The court thing got out of hand, but we're family. We can make this work. This isn't family anymore, Marlon. This is business. You're my tenants now. Act like it. Blaze tried to negotiate, as one would expect. Bro, what if we did like $800? I mean, we just spent money on that lawyer and court fees. You spent your money on a lawyer to try to steal my house. That's not my problem. It's $1,000. Or you're out in 3 weeks. Dorian was shaking his head in disbelief as I hung up. Cassian, I'll bet you $100 they won't make the first payment. Zeppo stretched and knocked a pen off the sofa table, which I took as his agreement with Dorian's assessment. Uncle Samuel contacted after learning about the leasing arrangement through the family rumor network. Cassian, I heard you're giving them another chance with the rent option. You're more generous than I would be. Think they'll actually pay? Samuel laughed, a sound that contained no humor. Kid, Marlon hasn't held a steady job in 4 years. Celeste works part-time by choice, and Blaze makes maybe $200 a month playing with his computer. What do you think? They signed a month-to-month rental agreement on February 8th at Anastasia's office. The entire process seemed awkward and tense. Blaze was a real ass at the signing, making sarcastic remarks about every clause and behaving as if I was ridiculous. So if we're late on rent, can you just kick us out? That seems harsh for the family. You're tenants. And yes, if you don't pay rent, you get evicted. That's how renting works. Whatever, bro. This whole situation is screwed up and you know it. Marlon signed the lease, grumbling about the monthly payment. Celeste kept inquiring about utilities and maintenance tasks. They were mentally evaluating whether they could genuinely afford the payments the entire time. Anastasia acted professionally while plainly enjoying the occasion. "Mr. Morrison, I'll keep the eviction paperwork ready. Based on my experience, you'll probably need it within 30 days. February 10th came and went. There is no rental payment, exactly what Samuel and Dorian predicted. Celeste contacted on February 12th, with usual explanations. "Cassian, honey, we're having a little cash flow issue. Marlon's disability application is still pending, and Blaze's client hasn't paid him yet. Can we get it to you by the 15th? Dorian was there when I called, eating pizza and watching the show. Zeppo was splayed across my lap, purring as if fascinated by the scenario playing over the phone speaker. "Cash flow issue," Dorian said mockingly. "That's fancy talk for we spent our rent money on a lawyer to steal your house. Cassian, we're trying our best here. Can't you work with us? You agreed to pay $1,000 by February 10th. It's now February 12th. You're already in default. February 15th, still no payment." This time, Marlon called with his usual entitled attitude. "Cassian, we need to talk about this rent situation. $1,000 is unrealistic given our current circumstances." Dorian nearly choked on his drink, laughing. "Current circumstances? You mean being broke because you tried to steal his house? Marlon, you signed a lease agreeing to pay $1,000 monthly. If you can't afford it, you need to move out. Come on, Cassian, be reasonable. We're family. We can work something out." "We're not family. You made that clear. You're tenants who aren't paying rent." After 20 days of excuses and broken promises, Anastasia filed the second eviction. "Cassian, this is even easier than the first one. They signed a lease, they're in default, and they have no legal standing whatsoever." The March 1st court session was nasty. The judge was clearly upset to see the same defendants again, especially because they had wasted the court's time with their false adverse possession claim. "Mr. Morrison, back again with the same family?" "Yes, Your Honor. They signed a rental lease, then failed to pay the first month's rent. Blaze couldn't keep his mouth shut, which was ideal for our situation. Your Honor, this is retaliation. He's mad that we tried to fight for our rights." The judge appeared disgusted. "Son, you attempted to take his house and failed. Now you're not paying the rent you pledged to pay. This is not retaliation. These are the consequences. The plaintiff has received a judgment. Defendants have 7 days to evacuate or face sheriff-assisted removal. 7 days instead of 30. The judge was clearly fed up with their BS and wanted them to leave quickly, but the real drama began following the eviction. Blaze's desperation escalated into outright harassment, and his carefully planned lies began to crumble spectacularly. 2 weeks after they were forced out, I was in my apartment when this large guy showed up at my door, looking quite angry. He's built like a bouncer and covered in tattoos. Not someone you want angry at you. "You Cassian Morrison?" "Yeah, who's asking?" "Name's Marcus. I'm looking for your piece of one's brother, Blaze. He owes me money and I heard he might be staying with you." "Blaze doesn't live with me. We're not exactly on speaking terms." Marcus was perplexed and increasingly irritated. "That's weird, man. When Blaze borrowed $5,000 from me last month, he said he lived in this nice house with his family and had steady design work. Showed me pictures of the house and everything. My blood ran cold. He borrowed $5,000 from you?" "Yeah. Said he needed it for high-end design equipment and software licenses for his business. Showed me his portfolio. Talked about all these big corporate clients he was landing. Said he'd pay me back in 30 days. No problem." Blaze had been using my house as security for loans, claiming he lived there with his prosperous family and ran a booming design business. Marcus had been shown images of my property, specifically my garage and driveway. He'd been claiming credit for my accomplishment in order to defraud people. "Kid seemed legit," Marcus continued. "Professional portfolio, nice family home, talked a good game about his business growth. But now I find out he's homeless and his design business is BS. What happens if he doesn't pay you back?" Marcus cracked his knuckles with a clear determination. "Well, I'm not the type to just write off $5,000. I've got his signed promissory note, copies of his ID, his social security number, everything. If he doesn't pay up, I'm taking him to court and filing criminal charges for fraud." After Marcus departed, Dorian laughed his ass off. "Dude, your brother borrowed money by pretending he still lived in your house and had a successful business. That's next-level scamming." 2 days later, Blaze called me from an unknown number, sounding terrified and desperate. "Cassian, I need your help. There's this guy Marcus looking for me, and he's serious about getting his money back. Yeah, he came by my place. You borrowed $5,000 by lying about living in my house. Look, I was desperate, okay? I needed money for equipment, and I thought I could pay him back once I got some big clients. Blay, you've made like $200 total in the past 6 months. What made you think you could pay back $5,000? I don't know. I thought something would work out, but now he's threatening to sue me and file criminal charges. That's fraud, Blaze. You used false information to get money you knew you couldn't pay back. Can you help me out, just this once? I'll pay you back, I swear. You borrowed money by claiming you lived in my house and had a successful business. That's your problem, not mine. I called Uncle Samuel and gave him the update. Samuel was quiet for a time before bursting into genuine laughter. That little oddball. He's been telling people he's a great entrepreneur while living rent-free and earning $200 a month? This is perfect. Blaze just committed fraud. Real fraud, with criminal implications. This isn't a family drama anymore. This is an actual crime. That boy is about to see what genuine consequences look like. 2 months later, Blaze was arrested. It seems that Marcus was not his only victim. Blaze had borrowed money from at least 3 different people. The total was more than $12,000 in bogus loans, all secured by using my home as proof of his stability and success. He had been conducting a methodical deception, photographing my property and presenting it as proof of his financial success and family support. Blay ultimately pleaded guilty to 7 counts of fraud and theft by deception. He received 2 years of probation, restitution orders for all of the money he had taken, and a criminal record that would follow him forever. Blaze used family property to commit his deception, so the judge was especially punitive. Meanwhile, Marlon was jailed for trespassing after breaking into his brother's house and being kicked out. He'd been staying with Uncle Paul until they became weary of his attitude and kicked him out. Rather than finding suitable housing, he attempted to break into Paul's home to reclaim his stuff but was apprehended by neighbors. Celeste ended up in a women's shelter after severing ties with every relative who attempted to assist her. It turns out that repeatedly talking about your ungrateful son and begging for money gets old quickly among family members. Dorian moved into my house as the ideal tenant, paying $1,200 per month and taking greater care of the property than my family ever did. He sought permission before making any improvements, paid his rent on time every month, and increased the property's worth through maintenance and additions. The nicest thing was that Uncle Samuel became the extended family's voice of reason. He confronts everyone who attempts to defend Marlon or Celeste, armed with evidence and years of seeing Marlon fail in life. Cassian's the only one in this family with any sense, Samuel remarked to Aunt Carol during the previous family meeting. Marlon's a deadbeat, Celeste's an enabler, Blaze is a criminal, and Cassian's the only one who worked hard and made something of himself. Sarah and I are now engaged, and we're arranging a small wedding with Dorian as my best man. You know what the best part is? Samuel asked during our engagement party. You didn't just get revenge on Marlon. You showed everyone what real success looks like. You own property. You've got a good job. You're marrying a great woman, and you're surrounded by people who actually give a damn about you. They had ample opportunities to treat me with basic respect while living in my home for free. Instead, they opted for entitlement, lies, and court warfare. Now they're dispersed around the state, facing criminal charges and dealing with the consequences of their own acts. While I am prospering. Some bridges should be burnt. My family starved me to marry me off. I escaped. They erased me. Then his first wife crashed court and revealed a secret that shocked everyone. In my family, girls were married the minute they had their first period. It didn't matter whether you were 12, 13, or 14. The blood indicated that you were ready for a husband at least 3 times your age. I grew up with this idea, so it didn't seem so bad, until I was 11. Because that's when I witnessed my cousin Mayam being promised to a 43-year-old man only 3 days after her first period. His previous 2 wives had perished before the age of 20. That was the first night I opted not to consume enough food. Not because I was big or disliked food, but because I noticed the skinnier ladies in my family were the latest to get their period, and I realized it was my only option. I later discovered that your body requires adequate fat before entering puberty, lol. The other females dubbed me a skeleton, but I didn't mind. Other girls my age had already been promised to guys with older children. That did not mean they stopped preparing me to be a wife, however. Every Friday at 1 a.m., I was forced to serve meals to male family members without speaking for hours till 10 a.m. Of course, if I made eye contact or made a noise while serving, I would get 10 lashes on the belt. I had to hold flaming pots without oven mitts to toughen up my sensitive hands for culinary work. Every night, my mother applied skin whitening cream to my face so that I might look beautiful. And, aside from the secret starving, I was the ideal daughter. I played the act without complaint and constantly expressed my excitement about having children. But when I was 14 and still hadn't had a period, I discovered something that altered everything. For reference, we were in the United States the entire time, LOL. My mother had just taught us that all of this was normal, and that any female who didn't do it was doomed to die alone, as well as be ugly and useless. Until one teacher compelled me to meet with her after I unintentionally wore a t-shirt to school and she noticed how slim I was. She had neglected to lock her drawer before leaving to use the restroom. Inside were books on marriage laws and booklets titled Your Rights as a Young Teenager and When Culture Becomes Crime. As I read, my jaw dropped. It was the first time I learned that marriage before the age of 18 was wrong. No cultural exceptions. There are no loopholes for parental consent. I stole the smallest booklet and hid it in my waistband. Over the next 2 weeks, while my parents believed I was sleeping, I memorized every page. Phone numbers for CPS, shelter addresses, and the specific words that would result in a mandated report. I learned that teachers, counselors, and doctors are required by law to report suspected abuse. So I organized a wife skills club in my uncle's tool shed. 6 younger relatives who had not yet bled were all trying to avoid their fate. There, I told them what I'd learned, which instructors were mandatory reporters, and how to say the words that would spark an investigation. We practiced in whispers. They're forcing me to marry. I'm only 13, please help. And at 15, my body betrayed me. During the early food prep, blood soaked through my white dress. My mother's shout of excitement sent every woman in the house racing. They were virtually smiling with happiness. Kissed my cheeks. They told me I was lucky. By evening, my father had already chosen my spouse, Hamuda Bibi, a construction magnate who had buried 2 of his wives when they turned 23. The death certificate said that the kidneys had failed. The women murmured that it was the result of too many pregnancies at a young age. 2 days later, my cousin Nora, a girl from the shed, began her period. Within hours, she was promised to a 51-year-old who collected spouses like trophies and had 8 older children than her. I saw the sparkle fade from her eyes as they talked about her bride price like if she were livestock. That night, I slipped her my notebook. Each shelter number. All legal facts. I learned every escape route. Tomorrow, I said under my breath. Tell the science teacher. Use the exact words I taught you. Her hands shook as she accepted it. What about you? My wedding isn't for 2 weeks. I'll work something out, I said, my voice quivering. But I was mistaken. That night, there came a knock on the door. It was CPS. My father's expression changed from surprise to outrage as they inquired about Mira, underage brides, and forced weddings. They needed to speak with all of the girls in the household who were under the age of 18. The family circled like wolves as they went. They believed that someone had been teaching the girls lies. Someone had contaminated their innocent minds with Western misinformation. They turned the house upside down to find the culprit. Within an hour, my journal was discovered buried in the tool shed, complete with phone numbers and legal regulations. My father burnt it in front of everyone, calling me sick, unclean, and, my personal favorite, a cancer that needed to be removed. The wedding is tomorrow, he says, before she destroys anyone else. Dawn arrived too fast. In an hour, they'd arrive to dress me in red and gold and bring me to a man who'd previously killed 2 girls. My gut churned as the footsteps reached my door. I took out the plastic bag I'd concealed days before, loaded with only the necessities, a change of clothes, the shelter addresses I'd learned and rewritten, and the $20 I'd taken from my mother's handbag over months, $1 at a time. The door handle turned. I grasped my stomach and doubled down, emitting a groan that was not totally artificial. My mother appeared, already dressed for my wedding. Get up, she demanded. Theshan arrives in 30 minutes. I groaned loudly and pressed my hands against my abdomen. Mama, something's wrong. My stomach. She frowned and approached warily. In our culture, a sick bride was a bad omen. What did you eat? Nothing, I whispered, stumbling towards the door. I need the bathroom now. She grabbed my arm. You went 20 minutes ago. Please, I begged, tears streaming down my cheeks. Fear made things easier. It hurts so bad. She released me with contempt. 5 minutes. The aunties are waiting. I stumbled along the hallway, gripping the secret bag beneath my flimsy nightgown. I locked the door and stood on the toilet seat as soon as I entered the bathroom. The ceiling tile I had loosened weeks earlier shifted effortlessly. I stuffed the bag inside and then used the toilet to make the sounds realistic. 3 minutes have passed. I flushed, ran water, and groaned aloud again. Mama, I can't stop my stomach. Her fist banged the door. Open this door. I can't, I wailed as I stood on the toilet again. The small window above it had been painted shut years before, but I'd been working on it with a butter knife taken from the kitchen. Please, just another minute. More thumping. There are multiple voices now. My aunts had joined her. I pushed the window frame with all of my effort. The paint cracked and then gave way. Cool morning air surged in. The aperture was tiny, intended for air rather than escape, but months of privation had made me small enough. She's taking too long. My father's voice boomed. Break it down. I grabbed my luggage from the ceiling and pushed it through the window first. Then I lifted myself up, my shoulders scratching against the frame. The door shook as bodies slammed into it. My hips became caught. I bit my tongue to keep from crying out and twisted sideways. The lock cracked as my legs passed the window. I dropped 6 feet onto wet grass, my ankle twisting but not breaking. Shouts erupted behind me from the bathroom. I ran barefoot, my nightgown fluttering. I dashed across our backyard and into the neighbors. Dogs barked. The motion lights flickered on. I continued running. Our neighborhood was a tangle of identical houses populated by families from our community. Any of them would return me without hesitation. I went through Hassan's yard, past Mahmoud's pool, and around Sal's garden shed. An automobile engine screamed to life behind me, followed by another. They had mobilized quickly. As headlights rushed past, I crouched behind Abdullah's garbage bins. My cousin Adil's words echoed across the morning air. Check every street. She couldn't have gone far. The major road was 3 blocks away. The bus stopped 4 times. I had mentally mapped this path 100 times, but never barefoot. Never before has my heart pounded so violently that I believed it could explode. I darted between houses, using parked automobiles for cover. My feet left bleeding footprints on the concrete. A shard of glass had embedded itself in my heel, but I couldn't stop to remove it. There! My cousin Bilal shouted from the left. An automobile screamed around the bend. I dove into Mrs. Chen's rose bushes, thorns ripping at my nightgown and flesh. She was not from our community. Perhaps she would not recognize me. I staggered through her property and into the alley beyond. The bus stop came into view just as the morning bus arrived. I dashed out from between buildings, waving furiously. The driver, an elderly black woman, took one glance at my bloody feet and tattered nightgown and held the door. I climbed the stairs and froze. No money. In my panic, I had left the $20 in the bag. Please, I whispered. I just need to get downtown. I'll pay you back, I promise. An elderly woman in the front seat stood up and inserted the exact change into the machine. Sit down, child, she asked quietly. She didn't ask any questions, simply directed me to the seat behind her and offered me tissues from her handbag. The bus left just as Adil's automobile crashed into the parking lot. I ducked beneath the window, but not before seeing his face contorted in wrath. The woman beside me moved slightly, obstructing my view. We rode in silence until we arrived downtown, where she pressed a $10 cash into my palm before getting off. Whatever you're running from, she said. Don't go back. The courthouse was a large structure that I'd only seen from automobile windows. I staggered through the metal detectors, leaving blood-stained footsteps on the marble floor. The security guys exchanged looks but did not stop me. The family court clerk, a middle-aged woman with warm eyes, took one look at me and moved around the counter. Honey, do you need medical attention? Emergency protective order? I breathed out the words that I had memorized. I'm 15. They're forcing me to marry today, please. She directed me to a chair and provided forms. Where are you staying? We need an address for the order. I recited the shelter's address from memory, hoping they'd have space when I arrived. My phone, which I had forgotten in my backpack, began to ring. Mom, then Dad, Adil, and then numbers I couldn't recognize. The voicemails piled up without my attention. I knew what they were going to say. Dishonor, shame, curse, disease. The clerk assisted me in filling out the paperwork, her expression becoming more unpleasant with each detail. Previous wives died at the age of 23. Too many pregnancies can lead to kidney failure. A forced marriage ceremony is scheduled for today. Wait here, she instructed before walking into the back office. She reappeared with a judge, who read my petition right in the lobby. Granted, he said. Emergency order effective immediately. The full hearing will be in 2 weeks. I held the paper like a lifeline and staggered back out. The shelter was 12 blocks distant. I made it 3 times before realizing they might not have beds. The phone call confirmed my fears. We're completely full, the voice explained. We can put you on a wait list for Thursday. Thursday. It's 3 days away. I didn't have anywhere to go for 3 days. That's when I remembered Ms. Bennett, the teacher who'd shown me the brochures and had neglected to close her drawer that day. Perhaps she didn't forget after all. 3 buses and 2 hours later, I was standing outside Jefferson High School. It was Saturday, so the parking lot should have been empty, but her car was still there. I'd observed she came in on weekends and graded papers quietly. I discovered her in her classroom, red pen in hand, and a stack of essays beside her. She looked up and dropped her pen. Oh my God. She was around the desk in seconds, inspecting my bloody feet, torn nightgown, and protection order clasped in my grasp. Sit. Don't move. She returned with the school nurse's first aid bag and began to wipe my feet. Only then did I begin crying. This time, there are real tears, not the ones from the restroom. They were going to make me marry him today, I whispered. The unlived 2 wives already. I got the order, but the shelter's full, and I have nowhere to go, and they're looking for me. She took out her phone. CPS emergency line. They have to place you somewhere safe. However, the voice on the other end was not encouraging. 15? We need more evidence of immediate danger. A protective order based on claims isn't enough. Has she been physically harmed? Ms. Bennett's expression darkened. She has glass in her feet from running barefoot. She's covered in cuts. Self-inflicted during escape doesn't count. We need evidence of abuse from the family. The phone rang again. This time Ms. Bennett answered it. Hello? Her face turned pallid. Mr. Habibi? No, your daughter isn't. What? No, she's. I heard my father's voice via the speaker, calm and sensible. His business voice, which he used to persuade others he was a decent man. She's sick, he said. Mental problems. She needs her medication. We're very worried. Ms. Bennett hung up. How did he know you were here? My phone. Of course. They were following my location. Delete everything, she replied. Factory reset. Now. As I wiped my phone, she made additional calls. CPS supervisors, social workers, and legal aid. They all stated the same thing. Without urgent physical risk or greater evidence, their hands were constrained. That's when we heard automobile doors slam in the parking lot. Miss Bennett closed the classroom door and shut the blinds. Stay quiet. Footsteps resonated through the hallway. Multiple sets. Male voices speak Arabic, then English. We know she's here, my father announced. Her phone showed this location. She's sick. She needs help. They tested the door handle, knocked nicely first, then harder. I'm calling 911, Miss Bennett said quietly, but I grasped her hand. Wait, let me try something first. I rolled up my sleeves to show her the circular scars from marijuana training, the bruises from this morning's struggle, when my mother attempted to force me into the wedding gown. I then lowered my nightgown just enough to reveal the belt markings on my back from years of Friday morning service training. Her hands shook as she shot photos on her phone. Why didn't you show anyone before? I thought it was normal, I said softly. Until I read your pamphlets. She dialed 911. There are multiple men trying to break into my classroom. I have a student with me who's in danger. Please hurry. The beating on the door increased. Then, my uncle's voice. We have her medication. She's bipolar, schizophrenic. She makes up stories. Check the parking lot cameras, I advised Miss Bennett quickly. I came alone. If they have medication, they bring it with them. She called the school's security office and quickly explained. Mr. Williams, the security guard, stated that he was pulling up the film. Police sirens sounded in the distance. The beating has stopped. Footsteps receded swiftly. By the time officers came, my father had changed. The enraged man who beat down doors was no longer present. In his place stood a worried parent in a nice suit, holding prescription bottles with my name. Thank God you're here, he told the officers. My daughter is very sick. She has delusions. make up terrible stories about our family. Officers separated us for questioning. One stayed with me and Ms. Bennett, while 2 others talked to my father and uncles in the corridor. She's never been on medication, Ms. Bennett maintained. I've been her teacher for 2 years. Look at these injuries. The cop looked at my feet. The cuts, the bruises, could be self-inflicted, he answered slowly. If she was having an episode, check when those prescriptions were filled. I abruptly responded. If I'm so sick, why am I not in the system? Why no doctor visits? No therapy? Ms. Bennett took out her laptop. I have essays she wrote. Months of them, about family traditions, cultural expectations. They document everything, subtly. She had kept them. Every piece in which I hid truths between the lines. Writing about traditional culinary lessons entailed burning my hands. I described preparing for marriage as beatings for making eye contact. The officer perused them, frowning more deeply with each page. Meanwhile, Mr. Williams arrived carrying surveillance footage on his phone. It clearly showed my father and uncles arriving with the prescription bottles in hand. Mira, I exclaimed quickly. Call Nora Mansour. She made a report yesterday. She knows everything. But when Ms. Bennett looked for Nora's family, she discovered they had relocated out of state that morning. No forwarding address. The phone is disconnected. My father must have sensed the tide turning because his placid demeanor shattered. He started speaking quickly in Arabic to my uncles, waving aggressively. What's he saying? The officer inquired. He's telling them to call the family lawyer, I said, and saying something about the dowry being non-refundable. That was his mistake, announcing the dowry. The officer's expression tightened. Sir, what dowry? My father's face became still. I misspoke. My English. Your English seemed fine 5 minutes ago, the officer said. The following hour blurred together. More cops arrived. A CPS emergency supervisor, someone from the DA's office. My father wavered between threats of lawsuit and pleadings for family honor. My uncles claimed religious freedom and parenting rights. But the evidence was piling. The essays, the injuries, fake prescriptions, security footage. I'd filed an emergency protection order that morning. She's a minor who's made credible allegations of abuse and forced marriage, the CPS supervisor finally declared. We're placing her in emergency protective custody. My father erupted. He came at me, shouting in Arabic about dishonor and curses. 2 cops restrained him while he made threats about what happened to girls who betrayed their parents. Ms. Bennett took my hand as they led him away. The emergency placement coordinator arrived in just 20 minutes. Susan, a tired-looking woman who had clearly been pulled away from her weekend. She took one glance at my feet and instantly requested medical transport. We need to get those cuts cleaned properly, she added, guiding me into a wheelchair. The glass needs to come out before infection sets in. Ms. Bennett squeezed my shoulder. I'll follow you to the hospital. You're not alone. The emergency room was in chaos. On Saturday afternoon, sports injuries and accidents filled every bed. A nurse swiftly triaged me, noticing the glass stuck in my heel and the multiple injuries that required treatment. Susan made phone calls while working, hoping to locate work. Yes, I understand you're full, she said into the phone. This is an emergency removal, cultural marriage situation. No, she can't go to regular foster care. Yes, she needs specialized placement. Each call concluded with the same message. No beds, no space, and no availability for high-risk cultural cases. Ms. Bennett paced the small curtained area. There has to be somewhere. What about safe houses, women's shelters? All full, Susan groaned. Weekend placements are always difficult in cases like this, she said, lowering her voice. Families often try to retrieve the girls. We need somewhere secure. The doctor arrived to remove the glass, administering a local anesthetic before beginning the delicate procedure. I bit my lip, more out of panic than pain. Every minute without a placement meant an extra minute for my family to find me. Wait, Ms. Bennett interrupted abruptly. I know someone, a retired nurse who used to work with the district. She's done emergency placements before. Susan perked up. Is she certified? Let me call. Ms. Bennett stepped outside and returned minutes later with a tiny smile. Ellis Whitman. She's certified for emergency placement and has experience with cultural transition cases. She can take her tonight. As Susan started filling out the paperwork, I felt a surge of relief. The doctor completed bandaging my feet and prescribed medications to avoid infection. As we were about to leave, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "You have dishonored us all. This is not over." I presented it to Susan, and she instantly documented it. "We'll need to change your number, and you'll need to be careful about social media. Anyway, they might track you." The journey to Ellis's residence took 40 minutes, passing through strange communities distant from my own. Ms. Bennett followed in her car and refused to leave until she was certain I was secure. The house was modest but well maintained, with security cameras visible around every angle and a towering fence around the land. Ellis greeted us at the door, a strong woman in her 60s with piercing eyes and loving hands. She examined my bandaged feet and tired face with the trained eye of a nurse. "Come in, dear. Let's get you settled." The interior was warm and inviting, in stark contrast to the chilly marble and gold fittings in my family home. She led me into a little bedroom with a lock on the inside of the door. "For your peace of mind," she replied simply. "The windows have alarms, and I have motion sensors around the property. You're safe here." Susan finished the paperwork, and Ms. Bennett assisted me in unpacking my little items. Before leaving, my teacher placed a card in my hand. "My personal number. Call anytime, day or night." That first night I hardly slept. Every passing car made me anxious. Every shadow may represent an uncle or cousin attempting to bring me back. Ellis discovered me sitting by the window at 3 a.m., watching the street. "They came for the last girl too," she added calmly, sinking onto the chair next to me. 3 brothers and a father stood right at that gate, demanding I return their property. She smiled grimly. "The police response time to this address is under 2 minutes. I made sure of that." Sunday passed in a whirl of safety preparations. Ellis assisted me in setting up a new phone with a number known only to her, Susan, and Ms. Bennett. We talked over situations including what to do if someone approached me, how to change my routes, and which neighbors I could trust in an emergency. "Tomorrow we'll need to register you for school in this district," she told me. "Under a protective order, you can't return to Jefferson High." The prospect of starting afresh was daunting, yet remaining unseen was more vital than familiar halls. Monday morning marked the first test. Ellis's doorbell rang at 6 a.m., and the security monitor showed my aunt and 2 female cousins. They carried food containers and had concerned expressions. "We know she's here," my aunt said over the intercom. "We just want to talk. Her grandmother is sick with worry." Ellis did not even respond. He simply dialed the police non-emergency number. "Yes, the subjects from the protective order are at my property. Thank you." They departed before the patrol car arrived, but not before my cousin made a sign to the camera. "We love you. Come home." The manipulation had started. Susan contacted that afternoon to give an update. "Your father has hired a lawyer. They're claiming parental alienation and demanding your return." Can they do that? They can try, but with the protective order and CPS involvement, it's unlikely. Still, you need to be prepared for a fight. Tuesday brought flowers. And Big Bouquet appeared on the doorstep, along with a card. "Our hearts are broken. Please forgive us, love. Mama." Ellis documented everything before disposing of it. "Document everything," she advised me. "Every contact, every attempt." I started at the new school on Wednesday, registered under unique circumstances that kept my data confidential. After being apprised of my predicament, the counselor assigned me a friend and made arrangements for me to eat lunch in the library if necessary. "We've had similar cases," she reassured me. "Your safety is our top priority." But when I noticed a familiar car in the parking lot after school, I was uneasy about my safety. Not my father's, he was too savvy for that, but one of my uncle's work vehicles, parked so that anyone going had to pass. I ducked back inside and called Ellis from the counselor's office. She arrived in minutes, parking right in front of the truck and guiding me to her car while recording everything on her phone. "Let them know we see them," she said. "Let them know we're not afraid." Legal paperwork was delivered via mail on Thursday. My father was asking for my return, alleging that I had been brainwashed by outside forces and was in risk of losing my ethnic identity. Susan linked me with a legal aid lawyer named Clark, who specialized in these kinds of situations. "Standard tactics," Clark stated, reviewing the files. "They'll claim religious freedom, parental rights, and cultural preservation. We'll counter with child welfare, documented abuse, and your own testimony." "Will I have to see them in court?" "Not if I can help it. But you need to be prepared for that possibility." On Friday morning, the true escalation began. Ellis awoke me early, her expression stern. Check your social media. Don't log in, just look. On a borrowed laptop, she displayed my father's public Facebook post. My photograph, with a desperate plea. Please help us find our daughter. She is mentally ill and needs medication. She was taken by people filling her head with lies. We fear for her safety. The comments were already coming in. Family friends praying, community people spreading the post, and some even offering rewards for information. This is witness intimidation, Clark explained when we called her. He's trying to control the narrative. We need to respond carefully. But the devastation was spreading. By the afternoon, the post had been shared hundreds of times. My photo was shared in community WhatsApp groups, along with warnings about the sick girl who needs help. Then came the first true betrayal. One of the girls in my wife's skills group, my younger cousin Raya, whom I attempted to protect, posted a video response. She sat primly by her mother and said well-memorized lines. She told us terrible lies about our family, said our parents wanted to hurt us. She made us scared of our own culture. Please, if you see her, help bring her home so she can get help. My heart shattered as I watched her empty eyes and realized how much strain she must have been under to record those remarks. Ellis held me as I cried. They're using everything you love against you, but that doesn't make what you did wrong. Saturday brought a surprise guest. The doorbell camera captured a young woman I didn't recognize holding an envelope. I'm from the law office, she said. I have documents for the minor child. Ellis was suspicious. Leave them in the mailbox. I'll retrieve them. But as the woman turned to go, I saw her profile and gasped. It was my cousin Hannah, 3 years older than me, dressed in a wig and work attire. Don't go out there, Ellis said. But I was already by the window. Hannah looked up, meeting my gaze. For a brief time, her mask slipped, and I saw tears. Then she collected herself, slipped the envelope into the mailbox and walked away quickly. The envelope included photographs. My granny looks frail. My younger sister at her birthday party. My chair is noticeably empty. My mother is crying while preparing my favorite food. Each image is carefully selected to increase guilt, but the last photograph made my blood run cold. Dina was returned from wherever she had been hidden. She stood between her parents, wearing an engagement ring, her eyes closed. On the back, somebody has written, "She came home, she's happy now, you could be too." They brought her back, I muttered. They're going to make her marry him anyway. Clark cursed as we called her. This complicates things. If Dina recants her statement, she won't, I replied firmly. Look at her eyes. She's terrified. Fear doesn't matter if she won't testify to it. Sunday's strike was more direct. Ellis's neighbor called to say that individuals were photographing the house from across the street. They had already left when the cops arrived. However, the message was clear. We know where you are. Maybe we should move you, Susan said during an emergency meeting. Ellis shook her head. Running tells them they're winning. We stay, we document, we fight. Monday morning saw the court hearing for the permanent protective order. Clark had prepped me thoroughly, but nothing could have prepared me for entering that courtroom. My entire extended family packed one side, aunts, uncles, cousins, and community leaders all dressed in their nicest attire and looked at me with pity and loathing. My parents sat in the front row and my mother dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. I took a seat near Clark, trying not to shake. My father's lawyer spoke first, describing a lovely family torn apart by Western corruption. He produced character witnesses, the imam of our mosque, family friends, and even my former pediatrician, who testified that I had never displayed signs of mistreatment during checks. Because I was never allowed to be alone with him, I confessed to Clark. My mother always answered for me. When it was our turn to deliver the evidence, Clark did it meticulously. Photos of my injuries. The articles describe years of preparation for forced marriage. Security footage shows my father arriving with bogus medications. She then called Miss Bennett to testify. My teacher stood calmly, although her hands shook slightly. She mentioned catching me reading the brochures, my weight reduction over time, and the essays that had troubled her. Did you ever report these concerns? My father's lawyer inquired during cross-examination. I tried to build trust first. I thought if she felt safe. So you didn't report? You didn't follow mandatory reporting laws? I reported when I had concrete evidence. After allegedly influencing her with anti-cultural propaganda, Clark complained. But the harm had been done. They were portraying Ms. Bennett as the manipulator, the person who had planted these beliefs. When it came my turn to testify, Clark directed me to concentrate on the facts, the burn scars, the beatings, the men my cousins had been promised, Hamoud Habibi's deceased wives. These are serious allegations, the judge stated. Do you have proof of these deaths? The death certificates are public record, Clark explained. Both women died of kidney failure before age 23. Both had multiple pregnancies. My father's lawyer stood up. Kidney failure is a medical condition, unless you're alleging my client murdered these women. I'm alleging a pattern, Clark responded. Young brides, multiple pregnancies, early deaths, and now they want to give him another child to... Objection, my father's lawyer exclaimed. Counsel is making inflammatory statements without evidence. The judge demanded order, but I could sense hesitation in his expression. Without Dina's testimony, and without clear evidence of forced marriage beyond my word. That is when the courtroom doors opened. A woman arrived, followed by a CPS employee. She was young, perhaps 25, wearing a headscarf and walked with a slight limp. Your Honor, the CPS official explained, this witness has information relevant to the case. My father became stiff. My mother gave a gasp. The woman mounted the stand, introducing herself as Layla Habibi. I was Hamoud Habibi's first wife, she explained quietly. I didn't die. The courtroom exploded. My father's lawyer objected vehemently, and my family murmured furiously among themselves. I was 15 when I married him, Layla explained once the order was restored. By 20, I'd had 4 children, and my kidneys were failing. My family told everyone I died, but a nurse at the hospital helped me escape. I've been hiding for 5 years. She stared at me directly. When I saw the Facebook posts about you, I knew I had to come forward. I couldn't let him do to another girl what he did to me. Her story was heartbreaking. The pregnancies that were too close together, the beatings when she couldn't conceive quickly enough, and the way her family knew but placed reputation over her health. They would rather tell people I died than admit their daughter left her husband, she told me. That's what awaits girls who try to escape, death or erasure. My father's lawyer attempted to discredit her, but she had produced medical records, proof of her injuries, documentation of her kidney damage from several pregnancies, and even images of the phony cemetery her family had dug. When the court eventually issued his ruling, it was clear, the protective order would be permanent. My parents would not be in contact. Any infraction would lead to criminal proceedings. My father stood as we prepared to go. You are no daughter of mine, he said in Arabic. You are dead to us. Sit down, sir, the judge cautioned. But my mother was also standing, removing her headscarf in an act of ultimate rejection. We don't have a daughter, she stated. She died today. Walking out of that courtroom felt like walking through flames. Family members turned away as I passed. Some spat on the ground, while others cursed. But Layla softly grabbed my arm. You're not alone, she said. There are more of us than they want to admit. Outside, Ellis waited with the car running. As we drove away, I noticed my family gathered on the courthouse steps, my father pointing aggressively while on his phone. It's not over, Clark cautioned. They'll try other tactics, stay vigilant. She was correct. Within a few days, the harassment escalated. Because they couldn't contact me directly, they devised other methods. My previously inactive social media accounts were hacked and revived, with posts concerning mental illness and pleas for assistance. Photos of me were modified to appear unstable and widely circulated. Ellis's regular shopping destinations began refusing her service. We don't want any trouble, one shopkeeper apologized. Your foster girl, her family is powerful. Then came the lawyers, not criminals this time. Civil actions for defamation, emotional anguish, and alienation of affection. Each one is baseless yet costly to dispute. They're trying to bankrupt us into submission, Clark added. It's a common tactic. But the worst came from the other gals. Videos began to appear online, showing relatives and family friends telling how I had contaminated them with hazardous views. Each testimony was meticulously constructed to portray me as a predator who targeted young females. She told us our parents wanted to sell us, one cousin stated to the camera. Made us afraid of our own families. I noticed the coaching in their stiff speech and the terror in their eyes. These were girls I had tried to help who were now being used as weapons against me. Ellis enhanced security after we discovered tracks in the lawn one morning. The police were unable to provide any evidence, but we knew someone had been watching the house. Maybe you should consider the Witness Protection Program, Susan said during an especially terrible week. But I thought about Layla, who had been hidden for 5 years, among all the other girls still confined. Running meant leaving them. No, I concluded. I stay, I fight. I show them it's possible. The next challenge came from an unexpected source. A woman approached Ellis's home, claiming to be from a cultural mediation organization. We specialize in family reconciliation, she explained effortlessly. Perhaps we could arrange a supervised meeting. Ellis closed the door in her face, but the woman left brochures about the horror of cultural isolation and the need for family unity. Similar tactics were taken, a therapist specializing in cultural reintegration, a religious leader promising to mediate, and even a distant relative I hardly knew stating my grandma was dying and pleading for one final visit. Every attempt was recorded, reported, and refused. However, they were wearing us down. Then Clark called with some unexpected news. Dina wants to meet with you. My heart jumped and then fell. Is it a trap? I don't know. She contacted me through her own lawyer. Says she has information you need to hear. The meeting was scheduled for Clark's office with security present. Dina strolled in, and I barely recognized her. She had lost weight, her eyes were lifeless, and she walked as if something was broken within her. They made me come back, she said once we were alone. Said they'd hurt my little sister if I didn't. Mira, I'm so sorry. Listen, she said urgently. There's something you need to know. They're planning something. I heard my father talking. They've given up on getting you back. That's good. No. Her eyes welled up with tears. Now they want to make an example of you, to show other girls what happens when you betray the family. What do you mean? I don't know exactly, but I heard them mention your new school and something about sending a message that everyone will understand. My blood ran cold. When? Soon. Maybe this week. I'm sorry, I don't know more. They don't trust me now. She grabbed my hands. Be careful. Change everything. Don't follow patterns. They've been watching. Learning your routines. Security soon led her out, but not before she slapped a small piece of paper against my palm. An address. Other girls, she mouthed quietly. Help them. That night, Ellis and I made arrangements. I would take a few days off school, change my routine, and never be alone. However, we underestimated their determination. Wednesday morning, I was in the kitchen when Ellis's security alarm went off. Not the perimeter alarm, the window sensor in my bedroom. Lock yourself in the bathroom, Ellis instructed, already on the phone with 911. I raced, hearing glass shattering behind me and loud voices shouting in Arabic. My father and uncles were too sophisticated to come by themselves. These were paid men, distant relatives or community members eager to do the nasty task. The bathroom door was solid wood with a reliable latch, but it wouldn't last forever. I could hear people seeking, calling my name and saying they only wanted to talk. Police are 3 minutes away, Ellis announced through the door. Hold on. The doorknob rattled, then more thumping. They had found me. Come out, girl, don't make this harder. Your family misses you. I pressed myself against the far wall, searching for something to defend myself with. A can of hairspray. Scissors are in the drawer, not much against adult men. The door frame started to splinter. With one more hit, they'd be through. Then we heard lovely, glorious sirens blast down our street. The beating has stopped. Footsteps running, doors slammed. By the time police arrived, the men had vanished, leaving only broken glass and muddy tracks. We need to move you tonight, Susan explained, coming within an hour. This placement is compromised. As I packed my meager items, I reflected on Dina's warning, the address she had given me, and all the girls who remained trapped, still feeling they had no option. I want to do something first, I told Ellis. Before we go, I need to make a call. I called Miss Bennett's phone. Remember those pamphlets? I think it's time we made more. A lot more. Because they could relocate, threaten, and hound me, but they couldn't suppress the information I spread. Every female who learnt her rights was a victory that they could not reverse. The battle for my liberation had not ended. But as we drove away from Ellis's compromised safe home and toward another placement, I carried something more potent than fear. The knowledge that I had already won the battle that mattered most. I demonstrated that it was possible to say no, make a different choice, overcome rejection, and start over. And that message, that hope, would spread to other girls, whether my family liked it or not. The new safe house was 40 miles away, a little flat above a retired police officer's garage. Susan stated that he had done this previously, housing females whose families would not stop seeking them. The security was even stricter than Ellis's, with motion sensors, cameras, and panic buttons in each room. I spent the first night staring at the address Dina had shown me. A house number in an area I recognized, where another group of our community members lived. More females needed to understand their options. Ms. Bennett arrived the next morning carrying boxes of supplies. We decided to make information packets, not just leaflets, but thorough guides disguised inside school notebooks. Phone numbers are written as mathematical problems. Legal material is disguised as history assignments. We'll distribute them through the school nurses, she stated. They're mandatory reporters and can identify at-risk students. While we were working, Clark called to provide updates. Fingerprints had identified the individuals who had broken into Ellis's house as distant cousins on my father's side. Warrants were issued, but they had already left the state. Your family also filed an appeal on the protective order, she informed me. They're claiming religious discrimination. The packs required 3 days to prepare. Each one has a concealed pocket containing emergency numbers, legal rights information, and step-by-step escape instructions. We made 50, knowing most would be thrown away by suspicious parents. But if even one reached a girl who needed it. Thursday marked a new development. A social worker arrived with a teenage girl, her eyes wild with terror. She came from a different family in our town, but her tale was familiar, a commitment to a 47-year-old guy. Her period arrived last week. I found your notebook, she said in a whisper. Hidden in my cousin's room, the one with the math problems that were really phone numbers. My heart soared. The information had already traveled beyond my reach. Susan set up her emergency placement while I sat with her and explained what would happen next. Her dread gradually gave way to determination as she realized she had options. That night, my new phone rang from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Don't hang up, a youthful voice said immediately. I'm calling from a friend's phone. We're 6 girls. We found your information. We need help. I grabbed a notebook and began taking down everything she said in low tones. 6 females ranging in age from 12 to 16. 3 promises have already been made to elderly guys. They met in private and shared the notebook pages they discovered. Can you get to teachers? Counselors? I was wondering. We're trying, but our parents watch us constantly now. After what you did, they're all scared. I provided her precise language to use, names of instructors at other schools who would respond, made her repeat the emergency numbers back to me, informed her about the courthouse's surveillance cameras, and how to file emergency orders. What if they catch us? She inquired, her voice quivering. Then you try again, I stated firmly. And again, until you're free. Friday morning, Clark called with urgent news. Your father's lawyer filed an emergency motion. They're claiming you're recruiting minors into dangerous situations. They want criminal charges filed for teaching girls their legal rights. They're calling it corruption of minors, interference with parental rights. It won't stick, but it's meant to scare you into silence. But I was done being intimidated into silence. That afternoon, I met with a journalist. Ms. Bennett knew a person who specialized in human rights stories. She'd agreed to write about the underground network of females who share information, concealing their identities while exposing the practice. No photos, no real names, she pledged. But people need to know this is happening here, in America. The story would not be published for several weeks, but knowing it existed felt like a victory. Saturday's mail contained a surprise, a package with no return address and postmarked from another state. Inside were photographs and a note written in unsteady handwriting. The photographs showed a young woman in nursing scrubs beaming during a graduation ceremony. Layla wrote the letter. I wanted you to see what's possible, she wrote. 5 years of hiding. But I built a life, became a nurse, found love with someone who sees my worth beyond being someone's property. Stay strong. I cried while holding those images, seeing evidence that surviving may lead to more than just survival. Susan called in the evening, and Sunday was peaceful till then. 3 more girls came forward today, different families, all citing the information packets. CPS is opening investigations. The outcry was quick. On Monday morning, my father's lawyer gave a press conference on the courthouse steps. He depicted me as a wayward youngster who ruined homes and corrupted innocent children with Western philosophy. Several community leaders stood behind him and nodded gravely. She targets vulnerable young girls, he explained to the cameras, fills their heads with lies about loving families who only want to preserve their culture. Clark was prepared with our own reaction. She had collected statements from teachers, social workers, and counselors who had noticed the trend for years but had no idea how to help. The former officer I was living with even volunteered to speak, detailing the extent families would go to rescue girls. But the major blow came on Tuesday. Raya appeared in another video posted online. However, this time she was not alone. 4 more girls from my wife's skills group sat with her, each recounting how I had attempted to turn them against their family. She said our parents were evil, one girl added bluntly. Said our culture was wrong. Made us hate who we are. I detected the coaching and the careful word choices. However, to outsiders, it appeared damning. Don't watch anymore, the retired officer said, closing the laptop. They're trying to break you. On Wednesday, everything accelerated. Clark called early. The journalist's editor had received legal threats regarding the story. My father's lawyer was claiming defamation and threatened enormous litigation. Then Susan arrived with news that chilled my blood. One of the girls who called you last week, her family found out. They're moving her out of state tomorrow. Which one? I inquired, even though I already knew. That would be the oldest, the boldest. Lena, age 16, is the most likely candidate to run. She was scheduled to meet with a counselor today. I thought quickly. The courthouse. If she can get there before they leave. Susan had already called to inform authorities. However, everyone was aware of the numbers. Once girls were relocated across state boundaries, they rarely returned. That afternoon, I made my decision. Despite everyone's protests, I insisted on coming to court. Not inside, that was too dangerous, but close enough, where Lena could see me if she managed to flee. The retired officer drove and parked where we could view the building. For 2 hours, nothing. Then a van drew up, and I saw her, Lena, wedged between 2 ants and being escorted to the entrance. Not for protection, but for passport documentation. They were transporting her out of the country. She noticed me through the car's window, our gazes locked for a brief second. I pushed my fingers to the glass, mouthing a single syllable. Run. Her aunts gripped her arms, so she couldn't run. But as they went through the security checkpoint, she did something else. Dropped to the ground, crying about stomach pain. Classic move from my playbook. Security responded by calling for medical assistance. Despite the pandemonium, Lena managed to clutch an officer's arm. I couldn't hear what she said, but I did notice his expression shift. He talked over his radio, and then additional officers appeared. Her aunts attempted to pull her up, saying that she was okay. But Lena continued to scream and grabbed the officer's arm. Within minutes, CPS personnel came. We need to go, the officer remarked as he started the engine. Now. As we drove away, I noticed my uncle emerge from the van, phone held to his ear, gesticulating angrily. They had lost another one. Thursday was a flurry of legal meetings. Clark was preparing a case against the intimidation methods, documenting every threat and harassing attempt. The writer had found a publisher ready to take the risk of lawsuits, and more girls were coming forward. Not just from my community, but also from others who had heard about the network. You started something, Clark explained. Something they can't stop. Friday morning, I awoke to sirens. Not uncommon in this neighborhood, but these came to a halt quickly, too close. The retired officer was already up and inspecting cameras. Stay back, he said, hand on his service weapon. Through the glass I noticed flames. A car in the parking lot was on fire. It wasn't his automobile, it hadn't been there last night. As firefighters worked, investigators discovered something in the trunk. Dolls clothed in white bridal outfits that had been charred beyond recognition. The message was plain. We're moving you again, Susan explained when she arrived today. But I was tired of jogging. Number they want me scared, hidden, I'm done giving them what they want. The dispute lasted several hours. Finally we reached a deal. I would stay but with more security. Off-duty officers would rotate shifts, panic buttons were linked directly to 911, and I'd change locations, never sleeping in the same place twice. Saturday's news provided unexpected hope. The article was released online early and became viral within hours. Women who had escaped similar situations left comments giving help and information. Organizations I had never heard of contacted me, offering to help develop the information network. However, the best communication came from Nora, a single SMS from an unknown number. 12 girls in 3 states now have notebooks. They're making copies. You did it. Sunday was quiet, but I felt it was a prelude to something. My family would not tolerate this level of rebellion without a decisive move. It arrived Monday morning, not violence this time, but something worse in their opinion. A formal announcement in the neighborhood newsletter. Not only had my parents shunned me, but so had the rest of my extended family. My name had to be taken from family trees, and my photographs from homes. Anyone who spoke with me would meet the same fate. In their world, it was more serious than death. It was utterly erased. But as I read the announcement, I felt something unexpected. Relief. They had played their last card, and I was still standing. Tuesday elicited a torrent of replies. Girls who had been watching and waiting realized that the worst punishment had not destroyed me. 3 other emergency orders were issued that day. 2 girls made it to the shelters. One was apprehended, but managed to inform teachers before her family could relocate her. On Wednesday, I met with the organization leaders who had sought out. They sought to formalize the network, establish a real support structure with legal backing, and build safe houses expressly for these occasions. We'll call it the Freedom Network, one woman explained. Hidden in plain sight, like your notebooks. Thursday was my court date to renew my permanent protective order. I walked into the courtroom to find it packed, not with my family this time, who had given up the fight, but with girls and women who had escaped, social workers who had assisted them, and teachers who had spotted the indications. My father's lawyer made one final try, claiming that the disownment demonstrated that the family preferred no contact. The judge shut him down swiftly. Disownment doesn't erase threats made or crimes committed, she replied forcefully. The order stands. Layla waited outside as we left the court. She had driven 3 hours to be there, to show me that I was not alone. We didn't need words. We just hugged and photographers caught the scene. 2 girls refused to disappear. On Friday, the Freedom Network conducted its inaugural official meeting. There are 15 volunteers, including Ms. Bennett and Ellis. We designed distribution channels for information packets, safe house locations, and emergency response processes. What began with stolen leaflets was becoming a reality. That night, my phone rang. Another unknown number. Another girl, her voice trembling with dread and hope. I found your notebook, she muttered. Can you help me? Yes, I replied, taking my pen. Tell me everything. As she spoke, I thought of all the females who were still bound and believed they had no choice. The network would grow. The information would spread. Some would escape, while others would not. But every girl who learnt her rights was a success. My family had eliminated me. But I had become something they couldn't take away, proof that their girls could make different choices. That knowledge would spread through whispered talks and concealed journals, as well as by courageous girls who risked everything for freedom. The conflict was not over. It may never truly be over. But when I handed another terrified girl the words that could save her life, I realized we had already won the most important war. We had shown that it was feasible to say, "Only bad people get sick," Father said, then tried to force dying sister to sign away her insurance. But her 10-year-old daughter has the proof. I was 10 when Aunt Susan moved in with us. She was bald and much thinner than I had recalled her. I have stage 3 lymphoma. Can I stay here for a while? She was crying and appeared to be about to faint, but my parents only gave her an unpleasant look. But then they exchanged glances, as if they were thinking the same thing, and turned to Susan, telling her that they'd love to take her in, and would be there for her every step of the way. Initially, they maintained their word. All eyes were on her. The dinner table was crowded with chemo-related queries, support group recommendations, and Mom delivering what she read online from survivors. Susan seemed overjoyed and cherished. She looked like she was about to explode, but not even 3 weeks in, everything changed. Mom began fussing about Susan's medical appointments, which disturbed her book club schedule. Dad began bringing his dinner to his study because being with Susan made him too depressed to eat. They transferred her to the downstairs guest room and began putting her meals on a tray outside her door, as if she had a contagious condition. Don't spend too much time with her, Mom advised me one morning as I packed my lunch. She won't be here for long, and I don't want you to become too attached. When I asked why they were being so nasty to someone who was sick, Dad answered something that made my stomach twist. Only bad people get sick. She must have done something terrible to deserve this. Susan, however, was not a horrible person. After my parents went to bed, she'd sneak upstairs and play board games with me. She assisted me with my arithmetic homework, which Mom was always too busy to look at. This wasn't the strange part, however. The strange thing was that my parents kept telling me that Susan would die soon, almost as if they were convincing me or manifesting it. But what they claimed did not seem true. Susan appeared to be getting better. Her cheeks grew rounder, and she stopped appearing exhausted all the time. She even joked once that she felt unusually healthy for someone who was supposed to be dying, but I didn't quite get what she meant. Everything changed when these bigger kids started picking on me when I was walking to school. I was afraid as they threw rocks at me and called me names. I asked Mom to walk me, but she insisted it was her yoga time, and she couldn't miss it. Dad wanted some quiet time in the break room before starting work, so he couldn't do it either. I assumed I'd have to face the bullies alone until one morning, Susan appeared at the front door, fully dressed. Sick or not, nobody messes with you, she told me. The hike was long, but she didn't mind. What's fantastic is that when the bullies saw the pale, bald woman heading toward them, they scattered. Susan began walking me every morning after that, and I observed that she became stronger and faster with each passing day. Mom was outraged when she stayed at home one morning and discovered Susan was walking me. You're too sick for this. Stop confusing her. She needs to prepare for you to die. I didn't even have a chance to defend Susan. I just witnessed her cry as they barred her from the family areas and informed me she was only seeking attention with her disease. One night, I couldn't sleep and went to get some water. Susan was crying at the kitchen table, with Mom and Dad hovering over her. There were papers everywhere, and Mom was pointing to various paperwork. You need to be practical about this, your mother replied. We'll have funeral costs. Think of Sarah's future. My dad said, that was my name. Private school isn't cheap. The least you can do is provide for the family that took you in. I realized what was happening. I couldn't keep quiet anymore. Stop, I yelled, rushing into the kitchen. She's getting better. You just want her money. You tell me she's bad, but she's the only one who's nice to me. Mom grabbed my arm and dragged me into my room. She's poisoned you against us, she growled, then locked my door. Later that night, I heard gentle knocks. Susan slipped inside and sat on my bed. She shook, and tears streamed down her cheeks. I need to tell you something, she said quietly. I assured her that her secrets were safe with me before placing my hand over my heart. She gazed at me as if she was the proudest aunt in the world. I know this is a lot to tell you, but you're a big girl. You'll understand. My whole life, they've treated me like I don't exist. I had no birthdays, no gifts, no cake, and no chocolate. But my brothers did. When I was your age, I always thought that, no matter what, they would never care about me. That's sad, I said, perplexed but sad for her. So now that I'm all big and grown, I thought that maybe if I was dying, maybe they'd finally love me, even for a little bit. You're going to die, I exclaimed too loudly. She chuckled. No, sweetie. What I'm trying to say is it's all fake. I don't have cancer. I'm not dying. I shaved my head and didn't eat so I could look like I have cancer. I wanted to see if they cared, but they didn't. My eyes expanded. That is so smart. Can I help you? I made a request. Actually, you can. Susan revealed her intentions while sitting on my bed. She needed me to convince my parents that she was getting worse, not better. She suggested that if they believed she was truly dying, they might finally display genuine emotion. I nodded enthusiastically, thrilled to be a part of something significant. She trained me what to say and how to appear, worried when people inquired about her. We rehearsed, appearing unhappy and concerned. Susan instructed me how to make my voice waver slightly when I mentioned how exhausted she was. It was like we were performing a play together. The next morning, I began our strategy. At breakfast, I pushed my cereal around and told Mom I was concerned about Susan. I mentioned she appeared weaker yesterday and had difficulty walking up the stairs. Mom's eyes lit up in an unusual way, which made me uneasy. She asked for further information, and I offered her what Susan and I had practiced. Dad put down his newspaper, and they exchanged another of those looks. Mom squeezed my hand and said that it was normal for sick people to decline. Her speech was soft, but her smile was excessively large. Over the next 3 days, I continued to leave hints. I'd remark Susan coughing more or needing to rest after doing easy things. My parents ate it up. They began to check on her more frequently, but not in a sympathetic manner. They'd glance into her chamber and nod, as if to confirm something. Mom even began humming as she cooked dinner. It was unsettling how thrilled they looked about Susan allegedly being unwell. Susan delivered an outstanding performance. When they were observing, she would move slowly and lean against walls for support. She would miss meals and make sure they noticed the full tray outside her door. She would cough loudly as they walked by the basement. I assisted by appearing concerned every time they brought her up. We were a good squad. We'd meet in my room at night and make plans for the following day. Susan would tell me I was doing well, which made me feel special. However, things began to take an unusual turn. My folks got more insistent about those papers. They would deliver them to Susan several times each day. Mom would sit on her bed and talk about responsibility. Dad would stand in the doorway, mentioning my college fund. They weren't even attempting to hide their desires anymore. Susan would cry, claiming she needed more time to consider. They would leave, yet always return. The pressure remained unchanged. One afternoon, Mom approached me and drew me aside. She claimed Susan was selfish in refusing to sign the documents. She said that when individuals are dying, they should focus on the living. Her grasp on my shoulder was excessively tight. She said I should chat to Susan about doing the right thing. I nodded, but felt awful within. That night, I told Susan what Mom had said. Susan's face turned pale, and she hugged me tightly. She murmured, "I don't know what to do anymore." The following week became worse. My parents began threatening Susan. They'd remark things like, how difficult it must be to be sick and alone. They'd question, aloud, if she'd be more comfortable in a facility. Dad indicated that he knew a place that accepted terminal patients without insurance. Mom added that, yes, family was great, but only if everyone cooperated. The threats were plain, even if they were delivered with a smile. Susan began to appear physically ill as a result of her stress. I tried to help by informing my parents that Susan appeared too frail to make important decisions. But it backfired. They simply pressed harder, claiming she needed to sign before becoming too ill to be legally capable. They began taking the papers to all interactions. Breakfast included papers. Lunch included papers. Even when they delivered her medicine, they would tuck paperwork underneath. Susan was trapped, as was I. One day, I decided to record what was happening. My mother had forgotten about this little camera I had received for my birthday. It was pink and fit into my pocket. I began snapping photos of them pushing Susan. I got one of Mom pointing to papers while Susan cried. Another image showed Dad blocking the entryway while carrying documents. I hid the camera in the garage after shooting photos every day. I figured if someone spotted them, they'd aid us. However, my parents spotted the camera in my room. I got home from school, and Mom was sitting on my bed, clutching it. Her face was both terrifying and calm. She questioned why I was photographing family moments. I tried to lie, but she was already aware. Dad appeared at my doorway, and they both began yelling. They claimed I was ungrateful, and that Susan had turned me against them. They confiscated my camera and grounded me permanently. Except for school and meals, I am not allowed to watch TV, play games, or leave my room. That night was horrible. I could hear them yelling at Susan from the vents. They accused her of manipulating me. They said she was using her false illness to turn their daughter against them. Susan attempted to explain, but they would not listen. I heard her sobbing and objects being flung around. Susan woke up with a bruise on her arm, which she attempted to conceal with long sleeves. She would not tell me what had happened, but I knew. Susan chose to tell them the truth. She hoped that if they realized she wasn't truly sick, they would ease the strain on the documents. We arranged it meticulously. She would admit everything and apologize for lying. Maybe they'd be angry, but at least the insurance crap would end. I considered it risky, but Susan was desperate. She couldn't take any more of their threats and manipulation. The confession didn't go as planned. Susan sat them down and explained everything. She explained why she faked the cancer. She claimed she only wanted them to adore her. She apologized again, but my parents were not as surprised or outraged as we expected. Instead, they received a calculating look. Susan's mom stated that she was plainly mentally unwell. Dad also stated that someone who faked cancer could not be trusted. They twisted everything around. They exploited her confession against her. They informed me that Susan was dangerous and deluded. They claimed that people who lie about being sick are capable of anything. Mom sobbed phony tears over Susan's betrayal of their confidence. Dad claimed they attempted to help her, but she was too far gone. They made me question everything. For a few days, I didn't know who to believe. Susan appeared depressed and defeated. My parents appeared concerned and hurt. I felt bewildered and afraid. But then I noticed them planning. They assumed I was sleeping, but I overheard them conversing. They said Susan's confession was wonderful. Now if she tried to escape or tell anyone, they'd call her insane. Who would believe someone who lied about having cancer? They might keep her papers and claim she was not mentally competent to make judgments. They mocked Susan for telling the truth. That's when I knew for certain who the true terrible guys were. I snuck down to meet Susan that night. She was trapped in the basement room. They'd put a padlock on the outside. I murmured through the door that I believed her and apologized for my doubts. She cried and claimed it was not my fault. She told me she was going to depart as soon as possible. She claimed she'd come back for me once she was settled. I believed her, but I was afraid they wouldn't let her go. The next day, my parents pretended nothing was wrong. They had breakfast and talked about usual things, but Susan's tray stood outside the locked door, becoming cold. They'd only let her out to use the restroom, and even then, Mom would stand guard. They informed me Susan needed time to reflect on her behavior. They claimed it was for her own good. The place felt like a prison to both of us. At school, I attempted to tell my teacher, Mrs. Henderson. She was usually friendly and looked willing to help. I waited till after class and asked if I could speak with her. I told her about Susan being locked up and my parents being harsh, but I was only 10 years old and didn't express anything clearly. Mrs. Henderson was concerned, but said that her family's troubles were complicated. She claimed she'd consider what to do, but nothing happened. Susan was still locked up when I arrived home. I felt hopeless until I remembered our neighbor, Mrs. Zhang. She lived next door and would constantly wave as she walked her small dog. She'd offered me cookies before when I helped her carry groceries. Maybe she'd listen. I wrote her a note to explain everything. I sketched illustrations of the locked door with Susan in tears. When my parents weren't watching, I folded it up a little and slipped it into her mailbox. Then I waited. Mrs. Zhang knocked on our door the following day. I watched from the staircase as my parents responded. She expressed alarm about weird noises coming from our residence. My folks turned on the charm instantly. Mom laughed and explained that Susan was going through a difficult time. Dad described her mental health difficulties and how they were attempting to help. They invited Mrs. Zhang inside for coffee and biscuits. By the time she departed, she had apologized for bothering them. My heart fell. That night, my folks were especially cautious. They scheduled Susan's meals at odd times so that neighbors wouldn't notice any patterns. They wrapped weather stripping around her door to conceal sounds. They said if I informed anyone else, Susan would be sent away permanently. Mom grabbed my face, forcing me to look at her. She explained that Susan was sick in the head and required their assistance. She added that if I truly loved my aunt, I would stop causing issues. I nodded because I was terrified, but I kept thinking about how I might assist. Susan and I needed a better plan. During one of her restroom stops, I handed her a message. It stated we had to flee together. She slid one back to me, saying she was working on something. We couldn't say much, but we exchanged notes whenever we could. She urged me to get ready and pack a tiny bag. I hid clothes and snacks underneath my bed. I also found some cash in Dad's jacket and stole it. I assumed we'd need it more than he did. My parents must have detected something. They were increasingly paranoid and controlling. They locked my window and took my backpack every day after school. They looked through my pockets and searched my room. Mom started walking me to school rather than allowing me to go alone. She'd grip my hand too tightly and remind me to be a good daughter. I smiled and consented, but inwardly, I was screaming. One morning, Susan's door was open. I dashed downstairs, but she wasn't present. My folks were enjoying breakfast as usual. When I asked where she was, Mom answered she had gone to a special hospital. Dad said that it was for her own benefit. They promised she'd get the help she needed. I knew they were lying, but I could not prove it. I cried, and they sent me to school as if nothing had occurred. Mrs. Henderson asked whether I was okay, and I just nodded my head. That afternoon I discovered Susan in the basement. They had placed her in a storage area with no windows. It was smaller and darker than her previous room. She looked horrible and terrified. She murmured that they were plotting something horrible. She had heard them on the phone discussing power of attorney. She wasn't sure what that meant, but she knew it was about managing her money. We held hands through the crack beneath the door. I decided to get smarter. I pretended to be a perfect daughter. I stopped inquiring about Susan and pretended I believed their falsehoods. I assisted with housework and smiled at dinner. It killed me within, but it worked. They slowly relaxed. They stopped inspecting my room and allowed me to walk to school with the other students. Mom even congratulated me for my maturity. Dad patted my hair and said he was confident I would come around. I wanted to throw up. Meanwhile, I was plotting. I'd recovered my camera from the garage, where I had originally hidden it. They forgot to check there after discovering it in my room. I resumed recording, but more attentively. I'd pretend to play in the basement and record Susan's shut door. I recorded them stealing her food and not allowing her to leave. I captured recordings of them discussing her money. The camera accumulated evidence. Just needed someone to show it to. I recall Susan mentioning her brother Gabriel. She stated he lived a few hours away and they hadn't spoken in years. My parents never mentioned him, which seemed strange. I grabbed an old address book on Mom's desk and looked him up. Gabriel was listed with a phone number. I memorized it and waited for my opportunity. It arrived when my parents attended their book club. They left me with stern instructions to remain in my room. Instead, I used the kitchen telephone. Gabriel responded on the third ring. His voice sounded similar to Susan's, but deeper. I spoke quickly, explaining who I was and what was occurring. I told him about the fictitious cancer and the actual jail. I said Susan needed help and that my parents were awful people. He remained quiet for a long time. Then he asked for our address and promised to handle it. He warned me to be cautious and act normally. I hung up, feeling optimistic for the first time in weeks. The following few days were tense. I kept expecting Gabriel to arrive, but nothing happened. My parents maintained their routine. Susan remained locked up. I began to worry that I had imagined the phone call, or that Gabriel did not believe me. Perhaps he was like my parents, and did not care about Susan. I felt stupid for hoping, but I continued to record with my camera, just in case. The memory card was nearly full. Mrs. Zhang returned, but this time she was not alone. A tall man with Susan's eyes stood next to her. It was Gabriel. When my parents answered the door, their faces turned white. Gabriel pushed past them, demanding to see Susan. Dad tried to say she wasn't there, but Gabriel didn't believe him. He claimed he knew she was locked up and had proof. Mrs. Zhang held up her phone to show a video. It was one I'd removed from the locked door. I realized Mrs. Zhang had found my camera. I had hidden it in her garden while playing outside. She must have found it and viewed the videos. She contacted Gabriel and showed him everything. My parents attempted to lie by claiming that the videos were fake. Mom accused Susan of being mentally ill. Dad threatened to call the cops, but Gabriel simply laughed. He suggested they explain their crimes to the cops. The word crimes caused them to freeze. Gabriel discovered Susan and let her out. She collapsed into his arms, sobbing. She appeared so small and fragile. He helped her upstairs while my parents followed, making excuses. They said they were protecting her from herself. They claimed she was dangerous and delusional. They even showed him the papers they wanted her to sign. Gabriel's face got darker with each word. He told them they were pathetic and cruel. He said he'd suspected something when I called, but the videos confirmed it. My parents turned on me then. Mom screamed that I'd betrayed them. Dad said I was an ungrateful brat who didn't understand adult matters. They blamed Susan for poisoning me against them. They said, "We'd regret this," when Susan showed her true crazy colors. But their words didn't hurt anymore. I could see them clearly now. They were the sick ones, not Susan. They were so consumed by greed they'd lost their humanity. Gabriel called the police, but did not arrest anyone. He wanted a record of Susan's condition and the locked rooms. The officers took pictures and statements. My parents had to stand there while Susan explained everything. She told them about the fake illness and why she did it. She showed them the bruises and described the imprisonment. The cops looked disgusted but said, without more evidence, it was a family dispute. Still, having a report helped. Susan packed her things while Gabriel watched my parents. They tried more manipulation tactics. They cried about taking Susan in when she was sick. They mentioned all the money they'd spent on her food and shelter. They said she owed them for their kindness. Susan just kept packing. When they brought up the insurance papers, she finally spoke. She stated they'd shown their true selves, and she felt sad for me having them as parents. That hit them where it stung. They started ranting about parental rights and how they'd never let me go. Mom grabbed my arm and dragged me to her side. Dad stood between me and Susan like a guard. They said I was their daughter and would stay with them. Gabriel stepped forward and suggested it could be arranged through proper means. He referenced lawyers and custody evaluations. The threat made them back down a little. Susan knelt in front of me. She assured me she wasn't abandoning me. She claimed she needed to get safe first, then she'd fight for me. She gave me a phone number and made me memorize it. She embraced me close and murmured that she loved me. I told her I loved her too, and understood. It was the worst goodbye. But I knew she had to leave. Staying would have destroyed her spirit, if not her body. After they had left, the house felt empty. My parents raged for hours. They flung stuff and blamed one another. They blamed Susan, Gabriel, and Mrs. Zhang. They mostly blamed me, but they soon got weary of it. They sent me to my room, and I overheard their conversation. They were worried about what others would say. The police visit prompted neighbors to chatter. Their reputation meant everything to them. The following few weeks were weird. My parents attempted to appear normal, but the facade was crumbling. People at church muttered as we passed by. Mom's book club buddies had stopped calling. Dad's co-workers posed awkward questions. Despite their best efforts, the story spread. They were unable to charm their way out of this one. The entire community knew something awful had happened at our house. They attempted to woo me back with presents and goodies. Mom bought me several new clothes and toys. Dad offered to take me to an amusement park. They stated they loved me and only wanted our family to be happy. But I saw through it. They wanted me to assure everyone that everything was all right. They needed me to repair their reputation. I accepted the gifts, but did not give them what they desired. I remained quiet and distant. Susan called when they were not home. She was staying with Gabriel and receiving actual care. Not for cancer, but for our family's anguish. She stated that she was seeing a therapist and felt stronger. When she asked about me, I told her the truth. My folks were acting fake nice, but I didn't believe them. She said to hold on because she was working on something. Her voice sounded different and more confident. School became my getaway. Mrs. Henderson kept a tight eye on me. She'd ask how things were at home and genuinely listen to my responses. She allowed me to eat lunch in her classroom when I didn't want to be among other students. She never pushed, but I knew she was present. One day, she gave me a card with a phone number. She said that it was for a counselor who helped children in difficult situations. I kept it disguised with Susan's phone number. My parents' marriage began to break apart. They blamed one other for Susan's condition. Mom claimed Dad had been overly forceful with the papers. Dad claimed Mom's greed had been too blatant. They battled constantly when they assumed I couldn't hear. They would sometimes forget to cook dinner because they were so preoccupied with squabbling. I learned to prepare sandwiches and consume cereal as meals. It was lonely, but calm. Then Gabriel showed up again. This time, he had a lawyer with him. They sat down with my parents and discussed the scenario. The lawyer had gone over the police report and the videos from my camera. She said there was sufficient evidence for a custody challenge. My parents could either agree to a temporary placement with Susan or engage in a public dispute. The lawyer employed heavy words, but his message was clear: comply or lose everything. My parents attempted to fight at first. They hired their own lawyer and leveled accusations against Susan and Gabriel. They claimed Susan was unstable, and Gabriel was a stranger to me. They presented themselves as worried parents safeguarding their child, but their lawyer recognized the facts and advised them to compromise. Fighting would result in everything coming out in court. Their reputations would be totally shattered. The negotiations were tough. I wasn't allowed in the room, but I listened through the door. My parents wanted to keep me while saving face. Gabriel and Susan wanted to keep me secure yet lawful. The lawyers debated for several hours. Finally, they came to an understanding. I agreed to spend weekends with Susan and weekdays with my parents, but there were certain stipulations. My parents had to go to counseling and allow supervised check-ins. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. The first weekend with Susan felt like breathing anew. She had taken a tiny flat near Gabriel's home. It featured 2 bedrooms and a small kitchen. She adorned my room with posters and fairy lights. We spent the entire time discussing and playing games. She prepared my favorite meals and allowed me to remain up late. It seemed familiar in a way that my home never did. Going back to my parents was difficult. They were morose and bitter. They adhered to the deal, but barely. They would make snarky remarks about Susan and Gabriel. They'd ask leading questions in an attempt to dig out dirt on me, but I'd learned not to answer. I'd shrug and say everything was okay. They couldn't make me betray Susan again. They saw that the balance of power had shifted. Slowly, things improved. Counseling helped a little. My parents learned how to better mask their darkest tendencies. They stopped publicly threatening and manipulating. They even apologized once, but it felt empty. Susan became stronger and more independent. She got a job and began establishing a life. Our weekends became sacred. She would arrange expeditions and teach me new things. I learned how to cook, plant, and stand up for myself. The last confrontation happened 6 months later. My folks had been following the rules while arranging anything. I overheard them discussing moving out of state. They believed that by leaving, they would be breaking the pact. They would lead me somewhere Susan couldn't follow. They were looking into schools and dwellings in remote locations. The old fear returned. I couldn't let them take me away from Susan again. I informed Susan immediately. She did not panic, as I had expected. She contacted Gabriel and the attorney. They had been planning for something like this. The lawyer submitted emergency filings to the court. She said my parents were going to break the custody arrangement. She had documentation of their previous actions and current intentions. The judge took this seriously. My parents were ordered to appear and explain themselves. Even though I didn't have to testify, going to court was terrifying. I sat with Susan and Gabriel as the lawyers argued. My parents' lawyer claimed they simply wanted a fresh start. Our lawyer provided evidence of their pattern of control and manipulation. The judge questioned my parents directly about their plans. They lied and claimed it was only an idea, but the judge did not believe them. She had seen cases like this before. The ruling altered everything. The judge granted Susan primary custody. My parents received supervised visits twice a month. They couldn't take me out of state or make important decisions. The judge stated that my safety and well-being came first. My parents were upset, but they couldn't do anything. Their lawyer advised them to be grateful for whatever visits they received at all. The evidence against them was damning. They attempted one final deception. They wailed outside the courts and begged me for forgiveness. They admitted they made faults but still loved me. They agreed to be better parents if I gave them another chance. For a second, I felt guilty. They appeared shattered and desperate. But then I realized how many times they had injured Susan and me. I remembered the locked doors and falsehoods. I shook my head and left with my true family. Life with Susan and Gabriel was all I had hoped for. Susan legally adopted me 1 year later. My parents didn't argue about it. They had relocated to another place and started again. They sent cards for my birthday, but I did not answer. I heard they told everyone I was gone at boarding school. They couldn't even confess the truth to themselves. But I stopped caring about their falsehoods. I had truth, love, and safety. Susan never had cancer, but she was sick in a different way, from years of neglect and abuse by her family. But she improved with treatment and support. She taught me that family isn't about blood or obligation. It's about who shows up and stays. It's about who loves you when you're difficult and protects you when you're weak. Gabriel became the uncle I never realized I needed. Mrs. Zhang remained with our neighbor and friend. Even Mrs. Henderson stayed in touch. The fictitious ailment that sparked everything became a bizarre blessing. It revealed the truth about my parents, freeing us both. Susan's frantic plan for love resulted in a genuine relationship. She had hoped they would care about her death, but instead she met individuals who cared about her life. I discovered that the biggest lies can disclose the deepest realities. When my parents believed Susan was dying, they revealed their true personalities. Their selfishness and depravity could no longer be masked. Everything felt different during Susan and Gabriel's first few months of living together. Susan let me decorate my own room in her apartment. We went to Target, and I chose purple bedding and these wonderful starlights for the ceiling. Gabriel helped us build racks for my books. It was the first time someone had asked what I wanted my area to look like. School seemed strange at first. My parents had informed everyone that I was staying with relatives for a time due to family concerns. Some children asked inquiries, but I simply shrugged and changed the subject. Mrs. Henderson checked on me to make sure everything was okay. She would grin at me in the halls and even slip an extra biscuit into my lunch bag. Having adults who genuinely cared was strange, but pleasant. Susan obtained a job as a receptionist in a dental clinic. She'd leave for work dressed professionally in her blazer, and her hair was growing back in gentle wisps. Gabriel assisted her in purchasing a used car, allowing her to avoid taking the bus. On weekends, we would go grocery shopping together, and she would let me choose one junk food item. She taught me how to compare prices and use coupons, which my parents never bothered with. My monitored visits to my folks were uneasy. We would meet at this community center, with a social worker there. Mom would send cookies that were clearly store-bought, but claimed to have been homemade. Dad would question me about school and seemed to be interested in my responses. They would protest about the supervision, claiming it was unnecessary. The social worker would just scribble notes and remind them when 2 hours were up. Mom tried to give me an expensive necklace during one of our visits. She described it as a family treasure from her grandma. I knew she was lying because I had seen her buy it at the mall years before, but I accepted it and said thank you. She gave me a hopeful expression, as if I were softening toward them. When I brought it to Susan later, she told me I could keep it or donate it. We ended up selling it and spending the money on school supplies. Susan began attending therapy every week. I would occasionally accompany them to family sessions. Dr. Kim, the therapist, was a pleasant lady with plants all over her office. She assisted us in discussing difficult topics, such as how I felt bad for preferring Susan above my parents, or how Susan still felt the need to earn affection. Dr. Kim explained that mending takes time, and that was fine. Around Thanksgiving, my folks began pushing limits. They wrote me a letter saying they wanted me for the holiday because it was family-oriented. Their lawyer forwarded it to our lawyer, who swiftly took it off. The judge had been explicit about the custody agreement, yet they continued to attempt. They would send gifts to Susan's apartment, along with letters about missing their daughter. Susan would ask whether I wanted the stuff, and I always declined. Then they arrived at my school. I was walking to the bus when I noticed Mom's car in the pickup line. My stomach sank. She pulled down the window and said she just wanted to talk, that she had something important to tell me. I knew I shouldn't get into the car, but she seemed so normal and sad. For a split second, I considered doing it. Mrs. Henderson then emerged and asked if everything was all right. Mom drove away without saying another word. The school summoned Susan, who arrived to pick me up. She wasn't angry, but she was afraid. We headed straight to the lawyer's office. It turned out that my parents had violated the restraining order by attending school. Their supervised visits were suspended awaiting a hearing. They attempted to pretend it was a misunderstanding, but security footage showed Mom waiting for 20 minutes. The judge was not impressed. Following the incident, Gabriel put a security system in Susan's flat. Nothing fancy, just a few cameras and an alarm. He taught me the code and ensured that I understood how to utilize it. Susan also purchased me a cell phone, despite the fact that I was too young to get one. She programmed all of the crucial numbers and taught me how to dial 911. We practiced safety plans without making them terrifying, simply being prepared. Christmas with Susan and Gabriel was incredible. We bought a tiny tree and decorated it with ornaments we made ourselves. Susan couldn't afford many gifts, but everything she gave me was thoughtful, including new books from my favorite series, art tools, and warm socks. Gabriel came over, and we baked cookies from scratch. Genuine ones, not store-bought. We burned the first batch, but the second turned out perfectly. My folks sent a Christmas card with a lengthy letter inside. It discussed forgiveness and second chances. They enclosed a snapshot of themselves in front of a Christmas tree, looking stunning. I presented it to Susan, who asked what I wanted to do. I pondered about it for a bit before throwing it away. I didn't need their phony, perfect family when I had one that genuinely loved me. Winter gave way to spring, and life resumed its normal rhythms. Susan and I spent Fridays eating pizza and Saturdays going to the library. Gabriel taught me how to ride a bike at the park. We attended free concerts during the summer and museums when it rained. Susan's hair grew back curly, which she found strange given that it had previously been straight. She appeared healthy and pleasant, unlike the sick and fearful lady who arrived at my parents' door. The custody hearings occurred every few months. My parents would appeal for increased access, and the judge would consider everything. They would always claim to be reformed. They'd bring certificates from parenting seminars and letters from their therapist, but they'd never explain why they locked Susan up or attempted to remove me from school. The judge saw through their act, just as I did. Susan once sat me down for a serious conversation. She claimed Gabriel had been offered a position in another state. It was a terrific opportunity, but it meant relocating. She wanted to know how I felt about it. Part of me worried about leaving everything familiar, but then I realized the only thing keeping us here was my parents, and they weren't truly in my life anymore. I promised Susan that I'd go wherever she went. The relocation happened quickly. My parents found out and attempted to stop it legally. They accused Susan of kidnapping me or alienating me from them, although the judge had already granted the relocation. As long as they could continue to have their monitored visits via video call, the arrangement stood. They were enraged, but powerless. For once, the system protected the appropriate individuals. Our new city was bigger, but it felt nicer. Susan landed a better job at a medical clinic. I started at a new school where no one knew my background. I became friends with Amy, a girl who collected pebbles, and David, a boy who enjoyed the same literature as me. Their parents were ordinary and uninteresting in the finest sense. Nobody tried to take insurance money or lock people up in basements. Gabriel now lived only a few blocks away. He came over for dinner twice a week and helped me with my schoolwork. He was dating this teacher named Patricia, and she made the finest lasagna I'd ever eaten. She had 2 children from her previous marriage, and they were like relatives to me. Suddenly, I had an entire extended family who wanted to involve me. The video conversations with my parents lasted approximately 6 months. They'd sit stiffly in front of their computers, asking surface queries. How was school? What did I read? Do I like my teachers? I would respond quickly and keep an eye on the clock. Sometimes the connection would conveniently fail, forcing us to end early. Eventually, they began missing calls. Then they stopped scheduling them altogether. Their lawyer wrote a letter stating that they were giving up parental rights. They wanted to get on with their lives and believed the situation was unhealthy for everyone. Susan inquired if I knew what she meant. I did. They were officially giving up on me, but they had given up on me much earlier, when they chose money above family. The legal thing was simply paperwork catching up with reality. The adoption was finalized on Tuesday. Susan wore her nicest dress, and I wore the outfit we chose together. Gabriel and Patricia arrived as witnesses. The judge was not the same as the one in detention, but he was equally courteous. She asked whether I wanted Susan to be my legal mother. I said yes, louder than I intended. Everyone laughed, including the judge. She slammed her gavel and declared us officially family. We celebrated at this Italian restaurant, where they sang as they served dessert. The server placed a candle in my tiramisu and asked me to make a wish. I gazed around the table at Susan, Gabriel, Patricia, and their children. I could not think of anything to wish for. Everything I wanted was already present. So I wished it would stay that way, that the people who loved me would continue to love me. Susan faced additional problems in high school, but she was there through it all. She assisted with academics, boy turmoil, and friend disputes. She taught me how to drive in the clinic's parking lot on Sunday. She sobbed more than I did when I got into college. She assisted me with packing and settling into my dorm room. She called every week to check in without being too pushy. She was all a mother should be. I ran across my previous parents once at a grocery shop in our hometown. I was visiting Mrs. Zhang, who still resided next door to their home. They appeared older and smaller. Mom's gorgeous hair has gray roots. Dad had gained weight and lost his confident demeanor. They stopped dead in their tracks as they saw me. I could have walked away, but I did not. I simply greeted them and inquired about their well-being. They fumbled over their words, claiming they were all right and inquiring about me. I told them I was in college studying social work. Susan was wonderful, and Gabriel had just married. They nodded and made polite sounds, but they were uncomfortable. Finally, Mom inquired whether I had ever thought about them. I replied, sometimes, but not in the way she probably hoped. We parted ways without hugging or exchanging numbers. Susan inquired about it when I arrived home. I told her it was weird but not painful. For example, seeing teachers from elementary school or children you used to play with, people who were previously integral to your world but are now strangers with a common history. She hugged me and told me she was proud of how I handled it, that I'd matured into someone who could confront the past without becoming consumed by it. In reality, my parents' brutality served me well. They taught me what a family should not be. They taught me to spot manipulation and to appreciate true affection. Nothing else could have shown their true selves more than how they treated Susan. If they had been ordinarily neglectful, I could have spent years attempting to gain their favor. Instead, their excessive behavior allowed me to seek better. Susan never got sick for real. She remained healthy and lived a fulfilling life. She rose to the position of clinic supervisor and began advising other women fleeing abusive situations. She'd tell them about faking cancer to find love, which she found in unexpected places. Some felt she was insane, while others understood. When you're desperate for connection, you'll do whatever it takes. Gabriel walked me down the aisle during my wedding. Susan straightened my veil and told me I looked lovely. Patricia's children attended the wedding party. Mrs. Zhang sat in the first row with Mrs. Henderson, who had flown in for the event. My folks were not invited and did not try to go. That chapter was complete, and everyone had gone on. The family I picked filled me with joy. Years later, when I had my own daughter, I reflected on cycles and patterns. Until someone breaks the chain, hurt people will continue to hurt others. Susan broke it for me by showing up even after my folks pushed her away. By loving me even when it would have been easy not to. By battling for me while I was unable to fight for myself. She transformed her fabricated illness into genuine healing for both of us. I named my daughter Susan after the aunt who later became my mother. In the hopes of finding love, she shaved her head and starved herself. Who discovered it not in the family that had rejected her, but in the niece who needed her. We occasionally tell her the tale, in age-appropriate ways, about how families are formed rather than born. How love manifests itself in unexpected ways if you are bold enough to accept it. The original Susan, my Susan, is now a grandmother. She spoils my children and teaches them card games. She only tells them pleasant stories about my childhood. The difficult portions are history, which does not need to be repeated. We made it through and emerged stronger. That is what matters. Not the pain, but the recovery. Not the phony disease, but the genuine affection that arrived. I worked 80 hours a week, paid my parents half. Then I found casino receipts in their car while begging to afford my daughter's chemo. When I was in junior high, my physics teacher impregnated me. He convinced me that we were in love and would tour the world. But the day I approached him with the 2 pink lines, he left the school and never returned. And my parents, despite accepting a $100,000 settlement from the school in exchange for signing a contract, said that I was banned from disclosing this information. Fast forward 9 years, and I'm working as a nurse during the day and cleaning offices at night to make ends meet. Every month I handed over about half of my paycheck to my parents, who claimed they couldn't afford to live on their pensions due to rent, utilities, groceries, medical co-pays, and other expenses. Meanwhile, I was skipping meals so that my 8-year-old daughter Lila could eat. Speaking of Lila, she got terribly sick. The doctor diagnosed her with a severe form of leukemia that required rapid treatment. Even with insurance, the drug alone would cost hundreds of dollars every month. I went to my parents to explain the problem. I asked if they might temporarily cut the amount I was sending them so that I could afford Lila's treatment. That's when they dropped the bombshell. They sat me down in their living room with cold, calculating eyes and informed me that if I cut their support by even $1, they would inform Lila and her entire extended family about her father. They'd reveal everything about what happened to me during high school. They claimed they had safeguarded my reputation as a word for years, and I owed them for their silence. I totally broke down. The notion of Lila discovering that her father was my teacher and had abandoned us was heartbreaking. In my family, if people discovered I had been deceived and used as a youngster, I would be shamed and possibly excommunicated. So I took out a payday loan. I maxed up my credit cards. I borrowed against my car to keep paying my parents while trying to cover Lila's medical expenses. But that wasn't enough. Lila's condition deteriorated as a result of the medicine delays. She was continually missing school and losing weight. I was working 80 hours a week with little sleep. My parents constantly ask for more money, stating that their expenses are increasing. They even suggested I take out a second mortgage on my house. Lila fell at school one night and needed to be admitted to the hospital. While I was sitting in the hospital waiting area, a social worker began questioning why Lila's therapy was irregular. I was so fatigued and stressed that I nearly broke down right there. That's when I discovered the receipts. I borrowed my folks' car to get to the hospital after mine broke down. And while cleaning out some trash, I discovered meal receipts from upscale restaurants, casino parking stubs, and movie tickets, all from the previous month, when they claimed they couldn't afford food. I began an investigation. I followed them one afternoon and witnessed them enter a casino. I documented everything, even the gaming and shopping visits. They were living lavishly on my money while my kid was dying. But when I challenged them with the proof, they made no attempt to refute it. Instead, they escalated the blackmail. They threatened to contact child services and denounce me as an unfit mother. They threatened to revoke my nursing license by stating that I was unstable. They demanded that I turn over the deed to my house, or they would ruin me utterly. That's when I felt something shatter inside. I realized they had been systematically ruining my life for years. They had taken money intended to pay for my suffering and used it to support their lifestyle. Then they spent nearly a decade using the same trauma to manipulate me. So I began recording our discussions. I acquired all of the evidence of their financial misconduct. I couldn't afford a lawyer, so I became a professional online detective and discovered that what they were doing to me was unlawful. Financial exploitation, extortion, and all that. Then I scheduled a family gathering. I invited all of my aunts, uncles, and cousins who had spent years praising my parents for being such wonderful grandparents while criticizing me for accepting their assistance. I played the recordings during the family meeting. I displayed the receipts. I told how they had been diverting money intended for Lila's medical treatment to fuel their gambling habit. And then I told them the truth about the school settlement. My parents were paid $100,000 to stay quiet about a teacher who had raped their daughter. They had concealed and wasted money while forcing their daughter to labor herself to the bone to support them. The room became utterly silent. My Aunt Mary Ann was the first to speak. She simply shook her head and said no, again and over. My Uncle Gerald rose up and walked away without saying anything. My cousin Nina began crying. The silence seemed to last for hours, yet it was most likely only minutes. Then my mother started chatting. She claimed I was lying. She suggested I was having a mental breakdown due to stress. She informed everyone that I had recently been acting unpredictable and making up things. My father quickly backed her up. He stated they'd been concerned about me for months. He said that I had neglected Lila and they were considering contacting child services themselves. I took out my phone and played another recording. It was just 2 days ago that they threatened to remove my nursing license. My mother's voice was clear, ordering me to keep paying, or she'd make sure I never worked in healthcare again. Despite the fact that the evidence was right in front of me, some of my relatives began to react differently. My Aunt Elaine suggested that I was just stressed and misunderstood things. My Uncle Malcolm recommended we take a break and discuss things later. I could see it happen. Years of my parents being the ideal grandparents were working against me. They had amassed a lot of goodwill, but I was always the struggling single mother who needed assistance. My cousin Tessa was the only person who seemed to entirely believe me. She came up and placed her hand on my shoulder. She murmured that she had always wondered where my parents obtained their money, but the majority of the family was already siding with them. They were too astonished to understand what I was telling them. Or perhaps they simply refused to believe it. My mother started crying, big dramatic cries. She stated she couldn't believe her own daughter would assault her in this way. She stated that all they had ever done was try to help me. My father wrapped his arm around her and stared at me. He called me ungrateful and agitated. The meeting concluded with nothing resolved. Half of the family left without saying goodbye to me. The other half murmured about wanting some time to consider. Only Tessa remained behind. She claimed she believed me and would help in any way she could, but I could sense she was overwhelmed by everything. I returned home that night feeling worse than before. I had hoped that the truth would set me free, but it appeared that I had just made things worse. Leela was still at the hospital. I still didn't have the money for her therapy, and my parents were about to retaliate. I did not have to wait long. The next morning, I received a call from my hospital supervisor. She stated that they had received a troubling report about me. Someone had called and claimed I was stealing drugs and exhibiting signs of mental instability. I recognized my parents right away. My supervisor informed me that I would need to take a leave of absence while they investigated. My main source of income was suddenly gone. I attempted to explain, but she stated it was protocol. Any accusations needed to be investigated. She appeared compassionate, but her hands were tied. I hung up and sat in shock. Without my nursing work, I couldn't afford to pay our rent, let alone Lila's treatment. I called the cleaning firm to ask if I could pick up additional shifts, but they stated they were fully staffed. I spent the remainder of the day applying for jobs online, but I realized it was worthless. Any background check would reveal that I was under investigation by my prior company. My parents had played their cards masterfully. That afternoon, I went to visit Lila in the hospital. She seemed so little in that bed. She asked when she might return home. I told her soon, while trying not to cry. The doctor called me aside and told me they needed to talk about her treatment plan. He claimed the delays were causing issues. He inquired whether there were any financial issues they should be aware of. I wanted to tell him everything, but instead I nodded and said I'd figure it out. On my way out, I came across my folks in the hospital lobby. They were there to visit Lila and play the role of concerned grandparents. My mother smiled at me coldly. She asked if I had reconsidered their offer for the house. I didn't respond. I just walked by them and out to my car, but I could hear my father telling a nurse how concerned they were about me and how I appeared to be falling apart under the stress. They had already laid the framework to make me appear unstable. That night, Tessa called. She explained that she had been thinking and wanted to help. She offered to lend me some money, but I was aware she didn't have much. She was a single mother who worked as a teacher. I thanked her but said no. This was not her struggle, yet she insisted on contributing in some way. She mentioned that she had started browsing through old family photos and documents. She thought she might be able to locate evidence to back up my story. I didn't have high hopes, but I admired her efforts. The following few days were a blur. I sold everything I could: my jewelry, my television, and some furniture. It was not nearly enough. Lila needed to begin her next round of treatment quickly, but I couldn't afford it. I visited the hospital billing department and pleaded for more time. They established a payment plan, but stated that therapy could not proceed without at least a half payment up front. I had no choice. I returned to my parents. I discovered them at home, sitting in the living room as if nothing had occurred. I informed them that if Lila was not treated, she would die. I told them I'd do whatever they wanted as long as they allowed me to use the money to pay her medical bills. My mother gazed at me with great joy. She said that they had been thinking about my circumstances. She claimed they would help with Lila's treatment, but only if I publicly apologized to the family for lying about them and signed over my house to them right now. The house was all Lila and I had. It was our security. But what options did I have? I agreed to the terms. My father pulled out documents that he had already prepared. As I signed, my mother contacted numerous relatives on speakerphone. She had me apologize for my meltdown during the family meeting. She forced me to admit that I was confused and stressed, and that I had told horrible lies about my beloved parents. Each word felt like poison in my tongue, but I said them all. For Lila. After I finished degrading myself, they gave me a check for just one treatment. They promised me more after I moved out of the house. They wanted me out within 30 days. I accepted the check and departed. I paid the hospital that afternoon, and Lila had treatment that evening, but I knew it was only the beginning. My parents had won this round. They had turned the majority of my family against me, cost me my job, and were now stealing my home. But at least Lila would survive. That was all that mattered. Tessa called that night, thrilled. She stated that she had discovered something interesting in old family files. She wanted to meet in person to show me. We decided to meet the next day in a coffee shop. I didn't dare to hope, but perhaps she'd discovered something that could help. Perhaps there was a way to fight back. But I knew my parents were not going to stop. They had too much to lose now. They had revealed their true colors, and they would do anything to maintain their secret. The conflict between us has just recently begun. I met Tessa at the coffee shop the following morning. The area was virtually empty, with only a few early risers slumped over their laptops. She had a manila folder full of papers pressed against her chest like a shield. Her gaze flashed around the room, scanning each face before settling on me. She slid into the booth across from me, speaking quietly as she pushed the folder across the cracked wooden table. Inside were bank statements from years ago, the paper yellowed along the edges, yet the figures remained clear. My parents' bank statements from just after the settlement. Tessa told quietly how she discovered them in her mother's attic while helping clean out old crates. Apparently, my Aunt Marianne assisted my parents with their taxes that year, back when everyone trusted them. The papers clearly indicated the $100,000 deposit, which was made barely 2 weeks after I turned 18. But more significantly, they revealed where the money went. Within 6 months, practically everything was gone. Gambling withdrawals at a casino 40 minutes away, shopping sprees at high-end department stores, and a luxury cruise to the Caribbean. They had spent my settlement money before I even graduated from high school. I glanced at the documents, feeling sick in my stomach. The coffee I had ordered sat there, becoming cold as I traced the transactions with my finger. All these years, they made me feel terrible for requiring assistance, calling me ungrateful when I struggled to pay payments. But they had squandered money that was intended to go toward my future, for my trauma, the therapy I never received, and the schooling I had to postpone. Tessa claimed there was more. She took out another document and carefully handled it as if it were evidence at a murder scene. It was a letter from the school's lawyer addressed to my parents. Even after so many years, the official letterhead remained pristine. It described the settlement provisions in plain legal language. The funds were set aside expressly for my care, education, and future requirements. My parents broke the deal by spending money on themselves. I photographed everything with my phone, my hands trembling slightly as I attempted to capture clear photographs in the dim coffee shop illumination. Finally, I had tangible evidence, not just of their current extortion, but also of their previous betrayal. Tessa promised to keep the originals safe in a safety deposit box that her mother was unaware of. She also stated that her mother, Marianne, was beginning to have questions about my parents' narrative. Marianne apparently noted numerous anomalies in what they were stating, such as dates that did not match and bills they claimed to have but did not exist. They were adding up. I thanked Tessa and went home to pack, my mind racing from the new information. I had fewer than 30 days to find a new home for Lila and me, and the rental market in our neighborhood was quite competitive. But first, I needed to figure out how to strategically apply this new information. I couldn't simply call another family gathering. My parents had already poisoned the well, turning the majority of the relatives against me with their lies. I needed a different approach, something they wouldn't expect. That afternoon, I received a call from the hospital billing department. The woman on the phone seemed regretful yet strong. They claimed there was an issue with the check my parents handed me. It had bounced. The payment was refused, and Lila's therapy was once again put on hold. I felt my heart plummet to my stomach. I dialed my folks immediately, my fingers fumbling with the phone. On the third ring, my mother answered and said, "It must be a bank error." She said they'd correct it tomorrow, maybe the next day. But I could hear the smugness in her voice, the barely veiled joy. This was deliberate. They were punishing me for not signing over the house quickly enough. I drove to their house and beat on the door till my knuckles ached. My father answered, blocking the doorway with his body. He wouldn't let me inside, said I was being crazy and histrionic as usual. He threatened that if I didn't calm down, he would contact the police and report me for harassment. I told him Lila required the treatment and that without it, every day was a struggle. He simply shrugged, as if we were talking about the weather, and closed the door in my face. I heard the locks turn, shutting me out of the house that I had helped pay for. I sat in my car, quivering with wrath, and my entire body trembling. They were using my daughter's life as a negotiating chip, toying with a sick child's health. I called Tessa and informed her what had happened, attempting to maintain a steady voice. She stated that she will speak with her mother immediately. Maybe Marianne might persuade my parents to put a stop to this madness, but I knew it would not work. My parents were too far gone, fixated on their own power. They prioritized control over their granddaughter's life. That night, I was unable to sleep. I kept thinking about those bank records, seeing the numbers in my head, about how they had stolen my future and were now taking Lila's. The cruise they took cost more than Lila's entire treatment regimen. By dawn, I'd made a decision. If they wanted to play dirty, I would too. I started by calling every relative who had attended the family meeting. I spoke in a concerned, rather than furious tone. I didn't accuse my parents explicitly. Instead, I expressed my concern for them. I noted that, despite all of my assistance, they appeared to be experiencing financial difficulties. I indicated that they might have a gambling issue and required an intervention. After all, I'd seen them at the casino so many times. The gossip mill began buzzing instantly. My Aunt Elaine contacted my Aunt Marianne within an hour. Marianne mentioned discovering some old financial paperwork that troubled her. Soon half the family was discussing my parents' potential gambling addiction. It wasn't exactly what I said at the meeting, but it was close enough to get folks thinking. My parents attempted damage management, but the seed had been planted. Once doubt seeps in, it's difficult to overcome. Then I took it one step farther. I called the casino where I'd photographed them. I expressed concern about my elderly folks' gambling issue. I inquired if there was any way to determine how much they had spent there. Due to privacy rules, the casino was unable to provide specifics, but they did confirm that my parents were regular clients, very regular. The woman on the phone seemed concerned. I scheduled this conversation while my cousin Mason was visiting to check on Lila. He overheard everything in the kitchen. Within 2 days, the family's narrative had changed substantially. Instead of thinking I was insane and ungrateful, folks were concerned about my parents' gambling habits. My mother called me, shouting so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She claimed I was destroying their reputation with terrible lies. She threatened to tell Lila everything immediately and poison my daughter against me. I taped the call on my laptop. Then I played it for Tessa, who then performed it for her mother. Marianne eventually began to see the reality. The disguise was sliding, but my parents were not finished. They showed up at Lila's school the next day, attempting to check her out early. They told the staff they were taking her to a doctor's appointment that I had forgotten about. Luckily, the school followed the process and called me first. I went over, breaking many traffic regulations, and found them in the principal's office, telling a narrative about being concerned about grandparents who simply wanted to help. I had to show the main legal paperwork that proved I had sole custody. My parents left, but not before my mother hinted that it wasn't over. Her breath smelled like wine. At 10 a.m. that night, someone contacted Child Services and reported me for medical neglect. I recognized them before the social worker explained why she was there. The social worker arrived the next morning with a clipboard and a solemn expression. I had to show her all of Lila's medical records, including every checkup and prescription, and explain why some treatments were delayed. I couldn't tell her about the extortion, but I did mention money challenges and family issues. She appeared satisfied, but indicated that she would need to follow up. Another problem to add to my increasing list, another method they can harm us. Tessa called with an update while the social worker was still present. Her mother, Marianne, had challenged my parents about the previous bank statements. They had attempted to lie at first, then revised their narrative several times, but Marianne had the evidence right there in black and white. She told them she was aware of the settlement money. My parents had finally acknowledged spending money, claiming they needed cash for bills and medical expenditures. Marianne did not buy it. She knew they had been healthy back then. She was now beginning to see who they truly were beneath the loving parent facade. The following day, I received an unexpected call that made my stomach drop. It was from my previous cleaning business. They stated that they had gotten several complaints against me from a client. The client claimed I took pricey office equipment after my shifts. I understood immediately that my folks were behind it. They were attempting to destroy any chances I had of working. The employer stated that they had to let me go pending an investigation. Even though there was no proof, they couldn't risk keeping me on. Company policy. I was again unemployed. I was running out of options quickly. I have no employment, am likely to lose my house, and Lila's treatment is on hold. I chose to take a chance. That night, I posted in a Facebook group for my local community. I did not name my parents, but I told my story. Single mother, sick child, extorted by family members who had previously stolen from me. I asked if anyone knew of any resources that could help. Within hours, the post spread throughout our little community. Hundreds of comments flooded in, some giving assistance and others recounting similar stories of family betrayal. My parents viewed the post within hours. They were infuriated. My father arrived at my residence at 11 p.m. and demanded that I take it down. I refused to open the door. He claimed I was embarrassing the family by airing dirty linen in public. I stated they were killing their granddaughter. He truly laughed, and the sound traveled through the door. He said Lila was all right, only a little sick, and that I was being theatrical as usual. That's when I understood they didn't really care if she died. They just worried about their reputation and power. They'd never loved us. I recorded him saying it all through the door. Then I updated my Facebook post with the audio. The community's response was swift and overwhelming. People were outraged. Some identified my parents based on the description. Others began putting together parts based on their own interactions. My parents' carefully manufactured reputation began to crumble, but they still had one card to play. The next morning, Lila awoke with a 103-degree temperature. She was deteriorating without therapy, her small body unable to fight anymore. I rushed her to the hospital while carrying her since she was too weak to walk. My folks arrived as I was shaking hands and completing paperwork. They had brought other family members along as witnesses. They announced publicly to everyone in the waiting room that I was refusing their assistance, that they had offered to pay for everything, but I was too proud and bitter. My Uncle Gerald backed them up. He claimed he had observed me decline their substantial offer. The other patients gazed at me with disapproval. I was too fatigued to fight. I just focused on Lila, holding her hand while she lay in the hospital bed. The doctor stated that she needed quick care or things would get critical. Her statistics were decreasing rapidly. I begged the billing department for aid and was willing to sign anything. This is when a stranger approached me. She claimed she had seen my Facebook post. She worked for a local organization that assisted families with medical expenses. She suggested they could cover Lila's treatment until we worked things out. I fell down in tears right there in the hospital, unable to stop them. My parents attempted to intercede. They informed the charity worker that I was dishonest and psychologically disturbed, but she had already done her study. She was aware of everything, including my job loss and the investigation. She also noted that other people had shared anecdotes about my parents. Apparently, they had a reputation for taking advantage of people, with modest loans that were never repaid and sob stories that did not match together. The charity approved Lila's therapy that day. The relief was profound. Lila improved instantly. The appropriate drugs made a significant effect. Her color improved within hours. But my parents hadn't finished. They began calling family to inform them I had publicly humiliated them. They claimed I was accepting charity rather than familial assistance out of malice. Some relatives believed them. Others were beginning to question their story. The family was split up into camps, and the Christmas season was approaching. Tessa's mother, Marianne, did something unexpected. She summoned her own family gathering. She stated that she had critical information to offer regarding the family's future. My parents attempted to reject it, but Marianne insisted. She promised to give the information even if they did not show up. They had no option but to attend. I was invited too, but I was terrified. The last time had not gone well. My hands trembled just thinking about it. Tessa convinced me to go. She said her mother had been conducting her own inquiry for weeks. She discovered more than just bank statements. So I went and brought Lila with me. She was still feeble, yet stable. I wanted the family to understand the consequences of their disregard. The gathering was held at Marianne's residence. The majority of the family showed up, inquisitive about what was going on. The tension in the room was palpable. Marianne began by displaying the bank statements on a projector that she had put up. She explained the settlement money, going over each transaction painstakingly. She then dropped a bomb. She had discovered emails, old ones between my parents from just after the settlement. They were deciding how to spend the money, arranging vacations and shopping trips, and laughing about winning the lottery, all while their teenage daughter was struggling with trauma. One email from my mother said I was young and would get over it. The room was silent. My parents tried to escape, but Marianne was not finished. She had also discovered records of their gambling losses spanning years and hundreds of thousands of dollars over the previous decade. Money that comes from me. Money that should have gone to Lila. She had phoned the casino and received printouts of their loyalty program status. They were VIP members with complimentary accommodations and meals. Then Marianne showed everyone my Facebook post and the community's response. She read comments from people my parents had borrowed money from but never paid back. Stories of manipulation and lies dating back years. She expressed regret for not having noticed it sooner. She apologized to me in front of everybody. She claimed the family had failed me and Lila. Her voice cracked as she spoke. My parents attempted to defend themselves, but the evidence proved overwhelming. My father blamed my mother for the gambling. My mother blamed him for the lies. They turned against each other right in front of everyone. Years of secrets were revealed, including how they had been broken prior to the settlement, how they had viewed it as their opportunity to live the life they desired, and how they justified it by claiming I was young and fine. My mother admitted that she never thought I would amount to anything. My cousin Nina began crying. She claimed she suspected something was wrong but didn't want to believe it. My uncle Malcolm approached my parents and said they were disgusting. One by one, family members turned away from them. The truth had finally been revealed, and it was uglier than everyone had expected. Nonetheless, my folks attempted one final trick. My mother glanced at Lila and said she was sorry she was sick. Then she looked at me and said, "If I had just been a better daughter, none of this would have happened." She said that by being selfish, I forced them to take drastic measures. She genuinely attempted to blame me for their misdeeds. That was when Lila spoke out. My quiet, sick little kid stared at her grandmother and remarked, "She's mean." She thought I was the best mother in the world, and worked tirelessly every day. She stated that she didn't want to see them anymore. Her voice was little, yet clear. The room erupted. Family members began shrieking at my parents, calling them monsters and claiming they were dead to the family. My parents eventually understood they had lost. They left Marianne's house amid a shout of denunciation, but I knew they would not give up so easily. They had lost their income and reputation. They would seek vengeance. They always had to have the final say. I was correct. The following day, they filed a complaint with the nursing board. They said I had mental health difficulties that rendered me unfit for practice. They produced statements claiming that I had threatened them and demonstrated signs of instability. It was their final attempt to end my career. But this time, I was prepared. I had recordings, witnesses, and a charitable organization eager to vouch for me. I'd learned to document everything. The investigation was difficult, but Tessa and Marianne testified on my behalf. The charity worker gave documentation of my parents' attempts to interfere with Lila's therapy. Even some of my other relatives wrote me letters of support. The nursing board discovered no proof of wrongdoing. My license was cleared, and I was able to return to work. My supervisor apologized and promptly offered me my job back, with a minor raise to compensate for the inconvenience. However, the harm to my parents was lasting and rapid. The word had spread quickly throughout our small community. Their buddies had stopped calling. Their church ordered them to leave after learning of the theft. After learning about Lila's position, the casino blacklisted them. They became pariahs overnight, all by their own doing. They called me multiple times, but I did not answer. They had nothing else to scare me with. Lila maintained her treatment without interruption. The charity covered everything when I recovered. Family members who had been standing by began to aid as well. Marianne handed me money. She said my parents had borrowed from her years ago. Nina offered to babysit so that I could work additional shifts. Tessa assisted me in finding a tiny apartment that was within our budget. It wasn't much, but it belonged to us and couldn't be taken away. The house situation was problematic because I had signed it over under pressure. Mary Ann's husband, Franklin, had retired as a real estate agent. He discovered flaws in the documentation that my parents had completed. They hadn't filed it properly in their haste to seize power. The transfer was not valid. I still owned my house. When my parents discovered it, they threatened to sue. But which lawyer would take their case? They had no money left and no credibility. The threat was empty. 3 months later, Lila was in remission. The doctor said that she had reacted nicely to continuous treatment. We celebrated with a modest party at our home. We were joined by family members who had supported us, as well as several Facebook friends. For the first time in years, I felt like we had a true support system. My folks were not invited. I heard they'd relocated to a little apartment across town. They were working minimum wage jobs and just squeaking by, just like they had put me through for years. Sometimes karma comes around. They attempted to reach Lila on her birthday. Send a card with money inside. I gave Lila a choice. She tossed it in the trash without opening it. She declared, "People who hurt others don't deserve forgiveness." Smart youngster. She probably acquired that from going through so much so young, but she was healing. We both were. Following the revelations, my parents' extended relatives effectively excommunicated them. They were not welcome at holidays or family gatherings. A few relatives felt sorry for them, but the majority decided they had brought it on themselves. Instead, the family rallied around Lila and me, offering us the help and support we deserved all along. It took almost losing everything to find what we truly needed, a family who cared about us. Sometimes I worry if my parents regret what they did, if they ever reflect on how different things could have been. But then I recall their frigid expressions the day they threatened me. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction, as they believed they had me trapped. No, they just regret getting caught. They regret losing both their cash cow and their reputation. They have no regrets about hurting their daughter and grandkids. People like this never do. But we got through them. Lila became healthy. I was able to resume my career. We kept our home and discovered who truly cared for us. The cost was great, but the freedom was worthwhile. No more threats, no more manipulation, and no more handing out money we sorely needed. Just Lila and myself, living our lives without the weight of their greed weighing us down. We were finally free. 6 months later, things were finally stabilized. Lila was doing well with her therapy and even began playing soccer again. I was back at work full-time and had even taken on some overtime shifts. We were catching up on payments, and I was able to buy food without first checking my bank balance. My parents tried one more thing. A lawyer sent me a letter stating that my parents were contesting the house paperwork. They claimed I had verbally committed to give them the house, and they expected me to keep that agreement. The letter was from a cheap lawyer who most likely took their case for a tiny fee. I was not even worried. I had Mary Ann's husband Franklin on my side, and he was quite knowledgeable about property law. He stated that their case was rubbish and would be disposed of promptly, but my folks were desperate. They began showing up. First, they cornered me in the produce area of the supermarket store. My mother began to cry as she described how they were struggling. My father claimed I had ruined their lives due to a misunderstanding. I just walked away. They followed me through the store until security forced them to leave. Then they showed up to Lila's school again. This time, the principal contacted the police. They were warned against trespassing. Tessa called me one afternoon to share some news. She had been to the bank and overheard something unusual. My parents were trying to acquire a loan with my house as collateral. They told the bank they had ownership documentation. When they were unable to produce sufficient papers, the bank clerk shut them down, indicating that they were becoming desperate. They were running out of cash and options. I chose to be proactive this time. I went to the police station to submit a report on the harassment. The police stated that there wasn't much they could do without threats of violence, but he advised me to document everything and consider a restraining order if the situation progressed. I began carrying a little notebook everywhere. Every time I saw them or attempted to contact them, I recorded the date and time in my notebook. The family was still divided over my parents. My Aunt Elaine felt sorry for them despite everything. She claimed they were older and had made mistakes. She attempted to persuade me to help them a little. I reminded her about Lila in the hospital, the bounced check, and years of extortion. She stopped asking after that, but I suspected she was giving them money on the side. That was her decision. My parents' lawyer has sent another letter. This time they claimed emotional discomfort. They claimed I turned the family against them and tarnished their reputation. They sought damages. Franklin laughed when he read it. He described it as the most absurd thing he had ever seen. He responded back, basically urging them to stop wasting everyone's time. He also mentioned that we have documented their extortion and thievery. Following that, the letters stopped. However, my parents found other methods to irritate us. They spread the story that I was withholding Lila from them, out of spite. They told everybody who would listen that they only wanted to see their grandchild. Some people who did not know the full story believed them. I began receiving messages on Facebook from strangers telling me to forgive my parents, that family was vital, and that harboring grudges was bad. I blocked them all. Lila inquired about her grandparents one day. She wanted to know why they were being so cruel. I kept things simple. I said to her, "Sometimes people care more about money than family. Sometimes people make bad choices and hurt others." She nodded as if she understood. Then she inquired whether they would ever be polite. I told her I did not think so. She appeared content with her response. Children are resilient. My parents attempted to go through other relatives next. They persuaded my Uncle Gerald to call me. He stated that they were sorry and wanted to make amends. He claimed they realized they were mistaken. I asked if they were willing to repay the money they had stolen. He became quiet. Then he stated that it was in the past and we should move on. I hung up. They were not sorry. They didn't have any money. Tessa's mother, Mary Ann, had become like a genuine mother to me. She asked us over for supper every Sunday. She assisted with Lila when I had to work late. She even attended Lila's school festivities. One day she informed me that she had written to my parents against her will. She stated that after what they did, they were dead to her. She was leaving everything to her children and grandchildren, which included Lila and me. She told me that, and it made me cry. The harassment continued in tiny ways. Hang-up calls from unfamiliar numbers, my parents sitting in their car outside my workplace and following me to the grocery store but keeping just far enough away. They were attempting to frighten me without actually doing anything criminal. I kept documenting everything. My notebook was growing full. The cops claimed it was still insufficient for a restraining order. They wanted evidence of threats. Then they committed a mistake. My mother left a voicemail one night after drinking too much. She stated that I would regret wrecking their lives. She said karma will get me. She said she wished Lila got sick again so I could understand how it felt to suffer. She really stated that she wanted my daughter to suffer. I quickly saved that voicemail and made many copies. That was the exact threat I needed. The restraining order was granted within a week. My parents were told to stay 500 feet away from Lila and I. There is no contact of any kind. There is no third-party contact either. If they broke it, they'd be arrested. The judge was appalled when he heard the voicemail. He described threatening a youngster as reprehensible. My parents did not even show up to contest it. They understood they'd made a mistake. With the restraining order in place, life became more tranquil. No more harassing. No more showing up at random locations. No more letters from lawyers. They were legally obligated to leave us alone. Lila noticed the difference right away. She claimed it felt safer now. She was correct. We could travel there without looking back. We could relax in our own home without worrying about unexpected visitors. I learned about my parents through the family grapevine. They were working at a fast food restaurant and living in a studio apartment on the wrong side of town. The car had been repossessed. They were going through the same thing I had been through for years. The difference was that I was young and had a sick child. They were simply suffering the repercussions of their own avarice. I did not feel sad for them. Lila's health continued to improve. She was gaining weight and feeling more energetic. Her doctors were astounded by her progress. She was even able to return to school full-time. She got good marks and met new acquaintances. She joined the art group and learned that she enjoyed painting. It was incredible to see her act like a normal child again. That was all I wanted, for her to be healthy and happy. The charity that supported us invited me to speak at their fundraiser. I was worried, but consented. I told a room full of donors about how their support practically saved my daughter's life, how the family had abandoned us, but strangers had stepped forward. Several folks cried as I spoke. They raised more money that night than they had in prior years. The director stated that my experience had motivated others to give. My nursing career was going as well as ever. My supervisor recommended that I be promoted to charge nurse. It came with better hours and more pay. I could finally quit working extra hours simply to live. I could be home for dinner with Lila, assist her with her homework, and watch movies together. All of the regular mom things I had missed for so long. We were creating the life that we deserved. Mary Ann planned Lila a lavish birthday celebration that year. The entire family arrived. With the exception of my parents, Lila was the center of attention and enjoyed every minute. She received gifts, played games, and ate too much cake. She said it was the finest birthday ever. As I watched her giggle with her cousins, I understood that this was the family we had always needed. People who genuinely loved us. I ran into my father at the pharmacy a few months later. He looked terrible, skinny, gray, and exhausted. He began to approach me but noticed my hand moving to my phone. He remembered the restraining order. He just stood there, looking sad. For a split second, I almost felt awful. Then I remembered Lila in the hospital. The bounced check, the threats, the voicemail, and wanting she would become sick again. I passed past him without speaking. My mother attempted one final manipulation. She wrote a letter to Lila's school, expressing her concern for her granddaughter's welfare. She accused me of being an unsuitable mother who failed to provide Lila with critical medical treatment. The school needed to investigate, but they had all of Lila's medical data. They could see that she was healthy and prospering. The principal personally called me to apologize for the inconvenience. He claimed they had to follow up on all concerns, but he could see it was unfounded. That letter breached the restraining order because it was a third-party contact regarding us. I filed a police report right away. My parents were detained in their flat. My mother cried and claimed she missed her granddaughter. My father chastised her for sending the letter. They turned against each other in front of the cops. Both were accused of breaking the order. They spent one night in jail and were sentenced to probation. One more violation, and they'd be in real time. Following the arrest, they came to a complete halt. Perhaps reality had finally set in. Perhaps they realized I wasn't the weak teenage girl they'd been controlling for so long. Maybe they were simply too fatigued to continue fighting. Whatever the reason, we did not hear from them again. The silence was amazing. Lila and I could finally live our lives free of dread and conflict. The extended family adjusted to a new normal. My parents were not acknowledged during parties. It was as if they never existed. A few relatives maintained communication with them, but kept it separate. Nobody pressed me to forgive them anymore. They had witnessed what my parents were capable of. They saw why reconciliation was impossible. Some issues cannot be resolved with an apology. Lila once inquired if I was saddened about my parents. I told her the truth. I was unhappy because I wished I had parents who would have protected me and loved Lila. But I wasn't sorry about losing my actual parents. They have been harming us for years. Sometimes you have to let go of poisonous people, even if they are relatives. She comprehended in the way that an 8-year-old would. We kept the house and made it genuinely ours by painting Lila's room purple because it was her favorite color and displaying images of our real family. Marianne, Tessa, Nina, and everyone who had contributed. That was our family now. The folks who stepped up when things became tough. Who trusted us when the reality was ugly. Who contributed without expecting anything in return. Sometimes I think about the teacher who started everything. I wonder whether he ever considers the devastation he created. But mostly I don't. He's not worth your mental energy. My parents thought they had a choice. They could have utilized the money to help me heal, to provide therapy and assistance. Instead, they took everything for themselves and spent years punishing me for their actions. It's more difficult to let go. But we made it through it all. Lila was healthy. I had a good job. We had a house and a real family. The price was heavy, but we eventually won. My parents were enjoying the life they had imposed on me, while we were flourishing. There is some justice in it. They'd played silly games and won stupid rewards, as Reddit would say. Meanwhile, Lila and I had gained our freedom. Looking back, I'm grateful in an unusual manner. If my parents hadn't pushed so hard, I might have spent my entire life under their control, giving them money while Lila and I suffered, certain that I owed them for their quiet. Their greed eventually emancipated us. They had revealed who they truly were, and given me the courage to fight back. Now Lila and I could construct our lives without them. That is truly the end of the narrative. There is no spectacular final confrontation or heartbreaking reconciliation, simply life without them. Lila is well and joyful. I was working in a job I really like, a family that genuinely cared for us, and two persons who had learnt they would never be accepted in our life again. Sometimes the best form of vengeance is simply living well. We were living quite well. "Mommy, I got all A's," I said at 9, but she screamed for drug money, took my $20, vanished for 6 years. Now she's back, begging to be my mom again. My mother trusted me wholeheartedly when I was 11 years old, since I had already learned how to do my own laundry, cook a dinner with only 3 ingredients, and wrap a tight blanket over myself at night to make it feel like someone was holding me. And it's not like my mother was missing from the house. She spent her entire day confined in her room, concentrating on her art. And as for why her art was never enough to pay the bills, I assumed she trusted me enough to make cost-effective decisions. So even when I awoke in the middle of the night to gunfire or 100-degree temperatures in the summer because we didn't have air conditioning, I felt a strong feeling of pride. And whenever I went to my friends' places, I always prepared the entire supper, and they'd wake up to a clean house, with counters scrubbed, sofas hoovered, and even the dollar bills that had fallen between the cushions picked up. They'd always say things like, "Wow, your mom must be an incredible woman with how well she raised you." And I'd say with a great beaming smile, "Yes, she is the best." No one ever questioned why I was so thin, why I couldn't sleep in a bed and instead preferred the hardwood floor, or why I couldn't even finish a sentence without apologizing. They always assumed I was mature and nice. So, when my mother walked out of her room for the first time in days, I lunged at her. "Mommy, look at my report card. The teacher said I did really well." "That's nice, honey," she said as her smoke breath burned my nostrils. "Can you tell Mommy what day it is?" "Wednesday." I figured if I could make myself appear happy enough, she'd finally love me the way I wanted. Until she suddenly began flailing about the room and punching a hole in the wall. "Fuck, I thought it was effing Thursday. I thought the payout was today." When I approached her, she raised her fist as if she were about to lash out at me, so I made sure to talk swiftly. "Mom, I have $20. Her features immediately softened. "Honey, you are the kindest, most mature girl a mother could ever ask for." But I didn't have time to relish the moment because as soon as she grabbed it from my hand, she walked over to the store to buy art supplies, returned home, and resumed working on her painting. Now you might be asking where I obtained the $20. Well, there was this wealthy student at school who always had lunch money. He was rude to everyone, spitting on kids who looked like them. So I started keeping a mental list of who I could steal from and when. All for those fleeting moments when Mom would emerge, requiring another $20, $40, or a refill of her art supplies. And, like all preteens breaking the law, I became cocky. And after only 3 months, Ms. Lee had caught me. When she called me into her office, I knew exactly what was going to happen. I feared she was going to call the cops or shout at me. But no. Instead, she asked me questions. Not an interrogation, but more of a chat. Her response, "What's your favorite food?" My suggestion, "Rice with ketchup." She asked, "What do you and your mom like to do for fun together?" Mom responded, "Sometimes, the day after she gets her government check and she does art in her room, I sit by the crack in her door and talk about my day." She asked, "What time do you go to sleep at?" I say, "At 2 a.m., when my mom goes quiet." I smiled the entire time, just glad to be talking to an adult who cared about me. But when I looked up, I saw it. Her eyes were full of tears. She ordered me to wait while she went to get someone, and she gave me a Nintendo Switch to keep me entertained. 2 hours later, I heard a knock at the door. Ms. Lee wasn't alone. She was accompanied by 2 police officers and a lady in a suit who claimed to be from Family Services. They all had the same expression, as if they were attempting to grin, but couldn't quite do it. "Sweetie, we're going to take a ride to your house," she stated. "We need to check on your mom." I began to hyperventilate. "No, she's working on her art. She needs to be quiet." I screamed confidently, but they were already escorting me to the car. When we arrived, my mom did not answer the door. The cops stated that they needed to do a wellness check. I begged them not to disturb her concentration, but they opened the door anyway because my mother insisted on leaving it unlocked. I was the one who knocked on my mom's door. "Mom, there are people here." When she did not answer, I urged them to leave her alone, but they refused. Within seconds, the police officer had opened the door himself. What I saw caused my jaw to drop so hard that I believed my face would break. There was no article, easel, or paint supplies. Just my mother sitting in the center of the room with a metal spoon and powder. The walls were coated with black mold. You couldn't see the floor through the torrent of cigarette butts. I was prepared to beg the lady to take me away. The social worker lady placed her hand on my shoulder. I flinched sharply. She informed me her name was Victoria and that everything would be fine. The police officers entered the room while I stood frozen in the corridor. My mother started shouting at them to get out. She tossed stuff. I heard glass break. Victoria brought me back to the living room and instructed me to sit on our broken couch. I could not stop shaking. The police finally arrived after what seemed like an eternity. They had my mother in handcuffs. She was crying and calling out my name. I wanted to dash towards her, but Victoria stopped me. My mother continued saying she was sorry and loved me. Then they drove her away in the police car. I looked from the window as the lights faded down our street. Victoria sat next to me and told me that I'd have to stay somewhere else for a time. She asked whether I had any family around. I told her about my Aunt Sarah, who lived 2 towns away. We hadn't spoken to her in years since my mother believed she was harsh and judgmental. Victoria made several phone calls. I packed my clothes in a rubbish bag. I did not have much. 3 shirts, 2 sets of pants, and some undergarments. Victoria helped me gather my school supplies. She found my report card on the floor, where my mother had dropped it. All A's, with the exception of 1 B in mathematics. She told me to be proud of myself. We drove for around an hour to Aunt Sarah's place. It was much larger than our apartment, with 2 floors and a big yard. Aunt Sarah opened the door before we could knock. She looked exactly like my mother, but healthier. Her hair was clean, and she wore regular clothing. She embraced me so tightly that I couldn't breathe. Victoria discussed the situation while I sat on a real couch with actual cushions. Aunt Sarah kept wiping her eyes. She claimed she had been trying to acquire custody of me for years, but my mother would not let her near us. I didn't realize that. Victoria left after ensuring that I was settled. Aunt Sarah brought me to a real bedroom, complete with a bed, bedding, and a closet. She claimed it was mine now. I wasn't sure what to do. I just stood there and stared at the bed. She inquired if I was hungry, and I responded no, despite my stomach growling. She prepared me a sandwich anyway: turkey, cheese, and lettuce. I ate it so quickly that I almost vomited. That first night I slept on the floor out of habit. Aunt Sarah found me in the morning and cried. She helped me go back into bed and tucked me in. I was there for 3 days straight. Only got up to use the restroom. She brought me food and water, never forced me to speak. On the 4th day, I eventually made it downstairs. She was making pancakes from scratch, not frozen. She asked if I wanted to help, and I agreed. We cooked together in solitude. The pancakes were perfect, fluffy, and golden. I ate 6 of them. She didn't say anything about it, only grinned and made more. After breakfast, she asked if I wanted to go clothes shopping. I explained that I didn't have any money. She stated that this was her current work. We went to Target and she let me choose whatever I wanted. I continued scrutinizing the price tags until she advised me not to worry about it. I got new clothes, shirts that actually fit, a winter coat, and shoes that are hole-free. She even got me genuine pajamas with matching shirts and bottoms. When we came home, she helped me organize everything in my closet. Then she sat on my bed, asking if I wanted to talk about my mother. I shake my head. She said it was fine, and we could discuss whenever I was ready, or never, if that was my preference. But she did tell me one thing. My mother was ill and needed care. It was not my fault, and I could not have helped her. I'd done all a child could do, and more. Much more than I should have had to. I started crying then, and I mean really crying. The kind when you can't breathe and snot drips down your cheeks. Aunt Sarah hugged me while I grieved. She didn't try to get me to stop or assure me it was fine. She just allowed me to cry till I couldn't anymore. School began 2 weeks later. Aunt Sarah drove me there in her old Honda Civic, which smelled of vanilla air freshener and coffee. She accompanied me to the workplace and ensured that everything was in order, including new emergency contacts, addresses, and everything else. The secretary continued giving me sympathetic looks, which made my skin crawl. Aunt Sarah hugged me farewell and said, "Have a good day." Her perfume was different from my mother's, cleaner and softer. I felt afraid. What if everyone knew about my mother? What if everyone stared at me? But no one said anything. I went to my classes as usual. I ate lunch alone, as usual, picking at the cafeteria meatloaf which looked nothing like food. I completed my schoolwork in the library after school while waiting for Aunt Sarah to pick me up. Mrs. Chen, the librarian, began leaving small bowls of pretzels at my customary table. Things were fine for nearly a month. I was eating 3 meals every day, sleeping in a proper bed with matching sheets and pillows that weren't as flat as pancakes, and taking hot showers whenever I wanted without worrying about the water bill. Aunt Sarah even signed me up for soccer after I suggested that it looked enjoyable. She bought all of the gear, including cleats that actually fit, shin guards, and a water bottle with my name on it. She attended every practice, sitting on the metal bleachers alongside the other parents. I was bad at first, but my coach insisted I was improving. My teammates were kind to me. One girl, Isabella, asked me to her birthday celebration. I'd never attended a proper birthday celebration before. Then my mother called. Aunt Sarah had given me a phone for emergencies. A flip phone, nothing fancy, with a small charm hanging off it, which she claimed was for good luck. It rang as I was finishing my schoolwork. Unknown number. I responded without thinking. Her voice sounded different, somehow clearer. She stated that she was in treatment and doing well. She really missed me. She apologized for everything. Could I come only once? She needed to see me to explain what had happened and make things right. I told her I will think about it, and then hung up. My hands were so shaky that I dropped the phone. It clattered over the wooden floor, reverberating throughout my peaceful chamber. I did not inform Aunt Sarah about the call. I knew I should have, but I didn't want her to take my phone. My mother called again the following day, and the next. Aunt Sarah would always say the same things at work. She adored me. She was getting better. She only needed to see me one time. Her voice had the aspect of being frantic while also trying to sound casual. On the 5th day, she told me she was leaving soon. Perhaps we can be a family again. This time, we have a true family. She'd land a job and a decent apartment. We'd have food in the fridge and heat in the winter, everything I could want. She even discussed acquiring a cat, which reminded me that I'd always wanted one. I began planning. I saved my lunch money rather than eating. I told Aunt Sarah I wasn't hungry for supper because my tummy hurt from running so much at soccer. I wrapped half my lunch in napkins and threw it away later. I needed to be ready when my mother came out. I needed to have money for her. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Aunt Sarah observed that I was losing weight. She scheduled doctor visits. The doctor stated that I was malnourished and needed to eat more. Aunt Sarah observed me at every meal after that, ensuring that I finished everything. I became imaginative, spitting food into my milk while she glanced away, stuffing it in my pockets, and feeding it to her dog Bruce while she went to the restroom. Bruce, a golden retriever, would eat anything and wag his tail as if we were playing a game. My mom's calls became more frequent. 3 times every day. 4. Sometimes during class my phone vibrates against my leg. She described the treatment facility as awful. They were nasty to her. I didn't understand her artwork. She needed to get out. Needed my assistance. Do I still love her? Was I her nice girl? The one who always assisted mommy? I agreed to everything. I couldn't help it. Her voice did something to my mind. Made me forget about everything awful that happened. Made me think of the few times mom hugged me, the time she told me she was pleased with me for making supper, the time she let me sleep in her bed during a rainstorm, her arms around me making me feel safe for a change. She told me her release date was 2 weeks away, on October 15th, a Tuesday. She said she would come get me and we'd flee away together, begin fresh somewhere new. Maybe California, where the weather was always pleasant and I could see the ocean. I could attend school there. She will get clean for good this time. Not like previously. This time would be different. I believed her. Or maybe I simply wanted to believe her. It's hard to discern the difference when you're 12 and yearning for your mother to adore you. I began packing secretly, put a few clothes in my backpack at a time, my favorite jeans. Aunt Sarah bought me the softest sweater I had ever owned. I took food from the pantry while Aunt Sarah wasn't looking. Crackers, granola bars, anything that wouldn't spoil. I filled water bottles and concealed them underneath my bed. I felt both guilty and excited. My mother wanted me. She was selecting me. Despite everything, she still wanted to be my mother. That had to imply something, right? The night before her discharge, I couldn't sleep. I kept checking my phone every few minutes, and the blue glow lit up my face in the dark. She said she'd call when she got out and tell me where I could meet her. I'd slip away while Aunt Sarah was at work and get the bus to where she was. We would be together again. A real family. I had everything figured out. I also wrote Aunt Sarah a message thanking her for everything. I told her not to worry about me, that I would be fine. I must have revised it 5 times to find the correct wording. The morning came, and there was no call. I went to school as usual, my backpack loaded with materials. I checked my phone between each class. Nothing. Lunchtime, still nothing. Isabella asked if I would want to sit with her and her pals. I said no. Too distracted to be social. I was in a state of terror when Aunt Sarah picked me up. What if something happens? What if they don't let her out? What if she forgets about me? I ate very little of my meal, which was generally chicken and rice. Aunt Sarah inquired whether I was feeling sick. I replied yes and went to bed early. I lay there staring at my phone, hoping it would ring. It eventually rang at midnight. My heart was thumping as I answered the first ring. But it was not my mother. It was a dude. His speech sounded harsh, as if he had been smoking for years. He stated he was her friend. She stayed with him for a few days to get back on her feet. She needed money for a bus ticket to come and retrieve me. Just $100. Can I acquire it somehow? I explained that I didn't have any money. He became angry. Said I was a selfish child. Didn't I want to visit my mom? Didn't I love her? She often mentioned me as her wonderful daughter who was always willing to help her. Now I wouldn't even aid her when she needed it the most. I began crying. I said I would work something out. He told me to meet him tomorrow at the Shell petrol station on Maple Street, which is near my school. Bring whatever money I can obtain. Cash only. Don't tell anyone or my mom will get in trouble, maybe even go to jail. Did I want that? Did I want my mother in jail? I replied no, and hung up. I spent the remainder of the night figuring out where to get money. Aunt Sarah's purse was downstairs. She usually carried cash, but taking from her felt unlike stealing from students at school. She had been so lovely to me and gave me everything. But my mother needed me, and I needed my mother. The next morning, when Aunt Sarah was showering, I snatched $40 from her wallet. The bills were crisp and new, as if she had just withdrawn cash from an ATM. I felt nauseous the entire time. Almost returned it twice, but I kept thinking about my mother, about being a family again, about her choosing me. I went to school with cash burning a hole in my pocket, could not concentrate on anything. I continued to watch the clock. During lunch, I walked to the gas station. The man was there, as he had said, tall and slender with tattoos on his neck, some sort of serpent or dragon. He grabbed and counted the money. They said it wasn't enough. My mother needs at least 200. I told him it was all I had. He went on. I better find more by tomorrow, or your mom would be really disappointed. Then he got into a beat-up truck that emitted black smoke. I returned to school feeling worse than ever. My mother had not arrived, and I had already spent $40. That night, I couldn't eat at all. Aunt Sarah stroked my forehead and said I appeared warm. Maybe I should stay at home tomorrow. I said no too soon. She gave me a weird look but didn't push it. After she went to bed, I sneaked downstairs again. The steps creaked beneath my feet, and I froze every time, listening for movement. She discovered her emergency cash in the kitchen drawer, $200 in 20s. I took it all. I figured I'd need it for the man, plus an extra for my mother when she arrived. I went back to bed but couldn't fall asleep. I kept thinking about Aunt Sarah finding the money gone, what she'd think, and what she would do. The next day, I met the man again and gave him the 200. He smiled and added, my mom would be overjoyed. She'd call me tonight for sure, set up a time and place to meet. I believed him because I had to. I spent the rest of school in a daze. Isabella invited me to come over after soccer practice. Her mother was making tacos. I said, maybe another time. She appeared hurt, but I couldn't think about it. I had to focus on my mother, our strategy, and being a family again. That night, Aunt Sarah made my favorite dinner. Spaghetti with genuine meatballs, not canned ones. She'd been cooking all day, and the house smelled like garlic and tomatoes. I made myself eat so she wouldn't worry. She mentioned weekend plans. Maybe we could go to the movies or the beach if it was warm enough. She would pack a picnic and bring Bruce. I nodded and smiled while feeling like the worst person in the world. She was preparing our weekend, and I intended to disappear. After supper, she hugged me and said she loved me. I almost told her everything right away. Almost. But I did not. I just hugged her back and went to my room. My phone rang at 10 o'clock. Another unknown number, but this time it wasn't my mother's. It was a dude. He mentioned there was a problem. My mom was arrested. Something about old warrants. She needed $500 in bail money. Could I have it? I said no. That was too much. He told me I didn't comprehend. If she didn't get bail, she'd stay in jail for months or maybe years. Is that what I wanted? Is my mother languishing in jail because her daughter refused to aid her? I started crying again. I told him I would try. He told me I had till tomorrow night. After that, my mother was on her own. I knew Aunt Sarah didn't have $500 sitting around, but she did have a jewelry box in her room. Some of it seemed pricey. Perhaps I could pawn a piece. She had so much, She was unlikely to notice anything missing, at least not immediately. And by then, I would be with my mother. We would figure out how to repay her. My mom would acquire a job, like she promised. We'd save money and purchase Aunt Sarah some new jewelry. Better stuff even. I waited till I heard Aunt Sarah snore, snuck into her room as quietly as I could. The jewelry box was on her dresser, made of dark wood with small flowers engraved on the top. I opened it cautiously. Lots of necklaces, rings, and bracelets. I grabbed a gold necklace that appeared weighty. I figured gold was quite expensive. I was about to depart when I noticed a picture tucked under the mirror of myself and Aunt Sarah during my first soccer game. We're both hugely beaming. I appeared happy. Very happy. Happier than I had ever been with my mother. I stood there staring at it, clutching the necklace, and thinking about everything. Then Aunt Sarah awoke. I saw myself standing there with her jewelry. I expected her to yell, call me a thief, and kick me out. But she only looked sad. They asked me to sit down. I sat on her bed, holding the jewelry. She inquired if I needed money for anything. I began sobbing. I told her everything, about my mother's call, the man, the money I had already taken, and the bail. Everything simply spilled out. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she asked for my phone. I handed it to her. She reviewed the calls. Then she gave me a hug. They told me that none of this was my fault. My mother was sick and was taking advantage of me. The man was probably her dealer. There was no bail or arrest, just more lies to get money for drugs. I wanted to argue, to tell her she was incorrect, and that my mother loved and needed me. But deep down, I knew Aunt Sarah was correct. My mother had been gone for days and had not come to see me. Just sent a man to collect money. The same design as always. Same lies, same manipulation, same me falling for it because I really wanted her to love me, select me, and be a genuine mother. But she wasn't capable of it. Perhaps she never was. Aunt Sarah called the police and gave them the man's description as well as the location of the petrol station. She then called to change my phone number. We said we'd deal with the stolen money tomorrow. Tonight, I just needed to sleep. She snuggled me into bed like I was a small child. Sat with me until I stopped crying. She told me she loved me, that I was safe, that I didn't have to care for anyone other than myself. She was now responsible for my well-being, and she was not going anywhere. The next few weeks were difficult. I was waiting for my mother to show up and knock on the door, demanding to see me. But she never arrived. The individual was arrested for dealing. Police claimed he provided information about my mother. She was back to using, living in a residence with other addicts. They probably didn't recall phoning me. Or perhaps she did and simply didn't care enough to try again when the money stopped arriving. Either way, it hurts the same. Aunt Sarah helped me get into therapy. Dr. Martinez was a lady who specialized in youngsters like me, kids who had to grow up too quickly and cared for their parents rather than the other way around. There were soft seats and tissues on every table in her office. She taught me about boundaries, about how it wasn't my responsibility to save my mother. How could I not love her in good health? How her addiction was neither my fault nor my responsibility. In my mind, everything makes sense. It's harder for me to believe in my heart. I started performing better in school. It turns out that when you're not always worrying about your mother, you can concentrate on your studies. My grades improved from good to great. Teachers began to notice me, for good reasons. Not because I was stealing or sleeping during class. Isabella welcomed me to her house again. This time, I answered yes. We played computer games, ate pizza, and spoke about boys we thought were attractive. Normal kid things. It felt weird but good. The soccer season had concluded, and Aunt Sarah had signed me up for basketball. I was bad at it too. My teammates, however, didn't seem to care. They simply wanted me to have fun, so I did. I sprinted around, missed shots, and smiled when I fell. Aunt Sarah attended every game. We cheered even though we lost. I took the entire team out for ice cream afterwards. Some of the other parents approached her and asked if I might attend sleepovers and birthday celebrations. She would always say yes. My therapist told me that I was making improvements, learning to be a child rather than a caretaker. However, I still had awful days. There were days when I missed my mother so badly that it pained physically. When I remembered the happy times and forgot about the bad. When I worried whether I gave up too easily, if I should have worked more, done more, or been better. Dr. Martinez stated that those feelings were typical. They would probably never go away fully, but they'd become easier to manage. And they did. Slowly. Aunt Sarah once asked whether I wanted to go visit my mother. She was at a rehab facility, a real one this time, had been clean for 60 days. Her counselor thought that visiting me would help her heal. But only if I wished to. There's no pressure either way. I thought about it for a week. I changed my mind 12 times. Finally, I decided yes. I needed to see her. To determine whether she was truly trying this time or if it was simply another lie. The facilities were wonderful, clean and light, with plenty of windows, nothing like I had expected. My mother was waiting in the visiting room. She looked different, healthy. Her skin was clear and her hair had been washed. She had gained good weight. When she spotted me, she began to cry. I did too. We hugged for quite a while. She smelled like soap rather than smoke, felt solid rather than fragile. When we sat down, she grabbed my hand, apologized for everything. She said she understood if I despised her, that she had been a dreadful mother, put me through things that no child should go through. She said she was sorry. I am terribly sorry. I told her that I didn't dislike her. I loved her, always had, even when things were horrible, especially when things got worse. She cried harder. She said she didn't deserve my love, but she appreciated it. That she was working hard to become healthy, attending meetings, taking medication, and learning how to deal with her difficulties without using drugs. That she wanted to be the mother I deserved. Even if it took years and I never trusted her again, she was willing to try. We spoke for an hour about school, soccer, and Aunt Sarah. She stated she was delighted I was with Sarah and that her sister was a nicer person than she had ever been. She only wanted me to feel protected and loved. When our visit ended, we hugged again. She stated she loved me and will always love me. That she'd call when the institution allowed it, write letters, and do anything I wanted with no pressure. My recovery began initially. She was willing to wait as long as needed. Aunt Sarah drove me home silently. Allow me to comprehend everything. When we returned, she prepared hot chocolate and we sat on the couch. I told her about the visit, how my mother appeared different, how she apologized and claimed she wanted to get better. Aunt Sarah listened and nodded. She said she hoped it was true that my mother would stay clean, but that we should take things one day at a time. No expectations, no pressure. Just see what happens. My mother did call once a week as she promised. We talked about safe topics like school, friends, and the books I was reading. She informed me about her recovery, the steps she was taking, the job training program she had entered, and the apartment she intended to receive once she left the institution. Small things, ordinary things, gave me hope. But I was cautious with that expectation. Keep it tiny and protected. I didn't let it get too huge too fast. Months passed like that. Phone calls are made every Sunday at 3 p.m. My mother keeps me clean. I got out of the facility and into a halfway house. I started working in a supermarket shop, stocking shelves. She sent me images of her small room, which only had a bed and a dresser, but she was proud of it. She claimed it was the first place she had paid for with her own money in years. I hung the photos on my bulletin board next to my soccer team photo. Then one day, she suggested we meet for lunch. It's just the two of us. Somewhere public. Aunt Sarah may drop and pick me up. There is no pressure. I pondered about it for 3 days. I asked Dr. Martinez what she thought. She told me I had no choice than to believe my instincts. My gut felt afraid, but also fascinated. So I answered, yes. We met in a Denny's near her halfway house. She was already there when I arrived, sipping coffee and appearing apprehensive. She stood up when she noticed me. We exchanged awkward hugs before sitting down and staring at our menus. The waitress came by twice before we were ready to order. Finally, I received pancakes. She received a salad. We made small chat about the weather, my upcoming basketball season, and her employment. Then she took out an envelope. Inside was $240. I stole the money for her dealer. She claimed she'd been saving to repay it. I wanted to give it to Aunt Sarah, but I figured I should do it. Part of making amends. I stared at the money. I remembered stealing it. How terrified I was. How desperate. She stated she was sorry for placing me in that situation, for making me believe I needed to care for her, for being the type of mother whose children had to steal to survive. I informed her Aunt Sarah wasn't concerned about the money, that she'd forgiven me immediately. My mother nodded. Sarah was described as being good in this regard. They had always been together, even as children. Then she told me memories of growing up with Aunt Sarah. how Sarah always watched out for her and tried to help when things became tough. But my mother was too arrogant and stubborn, pushed her away, chose substances over family. I've regretted it every day since. After lunch, my mother led me outside to wait for Aunt Sarah. She asked if we might do it again, perhaps once a month. I responded that I will think about it. She claimed that was fair, more than fair. When Aunt Sarah pulled up, my mother waved but did not approach the car. I got in, and we drove off. I saw my mother shrink in the side mirror. She stood there until we rounded the corner. That night, I handed Aunt Sarah the money. She attempted to reject it, but I insisted. He said it was important. She placed it in her wallet, and that was that. There was no big issue or drama. It was simply done. We made tacos for dinner and watched a movie. Bruce snuggled up between us on the couch. Normal Tuesday night activities. It felt nice. I met my mother for lunch once a month after that. Always go to the same Denny's. I always eat pancakes and she eats salad. She remained clean. Was promoted to shift supervisor. I moved into a real apartment with a roommate named Brittany, who was also recovering. They showed me images of their property, which was clean and simple. Nothing extravagant, but better than wherever we'd previously lived together. On my 13th birthday, she asked if she could take me shopping. Real shopping. Not stealing or scraping together. She had a budget set aside for everything. Aunt Sarah said okay but was concerned. I was afraid too, but my mother arrived on time. Took me to the mall. Let me choose clothes, books, and a new backpack for school. They did not complain about the prices or make me feel guilty. Even bought us pretzels in the food court. When she dropped me off, she handed me one more present. A note. He said to read it when I was ready. Perhaps with Aunt Sarah. Perhaps with Dr. Martinez. Perhaps alone. Whatever seemed perfect. I waited till nightfall. I sat on my bed and carefully unwrapped it. Her handwriting was neat. Cleaner than I recalled. The letter was long. 5 pages, front and back. She wrote about her background, including how her father abandoned her when she was 7 and how her mother worked 3 jobs and was never home. How she began drinking at the age of 12 to alleviate her loneliness. By the age of 15, I had advanced to more difficult material. I met my father when I was 17. He was older and had money. It seemed like a way out. But he was only another addict. They helped each other. They made each other worse. She wrote about finding out she was pregnant with me and how she tried but failed to become clean. How mother got herself to quit when I was born. But addiction does not function that way. She loved me from the moment she saw me, but love wasn't enough. The substances always prevailed. She always put herself first, even when she loathed herself for it, even when she noticed how it was affecting me. She wrote of being both proud and horrified as she watched me take care of myself. I felt proud to be so capable. I'm horrified that I had to be. She'd lie in her room, high, listening to me cook dinner, do schoolwork, and take care of everything. How she wanted to help but couldn't move. Couldn't think beyond the next fix. She kept promising herself that tomorrow would be different, but it never came. She wrote about the day I was taken away. How it was both the saddest and best day of her life. Worst of all, she lost me. Best, because I was now safe. How she spent the first month of therapy planning to lure me back, using the same promises and lies. How her counselor forced her to accept the truth. She was incapable of being my mother. Not then. Perhaps not ever. That love entailed letting me go. She wrote about seeing me thrive with Aunt Sarah, receiving updates from the facility, hearing about soccer, friendships, and good grades, how it ached and healed all at once. I knew I was happy. I knew it was without her. How she had to learn to accept that, to value my happiness more than my presence, to adore me more than she needed me. The final page was around now. How she got up every day and decided to stay clean. Not for me. For herself. Because she realized she deserved better. How she went to meetings, completed the steps, and assisted other addicts. How she was developing as a person, not simply an addict or a lousy mother, a complete individual, both good and evil, and all in between. She finished by stating she loved me, would always love me. That I saved her life by leaving, living without her, and showed her what she was missing and ruining. That she did not expect forgiveness. I did not expect a relationship. Just wanted to know the truth. The entire truth. That I was the best thing she ever did. Even if she did it poorly. Even if it harmed both of us. It was her best achievement. And her greatest regret. Both are true simultaneously. I sobbed while reading it. I cried harder when I showed it to Aunt Sarah. Cried at Dr. Martinez's office while discussing it. I cried because it answered questions I never knew I had, explained things I was too young to understand, made my mother human instead of a monster. Instead of becoming bad, she was made sick. Made it easier to forgive her. Made it easier to forgive myself for failing to save her. After that, our lunches became easier. We talked about serious things, her recovery, my life, and the future. She never asked for more than I could provide. Never pushed for overnight stays, holidays, or anything more than monthly lunches. She said she was grateful for whatever I felt comfortable with, and she meant it. I could see she was different. Still my mother, but also a stranger, someone I was getting to know for the first time. My sophomore year, I made it to varsity basketball. My mother went to a game, sat in the back with the other parents, and did not try to speak to Aunt Sarah or cause a scene. Just watched and cheered when I made a shot. I left before I could find her afterwards. She sent a text saying she was proud. That was it. Perfect in its simplicity. There will be no drama or expectations, only support. She attended many games after that, always in the back and leaving discreetly. Sometimes I'd wave, and she'd wave back. I was sometimes too focused on the game to notice her. Either way was acceptable. She was there because she wanted to be, not because she had to be, or because I needed her to be. Just because. In her junior year, she moved into her own place. No roommate. It's just her and a cat named Harley. She had been promoted to assistant manager, had health insurance, and a savings account, all of which felt like miracles. She invited me over to dinner. Aunt Sarah might also come to ensure everything was safe. I responded that I will think about it. It took me a month to decide. Dr. Martinez stated that there was no haste and no correct answer, only what felt comfortable. So I went. Aunt Sarah dropped me off but did not come inside. Said it was my thing, my choice. She would be right outside if I needed her. My mother prepared spaghetti not from a jar. Real sauce with tomatoes, basil, and garlic. We ate and talked about school, her cat, and anything but the past. That was nice. Weird but wonderful. I started going over once or twice a month. Always told Aunt Sarah where I was. I always had my phone. I always had an escape strategy, but I never used it. My mom kept things light and safe. She proved to me she could be trusted, at least with this. At least for now. And it was enough. More than enough. It was everything. She attended my senior year's graduation. This time I sat with the other parents, rather than in the back or hiding. Right there beside everyone else. I took pictures as I walked across the stage, and then hugged me quickly and carefully. She told me she was proud of me, that she loved me, and that she'd see me at lunch next week before leaving. No attempts to join the family festivity. No making it about her. Just there and gone. Perfect. I'm now in college. State school is roughly 2 hours from home. Aunt Sarah's residence is where I call home. Always will be. My mother and I occasionally exchange texts. I still have lunch while I am in town. She's been clean for 6 years. She has her own life, including friends from recovery, a sober boyfriend named Kyle, and a promotion to store manager. Normal problems include car repairs and tax returns. Nothing like before. She once wondered if I would ever call her mother again. I've been addressing her by her first name since I moved in with Aunt Sarah. I couldn't help it. Mom felt too weighty, too hefty, with too much history. I told her maybe someday, when it felt right, if it ever felt appropriate. She replied she understood. She said her name was great. She said that having me in her life was more than she deserved. And she meant it. Aunt Sarah is still Aunt Sarah. Still attend my games. Still make sure I eat enough. She still holds me too tightly when I come home for breaks. In all important aspects, you are still my true parent. She never legally adopted me. She stated that she did not need papers to love me or be a part of my family. She was correct. You are related through blood. Choice creates a family. She chose me every day. It still does. I am studying social work. I want to help youngsters like myself. Children who rear themselves. Who cares for parents who are unable to care for themselves? They steal, lie, and hunger to survive. Who thinks that love entails sacrifice? Who believe they are not worth preserving? Dr. Martinez predicts that I will excel at it, that my experience will benefit others. Pain can be transformed into purpose. Maybe she is right. My mother sends cards on holidays, calls on my birthday. When invited, he becomes involved in critical matters. When not in use, it stays away. We have boundaries now. Clear ones. Healthy ones. She respects them. I respect her healing. We are not mother and daughter. They are not friends either. Something in between. Something special. Something that works for us. Sometimes I think about the 11-year-old girl, making rice with ketchup, sleeping on the floor, stealing to survive, believing it was normal and loved. She was liked. It just wasn't the manner she required, not as she deserved. Nevertheless, she survived. She got out. She gathered Aunt Sarah, Dr. Martinez, teammates, and friends. She's got a life. A real life. Good life. And sometimes, when her mother calls just to say hello, to hear her voice, or to be in the same room for a few minutes, she remembers how complicated love is. People can be sick, but still love you. You may love them back without sacrificing yourself. That forgiveness does not imply forgetting. That moving ahead does not imply going back. That family is whatever you make it, whoever you choose, how you show up. So yes, that is my story. The kid raised herself. Mom chose chemicals. Aunt chose me. Not really happy, not exactly sad. It's true. Just life. Just what happened, what is happening, and what could happen next. Take one day at a time, one option at a time. Take one lunch at a time, and that's it. More than enough. My mother let the man who assaulted me hold my daughter. Then she helped him sue me for custody. When I was 16, Ethan, my husband's best friend, took advantage of me. However, that wasn't the worst part. You know, my mother never liked my husband, but she adored Ethan. He was from a great family with a high reputation. So when Ethan did what he did to me, my mother didn't believe me. To make matters worse, Ethan's mother was also my mother's supervisor, which I knew played a significant role in my mother's refusal to believe me. But I refused to remain silent. Despite my mother's objections, I went to the authorities. While I was awaiting trial, I moved in with my boyfriend, now husband, and his parents since my mother became angry toward me at home. However, this is when things started to go wrong. I discovered I was pregnant while at my boyfriend's. I knew it wasn't my boyfriend's either, because we were never intimate, and I'd never been with anyone like that before. Fast forward 5 months to the end of the trial, and Ethan agreed to the accusations and accepted a plea deal. He received no jail time. The only restriction was that he never received permission to see my kid. She was born 9 months later, and my mother asked me to move back home and apologize for everything she had done. I knew it was fishy, but she was my mother, so I chose to forgive her. Big mistake, although not at first. The first year was calm. My mother apologized to me, was the perfect grandmother, and served us dinner. But then, a year later, everything changed, and not because my mother did. You see, I attended college a few hours away, and my mother had retired early to care for my daughter while I was gone. During the week, I remained on campus and returned home on weekends. Well, one day we had a massive snowstorm and my Thursday and Friday classes were canceled, so I went home early without telling my mother, hoping to surprise her. Guess who was in the kitchen when I walked in? Ethan's mom, my mother, and Ethan. Ethan was also holding Chloe, my daughter, as I entered. They were astonished, to say the least. I flipped out, grabbed my daughter, and packed a suitcase with her belongings. My mother and Ethan's mother pleaded with me not to leave while I was packing. When I tried to leave, my mother was crying and begged me to forgive her. I told her I would never forgive her and walked out. On my way out, Ethan grabbed my arm and told me to be kinder to my mother. My mother called me hundreds of times, but I never responded. I left to get an apartment with my husband and children. I also arranged for a babysitter while I was in class. A week following this occurrence, my mother deposited more than $100,000 in my bank account in order to buy me over or get me to speak with her. I didn't even know where she got the money. Years later, my younger sister got married, and I had to reconnect with my mother. I had to remain courteous with her while she inquired about Chloe, who she hadn't seen in 10 years, my son Noah, and my current pregnancy. She told me she wanted to settle things with me and meet her grandchildren before she died. She even said that she had always believed me about what had transpired. She simply did not want to be fired. I asked if she still hangs around with Ethan's mother. She spoke occasionally, but mostly at church. I ended the conversation. I was upset because, in addition to enabling Ethan to see my daughter, she hung out with the woman who traveled around town telling everyone that I was lying, that Ethan had done nothing wrong and that we had a relationship. And I felt horrible about it. So I lied and claimed something happened. When I arrived home, I was just angry and needed to calm down. That night, I reflected a lot on what had transpired. The next day, I decided to phone my mother for the first time in 10 years. I wanted to talk to her more and see if we could move on from what had happened, and if I could forgive her. Initially, the conversation went well. We were discussing current events in our lives, but the subject shifted to church, which led to her talking about Ethan. She felt the need to tell me how much my daughter resembled his other children, because I am supposedly expected to care. I told her I didn't want to talk about him, but she persisted. She said he's a better guy now and feels bad about what he did, and that I should forgive him because it was so long ago. You should be over it by now, she explained. I got angry. My mother has never heard about what happened to me. She only ever heard his version of what happened. So I informed her what really happened and how her talking about the man who hurt me would make me lose all respect for her. I advised her not to call me, to preserve our relationship as it has been for the past few years, since she will never change. I ended by telling her that I would never bring any of my children around her because I didn't trust her. My palms shook as I hung up the phone. I stepped into the kitchen and got myself a glass of water, attempting to calm my breathing. My husband looked up from his laptop at the dining table, concerned on his face. He didn't need to inquire what had happened. He could see it all on me. I sat down hard in the chair across from him, the glass quivering in my hand. My stomach churned as I recalled my mother's nonchalant mention of Ethan's other children, as if comparing them to Chloe was natural or appropriate. My husband closed his laptop and stretched across the table to place his hand on mine. I backed away and stood up abruptly, desperate to move and do something with the angry fire flowing through me. I began pacing the kitchen, my footsteps echoing across the tile floor. The doorbell rang, interrupting my train of thinking. I froze instantly, on edge. We were not expecting anyone. My husband got up to answer it, while I remained in the kitchen and listened. I heard the door open, followed by the rustling of paper. He came back with a tiny gift addressed to Chloe. There's no return address, he explained, turning the box over in his hands. As I grabbed the gift from him, I felt something chilly sink in my gut. It was wrapped in pink paper with a bow on top, evidently designed to appeal to a young girl. My fingers tightened around the package as suspicion crept into my mind. I took a knife from the cabinet and carefully cut the tape. Inside came a silver necklace with a heart pendant and a note that simply read, "For Chloe, from someone who cares." My hands began to shake again, this time with a different type of fear. I showed the note to my husband and watched his jaw tighten as he read it. Without saying anything, I walked to the rubbish pail and put the entire item inside. My husband nodded in accord. We both realized we couldn't tell Chloe about this just yet. She was in school, blissfully oblivious that someone was attempting to bring her gifts. Over the next few days, other parcels arrived. A bracelet, a book about family trees, and a photo album with blank pages. Chloe was unaware that each one had gone right into the trash. I began frantically examining the mail, snagging anything odd before she could read it. Then one afternoon, Chloe returned home from school with an odd spring in her step. She put her backpack near the door and virtually skipped into the kitchen where I was preparing dinner. "Mom, I made a new friend online," she said, taking out her phone. My knife paused in the middle of a chop. "Oh? Tell me about them," I responded, trying to keep my tone casual as alarm screamed in my head. "His name is Adrian," Chloe explained, reading through her texts. "He knows so much about our family. He told me things about Grandma that even you probably don't know." The knife fell from my grasp, clattering onto the chopping board. My heart pounded as I turned fully to face Chloe. "What kind of things?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Chloe shrugged, still staring at her phone. "Just stuff about when she was younger, where she worked, things like that. He says he's doing genealogy research and found our family really interesting." I came up and carefully removed the phone from her grasp. "Honey, can I see these messages?" Chloe looked puzzled, but handed it over. As I scanned through the discussion, my blood cooled. The letters were delicate and courteous, but there were things only someone close to our family would know, such as my mother's prior work, the place where we used to live, and family members I'd never mentioned to Chloe. "Chloe, I need you to block this person right now," I said, returning the phone to her. "But Mom, why? He's just being friendly." "Please, just do it," I pleaded, my tone harsher than I intended. Chloe's face sank, but she performed as I ordered and blocked the account. I drew her into an embrace, attempting to calm my rushing thoughts. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I just want you to be safe online. You can't trust people you don't know in real life. That evening, after Chloe went to bed, I called my mother. She responded on the second ring, astonished to hear from me so quickly. I thought you said never to call you, she continued with a tinge of optimism in her tone. Did you give someone Chloe's contact information? I questioned, not bothering with pleasantries. There was a pause. What are you talking about? Someone's been sending gifts to Chloe, anonymous packages, and now she's getting messages online from someone who knows way too much about our family. Did you tell someone where we live? I don't know what you're talking about, my mother stammered, but something about her tone didn't sound right. Mom, I swear, if you had anything to do with this. Did Chloe like the gifts? She questioned abruptly, then attempted to backtrack. I mean, if someone sent her gifts, did she see them? My grasp on the phone tightened till my knuckles turned white. You knew about the gifts? I asked, my voice dead silent. You knew, and you didn't think to warn me? I just thought maybe, if she got to know him a little, through nice gestures. I hung up before she could finish. My entire body was shivering from frustration. I quickly went to our computer and changed everything I could think of, including our online passwords and privacy settings. My husband helped, and we both worked in complete silence. The following few weeks were a nightmare of surveillance. I drove Chloe to and from school every day, no more walking with pals. I attended every school event, scanning the crowds for Ethan. Then I saw him. It was during Chloe's spring concert. He was standing in the back of the auditorium, half covered behind a pillar, but I knew him right away. The same build, the same way of standing with his hands in his pockets. My blood became cold as I watched him watch the stage, where Chloe would shortly perform. I murmured to my spouse, who instantly stood up and headed to the back, but by the time he got to the pillar, Ethan was gone. We stayed for Chloe's performance, but I couldn't concentrate on her stunning singing. My eyes kept scanning the exits, the shadows, and anywhere he could be hiding. This pattern lasted for several weeks. Ethan would appear on the outskirts of Chloe's activities, such as soccer games, school plays, and even outside the grocery store when we were shopping. Always visible enough for me to see him, but never close enough to cross any legal restrictions. He was playing a frightening game, and I was out of my mind. Finally, I could not take it anymore. I left Chloe with my husband one evening and headed to Ethan's place. I discovered his address through public records, my hands trembling as I entered his name into the search field. The house was modest and well kept, with children's toys spread around the front lawn. Seeing those toys made my stomach turn. I pressed the doorbell and waited. When Ethan opened the door, he didn't seem surprised. He had been anticipating me. Leave my family alone, I said without explanation. Stop sending gifts. Stop showing up at Chloe's school. Stop trying to contact her online. Ethan leaned against the door frame, a slight smile on his lips. I don't know what you're talking about, he responded gently. I'm just a concerned man who wants to know his daughter. She's not your daughter, I said angrily. You gave up any right to her the day you admitted what you did to me. His smile had faded slightly. Legal rights can be challenged, he explained gently. Especially when the mother is clearly unstable, cutting off family members, and paranoid about innocent gifts. Are you threatening me? I inquired, my voice cracking in frustration. I'm only saying, Ethan went on, his voice maddeningly calm, that courts tend to prefer rehabilitated individuals who have paid their obligation to society, especially when they can show that the other parent is distancing the youngster from their original family. I turned and walked away before doing something I'd regret, but his words stayed with me all the way home. That night I began chronicling everything, every sighting, gift, and attempt to communicate. I screenshotted the online communications, photographed the packages before throwing them away, and compiled a detailed record of his troubling activity. My husband suggested we contact the police, but I realized we needed more than just my word against his. So we put security cameras throughout our home, dash cams in our vehicles, and I began carrying a voice recorder in my purse. If Ethan wanted to play legal games, I'd be prepared. Chloe's circumstances worsened when she returned home from school one day in tears. Some teenagers were being nasty to me, calling me a liar and stating I had ruined a fine man's life. The whispers were spreading like wildfire around the campus, and I knew who was behind them. I arranged an emergency meeting for Chloe's principal and teachers. Sitting in that conference room, I explained the scenario as calmly as possible, avoiding delving into horrific specifics. The principal, Mrs. Catherine, listened with rising anxiety. "We've actually had a man asking questions about Chloe," her teacher remarked softly. "He claimed to be a family friend planning a surprise for her birthday. We didn't tell him anything, of course, but it was uncomfortable." I gave them Ethan's photo and a copy of the restraining order I'd initiated. They promised to strengthen security and contact me immediately if he reappeared, but I realized I needed to do more. That weekend, I organized a community meeting in our local park. I had lived in this neighborhood for 5 years, formed relationships with our neighbors, and participated in community activities. These individuals knew and trusted me. It was time to take control of the story before Ethan's poison spread any further. Standing in front of the assembled gathering of neighbors, Chloe's friends' parents, and local business owners, I took a deep breath and began speaking. I didn't go into graphic detail, but I did explain that someone from my past who had wounded me was now attempting to insinuate himself into my daughter's life. I begged for their help in keeping our children secure and being wary of strangers asking questions. The response was astounding. Parents recounted their own experiences defending their children, offered to assist with school pickup, and pledged to keep an eye out. Mrs. Jones, Chloe's best friend's mother, approached me afterward. "We've got your back," she stated firmly. "Anyone tries to spread lies about you in this neighborhood, they'll have to go through all of us first." But Ethan was not done. 2 weeks later, I was presented with legal paperwork. My mother and Ethan had filed a petition with Child Protective Services, saying that I was neglecting Chloe's emotional needs by denying her access to her biological family. The accusation struck me like a physical blow. My husband quickly phoned our lawyer while I sat at the kitchen table staring at the documents, stunned. My mother had collaborated with someone from my past to take my daughter away from me. The betrayal went further than anything she had done previously. The next few months were consumed by legal preparations, including gathering evidence and attempting to keep Chloe and Noah's lives normal. We didn't inform Chloe about the legal dispute, but she realized something was amiss. She'd become quieter and more worried, clinging to me like she hadn't since she was a child. The court date came on a gray Tuesday morning. I dressed carefully, selecting a conservative suit that made me appear responsible and stable. My husband held my hand as we walked into the courthouse, with our lawyer, Adrian, lugging boxes of evidence. The courtroom was smaller than I had anticipated. Ethan sat at the plaintiff's table with his lawyer, my mother next to him. She refused to meet my gaze. Ethan, on the other hand, gave me a creepy look. The judge entered, and we all stood. My legs trembled as I watched her take her seat, knowing she had my family's future in her hands. The procedures began with Ethan's lawyer presenting his case, portraying me as an unstable mother who had severed family relations and denied Chloe her lineage. I grasped the table's edge as they presented their evidence. Images of me at the community gathering, which they twisted into proof of my paranoid behavior. They also had recordings of my mother crying about being denied contact to her grandchildren. They even had character witnesses from Ethan's church who spoke of his transformation and commitment to his family. When it was our turn, Adrian painstakingly presented our proof, which included a schedule of recurring appearances, anonymous packages, screenshots of Chloe's online communications, and security camera footage of Ethan near our home. Each piece strengthened our case, but I noticed the judge's countenance remained neutral, giving nothing away. Then came the testimony phase. My mother took the stand first, blotting her emotions with a tissue as she detailed how I had ripped our family apart and stopped her from having a relationship with Chloe. She stated she had only allowed Ethan to meet Chloe once because she believed in forgiveness and second chances. During cross-examination, Adrian questioned her on the anonymous gifts. She first claimed awareness, but when he produced phone records revealing calls between her and Ethan's number just before each box came, she crumbled. The judge's brow lifted slightly, marking the first breach in her poker face. Next, Ethan testified, describing himself as a reformed guy who had made mistakes in his youth but has since dedicated his life to becoming a good parent and community member. He discussed his other children, his solid marriage, and his charity work. He claimed all he wanted was to know Chloe existed and was well cared for. When Adrian asked Ethan about presenting at Chloe's school functions, he had an explanation for everything. He was simply going by. He conducted lawful business in the neighborhood. He'd never contacted Chloe directly, so what's the harm? His calm manner made my skin crawl. Then something unexpected occurred. The judge requested a quick recess. When we returned, she told us that Chloe had asked to talk with her alone in chambers. My heart has stopped. We had not prepared Chloe for this possibility. She was unaware of the full depth of what was happening. The wait was terrible. 20 minutes seemed like hours. When the judge returned, her expression shifted. She summoned the court back to order and declared that, based on Chloe's testimony and the facts given, she would not only dismiss the petition, but also issue a permanent restraining order against Ethan. Relief surged through me, but Ethan's expression had darkened. As we were leaving the courthouse, he brushed past me and murmured, "This isn't over." My mother ran after him, not looking at me, their connection now completely exposed. The following few weeks were deceptively tranquil. Chloe appeared lighter, even though we hadn't given her the complete story of the court case. She only knew that some people had been disturbing our family, and the judge had ordered them to cease. We attempted to resume normal life, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing. Then the accidents began. First, my husband's brake lines were inexplicably damaged, as discovered by our mechanic during a routine service before anything happened. Then, Chloe's school received an anonymous tip about forbidden chemicals in her locker, prompting a humiliating search that yielded nothing. Our credit cards had been routinely compromised. Someone called child services with a fake claim of neglect. Each instance could be explained separately, but the pattern was clear. Ethan was attempting to disrupt our lives without breaching the restraining order. We reported everything to the police, but without clear evidence linking him to these incidents, their hands were tied. The breaking point occurred when Chloe's best friend's mother, Mrs. Jones, called me in tears. Someone had sent altered images to her husband's office, photos that had been digitally modified to show her in inappropriate positions. The anonymous message stated that she was having an affair with several males in the neighborhood. Her marriage was in crisis. Other families who had helped us began to get similar attacks. Odd calls to employers, bogus reports to various organizations, and digitally manipulated content. Ethan was systematically targeting anyone who had stood by us, attempting to separate us from our support network. Some families backed away, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Others stayed steadfast, but I could feel the strain on them. The guilt ate away at me. These folks were suffering because they attempted to aid us. Then Chloe returned from school one day with news that shattered our carefully kept serenity. "Mom, we have a new counselor at school," she stated. "Mr. McCathan. He appears quite interested in our family. He keeps asking me how things are at home." My blood became chilly. I quickly called the school, but the secretary confirmed that they had hired a new counselor. His credentials were checked out. His references were solid. There was no cause to suspect him of anything wrong, but the timing was too good. I headed to school the next morning, determined to meet with this new counselor. The man who welcomed me in the counseling office was unknown, professional, and obviously genuine, but something in his eyes when he gazed at me set off all of my alarms. Chloe recounted having several interactions with Mr. McCathan in the days that followed. He was inquiring about her views about family, whether she ever felt like she was missing something in her life, or pondered about extended family members she didn't know. The questions were subtly framed to appear therapeutic, but I detected the trickery. We attempted to request that Chloe be assigned to another counselor, but the school administration refused. They described Mr. McCathan as extremely qualified. Chloe seemed to respond positively to him. They would not make a change until there was clear evidence of misconduct. Meanwhile, the harassing campaign continued. My husband's company has received anonymous complaints concerning his work performance. Noah's daycare was routinely phoned with fake reports of bruising and behavioral difficulties. Every part of our existence was being attacked. Then I got a call that altered everything. It was from a woman named Sarah, who said she needed to speak with me immediately regarding Ethan. We met at a downtown coffee shop where she confessed that she was Ethan's ex-wife and the mother of his other children. Sarah's story was scary. She had left Ethan years ago after realizing that he was behaving improperly toward their teenage babysitter. She'd battled for full custody and won, but in retaliation, Ethan had ruthlessly destroyed her life, causing job losses, relationship breakdowns, and constant court fights. She eventually relocated across the nation to avoid him. "When I heard he was doing this to another family, I had to warn you," she explained, pushing a heavy folder across the table. "This is all I documented, every incident and pattern. He will not stop until he has what he wants, even if it means breaking you." The folder served as a blueprint for Ethan's tactics. Sarah had described how he persuaded people to assist him and how he stayed barely within legal bounds while causing havoc. Most crucially, she provided names and dates that corresponded to similar events in our lives. Armed with this fresh information, we returned to the police. This time, they took note. The pattern of behavior observed among several victims in various states revealed something more serious than harassment. They started an official investigation. But Ethan must have felt the walls closing in. The attacks became more intense. Our home security system went mysteriously offline one night, but nothing was taken. Chloe received a birthday card at school with no signature, just a snapshot of a family reunion she'd never been to. Noah's daycare reported a man matching Ethan's description who inquired about pickup procedures. Then came the night that almost destroyed us. I woke up at 3 a.m. to discover Chloe's bedroom window open, her curtains flowing in the breeze. She was still sleeping in her bed, uninjured, but someone had entered our home. On her desk was a photo of Ethan holding a baby with the caption, "She looks just like you did," on the back. The authorities discovered no fingerprints, DNA, or anything other than the photograph. The security cameras revealed nothing. They had been disabled remotely. Ethan had told us he could reach Chloe whenever he wanted. The message was clear. The restraining order was meaningless to him. We transferred Chloe into our bedroom that night. I didn't sleep for days and jumped at every sound. My spouse took time off from work to help with security. We were trapped in our own home, terrified to let our children out of sight. Mr. McCathan suggested Chloe attend a special family dynamics group therapy session, which intensified the situation at school. When I declined, he became concerned about my resistance to Chloe's emotional development. Suddenly, I was portrayed as the troublesome parent, blocking my child from seeking care. Other parents began receiving calls from Mr. McCathan, who expressed concern over Chloe's living condition. He claimed she exhibited emotional neglect and appeared isolated from her wider family. The seeds of distrust he planted spread fast through the school community's gossip mill. Chloe began coming home distraught, claiming that kids were wondering why her mother didn't want her to be happy, why she wasn't allowed to meet her real family. The psychological warfare was taking a toll on all of us, but particularly on her. Then Sarah called with vital news. She'd been following Ethan's movements via a network of his other victims she'd met over the years. He had lately contacted a lawyer who specialized in overturning restraining orders and securing custody for reformed parents. We knew everything had been part of a broader scheme. The harassment was not just retaliation. It was intended to make me appear crazy, paranoid, and unfit. Every reaction I made was documented and distorted to help a future custody lawsuit. I made the painful choice to withdraw Chloe from school for the remainder of the year, claiming safety concerns. The school threatened truancy charges, but our counsel recommended that it was preferable than leaving her vulnerable to Mr. McCathan's influence. Isolation was awful. Chloe missed her pals and her daily life. She started asking things that we couldn't fully answer without hurting her emotionally. How do you explain to a youngster that the biological father she has never known is dangerous, and that her grandmother picked him over her own daughter? Our marriage was strained under the burden. My spouse remained sympathetic, but I could sense tiredness in his eyes. He signed up to be Chloe's father, but not for this never-ending war. As we considered our alternatives, we had more late-night arguments. Should we move? Change our names? How far would we have to run to avoid Ethan's grasp? However, running seemed like letting him win. There was no guarantee he would not locate us again. Then the private investigator we hired discovered something crucial. Mr. McCathan was not who he claimed to be. His credentials were fake. His references are bogus. He was actually Ethan's cousin, and he had previously assisted him in tracking down and pressuring past victims. This discovery broke the case open. The school was appalled that they had failed to thoroughly vet him. The police now had concrete evidence of a complex scheme. Warrants were issued for both Ethan and the phony counselor. However, they escaped before authorities could apprehend them. Ethan's house was unoccupied and neat. Mr. McCathan never returned to school. My mother's phone was disconnected. They had all gone underground. Not knowing was almost as bad as the harassment itself. Every stranger on the street might be monitoring us. Every unexpected noise caused my heart to accelerate. We were constantly hypervigilant. 2 weeks after they disappeared, I received a letter with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with the time, date, and location. A park where Chloe used to play as a child. At the bottom, Ethan's handwriting, "Come alone, if you want this to end." I realized it was a trap. My entire being begged me not to go. But I was exhausted, tired of running, looking over my shoulder, and watching my family suffer. Perhaps it was time to confront this straight on. I presented the letter to my husband and Sarah. Both implored me not to leave. But I had already made up my mind. This had to stop, one way or another. We made a compromise. I would go, but they would be close, ready to contact the police if necessary. The night before the conference, I sat with Chloe and watched her calm face. She deserved better than a life of dread and secrecy. Noah deserved to grow up in the absence of Ethan's threats. My husband deserved a woman who didn't always peek over her shoulder. I thought about my mother and wondered if she was with Ethan, if she was a part of the final play. The lady who should have protected me had become my adversary's strongest supporter. Despite the passage of time, the betrayal remained fresh. As dawn came on the day of the meeting, I braced myself for whatever may come. The evidence we had acquired was securely preserved with our lawyer. Chloe and Noah were with trusted friends at a location Ethan had no idea about. If something happened to me, they would be safe. I drove to the park while the morning mist lingered on the ground. My hands remained steady on the wheel. My thoughts were clear. The cat-and-mouse game had lasted long enough. Today, it will come to an end in some form. The park was deserted, but for a lone figure sitting on a seat near the playground. As I got closer, I saw it wasn't Ethan, but my mother. She appeared older and frailer than when I last saw her in court. Her hand shook as she held her purse. "He's not coming," she replied as I neared. "He sent me to deliver a message." I stood a few feet away, prepared to run if necessary. "What message?" She took out an envelope and held it out with shaky fingers. "He is leaving the nation. He wanted you to know he was done battling. But he had conditions." I did not take the envelope. "What are the conditions?" "He wants a picture of Chloe every year for her birthday, sent to a post office box. There is no need to provide a return address. Just so he knows she's fine." My mother's voice cracked. "He says if you agree with this, he'll vanish forever." If not, what?" I demanded. She finally met my gaze, and I saw terror. "He says he'll spend his life making you unhappy, that everything you've seen thus far is nothing compared to what he is capable of." I stared at her, this lady who gave birth to me, who should have protected me, who put my greatest threat ahead of her own daughter. "And you are assisting him, still." "I don't have a choice," she muttered. "He knows things about me, things that would destroy what little life I have left." "You always had a choice," I explained. "You just never chose me." I turned and went away, leaving her to cry on the bench. I did not take the envelope. I wouldn't negotiate with Ethan and wouldn't even give him a photo of Chloe. He has stolen enough from us. As I drove home, I called the police to report the meeting. They spotted my mother still in the park, but she claimed to have no knowledge of Ethan's location. The envelope merely included the P.O. The box contained information and a photo of Ethan's other children, serving as a final twisted reminder of what Chloe was missing. That happened 3 months ago. Ethan has not been discovered, despite a nationwide search. The bogus counselor was apprehended while attempting to enter into Canada and is currently awaiting trial. My mother was charged with aiding and abetting, but she received probation owing to her age and allegations of coercion. We've gently started rebuilding our lives. Chloe is in treatment with a genuine counselor, working through the trauma of the previous year without completely realizing its scope. She's back at school, with additional security measures in place. Noah is blissfully unaware of the dangers that surround us. Throughout the hardship, the community that supported us grew stronger. Mrs. Jones's marriage has weathered the attack on her image. Parents are more concerned about school security. What Ethan intended to destroy has really brought us closer together. But I still check the locks twice a night. I'm still scanning crowds for his face. I still jump when unexpected packages arrive. Sarah informs me that this hypervigilance may never totally subside. It is the cost of surviving someone like Ethan. My husband and I are also in counseling, trying to work through the strain this has imposed on our marriage. He has never faltered in his commitment to Chloe or our family, but this battle has left us both scarred. Trust, once destroyed by those who are supposed to protect you, is difficult to rebuild. Chloe recently asked me why she didn't have grandparents like her pals. I told her a version of the truth. Occasionally, families split up when people make decisions that harm others. She appeared to accept this, but I know more difficult issues may arise as she grows older. The investigation revealed that Ethan had done this before, several times. Sarah was not his only victim. There was a trail of women from multiple states who had waged similar battles and lived in terror of his revenge. Some had surrendered to his demands, others had run. A few others, including ourselves, had fought back. We've developed a support network among the survivors of Ethan's obsession. We share information, look for signals of his reappearance, and offer one another the understanding that can only come from shared trauma. It's a sisterhood that neither of us wanted to join. The authorities suspect Ethan did depart the nation, possibly to a country lacking extradition treaties. But I do not feel safe. People like Ethan don't just give up. They withdraw, reorganize, and return when you least expect it. So we remain cautious, leading our lives while being conscious of the shadows. I glanced at the screen of my laptop, reloading the news page for the third time that morning. Nothing about Ethan. The bogus counselor's trial was scheduled for next month, but Ethan remained a ghost. My coffee had gone cold hours ago, forgotten next to the stack of legal documents Adrian had sent over. Chloe hurried into the kitchen, her knapsack thrown over one shoulder. She grabbed an apple off the counter and kissed my cheek. My husband followed, straightening his tie as Noah clung to his leg, dressed in dinosaur pajamas and ready for school. All set for the day? I questioned Chloe, forcing a natural tone in my voice. She nodded and halted at the door. Mom, Lily's having a sleepover this weekend. Can I go? Lily was Mrs. Jones's daughter. The request should have been easy, but nothing seemed simple anymore. I looked at my spouse, who gave me an encouraging nod. Let me talk to Lily's mom first, I whispered. Chloe's face dropped somewhat, but she did not dispute. She recognized that our new normal entailed extra safeguards. After they had left, I called Mrs. Jones. She informed me that they had installed new security cameras and that her husband would be home throughout the weekend. We devised a system in which Chloe would text me every 2 hours, and I would pick her up right away if anything felt wrong. That afternoon, I met with the prosecutor in charge of the false counselor's case. She distributed photographs of surveillance tape from several locations around her desk, revealing Ethan's cousin trailing other families years before. The pattern is undeniable, she explained. We have linked him to 7 other cases. Your documentation enabled us to connect the dots. He is looking at severe times. But Ethan remained unreachable, buried somewhere beyond our reach. I picked up Chloe from school, focusing on my mirrors rather than the road ahead. At a stoplight, I saw a car 3 vehicles back that had been following us since school. My pulse quickened. I took one unexpected turn, then another. The automobile proceeded straight. Just paranoia, but I couldn't get rid of the feeling. At home, I discovered my husband on the phone with our bank. Someone attempted to access our accounts from an IP address in Mexico. The attempt failed due to our new security protocols, but the location chilled my blood. Mexico does not have an extradition treaty for harassment-related accusations. Chloe did her homework at the kitchen table as I made dinner, attempting to keep our schedule. Noah played with bricks at her feet and occasionally showed her his handiwork. These calm moments felt valuable and fragile, like soap bubbles that could burst with any touch. My phone vibrated. Sarah had sent a message to the support group. New victim in Arizona, same pattern, gifts, online contact, escalation, she needs our help. I called the woman that night after the kids were asleep. Her voice trembled as she detailed finding Ethan at her daughter's dance recital, the anonymous packages, and the bogus social media profiles. I led her through the process of documenting everything, gave her our lawyer's contact information, and explained what had worked for us. Will this ever end? She asked. I did not have an answer. The next morning, I received a registered letter from my mother's lawyer. She was suing for grandparents' visitation privileges. My hands trembled as I read the file. She stated that I was alienating her grandchildren by denying them their heritage. The wording reflected Ethan's threats. That afternoon, Adrian reviewed the documents. She has no case, he told me. The court has already ruled on this, but we have to reply. Additional legal fees. More time in the courts. More energy is spent fighting rather than living. Chloe's sleepover approaches. I helped her pack, including the emergency phone I had bought her. She rolled her eyes and put it into her sleeping bag without complaint. When I dropped her off, Mrs. Jones squeezed my hand. We've got 6 parents on rotation tonight, she remarked quietly. She'll be safe. I spent the evening pacing our house and checking my phone every few minutes. Chloe's texts arrived like clockwork, making pizza, watching movies. Lily's father is teaching us card tricks. Each message eased the tension in my chest slightly. My husband dragged me onto the couch and wrapped his arms around me. Noah had fallen asleep on his chest, thumb in mouth. We sat silently, the weight of our new reality bearing down on us. The doorbell rang at 10 p.m. We both froze. My husband carefully placed Noah on the couch and approached the door, while I grabbed my phone and prepared to call 911. He looked through the peephole and spotted our elderly neighbor carrying a misdelivered parcel. We laughed later, but it was hollow. This was how we lived now. Every unexpected moment represents a possible hazard. I picked Chloe up the following morning. She raved about how much fun they'd had, seemingly unconscious of the parent patrol that had been watching them all night. Her tenacity astounded me, but I worried what scars she hid beneath her bright appearance. That week, the fictitious counselor, Marcus, reached an agreement. In exchange for a reduced sentence, he gave specific details regarding Ethan's network. The prosecutor contacted me to provide me with updates. They had discovered 3 other accomplices, all of whom had been captured. Marcus, however, stated that he was unaware of Ethan's current location. He compartmentalized everything, she added. Marcus only knew his part. I went to Marcus's sentence. He avoided looking at me as the judge read the charges. 15 years in prison with the prospect of parole after 7 years. As they dragged him away, he finally glanced at me. His mouth moved, producing words that I couldn't understand. Later, the bailiff informed me. He said, "He won't stop." Spring arrived with brutal normalcy. Chloe auditioned for the school play and earned a small role. Noah started preschool 3 mornings per week. My husband was promoted. Life continued to march forward, even as we glanced back. Then came the video. It arrived by email from an untraceable address. The subject line stated, "She's beautiful." My finger hovered above the erase button. But I had to know. The video showed Chloe at her school play practice, which was shot from outside the theater windows. The angle suggested that someone in the parking lot was using a telephoto lens. I drove to the school immediately and gave the principal the footage. They investigated security footage but discovered nothing untoward. Whoever filmed it was aware of the camera's blind areas. We upped security again. But how many times could we raise the barriers higher? The cops tracked down the email to an internet cafe in Tijuana. Ethan was teasing us from beyond their grasp, showing us that he could still monitor and violate our boundaries whenever he wanted. Chloe observed enhanced security at school. Is it because of him? She inquired one evening, not bothering to explain who. I intended to wait till she was older to explain everything. But she deserved the truth. I informed her that someone from the past was attempting to disrupt our family, but we were safe. She nodded seriously, suddenly appearing older than her age. Is that why Grandma doesn't come to visit? She asked. The question pierced my heart. I emphasized that occasionally grown-ups make decisions that harm relationships. She appeared to understand more than I had given her credit for. My mother's visitation lawsuit moved slowly. Her lawyer continued to file motions, stretching out the process. Each court appearance resulted in lost time at work, increased stress, and further legal fees. She sat across the courtroom, each time appearing smaller, but her desire remained unwavering. During one hearing, she breached decorum by calling out to me as I passed. "I just want to see them," she exclaimed. "Please. I'm their grandmother." The bailiff silenced her, but her comments echoed. Part of me worried if I was being overly harsh. Then I remembered her sitting beside Ethan in court, choosing him over me yet again. Summer brought forth a fresh development. The woman from Arizona contacted to say Ethan had made contact. He had sent her a letter proposing a deal similar to what my mother had given me. Images in exchange for peace. She was pondering it. "Don't," I told her. "It never ends with just photos. He'll always want more." But I recognized the fatigue in her voice, the same weariness I felt. How long could we keep this degree of vigilance? Sarah planned a conference call with all of the survivors she'd discovered, 12 women from 8 states, each with a similar story. We exchanged notes, talked strategies, and considered organizing a formal advocacy group. There was strength in numbers, but also a tremendous grief that so many had suffered. Years ago, one woman gave in to Ethan's demands. She provided photos, permitted supervised visits, and attempted to maintain harmony. However, he had used that access to gradually turn her daughter against her. Now her daughter lives with Ethan, certain that her mother is the evil. The cautionary tale increased my determination. Chloe's birthday approached. I organized a small gathering for close friends and trustworthy family members. A package arrived that morning. A huge package without a return address. My husband intercepted it before Chloe could notice. Inside, there was an expensive dollhouse with the following note: "Every princess needs a castle. Happy birthday, sweetheart." We photographed everything as evidence and then destroyed it. Chloe had no idea. She was enjoying her wonderful day with her pals, ignorant of the shadow attempting to touch her. The investigation became transnational in scope. Because Ethan's acts took place across state lines, the FBI became involved. An agent came to our house, inspected our proof, and asked extensive questions. They were putting together a strong case when they discovered him. "He's made mistakes," the agent informed us. "The video, the money transfers, and the network he constructed all leave tracks. We will find him." But weeks passed without any development. Ethan had learned from his mistakes and hid his tracks effectively. The agent's calls grew less frequent. The case was still open, but it felt like it was getting colder. My husband advised us to consider moving. His organization maintained offices in London, Singapore, and Sydney. We could start over, somewhere Ethan couldn't reach. But running seemed like capitulation. There was no guarantee he wouldn't follow. Chloe overheard us talk about it one night. "I don't want to move," she stated from the doorway. "My pals are here. My life is here." She was correct. We couldn't allow Ethan to steal any more from us than he had already. The bogus counselor's jail interactions were monitored in the hopes that he might make contact with Ethan. Instead, Marcus sent me a letter via his lawyer. He claimed to have information on Ethan's whereabouts, but he demanded a trade, support for his parole in exchange for his knowledge. Adrian urged against it, but necessity forced me to consider it. My husband talked me down, reminding me that Marcus had already proven himself to be a liar and manipulator. Fall has arrived. School began anew. Chloe started middle school, which would have been stressful even without our concerns. We talked with administrators, implemented new security processes, and gave updated images of Ethan and his known associates. Noah began to question why we were always so careful and why we checked the lock so frequently. His innocence became another casualty of Ethan's campaign. Then my mother suffered a heart attack. My sister called from the hospital. Mom was stable, but feeble. She had been asking for me, for her grandchildren. My sister begged me to come. Said this could be our last chance for reconciliation. I sat in my car in the hospital parking lot for an hour, contemplating. My husband waited with me without pressing either way. Finally, I entered, alone. She appeared weak on the hospital bed, with oxygen tubes in her nose. Her eyes welled with tears when she saw me. "I'm sorry," she muttered. "For everything. I chose incorrectly. I see it now." I wanted to believe her, but faith had been broken too many times. I told her I hoped she would heal, but I couldn't promise anything more. She nodded, appearing to age more before my eyes. As I was leaving, she shouted out weakly, "Occasionally, he contacts me, from Mexico. I could help you find him." I paused at the door but did not turn around. "You've helped him enough," I remarked before leaving. The FBI agent called that night. My mother had previously approached them, promising cooperation. Whether it was true guilt or the terror of dying alone, she was finally making a decision. Her information proved useful. She offered email addresses, phone numbers Ethan had used, and information regarding his financial resources. The probe gained new momentum. Chloe's school play began in a filled auditorium. I sat in the front row, my spouse filming while I surveyed the audience. She delivered her lines flawlessly, shining beneath the stage lights. For a little moment, I forgot I was terrified. Chloe later approached me at the cast party. "Mom, I know you're scared for me," she added. "But I'm okay. We're okay. Don't let him take this from us too." My 12-year-old daughter has more insight than I had anticipated. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Ethan's wife. His current wife contacted Sarah. She had discovered our support group online and recognized the pattern. He had been domineering, skeptical, and paranoid. She wanted to go, but she was concerned for her children's safety. We quickly initiated a conference call. She'd been in Mexico City for 2 years. Ethan worked in private security, applying the skills he learned while following and monitoring us, to protect affluent clientele. The irony was not lost on any of us. She promised to cooperate with the authorities in exchange for protection. Within days, Mexican federal police had set up surveillance at Ethan's flat. The FBI worked with local officials to develop a solid case. I couldn't sleep the night of the anticipated arrest. Chloe and Noah stayed at a friend's place just in case. My husband and I sat on the couch, phones in hand, waiting for the news. The call arrived in the morning. They had arrested Ethan without incident. He had been napping, apparently secure in his safety. They discovered proof of his surveillance on many families, including plans for future harassment and extensive files on each of us. The extradition process would take time, but he was already in detention. Given his background and flight risk, the agent informed me that he would not be released on bail. I cried for the first time in months. My husband held me as years of strain were released. It was not over. There would be trials, witnesses, and other legal battles. But he got caught. We brought up the kids and informed them that the terrible father had been detained. Chloe held me close. "Does this mean we can stop being scared?" inquired the woman. "We can start," I responded. My mother died 2 weeks later. Regardless, I attended the funeral. My sister understood why I did not bring the children. I bid goodbye to the woman who was supposed to protect me, but chose the wrong path until it was almost too late. I forgave her in my heart, even though I could not forget. Ethan's extradition proceeded slowly through foreign courts. His wife sued for divorce and custody, and then joined our support group. We assisted her in navigating the system, which we were intimately familiar with. Chloe auditioned for the spring musical and won the lead. Noah joined Little League. My spouse and I started having dating nights again. We slowly and painstakingly reconstructed normal. The trial date was established for the summer. I would have to testify and face Ethan again. But this time, I would not be alone. Sarah would be present, as would the woman from Arizona. Others had discovered bravery in our common strength. Chloe inquired whether she may also testify. "I want to tell them he doesn't get to hurt our family anymore," she told me. We decided, with her therapist's okay, that she may provide a written statement instead. I still check locks, continue to observe mirrors, still jump at unexpected sounds. Perhaps I always will. But now I'm also seeing Chloe sing on stage, help Noah with his schoolwork, kiss my hubby goodnight without fear. Every second counts. Ethan took years from us, but he did not take everything. We survived. We are healing. We are free. The final shot in our family album depicts us at Chloe's musical, with her in costume, Noah on my hip, and my husband's arm around us all. We're really smiling. The auditorium behind us is filled with members of our community, the individuals that stood with us. That is the image I want to remember, not the terror, custody battles, restraining orders, or sleepless nights. She called me a hero publicly, then sued me privately, but I had footage, witnesses, and her own husband's evidence. She didn't see it coming. It was an ordinary Wednesday. I had ended my shift at the physical therapy clinic and was walking to my car when I heard the crash. A silver SUV had wound itself around a large oak tree nearby. Smoke was already flowing from behind the hood. The driver's door opened and a woman fell out, holding her phone up as if she were recording. She kept wailing about her kid as she backed away from the car. I'm not sure why I ran toward it. I am not brave. I'm the one that calls maintenance to kill spiders. I opened the back door to see a youngster strapped into her car seat. The smoke was becoming thicker. The heat caused my eyes to moisten. I fumbled with the buckles, my hands shaking so much that I could hardly operate the release. The little child was wailing, and I kept saying, it's okay, despite the fact that nothing was okay. I got her out somehow. Then something exploded, causing pain in my arm and throat. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground clutching this child while strangers pushed us away from the flaming automobile. The hospital was blurry. I have third-degree burns on my right arm, shoulder, and neck. A portion of my ear was missing. They warned me that I might not be able to use my hand fully again, which terrified me because I required both hands for my profession. Fortunately, the small kid was unharmed. Her mother, Martha, came once. I recognized her from around the town. She led the mommy clubs at the community center and had a blog about organic parenting or something. She thanked me for saving her daughter and urged me not to tell anyone about the accident. She said she couldn't afford bad publicity. I was pretty high and just wanted to sleep, so I agreed. Things were strange after that. People started avoiding me in the grocery store. My coworker stated that she had heard I was exploiting the tragedy for publicity. Someone keyed my car. When I went to renew my lease, the owner of my apartment building inquired about any legal troubles I was involved in. Then I was served with papers. Martha sued me for defamation and mental anguish. According to her lawyer, I had been spreading misinformation about saving her daughter, which was harming her parenting business. I sat on my bathroom floor for an hour, crying. I couldn't afford an attorney. I could hardly afford to pay my medical bills. My dominant hand remained basically worthless, and I was only working part-time. Mrs. Thompson, a nice old lady who witnessed the incident from her porch, was the only one who helped. She informed me Martha was on her phone when she hit the tree, and I jumped into the fire while Martha fled. She offered to inform anyone who would listen. I found a lawyer who will labor for practically nothing. While preparing my case, my lawyer obtained CCTV from the wine bar down the street where the accident occurred. It showed Martha departing at midday, getting into her car, and video chatting on her phone. Her lawyers contacted mine regarding a settlement. They wanted me to publicly apologize and sign a statement promising never to talk about it again. The meeting was held in this antiseptic conference room downtown. Martha accompanied her husband, Robert. He seemed unhappy and kept staring at his hands. Martha looked through her phone as the lawyers spoke. I didn't anticipate what happened next. I just became angry. Truly angry. For the first time since the accident. I put out all of the information my lawyer had discovered, including surveillance footage, data from her car indicating she was speeding, and testimonials from other mothers who had witnessed her drinking at a morning gathering. Martha's face turned gray. Robert looked like he was about to puke up. I told them to drop the case and pay my medical bills or I'd let everyone know the truth. They paid. I assumed that was the end of it. That was 3 months ago. My hand is steadily improving. I can work 4 days a week now. I was performing my exercises tonight when I heard a knock on my door. It was Robert. He looked dreadful, as if he hadn't slept in days. "I'm sorry to bother you," he said. "I found something." I almost didn't allow him in, but he seemed lost. He showed me screenshots from their doorbell camera dating back months, showing Martha stumbling to the car with Ella, Martha backing into objects, and Martha taking drinks to the car in the morning. "I installed a camera in her car last week," he explained gently. "Look at this. The video is from yesterday." Martha swerved while Maya cried in the back seat. She yelled at her to stop talking as she hunted for her medication. "I need help," Robert stated. "My lawyer says I need more evidence for full custody, and I need someone who knows what she's capable of. Will you help me?" I felt my stomach turn as I looked at Robert's desperate expression. The apartment suddenly seemed too small. I strolled to the kitchen and took 2 glasses of water, giving myself some time to consider. My scorched palm trembled as I placed one in front of him. "I don't know if I can do this," I murmured, sitting across from him at my small dining table. "Your wife already tried to destroy my life once." Robert rubs his eyes. "She's getting worse. Yesterday she forgot to pick Maya up from daycare. They called me at work. When I confronted her, she said I was being controlling." He pulled out other videos from his phone, showing Martha weaving through traffic, Martha passing asleep on the couch while Maya played unsupervised, and Martha pouring something into her morning smoothie that clearly wasn't protein powder. "My lawyer says the court favors mothers," Robert explained. "Even with all this, they might just order supervised visits or rehab. I need someone who will testify about what really happened that day." I flexed my injured hand and felt the tight pull of scar tissue. The physical therapy exercises were beneficial, but I'd never regained complete range of motion, all because I went toward the flaming automobile while Martha fled. "What exactly do you need from me?" I asked you. "Documentation, witness statements. Help me build a case that shows a pattern," Robert said, leaning forward. "I've been tracking everything for weeks, but I need someone else who sees what's happening, someone credible." My phone buzzed. Unknown. I almost ignored it, but something compelled me to answer. "Is this the woman who saved the little girl?" The voice was female and nervous. "Who is this?" "I'm Jenna, from Martha's mommy group. I heard you might be willing to talk about what really happened." I looked at Robert. He mouthed, "Speakerphone." "I can't really discuss." "She's been drinking at our morning meetings," Jenna said. "Puts vodka in her coffee thermos. We've all noticed, but nobody wants to say anything because she runs the whole program. But after what happened to you, some of us are worried about Maya." My heart raced. "Would you be willing to make a statement?" "Maybe. There are 3 other moms who feel the same way." "Can we meet?" We planned to meet in a coffee shop the following day. After I hung up, Robert began entering notes onto his phone. "This is good," he said. "Really good. My lawyer will want to talk to them. Over the following hour, Robert showed me everything he had documented, including liquor store receipts, text exchanges in which Martha blamed him for her drinking, and images of empty bottles stashed about their house. It painted a picture of someone losing control. "When did it get this bad?" I inquired. "It's been building for years, but after the accident, after you saved Maya," Robert's voice crackled. "She became obsessed with controlling the narrative, spent more time managing her image than taking care of our daughter." He left around 10 o'clock, but not before downloading a secure messaging software onto my phone for documentation. He explained that everything needs to be properly recorded. I hardly slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that flaming car, rescuing Maya while her mother stood back and recorded on her phone. The following morning, I met Jenna and 3 other women at the coffee shop. They all had stories of Martha showing up smelling like booze, Martha sleeping off during story time, and Martha requesting other moms to watch Maya because she had errands that took hours. "We considered reporting it," added Amanda, "but she knows everyone. She'd make it seem like we were jealous or attempting to take over her business." I videotaped everything on my phone with their permission initially. They agreed to talk to Robert's lawyer. As I was walking back to my car, my phone rang. "Martha." "I know what you're doing," she added without elaborating. "Robert told me everything. You are attempting to steal my family." "Martha, I'm not trying to. I have lawyers too. Good ones. If you testify against me, I will make what happened before appear insignificant. I want to sue you for stalking, harassment, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. I will ensure that you never work as a physical therapist again." The call went dead. I sat in my car, shaking, but this time, it wasn't out of fear, but rather out of rage. I immediately shared the recording with Robert. That afternoon, I underwent physical treatment for my hand. Marcus, my therapist, sensed my stiffness right away. "Have a rough day?" he inquired, massaging my fingertips. "You could say that." As he operated on my hand, I remembered Maya, the terrified little girl I'd rescued from a flaming automobile. Did she recall that day? Did she realize her mother had gone away while she burned? My phone was continually buzzing throughout the session. Robert sends updates. His attorney wanted to schedule meetings. Jenna has forwarded screenshots of troubling posts from Martha's social network. By the time I arrived home, I had 17 missed calls from unknown numbers. My voicemail was full of messages, some encouraging, some frightening. Word traveled quickly in our small town. Someone hammered on my door as I was making soup. Through the peephole, I saw Martha. She appeared disheveled, with her usually flawless hair knotted and makeup smudged. "Open up!" she exclaimed. "I know you are in there." I did not move. "You ruined everything," she mumbled. "My business, my reputation, and now you want my daughter too." I heard a crash. She'd thrown something at my door. Then footsteps run away. I called Robert immediately. "Your wife has just come to my flat. She's hammered." "Where is Maya?" was his initial query. "I do not know. She was alone." I overheard him swear. "I am at work. Can you—" He paused. "No, I can't ask you to do that." "Ask me what?" "Check if Maya is at daycare. They close in 30 minutes. I picked up my keys without thinking. The childcare was just 10 minutes away. When I arrived, the director appeared relieved to see me. "Are you here for Maya?" We had been attempting to call her parents for an hour. My heart fell. "Call Robert. Tell him I'm going to take her to my flat. He can pick her up there." Maya recalled me the moment she saw me. She stretched out her small arms. "Help her, lady," she said. I strapped Maya into the back seat, her small fingers grasping a plush elephant. The drive back to my place took longer than usual since I kept checking my mirrors, worried that Martha was following us. Maya spoke merrily about her day, completely ignorant of the mayhem around her. Robert came 20 minutes later, still wearing his work clothes. He drew Maya into his arms, embracing her as if he would never let go. While he got her relaxed with some crackers and a cartoon on my laptop, I brewed coffee with my right hand. "She's been tracking me," Robert muttered quietly, now that Maya was distracted. "I discovered an app on my phone yesterday. She knows where I go." My blood became chilly. "How long?" "Months. Perhaps a little longer. My lawyer believes she may have also left something on your phone when she visited you in the hospital. I grabbed my phone, feeling violated. Robert helped me look for tracking apps, but we couldn't find anything evident. Nonetheless, the harm was done. Martha might be aware of every text message, phone conversation, and meeting place. The following several days blurred together. I went to work, attempting to act normal as my phone buzzed with Robert and the other mom's updates. Jenna had persuaded 2 additional ladies to come forward. One featured photographs of Martha slipping on a playground. Another had stored voicemails in which Martha slurred her speech while planning playdates. Thursday morning, I awoke to find that my automobile would not start. The mechanic stated that someone had put sugar in the gas tank. Mrs. Thompson called while I was waiting for the repairs. She saw someone approach my car at 3 a.m. The description matched Martha. I started taking alternative routes to work and parking in various locations. My coworkers sensed my paranoia. Marcus approached me over lunch and expressed concern about the black circles under my eyes. I wanted to tell him everything, but Robert's lawyer had instructed me to keep silent until they filed the custody paperwork. That evening, Robert contacted me to ask if I could watch Maya again. Martha had vanished that morning, and the daycare refused to release Maya to anybody but authorized contacts. I was obviously still on the list from when I had picked her up previously. Maya appeared quieter this time. She kept asking for her mother, and I had to bite my tongue to avoid saying something I would regret. We colored pictures and read stories till Robert came, looking exhausted. She emptied our joint savings account, he added, as Maya was sleeping on my couch. $12,000 gone. The bank says they can't do anything because her name was on it. He showed me the security footage from their bank. Martha had walked in that morning, calm and collected, not like the disheveled woman who'd knocked on my door. She'd spoken with the teller and even laughed at something they said. It was unsettling how ordinary she appeared. My lawyer filed the emergency custody petition today, Robert explained, but she must be served. We can't find her. Martha transformed into a ghost during the course of the following week. She would appear at random times. She was noticed at the grocery store by Jenna. Another mom saw her driving past the daycare, and she was caught on security cameras withdrawing cash from several ATMs. But when Robert or his process server arrived, she was gone. The other moms became apprehensive. Amanda contacted to say she had received a letter from a lawyer regarding slander. Jenna's husband discovered their car tires slashed. The woman who took the playground images suddenly decided she didn't want to be part anymore. I understood their fear. My personal life was crumbling. My landlady informed me that someone had filed several noise complaints against me. My manager received an anonymous letter saying that I was stealing drugs from the clinic. Each claim was baseless, but it took time and effort to disprove. The situation then escalated. I was leaving work late on a Wednesday when I noticed my car leaning to one side. 2 tires had been cut. As I called for a tow truck, a police cruiser arrived. The officer stated that they had gotten a report of someone matching my description vandalizing vehicles in the parking lot. It took an hour to persuade them to look into the CCTV tape, which clearly showed me inside the building when the damage occurred. But a seed of distrust had been sowed. My coworkers look at me differently today. Robert was doing no better. He contacted me frantically after the police arrived at his business. Someone reported witnessing him strike Ella in a parking lot. The investigation revealed nothing, but his company placed him on administrative leave pending review. She's trying to make us both look unstable, he stated during one of our encrypted app discussions. My lawyer claims that is a regular approach. If she cannot win, she will ensure that everyone loses. The breakthrough occurred from an unexpected source. Mrs. Thompson contacted me on a Saturday morning, whispering as if she were revealing state secrets. That woman, Martha, she's been staying at the Riverside Motel, she informed me. My nephew does maintenance there. She registered under a false identity, paying in cash. Robert's process server eventually got up to her that afternoon. The custody court was scheduled for the following Friday, giving Maya 5 days to prepare for what would either save her or consign her to further chaos. But Martha was not done. Monday morning, I arrived at work to see police cars in the parking lot. My employer met me at the door, her expression grim. There's been an incident, she explained. Someone broke into the pharmaceutical storage unit over the weekend. The surveillance footage. It displays someone who resembles you. My legs almost gave out. I quickly realized what had happened. Martha had somehow obtained film of me, possibly from the hospital or somewhere else, or found someone who looked similar. It did not matter. The damage was done. I was suspended pending an investigation. Without work, I couldn't afford a lawyer. Without my lawyer, I could not adequately assist Robert. It was a great yet horrible strategy. Robert took me up from the police station after 5 hours of interrogation. Maya was in the back seat, and seeing her little face clarified everything. It wasn't about me, Robert, or Martha anymore. It was about a young child who deserved better than this mayhem. My lawyer has an idea, Robert explained as we drove. But it's risky. The concept was simple. Record everything in real time. Create an indisputable record of Martha's activity that cannot be disputed or distorted. Robert's lawyer had introduced us to a private detective who specialized in custody matters. For the next 3 days, we investigated our own lives. The investigator taught us how to legally record interactions, preserve evidence, and establish unbreakable documentation chains. Every threat, event, and sighting were scrupulously documented. Wednesday afternoon, everything went awry. I was at the grocery store getting supplies for the week when my phone rang. Robert, screaming. "Maya's gone," he exclaimed. "The daycare reports that Martha picked her up an hour ago. She had documents. Said there was a family emergency." My heart has stopped. The custody hearing was scheduled in 2 days. If Martha took off with Maya right now, we might never locate them. "Have you called the police?" I inquired, already going for my car. "They claim it is not kidnapping because she is the mother. Without the custody decree, their hands are tied." I drove to Robert's residence, my thoughts racing. Martha had planned this. The fictitious residence, cash withdrawals, the systematic eradication of our credibility. Everything leads up to this point. When I arrived, Robert was on his laptop, feverishly scanning Martha's social media and email accounts. He still had access to anything that could provide us with a clue. His hand shook while typing. "She's not stupid enough to use credit cards," he murmured. "But she needs to get there. She can't simply disappear." Then I recalled something. Martha mentioned a cabin owned by her family in the north during one of her mother group sessions months ago. She described it as her escape when she needed to ponder. Jenna had also mentioned it, saying Martha had discussed taking Maya there for a digital detox weekend. "The cabin," I replied. "Does Martha's family own a cabin?" Robert's eyes expanded. "Her parents' home. It's around 3 hours north. She used to go there whenever we battled." We called his lawyer, who advised us not to go. However, the private investigator was willing to drive there and check. The wait was awful. Robert paced his living room as I sat on the couch, my burned palm throbbing with worry. 2 hours later, the investigator called. Martha's automobile was in the cabin. He saw activity within. Maya appeared to be safe, playing in the living room as Martha packed boxes. The attorney performed her magic. Within an hour, she had an emergency hearing planned for the evening. After being provided with proof of Martha's flight risk and documented events, the judge issued a temporary order granting Robert emergency custody and ordering law police to take Maya. The trip to the cabin seemed forever. Robert rode with the sheriff's deputies, and I followed in my automobile. We arrived as the sun was setting, sending deep shadows among the pine trees. I stayed in my car as directed, watching the deputies approach the cabin. Martha's horror upon seeing them was visible through the glass. She attempted to protest, gesturing furiously, but the deputies remained calm and professional. When they brought Maya out, she was in tears, perplexed by all the uniformed strangers. Robert dashed to her, snatching her up and clutching her tightly. Over his shoulder, I noticed Martha being brought to a deputy's car. She wasn't arrested yet, but she would have to attend the detention hearing. As we drove back to town, my phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. Without seeing, I knew it was Martha, most likely using a burner phone. "This isn't over," the note stated. "You have shattered my life. I will ruin yours." I deleted it without answering, but did take a screenshot beforehand. Just another piece of evidence in the accumulating file. The custody hearing arrived earlier than expected. I wore my nicest clothing, attempting to conceal the burn scars that had crept up my neck. Robert sat with his lawyer, appearing older than his age. Across the aisle, Martha had changed again. The ragged woman was no longer standing on my porch. She appeared sleek and professional, every inch the devoted mother. I testified for 2 hours, every detail, from the accident to the lawsuit, threats, and harassment. Martha's lawyer attempted to portray me as a bitter woman seeking attention, but the evidence was overwhelming. Security footage, recorded calls, witness comments from mothers who had finally agreed to testify. It all provided a clear picture. When the judge announced his decision, temporary full custody for Robert, supervised visitation only for Martha pending a substance usage evaluation, I assumed it was over. Martha's scream of wrath suggested otherwise. Security had to remove her out of the courtroom because she was shouting threats at everyone involved. Robert held Maya in the corridor, attempting to hide her from her mother's tantrum. The tiny kid only looked perplexed, grabbing for the mom being taken away. That night, I finally slept soundly. My work was still in jeopardy, my reputation had suffered, and my hand might never fully recover, but Maya was secure. That was what mattered. The tranquility lasted only one day. Saturday morning, I awoke to a lot of sirens. My apartment complex was surrounded by emergency vehicles. I pulled on clothes and dashed outdoors to discover my building in disarray. Gas leak, my neighbor said. Somebody interfered with the main line. If Mrs. Patel hadn't smelled it and called 911, the entire building could have exploded. The fire chief questioned everyone. Around 3 a.m., security footage captured a figure in dark clothing near the gas meters, but the image was too blurry to identify. I knew, however. We all knew. Robert called while I was giving my statement, his voice taut with barely contained panic. "She's gone," he replied. "Martha never arrived for her monitored visit. Her apartment is empty. Her automobile is gone. Nobody has seen her since yesterday." The police issued an alert, but Martha had disappeared. Days passed into weeks with no trace of her. Robert created a security system and rarely let Maya out of his sight. I stayed with friends because I was too afraid to return to my flat, even after the gas line was patched. Then Jenna called with news that altered everything. "I just saw her," she muttered. "Martha. She is in the mall, but she is not like everyone else. Her hair is dyed black and she has lost weight. I don't think she noticed me." Within minutes, Robert's investigator was on his way, but by the time he arrived, Martha had left again. Jenna's sighting was confirmed on security cameras. It was clearly Martha transformed, but yet recognizable. She was still in town. We're still watching. Still planning. The investigator stepped up surveillance, but Martha had learned from her mistakes. She only used cash, stayed in several motels, and changed her appearance frequently. The only constant was her obsession. She was sighted near Robert's house, my business, and Maya's daycare, constantly looking from afar. 2 weeks after her disappearance, I made a decision. I couldn't live in dread indefinitely. I returned to my apartment, resumed battling for my work, and attempted to regain some routine. Robert felt I was insane, but I was tired of allowing Martha to dominate my life. That is when she made her next move. I was making breakfast when my phone rang with Robert's number. However, when I responded, it was Maya's voice. "Help her, lady. Mommy says we are going on an adventure." My blood turned icy. I heard rustling followed by Martha's unnaturally pleasant voice. "Say goodbye to your friend, sweetie. We won't see her for a while." The call went dead. I immediately contacted Robert, but his phone went directly to voicemail. Racing to his residence, I discovered the front door wide open. Robert lay on the kitchen floor, cradling his head. Blood flowed through his fingers. "She hit me with something," he complained as I helped him sit up. "They came via the back as I was making coffee." I took Ella. I dialed 911 while placing a dish towel against his head. The gash was not deep, but head wounds bleed profusely. While we waited for the ambulance, I looked at the surveillance cameras. Martha was seen entering the back gate at 6:47 a.m., carrying what appeared to be a tire iron. The police arrived along with the paramedics. This time, they took the charges seriously. Assault, breach of a custody order, and kidnapping. Real charges, real penalties. One Amber Alert was issued within 1 hour. Robert refused to go to the hospital until the investigator had taken his statement. I drove behind the ambulance, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. At the emergency room, doctors patched him up and performed concussion tests. He continued asking the nurses if they had heard anything about Maya. Jenna called while we were awaiting the CT findings. She was at a rest stop 2 hours north and had just seen Martha's car, not the one we knew about, but a different one. Older model vehicle with mud on the license plate. "She's in the bathroom with Ella right now," Jenna said quietly. "What shall I do?" I put her on speaker so Robert could hear. He attempted to stand up, but the nurse forced him back down. "Don't confront her," I said. "Can you follow them? See where they go?" Jenna agreed to try. She was accompanying her teenage son on a college tour. They could follow Martha without becoming too obvious. I gave her the detective's number and advised her to remain safe. The following hour crept by. Robert's scan showed no blood and only a moderate concussion. As soon as he was released, we drove to the police station. The detective had set up a command center to coordinate with state police and monitor Jenna's progress. Martha was traveling northwest, taking back routes. Jenna's son was savvy, following several cars behind and occasionally switching ranks. They'd stopped for gas once, and Jenna managed to capture a clear photo of the license plate. Eleanor Briggs was the registered owner of the automobile. The detective's fingers sped across her keyboard, bringing up information. Eleanor Briggs died 3 months ago. Her family reported her automobile taken from a hospice parking lot. She's been planning this for months, Robert explained, his voice lifeless. Jenna reported at midday that Martha had turned onto a woodland road. She couldn't follow without being observed, so she marked the area and backed away. Within 20 minutes, police units converged on the scene. The detective allowed us to listen in on radio chatter. Officers were putting up obstacles and closing off escape routes. A helicopter was en route. They had found 3 rental cottages in that region of forest. Someone who matched Martha's description purchased one in cash last week. Robert grasped my good hand so tightly that it hurt. Neither of us spoke. The radio hummed with updates. Officers approaching the cabin, vehicle confirmed in the driveway, and movement inside. Then came quiet. Long, excruciating silence. "Subject in custody," said the final report. "Kids are safe, requesting medical assistance to check her out." Robert collapsed on me and sobbed. I held him while he shook, my eyes welling up with tears that I refused to let fall. Not yet. Not until I knew Maya was actually fine. The drive to the distant police station seemed to take forever. Robert called his lawyer, parents, and sister. I drove in solitude, digesting what had happened. 6 months ago, I was merely a physical therapist who avoided confrontation. Now I was involved in custody battles and police investigations. We were not permitted to visit Maya immediately. She needs to be checked and interviewed carefully by specialists. Martha was in detention, but her new lawyer was already raising concerns about rights abuses and illegal processes. Finally, a social worker carried Maya outside. She raced towards Robert, putting her small arms around his neck. She spotted me over his shoulder and reached out with one hand. "Helper lady, please join us," she said. I hugged them both, being cautious of Robert's bandaged head. Maya seemed fine, chatting about the camping trip Mommy had taken her on. She had no idea why there were so many police officers or why Daddy was crying. The following several days blurred together. Martha was charged with assault, custodial interference, and child endangerment. Her bond was set high enough that even if she was able to obtain concealed monies, she would remain imprisoned until trial. The inquiry revealed that she had been planning this for months, gradually moving money, creating phony identities, and researching places to hide. My suspension from work was overturned after the police established that the security film had been doctored. Someone had mixed video from different days to make it appear that I was in the medication room. The IT specialist who evaluated it stated that it was complicated work that would most likely be outsourced to someone with real skills. Robert and Maya remained with his parents as he increased security at his home. I returned to my flat and installed new locks and a CCTV system. The other moms in the playgroup established a rotation, assisting with Maya when Robert went to work or meet with lawyers. A week after the arrest, I received an unexpected call. Martha wanted to see me. Her lawyer said she needed to tell me something significant regarding the accident. Against everyone's advice, I decided to go. The jail's visiting area was dismal, with scratched plexiglass and uncomfortable chairs. Martha appeared smaller in the orange jumpsuit, her dyed hair coming out from the roots. When she sat across from me, I could hardly identify the sophisticated mommy blogger from before. "I wasn't hammered that day," she stated without explanation. "The day of the accident, I'd taken pills. Benzo, been taking them for years." I waited, not trusting my ability to speak. "I started after Maya was born. Postpartum anxiety. 1 med became 2, 2 became 4. By the time of the accident, I was taking 10 times the prescribed dose just to feel normal." She laughed cruelly. "Perfect mommy blogger with a perfect life, popping pills like candy. When you saved Maya, when everyone called you a hero, I panicked. If the truth came out, I'd lose everything. So I tried to destroy you instead." "Why tell me now?" I inquired. She shrugged. My lawyer says showing remorse might help at sentencing. Plus, you deserve to know. You saved my daughter when I was too high to do it myself. I went without saying goodbye. In the parking lot, I sat in my car and finally allowed myself to cry, for Maya, Robert, and even Martha. For the entire catastrophe that began with one moment of deciding to rush into danger rather than away. The trial took 3 months to schedule. During that period, life took on a new cadence. I worked 4 days a week, gradually regaining strength in my broken hand. Robert and I became friends through trauma, but our friendship grew into something more genuine. Maya began calling me Aunt Helper, which made me chuckle each time. Martha pleaded guilty to avoid a lengthier sentence of 3 years, with the potential of parole in 18 months if she completed treatment and parenting courses. Robert was granted full custody, with no visits until Martha finished her programs and passed frequent substance tests. The day after sentencing, I was in the park with Maya while Robert met with his lawyer to discuss divorce papers. She was tackling the monkey bars, trying to get all the way across, despite her small hands. On her 5th attempt, she succeeded, tumbling to the ground with a victorious yell. "I did it! Did you see?" "I saw," I said, high-fiving her with my free hand. "You're getting so strong." She smiled at me before taking a serious tone. "Will you always watch me be strong?" I reflected on everything that had led up to this point. The crash, the fire, the lawsuits, the threats, and the long journey from Wednesday, when I nearly walked past a blazing automobile. "Yeah," I answered. "I'll always watch." Robert arrived with divorce papers signed and submitted. He grabbed Maya up and spun her around, making her squeal. While watching them, I felt something settle in my chest. Not quite peace, there was still too much to do for that. But perhaps the beginning. My hand would never completely recover. Martha would make it out eventually. The scars, both inside and out, would remain permanent. But Maya was unharmed. That was what mattered. Sometimes the best ends aren't actually endings. They're just another beginning, messier, yet more realistic than any fairy tale. Standing in that park, I watched a small girl I'd rescued from a blazing automobile play with her father. My sister applauded when Dad slapped me at a party of 30. That night, I made a call that destroyed them all. Now they're begging. My name is Claire. I'm 32, and I've learned the hard way that blood does not always imply loyalty. However, sometimes the best revenge is simply allowing people to face the consequences of their own acts. It all started with what was supposed to be a celebration. My younger sister, Maris, had recently purchased her first home with her husband, Henry, and they were hosting a housewarming celebration. Maris, 29, had always been the golden child, marrying young, having 2 children by the age of 25, and convincing our parents that she could do no wrong despite a series of terrible financial mistakes. I, on the other hand, was the family's disappointment. Never mind that I had a great profession as a financial consultant, owned my own home, and worked tirelessly to purchase a lovely holiday property in the mountains. My parents, Gerald and Sophia, considered my life useless because I did not have children. They didn't care if I was completely content with my dog Finn or that I was independent. When I arrived, the celebration was already in full gear, with a great bottle of wine and a gift card to Maris's new place. There were about 30 individuals there, including family, friends, and neighbors. Maris was delighted to see me, giving me a big embrace and thanking me for coming. For a minute, I believed things were improving between us. I should have known better. About an hour into the celebration, Maris tapped her wine glass to draw everyone's attention. "I want to thank everyone for coming tonight," she said, her voice carrying the artificial sweetness I'd grown to recognize over the years. "Henry and I are so grateful for all the support as we start this new chapter." Then her tone changed. "Actually, there's something else I wanted to discuss while we're all here together." She stared directly at me, and my stomach dropped. "Claire, could you come over here for a minute?" The crowd dispersed as I made my way to where Maris was standing. My parents flanked her on either side, and the expressions on their faces told me this wasn't going to end well. The discussions around us dwindled as more people turned to watch. "Claire," Maris said, her voice now audible to everyone. "You know how tight money has been for Henry and me, especially with the kids and the new mortgage." I nodded nervously, unsure where this was going, but experiencing a sinking sensation. "Well, we've been talking as a family," she said as she gazed at our parents. "And we think it would be really generous of you to let us use your vacation cabin. You know, since you barely use it." and we could really make some memories there with the kids. The way she phrased it sounded like a done deal, as if I had already agreed. But I hadn't. In fact, this was the first time I'd heard about it. Maris, Mama interjected, walking forward with that smile that never left her eyes. We think you should just give it to Maris and Henry. It would be the family thing to do. The room had become utterly silent. I could feel 30 pairs of eyes on me, waiting for a reaction. My cheeks were flushed with embarrassment and rage. You want me to give away my vacation home? It's not like you're using it for its intended purpose, Dad said, his voice carrying the authoritative tone he'd used to silence my opinions all his life. Vacation homes are for families. You just go up there alone with that dog of yours. That dog has a name, I remarked with a high voice. And yes, I go there to relax and recharge. It's my property that I worked hard to afford. Maris laughed, but it wasn't pleasant. Come on, Claire. Don't be selfish. Think about my kids, your niece and nephew. They deserve to have those experiences. They can have experiences at the dozens of other vacation rentals available, I said, attempting to maintain my composure despite the rage swelling inside me. I'm not giving away my property. Mom's disguise slipped entirely. You don't even have kids, she exclaimed, loud enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. What do you need a family vacation home for? Just keep walking with your dog and stop being so damn selfish. The cruelty in her voice astounded me. These were the folks who were meant to love and support me, and here they were, publicly humiliating me for not having children, which wasn't exactly my choice. I had been struggling with infertility for years, which they were aware of, yet seemed unconcerned about. Dad took a step forward, his face flushed with rage. Your sister has kids, real responsibilities. You're just a barren waste, taking up space and resources that could benefit actual family members. The term desolate struck me as a bodily blow. I'd heard Dad make terrible words before, but never this publicly or aggressively. The crowd shuffled uncomfortably, but no one spoke anything. Nobody defended me. Maris was virtually beaming with malicious joy. About time the family disappointment paid up, she cackled. Maybe this will finally make you useful for something. I stood there, shaking with wrath and shame, as my own family tore me apart in front of a crowded gathering. Some looked away sheepishly, while others watched with sick interest. But no one came forward to defend me. I said no, I managed to say through tight teeth. It's my property, and I'm not giving it away. That was when Dad completely lost it. His hand shot up quickly, connecting with my cheek in a vicious backhand that knocked me backward. The sound of the smack reverberated across the suddenly silent room. And then, to my complete horror, people began clapping. Not everyone. Some looked astonished and uncomfortable, but there were enough individuals to fill the room with applause. Maris was beaming, like if she had just won an award. Mom nodded in approval. Dad fixed his shirt as if he'd just finished something essential. I stood there, fingers pressed against my burning cheek, staring at the individuals who were supposed to be my family. The treachery went deeper than any physical agony ever could. Fine, I replied calmly, my voice dead calm. I'll remember this. I went out without saying anything, leaving behind the gift I had brought and any illusions I had about my family's unconditional devotion. The drive home was a haze. Finn greeted me at the door with his usual excitement, and I buried my face in his fur, finally allowing the tears to fall. My cheek was swollen, my heart was torn, and I felt more alone than I ever had before. But when the initial shock faded, something else began to take its place. Cold, calculated anger. I had always been the responsible member of the family. While Maris made one bad financial decision after another, I had been quietly helping out. I co-signed her first auto loan when her credit was bad. I had lent her money for emergencies more times than I could remember. I'd even contributed to a down payment on the house we just celebrated, though she'd sworn me to secrecy about it. More importantly, I had been managing our parents' funds for the last 5 years. Dad had asked me to take over when Mom began to exhibit early signs of memory loss, and he was straining to keep track of things. I had sorted their finances, set up their retirement accounts, handled their taxes, and ensured that all of their payments were paid automatically. Mom's condition had deteriorated over the years, but she still had many good days, and she understood and appreciated my assistance with their finances. They absolutely trusted me with their financial lives. Maris had no idea I was involved. But here's the thing. As a financial advisor, you learn that money equals power. And power may be withdrawn, just as easily as it is granted. That night, I sat down at my kitchen table with my laptop and began making calls. The first call went to the bank that held Maris's mortgage, which I helped her qualify for by co-signing and paying a portion of the down payment. I told the loan officer that, due to recent family circumstances involving financial abuse and threats, I was concerned about my continued duty as a co-signer and needed to know my options. "I understand your concerns, Miss Thompson," the officer responded. "While you can't simply remove yourself as a co-signer, you can formally request that we re-evaluate the loan based on changed circumstances. Given what you're describing, we would need to reassess whether the primary borrowers can qualify for the loan independently. And what happens if they can't re-qualify?" I was thinking about it. "We would work with them on modification options, but if no suitable arrangement can be reached, the loan could potentially be called in." Perfect. The second call was to resign my power of attorney over my parents' finances. I diligently chronicled everything over the years, and what I learned was really unsettling. Dad had been surreptitiously sending money to Maris for years, money that was supposed to be part of Mom's care fund for her deteriorating memory. The loans he gave Maris were never repaid, totaling more than $30,000. Most alarming, he was opening credit accounts in Mom's name without her knowledge or consent. Given her worsening cognitive state, I scrupulously documented everything: screenshots, bank statements, email chains, that I legally got while serving as their official financial agent before resigning. The third call went to Adult Protective Services. "I'd like to report suspected financial elder abuse," I informed the intake staff. "I have documentation of someone systematically taking money from an elderly woman with memory issues, including using her identity to open credit accounts." I provided them with everything: bank statements indicating unlawful transfers, evidence of the credit applications Dad had filled out with Mom's details, and evidence that Mom's cognitive impairment made her susceptible to this type of manipulation. "This is very serious," the worker informed me. "We'll need to start an investigation immediately. In the meantime, we'll need to freeze the accounts in question to prevent further exploitation." The fourth call went to Maris's employment. Maris worked as a bookkeeper for a small family firm, and I happened to know that her supervisor, Ms. Benton, was quite concerned about her staff financial integrity. A short check of public records revealed that Maris had multiple recent judgments against her for outstanding debts, which had not been reported during her employment. I did not make any charges. I simply asked Ms. Benton whether she was aware that Maris had hidden financial judgments that could influence her bonding insurance, which was required for her role managing the company's finances. The fifth call went to the IRS. Dad's loans to Maris, which were never repaid and totaled more than $30,000, are technically deemed taxable income because forgiven loans exceed a particular threshold. And if Maris had accepted these funds without declaring them, it would be tax evasion. I gave the IRS complete evidence of every transfer, loan, and gift that exceeded the annual limit, all of which I received legally through my duty as Mom and Dad's financial agent. But I wasn't finished yet. The sixth call went to Child Protective Services. Now, let me be clear. I would never make fraudulent claims about child welfare. But I didn't have to. Maris's social media was a goldmine of concerning information that she'd posted herself, including photos of her children in situations that CPS would undoubtedly want to investigate, posts about leaving the kids alone while she went out, and comments about using medications to help the kids sleep so she could have adult time. All information is publicly available. All screenshots are documented. All of this is actually disturbing for children's welfare. I just gathered everything and sent it along with a request for a wellness check. Henry's boss was the last person I called. Henry worked in construction, and his employer had very strong standards about domestic abuse, including insurance liability and job site safety. The images I'd taken of my damaged face, together with witness testimony from some of the more decent people at the party who were shocked by Dad's actions, provided a clear picture of a family dealing with major violence issues. I never accused Henry of anything. I merely provided facts on the family atmosphere and let the firm decide whether it fit their employment standards. Then I sat back, waiting. It did not take long. 3 days later, Maris called me and screamed. "What did you do?" she screamed into her phone. "The bank is calling our loan. They want the full balance in 30 days or they're starting foreclosure." I removed myself as a co-signer, I explained quietly. "It's my legal right." "You can't do this. We'll lose the house." "You should have thought about that before you decided to publicly humiliate me and demand my property." "Claire, please." Her voice changed to a phony tenderness. "I'm sorry about the party. Things got heated. But you can't punish my kids for your kids. The ones you were so concerned about having vacation memories with? Maybe they should ask their grandfather where all their grandmother's medical money went. The line became quiet. What are you talking about? Maris inquired, but her tone shifted. She knew. Adult Protective Services is very interested in Dad's financial activities, I remarked with a smile. Apparently, stealing from a dementia patient is a serious crime. Who knew? The second domino dropped the following day, when Dad called. Claire, we need to talk, he said, trying to appear authoritative, but with a palpable sense of panic. There are people asking questions about Mom's accounts. I'm sure there are, I said. I turned over all the financial records to the appropriate authorities. You had no right. I had every right. You gave me power of attorney, remember? That means I'm legally obligated to protect Mom's interests. Funny how that works. Those were family loans. Those were thefts from a vulnerable adult, I explained. The police seemed very interested in the fact that you opened credit cards in Mom's name without her knowledge. The hush lasted for quite some time. What do you want? He finally inquired. I want you to face the consequences of your actions, I told you. Just like you made me do at Maris's party. The third domino provided the most satisfaction. Maris lost her position after Ms. Benton found not only the concealed financial judgments, but also some innovative bookkeeping Maris had been using to cover her own money problems. Borrowing from petty cash with the aim to repay it later is still considered stealing, even if you intend to replace it. The fourth domino fell when the IRS audit discovered that Maris had not disclosed over $40,000 in forgiven loans and gifts over the previous 3 years. The penalties and overdue taxes were considerable, and wage garnishment occurred immediately. The fifth domino fell when CPS conducted a wellness check and discovered conditions troubling enough to warrant parenting classes and regular check-ins. Nothing that put the kids in immediate danger, but enough to make Maris and Henry extremely stressed. Henry lost his job because his company determined that his involvement in domestic violence incidents posed an unacceptable level of liability risk. However, the turmoil had only just begun. About 2 weeks after Henry lost his job, I received a call from my cousin Nina, Maris's dearest friend since childhood. Nina had attended the celebration but had not participated in the applause. In truth, she had been horrified the whole time. Claire, I need to tell you something, Nina began, her voice quivering. I should have said this weeks ago, but I was scared. What happened at Maris's party? It wasn't spontaneous. My blood became chilly. What do you mean? They planned it, she explained. I overheard Maris, your mom and your dad talking before the celebration started, and Maris mentioned that she had been working on getting your cabin for months. She said you were too self-centered to give it up willingly, so they had to exert familial pressure in front of witnesses. You couldn't back down. The treachery wound deeper than I had anticipated. They intended to ambush me. Maris clearly stated that if they did it publicly, I would be too embarrassed to decline. She laughed about it, Claire, Nina explained. She said something about how you always crumble under public pressure and that you'd probably just hand over the keys to avoid more confrontation. I felt nauseous. The entire event had been a premeditated attack intended to take advantage of my perceived weakness. They had brought 30 people to watch what they expected to be my humiliation and capitulation. There's more, Nina added. After you left, Maris boasted about how she'd been warming you up for months with sob stories about money problems. She claimed she had been documenting every time you supported her financially, so she could use it as proof that you always cave when family members need assistance. Evidence for what? She intended to take you to court if public shame did not succeed. She had this belief that because you had been financially supporting her for years, you owed it to your family to continue. She thought she could persuade a judge to order you to sign over the cabin as part of a family support agreement. The audacity was amazing. Maris had been preparing a court case to seize my possessions, using my generosity as leverage. Why are you telling me this now? I requested an explanation. Nina was silent for a moment. Because Maris phoned me yesterday. She is desperate, Claire. She is considering suing you for purposely wrecking her family. She believes that everything is happening because you are vengeful, not because she and your parents violated the law. I am not sure what she is planning, but she has been inquiring about your income, employment, and where you spend your time. She's also been attempting to persuade mutual friends to join sides, telling them that you're a heartless monster who is destroying innocent children out of vengeance. This was exactly what Maris would do. Play the victim while refusing to take responsibility for her actions. But now I had advance notice, and I planned to utilize it. Nina, I need you to do something for me, I told you. If Maris contacts you again, I want you to record the conversation. Can you do that? I guess so, but why? Because Maris is about to learn that I'm much better at this game than she ever realized. After hanging up with Nina, I spent the evening further exploring Maris's social media sites. What I discovered was a treasure trove of incriminating evidence that depicted a completely different picture than the sob story she'd been telling everyone. While she was complaining about poverty to me and our parents, she was sharing pictures of costly restaurants, new clothes, and weekend getaways. The timestamps indicated that these posts were from the same periods that she had been asking me for emergency loans. She'd been lying about her financial circumstances to get sympathy and money from family members. More problematic were the posts in which she boasted about manipulating the system and taking advantage of people who have more money than sense. She'd actually uploaded copies of text messages in which she mocked me for being such a fool for assisting her financially. I took screenshots of everything and prepared a complete file. Then I did something unfathomable to me 6 months ago. I started my own social media campaign. I published a lengthy post about what happened at Maris's party, complete with images of my damaged face and testimonials from the few nice people who observed the assault. I didn't need to embellish or lie. The reality was bad enough. But I also added Maris's own posts, which showed her luxurious lifestyle while professing financial difficulty, as well as her disparaging comments about people who aided her, all of which were previously public on her social media accounts. I let her own words reveal her personality. The post went viral in our social circles. The response was astounding. Dozens more individuals responded with their own experiences of Maris's deceptive behavior, unpaid bills, and history of leveraging family strife to get her way. Several guests stated that they felt uncomfortable during the gathering, but didn't know how to intervene. More importantly, Maris's present neighbors and Henry's old co-workers began discussing their own experiences. Maris had been borrowing money from neighbors with sob stories about medical problems and automotive troubles, which she had been telling me. She owed money all around town and was lying about why. The social media campaign also served another purpose. It established a public record of Maris's behavior, which she would find difficult to contest if she attempted to sue me. Her own statements, posts, and established habit of manipulation. Maris visited my workplace 3 days after my post went up. I was in a meeting with a client when my assistant knocked on the door. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Miss Thompson, but there's a woman here who says she's your sister. She's quite upset." Maris was pacing in the foyer, gesticulating frantically at my secretary as I watched through the glass wall of my office. She looked even worse than she did at my house, unkempt, angry, and desperate. "Please reschedule my 3 p.m. appointment," I informed my customer. "I have a family emergency to deal with." Maris started screaming the moment I arrived into the lobby. "How dare you post that garbage about me online? You're destroying my reputation." "Your reputation destroyed itself," I said quietly, well knowing that my colleagues were watching. "I simply shared the truth about what happened." "You posted private conversations. That's illegal." "I posted conversations you shared. Publicly on your own social media," I quickly clarified. "Nothing I shared was private." Maris's face was flushed with wrath. "You're vindictive, and everyone can see it now." "Nobody believes your victim. The comments on my post suggest otherwise," I stated. "In fact, quite a few people have reached out to share their own experiences with your behavior. You turned people against me." "I didn't have to turn anyone against you, Maris. Your actions did that all by themselves." That's when she made a crucial error. Maris took out her phone and began recording, apparently intending to catch me saying something she could use against me. "Say that again," she demanded, raising the phone. "Tell everyone how you systematically destroyed an innocent family because you're a bitter, childless woman who can't stand to see other people happy." I smiled straight into her camera. "I stopped assisting financial abuse and reported criminal activities to the proper authorities. If you wish to record this talk, let's make sure we have the facts straight." I took out my own phone and began recording. "Maris, are you denying that you and our parents plan to publicly pressure me into giving you my property? That's not. Are you denying that Dad has been stealing money from Mom's medical fund to give to you? He was helping family. Are you denying that you've been lying about your financial situation while borrowing money from multiple sources? Everyone struggles. Are you denying that you stood by and applauded when Dad assaulted me? Maris's face turned white. She started recording, hoping to catch me saying something incriminating, but instead she created evidence of her own guilt. You can't prove any of that, she said. Actually, I can, I replied, still recording. I have bank records, social media posts, witness statements, and now this conversation, where you haven't denied any of it. Maris realized she had walked into a trap. She stopped recording and reached for my phone, but I moved back. Don't touch me, I declared loudly enough for everyone in the foyer to hear. You've already been involved in one assault. I won't give you the opportunity for another. Security arrived at that point. My assistant had contacted them when Maris began screaming. Maris turned back to make one final threat as they took her out. This isn't over, Claire. I'm going to make sure everyone knows what kind of person you really are. They already do, I said back. That's the problem. The footage of our lobby confrontation, captured by building security cameras, somehow made its way to social media. Maris's aggressive actions, inability to reject the claims, and effort to take my phone created a clear picture of who was the true aggressor in this circumstance. The repercussions were quick and terrible. Maris's remaining friends distanced themselves from her. The few family members who had been attempting to remain neutral suddenly took sides, and it wasn't Maris's. Henry's parents, who had taken them in, began to raise uncomfortable questions about the type of person their son had married. But Maris wasn't finished yet. My attorney called me about a week after the office event occurred. Claire, I've received some interesting correspondence, he told her. Your sister has hired a lawyer, and they're threatening to sue you for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and something called tortious interference with family relationships. I nearly laughed. She's suing me for telling the truth about her behavior. Apparently. Her lawyer sent a demand letter asking for monetary damages and a public apology. They're also demanding that you cease and desist all investigation into their financial affairs. What do you think of their case? Frankly, it's crap. Everything you've revealed is either factual or based on your own documented experiences. The truth provides an absolute protection against defamation. As for the emotional distress claim, they will have a difficult time establishing it because they were the ones who coordinated a public campaign against you. In this context, interference with family relationships is not a valid cause of action. You cannot be sued for exposing criminal behavior simply because the culprits are connected to you. My attorney hesitated. However, I believe they are trying to frighten you into backing down. Maris's lawyer is presumably hoping you'll settle rather than go through the inconvenience and expense of litigation. They picked the wrong person to intimidate, I told them. File a countersuit. Within 6 weeks, the first dominoes had fallen, and my family's world was beginning to unravel. Maris and Henry faced foreclosure, bankruptcy, tax liens, job loss, and CPS involvement. Dad was being investigated for elder abuse and fraud, with criminal charges anticipated. Mom was now in a professional care facility, and her finances were safe, albeit she was grieved by Dad's deception. And me? I was sitting in my vacation cottage with Finn, drinking wine and admiring the sunset over the mountains. I'd also started spending time with Luke, a nice guy I met through a hiking club who found my independence exciting rather than intimidating. Maris called me dozens of times. So did Dad. Even relatives who had stood by and watched my humiliation began to reach out, anxious about family unity and forgiveness. I blocked them all. Mom was the only person I kept in contact with, and I visited her at the care facility on a regular basis. She was experiencing more good days than bad, and on her good days, she was grateful that I had protected her from her father's financial abuse, even if she was very grieved by his treachery. I always knew you were the strong one, she said on one of our visits. I just wish I'd been brave enough to recognize what was happening sooner. Maris visited my place 3 months after the celebration. She looked terrible, skinny, weary, with dark circles under her eyes. Her automobile was a beat-up Honda that I didn't recognize, probably all they could afford after losing their finer vehicles to repossession. Claire, please, she murmured as I opened the door. We need to talk. I have nothing to say to you, I responded, beginning to close the door. Wait, she said, placing her hand against the door. I know you're angry, but my kids, they don't deserve this. They're going to be homeless. Your kids are innocent, I agreed, which is why CPS is making sure they're in a safe environment with parents who can provide for them. The parenting classes are humiliating, she added, tears streaming down her cheeks. And Henry can't find work because of his record. Now we're losing everything. You have already lost everything, I pointed out. You lost it the moment you decided to attack me in front of a room full of people for not giving you my property. It was just words, Claire. People say things when they're stressed. Dad hit me, I quipped, and you applauded. You stood there and clapped while your father assaulted me because I wouldn't give you something that didn't belong to you. Maris gazed down at her feet. I know that was wrong. No, I replied firmly. You don't get to downplay this. You planned my public humiliation. You described me as a family disappointment. You agreed with Dad labeling me a barren waste. You cheered as he hit me. And now you want my aid since dealing with the repercussions is difficult? What can I do to make this right? She pleaded urgently. I contemplated her question for a long time. Nothing, I replied finally. There is nothing you can do. You cannot take back your words. You can't take back the shame. You can't reverse the onslaught. And you can't deny that you all showed me who you truly are. But we're family. No, I replied, cutting her off. Family does not treat each other in the same way as you treated me. Family members do not gang up on one another. Family members do not physically assault each other. When someone is harmed, family members do not applaud. Claire, I'm begging you. Are you begging me now? I observed. But where was the humility when you demanded my vacation home? Where was your care for my family when you called me names in front of 30 people? Maris broke down and sobbed on my doorway. Part of me felt sorry for her, remembering the little sister I grew up with before she turned entitled and harsh. But the majority of me remembered standing in that room, hand placed against my burning cheek, as people celebrated my humiliation. I'm sorry, she said through tears. I'm sure you are, I said. You are sad that you are facing penalties. You're sorry your idea backfired. You're sorry you're losing your home, career, and nice lifestyle. But are you sorry for the way you treated me? Are you remorseful for years of taking advantage of my generosity? Are you sorry you stood by when Dad called me a barren waste? She glanced up at me, and I could see in her eyes that she was remorseful, but only because she had been apprehended, and only because her world was collapsing. She didn't apologize for hurting me. She apologized for becoming upset in return. Goodbye, Maris, I replied, closing the door. Over the next few months, I learned through common contacts that Maris and Henry had moved in with his parents in another state after losing their home when they were unable to satisfy the adjusted loan terms. Dad eventually pleaded guilty to various crimes involving elder financial exploitation. The family members who had witnessed my humiliation were now suffering with the social consequences of their association with the affair. However, the legal procedure has gone slowly, as it always does. The IRS probe lasted almost a year. The elder abuse case took 18 months to resolve in court. Maris's many financial schemes were scrutinized by multiple agencies over a 2-year period. And me? I was prospering. I'd obtained a promotion at work, thanks in part to the relief of no longer having to deal with my family's financial crisis. My social life improved considerably after I stopped spending every weekend dealing with Maris's latest emergency or Dad's demands for family reunions, where I was treated like a second-class person. Finn and I spent our weekends in the vacation cabin, hiking, reading, and enjoying the solitude. I'd started seeing Luke, a nice guy I found through a hiking group, who thought my independence was attractive rather than dangerous. Most significantly, I had understood the distinction between being alone and lonely. I'd been lonely for years, surrounded by family members who only saw me for what I could offer. Now I was alone by choice, but I had true friends, meaningful work, and a sense of self-worth that no one could take away. Finn remained my trusty friend throughout, and Luke had become a vital part of my life, someone who valued me for who I was rather than what I could give. The truth is that I did not destroy my family. They wrecked themselves with their selfishness, entitlement, and brutality. I just stopped letting them evade the repercussions of their decisions. People occasionally ask me if I feel bad about what occurred. The answer is no. I'm sad that it came to this. It's unfortunate that the individuals I loved turned out to be so different from who I believed they were. But guilty? Never. They made their decisions that night at Maris's party. They chose harshness over kindness. They selected public humiliation over private discourse. They chose violence over respect. They chose to treat me as an ATM rather than a family member. I simply decided to cease pretending that their behavior was okay. Maris was working in retail and living paycheck to paycheck when I last heard from her. Dad's legal problems were continuous, and the stress had a negative impact on his health. The extended family members who had condoned their actions were now faced with the social ramifications of being involved with elder abuse and financial fraud. As for me, I'm writing from my vacation cottage, with Finn asleep at my feet and a cup of coffee becoming cold next to my laptop. Luke is coming up later this weekend, and we're going to go to a waterfall I've been wanting to show him. My life is not perfect, but it is mine. It is authentic. It's based on true relationships with individuals who regard me for who I am, rather than what I can provide them. And what about that holiday cabin they all desired so badly? It's precisely what it was designed to be, a place where someone who has worked hard for what they have may find serenity and contentment, surrounded by people who come because they want to, not because they believe they are entitled to it. Sometimes getting even isn't the greatest way to exact revenge. Sometimes it's as simple as removing yourself from the equation and allowing individuals to face the natural consequences of their choices. Sometimes it's about creating a life so much better than your previous one that you realize the people who wounded you did you a favor by revealing who they truly were. Sometimes the best vengeance is simply living well, and I am living quite well. My brother laughed as I drowned at 22. Then my parents plotted to steal $50,000 from me to fund his MBA. So I vanished and took every cent with me. My name is Lucas, and I'm 22 years old. My brother shoved me into a lake and laughed as I drowned. Before I tell you how I redirected his entire $50,000 college fund and vanished without a trace, please tell me where you're watching from in the comments. I'd like to see how far my story goes. Our yearly family reunion was held at my mother's family's lakeside cabin, which had been passed down through generations. The air smells like pine needles and barbecue smoke. Distant cousins whom I only saw once a year were crowding around, laughing and catching up. On the surface, it was the epitome of a happy American family. But for me, it was just another stage in my family's favorite play, where I was put in the same role year after year, the dependable, responsible, and completely unnoticeable younger brother. My older brother Liam was the star of the show. At 24, he was personable, athletic, and had a way of making everyone feel like they were his best friend, right up until he asked for a favor. He was standing on the edge of the old wooden dock, holding a can of beer and telling our cousins an exaggerated story. I was just walking past to get a Coke from the cooler. "Hey, little bro," he muttered, a sneer on his lips. "Thinking about all that money Grandpa left you?" I ignored him and reached for a cold can. That was his favorite topic, my inheritance. Not our inheritance, but mine. A reality that irritated my family every day. "Don't be like that," he said, moving in front of me. I attempted to get around him, but he placed a palm on my chest. "You know, you're always so serious. You need to loosen up." And then he shoved me. Hard. The entire globe tilted. One moment I was on the sturdy wood of the dock. The next, I was tumbling backward into the murky, startlingly cold lake water. The Cold War was a physical blow that took the oxygen out of my lungs. I came up spitting and gasping, my hair stuck to my face, my head dipped under again as I attempted to regain my bearings. The laughing from the dock reached me before the air did. It was Liam, hunched over and pointing. "Don't be so dramatic," he exclaimed. My parents, Robert and Susan, were watching from the porch. They were smiling and not trying to help, just watching me fight to breathe. A sharp ache raced through my previous shoulder injury, and the familiar tightness of asthma gripped my chest. I was not being dramatic. I was in serious trouble. And as I watched them laugh, I realized something inside me had finally shattered. I did not argue. I did not yell. I had just fought my way back to the shore, my lungs burning. 2 weeks later, his education fund was depleted. And so was I. The journey home from the reunion was quiet. I sat in the back seat, wrapped in a damp, musty towel. The car's air conditioning felt like ice on my skin. The wheezing in my chest had decreased to a low whistle, a continual reminder of how close I'd been to having an asthma attack. Liam sat in the front seat, humming along to the radio and occasionally chuckling to himself. My parents were discussing what they needed to get from the grocery shop. It was as if nothing had happened in the last hour, as if their youngest son had not drowned while they were watching. But to me, that hour felt like a lifetime. The cold of the lake had stunned my system, but it was the ice in their gaze that froze something deep within me. It brought back a decade of recollections, like a long silent film of my own life playing out in my head. I recall being 16 and quite proud of my first automobile, a beat-up but dependable sedan I had purchased with money from my after-school job. A week later, Liam, who had recently had his license suspended for speeding, took it without permission and tied it around a telephone pole. When I discovered it, my mother took me aside, her voice quiet and imploring. "He made a mistake, Lucas. He feels terrible. Be a good brother. That money your grandfather is saving for you can cover it, right?" I ended up paying for the damage. Liam never said thank you. I remembered my 21st birthday. I wanted to have a great meal with my family. Instead, I spent the night sending Liam $5,000. He was in Las Vegas with his friends and, as he put it, hit a bit of a rough patch. My father whacked my shoulder after I got off the phone. "That's my boy, always responsible. Family helps family." My grandfather, my mother's father, had seen it all. He was a calm, observant man who had started a successful construction company from scratch. He observed how I conserved my money while Liam spent his allowance. He noticed how I studied for my exams while Liam partied. He noticed that I was always the one left to clean up the messes. A few months before he died, he sat me down in his workshop, the air thick with sawdust and varnish. He gave me a thick, leather-bound ledger. "Money is a tool, Lucas," he'd replied, his voice hoarse yet forceful. "It can build a life, or it can be a crutch for those who refuse to learn to walk. I trust you to be a builder." When he died, he gave me the bulk of his fortune, which included investments and property. My parents received the family property and a pension, while Liam received a minimal sum. The will was clear. The money was mine and would be managed by me after I turned 21. My grandfather had placed his trust in me, not them, and they had never forgiven me for it. My mother finally broke the stillness in the car. "Lucas, honey, are you feeling better?" I didn't respond. I simply stared out the window. "Stop being such a baby," Liam complained from the front. My father remarked, "It was a joke, Liam," with no actual admonishment in his voice. "But he's right, Lucas. You've always been too sensitive." I got home, showered, and went into my room. The chill was no longer just in my bones. It was in my heart. I took out my phone and contacted Michael, the only person I knew who would understand. We'd been best friends since kindergarten, and he'd seen my family's dynamics firsthand for many years. "They did what?" he asked, his voice a deep growl as I repeated the story. I could imagine him pacing his small apartment and raking his hand through his hair in agitation. "They just laughed, Mike, like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen." "I'm coming over," he said. He arrived in 15 minutes with a bag of greasy burgers in his hand. We sat in my room, and for the first time that day, I felt a sense of warmth. "This isn't just about the lake, Lucas. You know that, right?" he added, handing me a burger. I wasn't hungry, but I accepted it anyway. "How many times have you bailed him out? How many loans have you given them that you know you'll never see again?" I simply shrugged, picking at the wrapper. "They're not just taking your money, man. They're taking your life. They're disrespecting you because they know you'll just take it. You're their safety net. Their get-out-of-jail-free card." He leaned forwards, his gaze fierce. "Have you ever, even once, felt loved by them, without a condition attached? Without them needing something from you?" His question struck me harder than the frigid water. I struggled to recall a single moment or memory in which their devotion was unrelated to my obedience or my wallet. Nothing arrived. The silence lingered and was punctuated by a terrifying, dawning awareness. My eyes welled up with tears I hadn't realized I had. I turned away, not wanting him to notice. He pretended not to notice. After Michael went, I took out an old photo album. There we were, a family of 4, happy at Disney World. I was approximately 10. I remembered the trip. I remembered that my father had misplaced his wallet, and I had handed up the $200 I had saved for a new video game console to help pay for the hotel. My mother had hugged me and referred to me as her little hero. At the time, I felt a flush of pride. Looking at the snapshot, I could only see the beginning of the pattern. I flicked through the pages, each happy shot a lie. Graduation images, Christmas mornings, and birthday parties. Every milestone was stained by a trade, a sacrifice I made that was expected but not acknowledged. I closed the album, a deep sense of loss sweeping over me. I wasn't just mourning my family. I was grieving for the family I believed I had, the one I so wanted to believe in. The smiling folks in the photographs were strangers, and I was a stranger in my own home. I sat there in the dark, tears finally falling, grieving for the youngster in the images, who only wanted his family to love him for who he was, not what he had. The following few days were a whirl of forced friendliness. My family acted as if nothing had happened, which was somehow worse than their anger. It completely invalidated my experience. My mother would hum while she prepared breakfast, asking if I wanted eggs. Liam would want to borrow my car charger. My father would ask me to help him with yard labor. It was usual, and this was driving me mad. On a Thursday night, the breaking point occurred, and my anguish was transformed into cold, steely resolve. I was headed downstairs for a glass of water when I heard my parents' voices in the living room. I paused at the bottom of the stairs, obscured by shadows. "He's barely spoken a word in 3 days," my mother, Susan, said, her voice dripping with frustration. "This whole silent treatment thing is so childish." "He'll get over it," my father, Robert, grumbled from behind his newspaper. "He always does." "We can't afford for him to get over it right now, Robert," she said sharply. "Liam needs the down payment for that MBA program by the end of the month. $50,000. Did you forget?" "Of course, I hadn't forgotten. What do you want me to do?" "He is an adult. We cannot simply grab the money." There was a moment before my mother's voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. "I was talking to my sister Carol. Her husband's construction business is having some cash flow issues, a temporary crisis. What if we told Lucas that we were in trouble, that the business was on the verge of collapse and we needed him to co-sign a loan to save it?" My blood became chilly. "He'd never do it," my father stated dismissively. "He would if we framed it right," she maintained. "We make it about family, about responsibility. We tell him it's the only way to keep a roof over our heads. We'll get the loan, give Liam the $50,000, and then, well, we'll figure the rest out later. He has to be responsible for his brother. It's the right thing to do." I felt like I was going to get sick. It wasn't just casual greed anymore. This was a computed plot. They weren't just taking advantage of my kindness. They intended to purposefully deceive me, trapping me in debt to support my brother's life. I backed away from the stairs, my heart beating in my chest, and went into my room before they could hear me. I closed the door with my back against it and slipped to the floor. It was one thing to take for granted. It was another thing to be the target of your own parents' conspiratorial plot. The next day, I tried to contact my girlfriend Jennifer. We'd been dating for almost a year. She was intelligent, ambitious, and I believed she was on my side. We met for coffee, and I told her about the lake, the history of financial demands, and the talk I had overheard. I expected fury. I expected her to tell me to get out of there. Instead, she stirred her latte with a contemplative scowl on her face. "Wow, that's a lot, Lucas. A lot." "Jennifer, they're planning to defraud me." "Well, maybe not defraud," she answered, deliberately avoiding my gaze. "Maybe they're just desperate, and it's just a signature, right? For my family. You don't want to be the one to break up your family over money, do you? Think about what people would say." I stared at her with the coffee cup stopped halfway to my lips. What they would say. It didn't matter what was right or wrong. It was not about my well-being. It was about appearances. And in that moment, I recognized that my inheritance was not a burden for her, but rather a feature. She appreciated the beautiful dinners and weekend vacations. My financial security was part of my appeal. My agony was simply an inconvenient byproduct. "I have to go," I replied, getting up abruptly, rattling the table. That night, I phoned Michael again. I told him everything, including the narrative and Jennifer's reaction. There was a long pause on the other end of the telephone. Then he spoke. "I know a lawyer, Lucas. My aunt used her for her divorce. She's tough and she's smart. Her name is Sarah Blackwood. I think you should call her, not to sue them, just to know what your rights are, to know what you're up against." He texted me her number. I stared at it for 5 minutes before using my thumb to press the call button. Sarah Blackwood's workplace was located in a beautiful modern building downtown. It felt like another universe from my family's suburban house. Sarah was in her late 40s, with keen, intelligent eyes and a calm, no-nonsense approach. She listened to my entire story without pausing, her pen occasionally scribbling a note on a legal pad. When I finished, I felt emotionally tired, as if I had just run a marathon. She looked at me with a blend of professionalism and genuine empathy. "Lucas," she said, her tone steady and comforting. "First, let's be perfectly clear. The assets your grandfather left you are yours and yours alone. You have zero legal obligation to pay for your brother's education, his car, or his lifestyle. The only obligation you have is the emotional one they have manufactured and exploited for years." Hearing it put out so obviously and legally was like having a physical weight lifted off my shoulders. "The plan you overheard," she said with a slightly sterner voice, "is not just morally reprehensible. It borders on conspiracy to commit fraud. If you were to sign that loan under false pretenses they created, you would be legally on the hook. And they know that." We spoke for more than an hour. We discussed alternatives. We discussed trusts and foundations. We spoke about boundaries. For the first time, I wasn't simply discussing my feelings. I was discussing strategy. I left her office feeling changed. The pain was still there, a dull ache in my chest. But for the first time, it was accompanied by something else. A flash of power. A feeling of control. They had shoved me into the water, expecting me to flail and splash before giving in. They had no notion I was going to learn how to build a dam. The 2 weeks following my meeting with Sarah Blackwood were the most silent and intense of my life. On the exterior, I appeared calm and compliant. I returned to being the Lucas they were used to. I answered my mother's inquiries regarding my day. I let Liam beat me at video games. I even helped my father clean out the garage. I was playing a character, and I had never been a more compelling performer. Inside, however, a tempest raged. Every courteous smile was a disguise, and each nod of agreement was a strategically placed chess move. I was no longer a victim, subject to their whims. I was an architect who designed my own exit. My first step was to test the waters and validate what I already knew in my heart. One evening during supper, I let out a deep sigh. "I got some tough news today," I remarked, pushing my mashed potatoes around my plate. "That tech stock I invested a chunk of my savings in took a nosedive. I've lost a significant amount of money." The reaction was immediate and telling. My mother's fork clattered on her plate. "What? How much?" "A lot," I answered vaguely, studying their expressions. "It's going to take a while to recover. I'll have to be really careful with my finances for the foreseeable future." I saw it. No concern for me or my alleged financial loss. Just pure, unabashed panic. My brother Liam's face darkened. "You're kidding me, right? What about my MBA? The first tuition payment is due." "I'm sorry, Liam," I replied, catching his gaze. "I don't think I can help with that right now." "What do you mean you can't help?" My mother Susan asked, her voice rising. "You can't just be irresponsible with that money, Lucas. Your grandfather left it for you to build a future, for this family's security, not to gamble away on stocks." The hypocrisy was so thick I could choke on it. This was the ultimate confirmation. My worth to them was not as a son or brother, but as a bank account, a resource. And now that the resource was apparently in jeopardy, the thin veil of familial fondness was peeled away, revealing the ugly, desperate hunger underneath. The next day, I started building my ark. I had a few more modest, clandestine sessions with Sarah. We lay out the strategy. My parents expected $50,000 for Liam, which was sitting in a high-yield savings account under my name. It was always my money, set aside in my mind for his schooling out of a misguided sense of duty. Now, it will be repurposed. Sarah assisted me in completing the paperwork necessary to start a private scholarship foundation. It was an easy legal maneuver. I would donate $50,000 to this new organization, which would subsequently provide scholarships to worthy kids in my town. We even gave it a name, adding a final lyrical touch of irony. We named it the Wilson Scholarship Foundation. Wilson was our family's name. Sarah handled the legal foundation, and I handled the mechanics of my escape. I had a degree in graphic design and secretly sent my portfolio to several companies in a city 3 states away, a place where I knew no one and could remain unknown. Within a week, I had a potential interview scheduled over Zoom. A few days later, they offered me a junior designer position. I accepted at the moment. I located a modest apartment online and paid the first month's rent and security deposit with a new bank account I'd made, which my family had no idea about. I started packing my belongings late at night, one box at a time, and hid them in the back of my closet. My most valued possessions are my grandfather's old tools, my collection of vintage design books, and images of myself and Michael from my real life. One afternoon, I overheard my mother on the phone, her voice strained with worry. She was in the kitchen, with her back to me. "I don't know what to tell you, Carol," she said. "You'll get your money. I need more time. Robert's deal fell through. We were counting on, just give me until the end of the year." So there it was, the seed of the truth. My aunt, who was always kind to me, was a creditor. Her kindness was like a thumbscrew tightening gently. It wasn't simply about putting Liam ahead. It was about getting themselves out of a hole they dug, with my own aunt. Their deception was far more intricate than I could have anticipated. The parts were all in place. The foundation is legally established. The employment was secure. The flat was waiting. The only thing left to do was walk away. My family, unaware of the approaching tidal wave, decided to stage their final show. My mother said that we were having a special family meeting supper. Her tone was unnaturally cheery, as it always was when she was ready to ask for anything significant. She prepared my favorite supper, roast chicken and rosemary potatoes. The entire house smelled like I was preparing to leave for good. We sat at the dining table, the fine china glittering in the light. It felt like a scene from a movie, a heated family drama unfolding in real time. My father cleared his throat, my mother folded her hands on the table, and Liam leaned back in his chair with a sense of entitlement. "Lucas," my mother said, her voice full of trained earnestness, "we need to talk as a family." I simply glanced at her, my demeanor bland. I had rehearsed this scene in my head 100 times. "Your father and we've hit a rough patch," she explained, a single flawless tear streaming down her cheek. "The business, it's not doing well. We're facing a crisis, and we're in danger of losing everything." My father nodded grimly, performing his role. "We need your help, son. We wouldn't ask if it wasn't a matter of life and death." He pushed a sheath of papers across the table, a loan application. As I had overheard, they wanted me to be a guarantor for a large loan, using my investment portfolio as security. "It's just a signature," my mother said softly, her eyes begging. "To save your family." Liam chimed in with the final nail in the coffin. "It's time to be an adult, little brother, time to take on some real responsibility." I gazed down at the papers. I gazed at their eager expressions, my mother's desperate hope, my father's firm demand, and my brother's arrogant sneer. I saw the entire terrible, tragic play as it was, and I felt nothing. The rage had dissipated, leaving a cold, crystalline calm. I took the pen they'd so kindly left alongside the documents. I held it for a moment. I could sense victory in their eyes. They believed they had won. Then I gently put the pen back on the table, untouched. I stood up. "No," I murmured quietly. Yet it resonated through the suddenly still room. "What?" my mother gasped. "No," I said, a little louder this time. I looked each one in the eyes. "I won't be signing anything." I turned and walked out of the dining room, leaving them in bewilderment. I went upstairs, took the 2 duffel bags I'd packed with my essentials, walked out the front door, got in my car, and drove away without looking back. The genuine climax occurred with a letter, not a roar. 3 days later, my brother Liam stepped into our local bank's main branch, sure that my small tantrum had ended. He went to the private client advisor he'd been assigned to inquire about setting up the wire transfer for his tuition. He probably entered with a swagger, expecting a red carpet treatment. He introduced himself to the advisor and stated that he was there to access monies provided by his brother for his MBA. The advisor, a courteous woman in her 50s, entered his name into the system. She frowned. She typed it again. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. I don't see any notes here about a transfer." "It's coming from my brother's account. Lucas Wilson," Liam probably said, his voice tinged with irritation. More typing. A prolonged pause. "Mr. Wilson," the advisor continued, her voice perfectly bland, "the account you're referring to was closed 2 days ago. The funds were transferred out." "Transferred where? That's my money," he would have cried, turning heads in the otherwise calm bank lobby. The counsel would have gently emphasized that the monies were legally in my name and that I had full authority to relocate them. But it was not the finest part. The next day, we received a thick, cream-colored letter addressed to Mr. Liam Wilson. It appeared official, important. He probably ripped it open, believing it was a bank error that needed to be corrected. A letter was enclosed on a high embossed letterhead. It started, "Dear Mr. Wilson, On behalf of our board of directors, we are delighted to inform you that you have been named the honorary inspiration for the newly established Wilson Scholarship Foundation. A generous anonymous donation of $50,000 has been made in your family's name to provide financial assistance to bright, deserving students in our community who have overcome significant personal and financial obstacles. Your story of ambition has inspired our benefactor to give back to those who demonstrate. I wasn't there to witness it, but I can vividly recall it. The color draining from Liam's face, my mother seizing the letter, her hand trembling as she read it aloud, my father dropping into a chair, his face ashen. The money wasn't simply gone. It had been utilized to publicly humiliate them. It had been transformed into a monument to their own avarice, a lasting, generous remembrance of what they had lost. They hadn't merely lost their money, they'd lost control. The power has moved totally and irreversibly, and I was already 3 states away and starting fresh. The consequences were immediate, and exactly as I had predicted. My phone started to explode. My mother made the initial call. I let it go to voicemail. Her message was a master tutorial in emotional manipulation, and her voice was choked with fake tears. "Lucas, honey, what have you done? There's been a terrible mistake. You need to call us. We're so worried. This isn't you." The next call came from Liam. I did not have to listen to the voicemail to find out what it said. His text messages, a flood of angry, misspelled phrases, told the entire story. "Where's my money? Do you think this is funny? You've ruined my life. You're dead to me." Then my father sent me a terse and chilly text. "Call your mom. You've made her quite upset." I read the messages, listened to the first few seconds of the voicemail, and then did something I should have done years earlier. I opened my contacts list and banned their numbers one by one: mother, father, and brother. The sense of relief was visceral, like a deep, cleansing breath. The silence that followed was lovely. A couple of days later, I received a call from an unknown number. I paused, then responded. It was my Aunt Carol. Her voice sounded syrupy sweet. "Lucas, sweetie, it's your auntie. Your mom is beside herself with worry. We all are. Why don't you just come home so we can talk this all out? Whatever is wrong, we can fix it." She was their final hope, a nice detective sent in to mediate. But I knew the truth. She was not concerned about me. She was concerned about the loan her parents owed her. "I'm fine, Aunt Carol," I said, my voice calm and steady. "There's nothing to talk about." "But your family." "They haven't been my family for a long time," I told them. Before she could react, I hung up and blocked her number. I knew they would not give up easily. Sarah had warned me that their next step would be a desperate, sad attempt to control me through the authorities. One evening, I heard a knock on my new apartment door. My heart skipped a beat for a moment. Then I peeked through the peephole and saw 2 police officers. I opened the door. "Can I help you? Are you Lucas Wilson?" one of them inquired. "I am, sir. We received a call from your family. They're concerned for your welfare. They believe you may be a missing person." I had to control myself from laughing. "Officers, I'm 22 years old. I'm not missing. I moved here for a new job. I'm perfectly safe and sound." I presented them with my new driver's license with my local address and job ID. The officer nodded and scribbled on his notepad. "So you've left voluntarily?" 100%, I said. "I would appreciate it if you could inform my family that I am fine and that I do not wish to have any contact with them. Any further attempts they make to contact me will be considered harassment." They were professional and understood instantly. They went, and I realized my family's options had been limited. They had played their final card and lost. Their authority over me was formally revoked. They couldn't force me, influence me, or use someone else to get to me. They were left with only the repercussions of their own deeds, and I was finally completely free. 6 months had passed. 6 months of peaceful, wonderful, and occasionally painful healing. My new city was both bustling and anonymous. My employment as a junior designer was both tough and rewarding. I was surrounded by individuals who recognized me as Lucas, the man who knew fonts and had a wry sense of humor, rather than Lucas, the family ATM. I had made a few friends at work. We'd have beers after a long week and go hiking on weekends. They were basic, uncomplicated friendships, devoid of the burdens of history and responsibility. Most importantly, I was caring for myself. I met an excellent physical therapist who assisted me in overcoming my persistent shoulder pain. With each activity, I felt myself physically stronger, which mirrored the mental strength I was developing. On her recommendation, I began visiting a therapist. We discussed boundaries, guilt, and redefining what family meant. Unpacking 2 decades worth of emotional baggage was difficult, but essential. One afternoon, an email arrived in my inbox with a subject line that made my breath catch. From Lily. Lily was Liam and I's younger cousin. She was 16, a quiet, attentive girl who was always on the fringes of family gatherings. I recall seeing her near the pier that day, her eyes wide with an expression I couldn't understand. I opened the email. "Hello, Lucas. I'm not sure if you'll even get this. Mom said no one should contact you, but I felt compelled to. I have been thinking a lot about that day at the lake. I watched what Liam did and realized you were genuinely hurting. I wanted to say something, but I was terrified. I'm so sorry I didn't. Things have been chaotic around here since you departed. Uncle Robert and Aunt Susan are a disaster. Liam was dropped from the MBA program and now works in a call center. He's always angry. But there is something else you should know. The reason everyone was so desperate was that I overheard my mother, Aunt Carol, arguing with Aunt Susan on the phone. My father's firm is in serious difficulties, and my mother previously loaned your folks a large sum of money. She threatened to take them to court if they did not pay her back. They weren't attempting to acquire your money solely for Liam's education. They were trying to protect themselves from my mother. It doesn't justify what they did, but I thought you should be aware of the entire story. I hope you're fine. I'm very delighted you got out. Lily." I reread the email 3 times. It wasn't a surprise, really. It was confirmation of the wayward puzzle parts I'd previously assembled. It did not alter my emotions, and it certainly did not make me feel sorry for them. Their desperation did not justify their violence, but it did provide a final, definitive lens on the entire awful event. It confirmed my decision. I had not merely escaped from greed. I had escaped a sinking ship, a maelstrom of terrible judgments and desperate actions that would definitely have dragged me down with it. I responded to Lily with a quick, basic email. "Thank you for informing me. It means a lot. I am doing great. I hope you are too." I pushed send, and with that, I closed the final chapter of my previous life. It has been nearly a year now. My flat no longer feels fresh. Rather, it feels like home. The window over my workstation overlooks the city, a scene of glittering lights and limitless possibilities. My shoulder rarely bothers me anymore. A dull aching on rainy days is all that remains. Last week, another letter arrived. This one was not from a lawyer or a distressed relative. It was on simple plain paper. The return address came from the local community college. I opened it. It came from a young woman, a nursing student. She was the inaugural beneficiary of the Wilson Scholarship Foundation. She talked about being a single mother who had 2 jobs to make ends meet, and how the scholarship allowed her to stop one and spend more time with her kid. It meant she could finance her textbooks without having to forego meals. It meant she could imagine a future for herself beyond the everyday struggle for existence. "I have no idea who the anonymous donor is," she wrote at the end. "But if you ever get the opportunity to tell them, please let them know they didn't just give me money. They gave me hope." I folded the letter with a natural, spontaneous smile on my face. The agony in my chest, which had been my constant companion for so long, was gone. In its place was a calm, consistent warmth. I had spent my entire life believing I needed to burn myself on fire to keep my family warm, only to discover they were standing close to the flames, whining about the cold. My act of defiance, fueled by so much grief and hatred, had transformed into an act of creativity. The money they considered as their right had been converted into someone else's second opportunity. Looking out at the city lights, I finally realized, sometimes walking away is the most courageous thing you can do. The most loving family isn't always the one you're born into, but rather the one you find, or the one you have the confidence to construct for yourself, brick by brick, in the quiet solitude of your own home. Thank you for hearing my story. I hope it touched you in some way. Have you ever had to make a difficult decision to safeguard your own peace? I would be honored to read about your experiences. My sister claimed I didn't deserve baby essentials, so I exposed her $80,000 debt, foreclosure, and lawsuit to her sponsors, and watched it unravel. My name is Isla, and I am 7 months pregnant with my first child. My sister Ruby had always been the golden kid in our family, the one who got everything handed to her, the one whose tears could move mountains, and the one who always managed to overshadow everyone else's troubles in favor of her own. Ruby was 5 months pregnant with her third kid. Her first 2 children, a beautiful daughter named Mila, who was already 5 years old, and a son named Leo, who was 3, were with their grandparents during the shower. You'd think having 2 children would make things simpler, but Ruby had a knack for making even the most mundane circumstances feel like life or death emergencies. The baby shower was held at our mother's home, a lovely colonial with a wraparound porch that Mom had spent months decorating for Ruby's special day. Pink and gold decorations decorated every surface, and the dining room table heaved under the weight of an exquisite spread, likely costing more than most people's monthly rent. I came to the shower with my husband Caleb, holding a present bag containing a gorgeous handmade baby blanket that I had spent weeks crocheting. Despite being extremely pregnant and fatigued most of the time, I wanted to give Ruby something unique, something made with love. I could feel the eyes on me from the moment we stepped in. Not the warm, inviting gazes you'd expect at a family gathering, but something totally else. Something made my skin crawl and my defensive instincts heightened. Ruby was holding court in the living room, surrounded by aunts, cousins, and family friends. She looked stunning in a flowing pregnant dress that likely cost more than my entire maternity wardrobe. Her smile faltered for a little second when she noticed me, but she quickly restored it. "Isla, you made it," she said, though her tone indicated she would have liked otherwise. The shower went smoothly for the first hour. We played the usual games, cooed over the little outfits, and watched Ruby open gift after gift. I noted that several people had given her practical items: bottles, diapers, a high-end stroller, and even a convertible cot, which made everyone ooh and ah in admiration. Everything went wrong just as the present opening was about to end. My mother-in-law, Vivian, had been looking at me oddly all afternoon. Vivian was one of those ladies who could never understand that her beloved son had married me instead of his college lover, Jade. She accepted me in the same way you would tolerate a persistent mosquito, with barely hidden displeasure and the perpetual expectation that I'd finally go away. "You know, Isla," Vivian spoke loudly, cutting through the chatter, "I've been thinking about your situation." The room became quiet. "My situation?" I inquired, reflexively sliding one palm to my tummy. "Well, you and Caleb live in that tiny apartment. Barely enough room for the 2 of you, let alone a baby. And with Caleb's job situation being so..." She abruptly interrupted. "Uncertain lately." My cheeks reddened. Caleb had been out of work for 2 months, but he had been actively interviewing and had numerous intriguing leads. We had been frugal, but we were not poor. "We're doing fine," I responded gently, hoping to conclude the topic. But Vivian was not done. "Ruby, on the other hand, has that lovely house with a dedicated nursery. And with Owen's promotion, they're so much better positioned to provide for another child right now." I could feel Caleb tighten beside me, his fingers grasping mine. Gently, where was this headed? My mother, who had been rushing around picking up wrapping paper, came to a halt and fixed her gaze on Vivian. "What are you suggesting, Irene?" "Well," Vivian continued, her voice taking on a tone of false reasonableness, "I was thinking that Isla should give Ruby all her baby things. You know, the essentials she's already bought. Ruby needs them more right now, and Isla can always get new things later, when she's in a better position." The room became silent, save for the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. I glanced at Vivian, convinced I had misheard. "I'm sorry, what?" I said. Ruby squirmed uneasily in her seat, but I observed she did not immediately reject the offer. That should have been my first warning. "Your baby supplies," Vivian said slowly, like if talking to a kid. "The crib you bought, the car seat, the clothes, all of it. Ruby could use them now, and you can get new things later, when you're more financially stable." "Vivian," Caleb continued, his voice tight with fury, "that's completely inappropriate." But then my mother spoke up. "Actually, Irene might have a point. Isla, you and Caleb have been struggling lately. Ruby needs these things now, and you could always get more later." I looked around the room, hoping for someone, anyone, to speak out for me and point out how absurd this discourse was. Instead, I noticed nodding heads and murmurs of agreement. "She's right, Isla," added my Aunt Diana. "Family helps family." "And Ruby is about to have 3 children, explained my cousin Zoe. "She needs all the help she can get." I felt as if I was in an alternate reality. These individuals genuinely suggested that I, at 7 months pregnant, hand over all of my baby preparations to my sister since she needed them more. "No," I stated firmly, rising up from the couch. "Absolutely not." The muttering stopped. Ruby glanced up at me with big, innocent eyes, but I knew they were anything but. Isla, she said. I know you're upset, but think about what's best for the babies. What's best for the babies? I said, raising my voice. What's best for my baby is that I keep the things I bought for my baby. Don't be selfish, Vivian demanded. Ruby needs those things now. You can wait. Wait for what? For my baby to be born without anything? For us to scramble to buy everything at the last minute because I gave it all away? You're being dramatic, my mother responded dismissively. We're just talking about temporarily. No, you're not, I interjected. You're talking about me giving away everything I've prepared for my child because you think Ruby deserves it more. The room erupted in voices, everyone speaking at once, telling me I was overreacting, being selfish, and not thinking about family. Throughout it all, Ruby sat silently in her chair, allowing others to fight her struggle. That's when Caleb got up. We're leaving, he stated firmly. No, we're not done here, Vivian responded, her voice growing colder. Isla is going to do the right thing. The right thing? I chuckled bitterly. The right thing would be for all of you to support both of your pregnant family members, instead of pitting us against each other. Don't you dare lecture us about family, Vivian shouted, standing up and approaching me. You've never understood what that means. Vivian, back off, Caleb said, standing between us. But Vivian was not done. You know what your problem is, Isla. You think the world owes you something. You think because you're pregnant, everyone should cater to you. Well, newsflash, Ruby is pregnant too, and she's handling it with a lot more grace than you are. That's when something within me snapped. Grace? You call manipulating an entire room of people into pressuring me to give away my baby's things grace? I didn't manipulate anyone, Ruby finally said. I never asked you to give me anything. You didn't have to ask, I snapped back. You just sat there and let everyone else do your dirty work for you, just like you always do. Isla, that's enough, my mother exclaimed harshly. No, it's not enough. I had stopped worrying about keeping my voice low. You want to know what's not enough? The fact that not one person in this room has stood up for me. Not one person has said that maybe, just maybe, the pregnant woman should keep the things she bought for her own baby. That's when Vivian made her catastrophic error. She stepped around Caleb and got in my face, her finger pointing to my chest. You ungrateful little... The smack came so suddenly that I didn't expect it. One moment I was standing there, the next my cheek was stinging, and the place was utterly silent. I stood there, hand on my cheek, staring at Vivian, stunned. She had actually slapped me, at 8 months pregnant and in front of my entire family. She had slapped me. But suddenly Ruby's sister-in-law, Jade, the same Jade who Vivian had hoped Caleb would marry, began laughing. Actually laughing. Don't worry, Isla, Jade remarked between laughs. Your baby hasn't arrived yet, and by the look of it now, I doubt it ever will. The brutality of that comment struck me as a bodily blow. She was hinting that the stress and shock could cause me to lose my kid at 7 months, and that perhaps I didn't deserve to be a mother at all. Except for Jade's fading laughing, the room had become absolutely quiet. Everyone stared at me, waiting to see what I'd do. I could have screamed, I could have fought back. I could have slapped Vivian back and told Jade just how I felt about her in a harsh comment. Instead, I did something that seemed to astonish everyone, including myself. I smiled. It was not a cheerful smile. It wasn't even a very pleasant smile. Everyone in the room should have been nervous when they saw that smile. Okay, I replied gently, my voice totally calm. I understand now. I turned to Ruby, who looked at me with surprise and possibly fear. You want my baby things? I inquired. You think you need them more than I do? She nodded cautiously. Then you can have them, I replied. All of them. The room breathed a collective sigh of relief. They thought they had won. But I persisted, still smiling that chilly smile. I have some conditions. Conditions? Vivian inquired warily. Oh yes, I replied. You see, if I'm going to give Ruby everything I bought for my baby, then I want to make sure she really, truly needs them more than I do. So I'm going to need some proof. What kind of proof? Ruby inquired anxiously. Financial records, I explained simply. Bank statements, tax returns, pay stubs. I want to see exactly how much money you and Owen have compared to Caleb and me. Because if we're making this decision based on financial need, then we should have all the facts. Don't you think so? The room shifted uncomfortably. Isla, that's private information, my mother said. Is it? I inquired innocently. Because everyone here seems to know all about Caleb and my financial situation. You all seem very confident that Ruby needs these things more than I do. So surely you won't mind proving it. This is ridiculous, Vivian remarked. Is it? I inquired. Because what's ridiculous is a room full of adults pressuring a pregnant woman to give away her baby's things based on assumptions and gossip. I scanned the room, establishing eye contact with everyone who had been harassing me. Here's what's going to happen, I began, my voice calm but with an edge that compelled everyone to listen. I'm going to leave now, and I'm going to take some time to think about everything that happened here today. Caleb was immediately with me, protecting my back as I went toward the entrance. And Ruby, I called over my shoulder, enjoy the rest of your shower. I hope you got everything you wanted. We left them sitting in awkward silence. The drive home was silent. Caleb was enraged, as seen by his hard jaw and white-knuckled grasp on the steering wheel. But he was also waiting for me to break down, cry and hate about what had just transpired. Instead, I sat in the passenger seat, one hand resting on my abdomen, contemplating. Isla, Caleb eventually continued, I am so sorry, I should have done more to stop that. I should have. No, I replied gently. You did exactly what you should have done. You stood by me, and you were ready to get us out of there when I needed it. But my mother hit you, he explained, his voice breaking slightly. She actually hit you. Yes, she did, I confirmed. And now I know exactly who she really is. Caleb looked at me, presumably anticipating tears. Instead, he noticed the same frigid expression I had worn in the shower. What are you thinking? He questioned, his voice filled with anxiety. I'm thinking, I replied softly, that some people need to learn that actions have consequences. When we arrived home to our tiny apartment, which was actually a perfectly nice 2-bedroom rental in a good neighborhood while we saved for a down payment on a house, I went directly to my computer. Caleb lingered uneasily as I began typing, apparently unsure of what I was planning but perceptive enough to realize that I was preparing something. What are you doing? He inquired. Research, I replied simply. You see, there were some aspects of Ruby's beautiful existence that the family was unaware of, and I was aware of them because Ruby confided in me during our more intimate moments, when I believed we had a sisterly bond. I knew Ruby and Owen were living paycheck to paycheck, despite his promotion. The large house was heavily mortgaged, the pricey autos were leased, the luxury outfits and the continuous vacations were all paid for with met-out credit cards. Ruby had cried to me about it 6 months ago, concerned about how they would afford a second kid. I had listened sympathetically and even offered to help investigate budgetary strategies. But Ruby had clearly determined that the solution was not greater financial planning, but rather seizing my baby's belongings. I spent the next 3 hours on my computer, and by the end, I had a clear image of how well-positioned Ruby and Owen truly were. Public records are incredible things: property records, court documents, and company filings. There is an abundance of information available if you know where to seek. Owen's promotion? It came with a wage rise, yes, but it also included a relocation obligation, which they had been opposing. The stress of maybe having to relocate was one of the reasons Ruby was so determined to make her pregnancy ideal. They were so proud of their house, right? 3 months behind on mortgage payments, with a foreclosure notice filed only 2 weeks ago. Owen's salary was garnished due to outstanding school loans. The credit cards owe more than $80,000 across 12 distinct accounts. Meanwhile, Caleb and I were doing just well. Yes, he was between jobs, but he was receiving unemployment benefits, and we had money. We owned our cars outright, had no debt other than some manageable college loans, and had been diligently saving for both the baby's arrival and a potential housing down payment. The most fascinating item I discovered was a lawsuit. Owen's company was sued by a former employee for harassment and discrimination, and Owen was named as a defendant. The matter was set to go to trial in 2 months, and if Owen lost, he could face both termination and personal culpability. None of this was public knowledge at the time, but it would be soon. I sat back in my chair and thought. This information was powerful, but using it wrong would make me as bad as they were. I needed to be smart about this. That's when I remembered something Ruby had told me months before regarding her social media presence. She'd been creating a lifestyle blog where she talked about her perfect life, marriage, and family. She'd even started receiving sponsorship offers from baby brands and family-oriented businesses. Her entire internet brand was based on the picture of the flawless, financially secure young mother living the ideal life. I checked her Instagram account and was not shocked to discover that she had already uploaded images from the baby shower, gushing about how fortunate she was to have such a wonderful family that always looked out for one another. There was even a photo of the pile of gifts she'd gotten, with a comment expressing her gratitude for everyone's generosity. Her followers, many of whom were other mother bloggers and possible sponsors, left several congratulations and heart emojis in the comments section. I took screenshots of everything before starting to write my own piece. I created my own social media profiles, which I rarely used but were linked to the same family and friends who had attended the shower. And then, I began writing. This was an interesting day. I attended my sister's baby shower, where I learned important lessons about family relationships and financial concerns. Apparently, my family believes that because I live in a smaller house and my husband is currently between jobs, I should give my sister all of my baby's critical stuff because she requires them more. When I refused to hand over the cot, car seat, stroller and baby clothes I had painstakingly selected and purchased for my child in 4 weeks, I was informed I was being selfish. When I attempted to explain that these products were necessary for my own baby, my mother-in-law struck me in front of the entire family. What particularly surprised me was the premise that a pregnant woman's financial situation should influence who gets to keep her baby's belongings. So I decided to look into the concept of financial need, which seems to be a major worry. Interesting fact. Did you know that foreclosure records are public? I stopped there and saved the post as a draft. This was only the beginning. Over the next few days, I thoroughly studied and documented everything. I made a timeline of events, took screenshots of all the social media posts from the shower, and organized the financial information I discovered. I also contacted 3 companies that had sponsored Ruby's site. I did not lie or exaggerate. I just emailed them screenshots of Ruby's recent posts extolling her supportive family and blessed life, as well as publicly available court paperwork detailing the foreclosure proceedings and lawsuit. I thought you should be aware, I said in each correspondence, that one of your sponsored influencers may not be representing her life situation accurately to her followers. As a consumer, I'm concerned about the authenticity of sponsored content when the influencer's actual circumstances differ significantly from what she's portraying online. 2 of the companies responded within 24 hours, thanking me for bringing it to their notice and requesting additional information. The 3rd company promptly terminated Ruby's sponsorship agreement. But I still wasn't finished. You see, I had remembered something else. At the baby shower, several individuals noted Owen's accomplishment and how his promotion demonstrated his responsibility as a provider. Vivian had explicitly mentioned Owen's key position and how highly regarded he was at his employer. So I decided to conduct some more study on Owen's working predicament. Owen's company has a tight social media policy in place, as well as a strong dedication to its public image. They also adopted a zero-tolerance stance for employees whose personal lives could harm the company's reputation. I wrote a cautious, factual email to Owen's HR department, expressing my worry as a community member about an employee who may be experiencing financial issues that could impair his judgment or reliability. I shared the public data I discovered, emphasizing that I was concerned about someone in a position of authority who was facing foreclosure and possible legal action. I made it clear that I wasn't attempting to get anyone in trouble, but that I thought the company should be aware of the situation, especially given the forthcoming lawsuit that identified Owen as a defendant. I wrote the email on a Wednesday afternoon, carefully timed it so that it arrived during work hours, when HR was most likely to respond immediately. The response was faster than I had expected. On Thursday morning, I received a courteous email from the company's HR director, thanking me for bringing the situation to their notice and promising me that they would investigate thoroughly. They also asked whether I would be prepared to supply any additional information, which I politely denied, noting that I had already shared everything I believed was pertinent. On Friday, Owen was summoned to HR for a meeting. I know this because Ruby contacted me that evening, crying uncontrollably. It was the first time she had called me since the baby shower, and the desperation in her tone was evident. "Isla, I don't know what to do," she wailed over the phone. "Owen's company is asking all these questions about our finances and the lawsuit. Someone told them about the foreclosure. He thinks he might lose his job." I sat in my nursing chair, feeding my son his nightly bottle, and listened to my sister break down. I felt a sense of pity. After all, she was still my sister, pregnant and terrified. But then I remembered Vivian's hand on my cheek, Jade's vicious laughing, and Ruby sitting silently as everyone pressed me to give away my baby's belongings. "That sounds difficult," I replied neutrally. "Please, Isla," Ruby implored. "I know things got heated in the shower, and I'm sorry about that, But can't you help us figure out who might have contacted Owen's company? We need to do damage control. The irony was not lost on me. Ruby had no idea I was behind anything that was going on. She was calling for help, presuming I had no involvement in her problems. I don't know anything about Owen's work situation, I explained, which was strictly correct. I knew what I had done, but I was unaware of the inner workings of his company's investigation. But you're good at research, Ruby insisted. You could help us figure out who's trying to sabotage us. Ruby, I murmured quietly, transferring the baby to my shoulder to burp him. Maybe this isn't about sabotage. Maybe it's just consequences catching up with you. There was silence on the other end of the telephone. Then Ruby's voice returned, smaller and more hesitant. What do you mean? I mean that when you live beyond your means and face legal troubles, those things don't stay hidden forever. Companies do background checks. They monitor their employees' situations. Maybe this was always going to happen. You don't understand, Ruby repeated, her voice rising. We've worked so hard to build our life, the house, the cars, everything we've accomplished. Built on debt, I said gently. Ruby, everything you have is mortgaged or financed. That's not building wealth, that's a building risk. Easy for you to say, she snapped. And there was Ruby I knew, the one who exploded when presented with difficult truths. You and Caleb don't have any ambition. You're content living in that tiny apartment, driving old cars, shopping at discount stores. I could feel my tranquility slipping away. That tiny apartment is paid for. Those old cars are owned outright. And those discount stores allowed us to save money for our baby, instead of going into debt to maintain an image. By the following Tuesday, he was on administrative leave pending a thorough inquiry into both the case and his personal finances. Ruby contacted me again that evening, but this time she was not in tears. She was angry. When I answered the phone, she remarked, "Someone is doing this to us on purpose, without further explanation. Someone with a grudge is systematically destroying our lives." I was changing my son's diaper when she called, so I had to balance the phone against my shoulder while working. The familiarity of the situation, caring for my kid in the nursery I had prepared for him, was in stark contrast to the turmoil Ruby described. What makes you think it's personal? I sought clarification. Because it's too coordinated, Ruby explained. Owen loses his sponsorship deals, then his job gets threatened, then someone contacts his company with information that's not even readily available. Someone is targeting us. She was not wrong, but I was not going to confirm her concerns. Maybe you should focus on dealing with the problems, instead of trying to figure out who's pointing them out, I told you. That's not helpful, Isla, Ruby yelled. I need support right now, not lectures. Like the support you gave me at your baby shower? The words were spoken before I could stop them. The line went silent for a long time. That was different, Ruby finally admitted. How? You were being stubborn. We were trying to help both of us by pooling resources where they were needed most. After diapering the infant, I scooped him up and held him close. His warmth and weight against my chest reminded me of why I battled so hard to keep the items I'd purchased for him. Ruby, I continued quietly, do you really believe that? Do you honestly think that pressuring me to give away my baby's crib and car seat was about helping both of us? Mom said you could get new things later when Caleb found work, Ruby remarked, but her voice was hesitant. And what if Caleb didn't find work quickly? What if my baby had been born before I could replace everything? What then? Ruby was quiet again. You know what I think? I asked. I think you were scared about your own situation, and instead of dealing with it honestly, you decided it would be easier to take my preparations and make them your problem to solve later. That's not. And when I wouldn't go along with it, your whole family turned on me. Your mother-in-law slapped me. She slapped a pregnant woman because I wouldn't give away my baby's things. Vivian was upset, Ruby answered hesitantly. Vivian was wrong, and so are you for letting it happen. Ruby spoke after a lengthy silence and her voice sounded small and tired. I don't know what to do, Isla. We're going to lose the house. Owen might lose his job. I'm scared. For the first time since the baby shower, I heard genuine vulnerability in my sister's voice, rather than manipulation or self-pity. But I also remembered that she'd had other opportunities in the previous weeks to reach out and apologize, but she'd declined, until she needed something from me. Then maybe it's time to make some changes, I replied. Real changes, not just shifting your problems to other people. What kind of changes? The kind that involves living within your means, getting rid of the house you can't afford, selling the cars you don't own, stopping the lifestyle blogging that's built on lies about your financial situation. You know about the blog? Ruby inquired, her voice filled with worry. Ruby, everyone knows about the blog. You've been posting about your perfect life while your world falls apart behind the scenes. What did you think would happen when people found out the truth? I was trying to build something, she explained defensively. The sponsorships were helping with our income. Built on lies, I stated firmly. You were taking money from companies to promote a lifestyle you couldn't afford, using their products to create an image that wasn't real. That's fraud, Ruby. The word hovered between us, like a real object. I never thought of it that way, she said quietly. Maybe you should have. After I hung up, I sat in the silent nursery, rocking my son and reflecting about the discussion. Ruby was finally beginning to comprehend the gravity of her predicament, but I wondered if it was too late for her to make the necessary changes. But the true masterpiece was yet to come. I waited exactly 6 weeks after the baby shower before sharing my complete experience on social media. I didn't name names because I didn't have to. Everyone who had been in the shower recognized who I was talking about. 6 weeks ago, I was 7 months pregnant and attending what I expected to be a happy family celebration. Instead, I was persuaded by several family members to give up all of my baby's vital belongings to another family member who allegedly needed them more owing to my poor financial circumstances. When I refused to hand over my baby's cot, car seat, clothes, and other basics, I was accused of being selfish and putting my personal needs before my family's. When I continued to reject, a family member assaulted me, slapping me in front of everyone. The most painful element was not the slap or the pressure to give up my baby's belongings. It was the hilarity that followed when someone claimed they didn't believe my baby would ever arrive given the conditions. But what really strikes me about this circumstance is the concept that financial constraints should determine which pregnant lady gets to keep her baby's necessities. Because if we're going to make that the criterion, shouldn't we work with reliable data? According to public records, the family member who needed my baby things more than I did is actually 3 months behind on their mortgage, has active foreclosure proceedings, over $80,000 in credit card debt, is facing wage garnishment for defaulted student loans, has been named as a defendant in a workplace harassment lawsuit, and lives in a house they can't afford with cars they don't own. Meanwhile, my husband and I rent a great apartment while saving for a house, own our cars outright, have little debt and good credit, have savings set aside expressly for our baby's arrival, and have reliable insurance and healthcare. So I had to wonder, what made people think I needed these baby stuff less? What is the size of our apartment? The fact that my husband was in between jobs? Or was it simply easier to apply pressure on someone they believed would be less likely to fight back? I'm sharing this not to shame anyone, but because I believe it's vital to question our preconceptions about family, need, and assistance. Sometimes the folks who appear to have it all together are the ones who are battling the hardest, and sometimes the folks we think are struggling are actually doing okay. To the family member that slapped me, assault is never appropriate, no matter what the circumstances are or how you feel about it. To the family member who stated my kid might never arrive, despite your well wishes, my son was born healthy and gorgeous 2 weeks ago. And to everyone who pushed me to give away my baby's belongings. He's sleeping soundly in the crib I bought for him, dressed in the clothing I chose for him, and Owen took him to his first pediatrician appointment in the car seat I chose for his safety. Sometimes the best retribution is simply living well and allowing the truth to speak for itself. I posted it at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, which is normally the peak day for social media participation. Within an hour, it received 50 comments and 20 shares. Within 3 hours, it had been posted over 200 times and received comments from others throughout the country who related their own experiences with family manipulation and financial pressure. By evening, it had gone viral in our town. My phone rang nearly immediately, but I let it go to voicemail. I had a newborn to care for, and I'd spoken all I needed to say. The fallout was swift and extensive. Ruby's remaining sponsorship deals were canceled within 48 hours, when the corporations discovered their ideal lifestyle influencer was facing foreclosure and bankruptcy. Owen was fired 3 days later, officially for drawing bad attention to the company, but truly because they couldn't risk maintaining someone who was having financial and legal problems. When Owen lost his job, the foreclosure processes quickened, forcing Ruby and Owen to move in with his parents within a month. Vivian contacted me only once, shouting about how I had wrecked everything and asking that I remove the post. I listened patiently until she finished, then replied, "You should have thought about the consequences before you slapped a pregnant woman," and hung up. My mother took a different approach, weeping about how I was pulling the family apart, and Ruby was distraught by everything that had transpired. The family tore itself apart the moment you all decided that one pregnant woman mattered less than the other, I informed her. I just made sure everyone could see what actually happened. Ruby never called, but she did erase all of her social media accounts and take down her blog. The most exciting moment occurred 8 weeks later, when I received a text from my cousin Zoe, who had been one of the people pressuring me in the shower. "I saw your post," she responded. "I had no idea about Ruby's situation. I'm sorry we put you in that position. It wasn't right." It was the only apology I received, but it was sufficient. Caleb was first concerned about my methods. "Don't you think this was a little ruthless?" he inquired one evening when we were feeding our son his bottle. I stared down at our gorgeous, healthy baby boy, the baby Jade had predicted would never arrive, and felt nothing but peace about my decision. "They slapped a pregnant woman and told her she didn't deserve to keep the things she bought for her baby," I told them gently. "They laughed at the idea that my child might not survive. They tried to manipulate and pressure me into giving away my son's essential items because they decided someone else, with 2 kids already, deserved them more." I lifted the baby to my shoulder and gently patted his back. I didn't lie about anything. I didn't exaggerate anything. I just made sure that the same standards they wanted to apply to me got applied equally to everyone. If the financial situation is going to determine who gets what, then everyone's financial situation should be on the table. Caleb sat quiet for a time before nodding. "You're right. They made their choices, and choices have consequences. The fact is that I have no regrets about anything I did, including the research, posts, and emails to the companies and Owen's employment. They created a situation in which they attempted to use power and pressure to take items from me that I required for my child. They physically assaulted me when I refused to obey. They derided the concept that my baby could survive. All I did was ensure that the truth came to light." Ruby and Owen gradually recovered their footing. They had to relocate to a smaller home and dramatically lower their lifestyle, but they avoided bankruptcy. Owen found a new job, although at a hefty wage drop. Ruby had to work part-time to make ends meet. Their 3rd kid was born healthy and lovely, and I sincerely hope they have learnt to live within their means. Vivian and I have never spoken again, which suits me just fine. Caleb maintains a polite but distant relationship with her, primarily for the benefit of his father, who was not involved. My parents took longer to come around to any of the turmoil, but they eventually saw that they had been wrong to put so much pressure on me. We now have a cordial relationship, but it will never be the same as before. The extended family mainly remained out of it, though a few people privately contracted out to apologize for their roles in what happened at the shower. As for me, I'm doing precisely what I indicated in my post. Living well, and allowing the truth to speak for itself. My baby is now 4 months old, sleeping comfortably in the crib I bought for him, playing with toys I chose, and wearing clothes I loved and waited for during my pregnancy. He's never gone a day without anything he needed because his mother refused to be coerced into giving them away. People sometimes ask me if I feel guilty about Ruby and Owen's situation. The answer is no. They made their decisions when they decided to force a pregnant lady to give up her baby's necessities. They made their decision by supporting someone slapping me. They made their decisions when they laughed at the idea that my baby would not live. I merely ensured that the options had suitable effects. The best vengeance isn't usually loud and theatrical. Sometimes it is quiet, patient, and thorough. Sometimes it's simply ensuring that people who thought they could manipulate and dominate you understand that their actions have repercussions. And sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is smile calmly, walk away, and let the truth speak for itself. My relatives believed they could coerce me into giving up everything I had planned for my child because they considered I was too weak, broke, or desperate to fight back. They were mistaken on all counts, and they are now aware of this. My sister was the family's $2 million golden girl. They worshipped her fake struggles and ignored my scars, so I exposed her lie to the entire school. You see, my younger sister has Down syndrome with a high-functioning level. She has a type of Down syndrome in which just some of your cells carry the extra chromosome. Thus, although looking slightly different, she had the same IQ as the average individual. But the rest of the world didn't know, and she did too. It took me some time to figure out what was going on because I loved her so much as a child. I didn't really consider her a friend. Instead, I saw her as someone I wanted to make happy, even if it meant making sacrifices. I always did her schoolwork when she requested and gave her anything she wanted. "We're so proud of you for being such an amazing big sister," my parents would say. This was the last time they ever praised me. Because one day, I told Linda that I was too sleepy to complete her assignment. But instead of saying she understood, or even ignoring me, she kicked the back of my legs until I collapsed and tried to breathe. I tried calling out my parents' names, and after a few minutes, my mother finally climbed the stairs. "Mom, Linda, excuse me," she said, standing there as if I had just done something wrong. "Your sister has Down syndrome. Of course she is going to make a few mistakes sometimes." She then stomped downstairs and gave Linda her favorite ice cream before returning to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Heat rushed my face. I felt a feeling of remorse go over me. Was I truly a horrible sister? That night, my query was answered. I was sound asleep at 1 a.m. Linda stormed into my room. "You know, I calculated exactly how hard I needed to kick you to make you fall without leaving bruises. Physics is pretty useful." When I looked up, I saw an evil sneer on her face, and I realized she was simply playing along with the entire Down syndrome thing. From there, things only worsened. One summer afternoon, we were eating watermelon together, and I gave her the juiciest portions. I was accidentally chewing too loudly, so she struck me in the back of the head till I felt like I had a concussion. "Stop eating like an effing peasant," she exclaimed. When my parents rushed in, I expected them to help me stand, but instead they went over to console Linda. "I'm sorry your sister can't be better. That's why my first heartbreak didn't involve a boy. It was my parents. And because Linda and I attended the same school, I couldn't avoid it. She would tell everyone what a terrible person I was, and every morning was filled with dirty looks and whispered gossip directed at me. There was only one person who supported me. Jeff. Jeff had a sibling with full-fledged Down syndrome, so he understood what it was like to care for one, and he despised how Linda treated me even more than I did. He was the only one who opened his eyes enough to notice the bruises on my body and the scars on my skin that had appeared before I learned how to follow a fire drill. However, I did nothing the entire time. Because despite the fact that everyone we knew treated her better than they did me, she still looked like she had Down syndrome, and I noticed the strange looks she got on the street, as well as the comments ignorant lads made about how they'd have to bag her face. I reasoned if the situations were reversed, I'd probably hate myself too. But then she went too far. Jeff and I were sitting together in the lunch canteen when Linda came over and perched on his lap. It was basically their first time speaking. "Hey, will you go out with me?" she said, fluttering her eyelashes. Jeff yelled out, "I'm gay, girly pop," before moving his wrist in a sleigh motion. It made me shudder, but when I looked across at Linda, she appeared to be really upset. Later that day, when I arrived home, my mother greeted me at the door. "You're not to spend time with Jeff ever again." My face lost its color. She said more. "He should be locked up after what he did to your sister. I mean, intimately assaulting a girl with Down syndrome is just disgusting." I nodded and pretended to listen before dashing to my room. Everyone at our school was posting stories on Instagram about Jeff being a rapist. Tears rushed down my face. I hoped Linda wouldn't keep going, but I was mistaken. After 6 months, Linda was testifying in court. Nobody listened to me, and Jeff was sentenced to a year in prison with no possibility of parole. This time, I knew she would not get away with it. Because 12 months in federal imprisonment allows you to reflect on strategy rather than suffering. I paid close attention to everything Linda did. I observed her when she believed no one was present. Her conversation, her mannerisms, and her victim mindset, which led her to believe the world was out to get her. And by the time Jeff left, I had devised the ideal strategy to ruin her. The day Jeff was freed was unusual. I picked him up from the jail center, and he looked different, not physically, but rather exhausted. His eyes had a hollow aspect to them, as if he'd seen things that made him older than his years. We drove silently for a bit before he spoke. He told me that he spends every day thinking about how to get back at her. I mentioned that I had a plan, but he cut me off. He answered, "No, I have a better idea. Just trust me on this one." His voice was also different, tougher somehow. I was confused, but I consented. The following week at school was weird. Jeff avoided me entirely. He wouldn't look at me in the corridors. Then, on Friday, I witnessed something that made my stomach drop. Jeff was sitting with Linda for lunch. They were laughing together. My hands become shaky. Had they jailbroken him? Was he playing a long game? I tried to capture his attention, but he refused to look at me. After school, I waited near his locker. When he eventually arrived, Linda was with him. She smirked at me before grabbing his hand. Jeff glanced at me and said, Sorry. I realized some things while I was away. I'm actually straight, and Linda is amazing. My jaw fell. Linda's grin became larger. They both went away, leaving me standing there like a fool. That night, I was unable to sleep. I kept repeating everything in my mind. Jeff had been my lone ally, and now he's dating the person who shattered his life. It did not make sense. Unless this was his plan. I grabbed my phone and texted him. He did not respond. The next day, Saturday, I noticed on Linda's Instagram that she was at Jeff's house, meeting his family, the same family whose second kid has Down syndrome. I knew Jeff's parents well. They were really brilliant folks. If Linda wanted to fit in with them, she'd have to reveal her true colors someday. I decided to wait and see. Monday arrived, and something was different. Linda was talking more in class, answering questions correctly and using big words. People started to notice. By Wednesday, she was assisting other students with their schoolwork, which she had previously assigned to me. Children began whispering. But this time it wasn't about me. They were confused about Linda. How can a person with Down syndrome suddenly explain calculus? Jeff's parents picked him up from school on Thursday. From across the parking lot, I observed Linda talk to them. She was making hand signals and speaking hurriedly, apparently hoping to impress them. Jeff's mother kept tilting her head, attentively examining Linda. His father was frowning. That night, Jeff finally texted me back. One word: patience. Linda's life began to unravel on Friday. In biology class, she corrected the teacher about something. Everyone, including the teacher, looked astonished. At lunch, I sat alone as usual, eating an apple. I made sure to chew loudly, very loudly. Linda was seated with Jeff and his pals nearby. I could see her becoming agitated. She kept looking over at me. I took another large bite. Crunch. Then another. Crunch. She stood up abruptly. Jeff grasped her arm, but she threw him off. She stormed up to my table. I kept eating while looking straight ahead. Crunch. That was when she lost it. She took the fruit from my fingers and tossed it across the cafeteria. It smacked the wall with a splat. The entire room became silent. Every single person stared at us. Linda's face was flushed with wrath. She shrieked, "You think you're so clever, don't you? Chewing like that on purpose." I remained calm and replied, "I don't know what you mean, Linda. I'm just eating lunch." She lunged at me, but Jeff moved quickly to stop her. He replied, "Babe, calm down. She's not worth it." But Linda was not listening. She was yelling about how I had ruined her life, how I was envious of her, and how I couldn't tolerate that she was unique. The longer she spoke, the more normal she sounded. No slurred speech, no misunderstanding, just pure, eloquent wrath. Teachers began rushing over. The principal appeared. Linda was still ranting, with words that would make a college professor proud. Someone started recording with their phone. Then another person. Soon, half of the cafe had their phones out. Jeff let go of Linda and took a step back, his expression one of shock and perplexity. He commented, "Linda, you sound different." She froze. The realization struck her like a truck. She had blown her disguise totally. The principal summoned Linda to come to his office. As they moved away, I could hear children already discussing. "Did you see that? She sounded totally normal. Has she been faking this whole time?" Jeff sat down beside me. He spoke softly. "That was even better than I planned. I just wanted to make her comfortable enough to slip up. I didn't think she'd explode like that." We watched as more videos appeared on social media. By the end of the day, Linda's meltdown had gone viral across our campus. The truth was finally revealed, captured in high resolution for all to see. The weekend was awful. My phone continued buzzing with notifications every few minutes, and the screen lit up my dark bedroom like a strobe light. People from school messaged me incessantly. They wanted to know if Linda had always been like this, if I knew she was lying, and if all of her stories about me were false. I did not respond to any of them. I was fatigued and drained from years of this nightmare. Monday morning arrived too quickly. I expected mayhem when I got into school, but it was far worse. It was divided. Half of the students thought Linda was a deceitful liar. The other half believed she was still a victim who had simply had a bad day. Jeff found me by my locker. He told me, "This isn't over yet. We need more proof." I inquired what he meant. He went on. "One video isn't enough. People are already making excuses for her saying she was just stressed or having a moment. We need something bigger." I had no idea what bigger meant till lunchtime. Linda walked into the cafeteria. As if nothing had occurred. She was back to her old tricks. Slurred words, bewildered faces, the whole lot. People are paying closer attention today, however. I noticed students analyzing her moves, looking for flaws in her performance. Jeff and I sat together this time. We didn't say much, just watched. Linda sat with her normal group, but they were uncomfortable. She kept trying to engage them in conversation, but they only gave brief responses. Then Ryan approached her table. Ryan attended our AP Physics class. He was holding a textbook. He asked Linda if she could help him with an issue, saying he had heard she was quite good in physics. The cafeteria became silent again. Linda's face became pallid. She muttered something about not doing well in school. Ryan persisted. He responded, "But you told someone you calculated exact force vectors. That's advanced stuff." Linda sprang up suddenly, knocking over her tray. Food got everywhere. She started crying and went away. But as she rushed, I heard her say something about kinetic energy under her breath. More people heard it too. The remainder of the week was tense. Linda doubled down on her act, but no one was buying it anymore. Teachers began to pay notice too. Mrs. Peterson from English requested Linda to read aloud in class. Linda appeared to struggle with basic words, but when no one was watching, I caught her rolling her eyes. Alan also witnessed it. He was sitting just behind her. After class, he told everyone what he had seen. The stories began stacking up. Kids remembered Linda making mistakes in the past, such as using loud words or solving issues too quickly. They simply hadn't paid attention before. Now they were connecting the dots. By Thursday, Linda was becoming desperate. She confronted Jeff in the corridor, asking him why he was ignoring her and not defending her anymore. Jeff played dumb. Said he didn't understand what she meant, but still cared for her. She grabbed his shirt and yelled, "Stop lying to me. I know what you're doing." Jeff gently removed her hands and said, "Babe, you're scaring me. You've been acting so differently lately." She stormed off. Things got out of hand on Friday. We had a school assembly discussing inclusiveness and disabilities. The principal believed it would assist to settle things down and increase people's understanding. It had the opposite effect. During the session, they discussed several forms of disability. When they stated high-functioning conditions, everyone turned to see Linda. She sat in the front row, attempting to appear puzzled, but her jaw was tight. Her hands were in fists. Following the assembly, Linda cornered me in the restroom. "You think you've won, don't you?" she asked. I cleansed my hands and replied, "I don't know what you mean." She laughed, but not in a pleased way. She went on. "Jeff told me everything, how you two planned this whole thing." I turned to face her. I responded, "Jeff and I haven't talked in weeks. You made sure of that, remember?" Her expression twisted. She responded, "Stop lying. He admitted it. You're both trying to ruin me." I shrugged and began to go. She had blocked the door. That's when Sarah entered. Sarah was Jeff's cousin. She had transferred to our school last month. She looked between us and asked whether everything was well. Linda instantly returned to her act, slurring her words and claiming she was just disoriented and needed assistance locating her class. Sarah lifted her eyebrow. She responded, "Really? Because it sounded like you were threatening her. And your speech was perfect 5 seconds ago." Linda's mask dropped barely for a second. Her face flashed with wrath. She was then pushed by Sarah and fled. Sarah glanced at me and said, "Jeff's parents want to meet with you. They have some questions about Linda." I agreed to attend after school. The meeting was tough. Jeff's parents, Ruth and Bobby, sat across from me in the living room. Jeff was also present, but he chose to remain silent. Ruth spoke first. She went on. "We've been watching Linda carefully. Something isn't right. My son Jeff's brother has Down syndrome, real Down syndrome. What Linda has, it's different." I nodded. Bobby leaned forwards. He proceeded. "We did some research. Mosaic Down syndrome, which is what Linda claims to have, can vary greatly. But her behavior patterns don't match any medical literature." I told them about the incident when we were kids. How she calculated how hard to kick me and acknowledged it. Ruth's face turned grim. She elaborated. "She's been manipulating everyone, including the legal system." Jeff eventually spoke up. He went on. "I wanted to expose her. Show everyone what she really is. But I needed her to trust me first to let her guard down. It worked better than I thought." His parents exchanged looks. Bobby responded, "We need to be careful. She's already proven she'll use the law as a weapon. We can't give her any ammunition." Ruth agreed. She went on. "But we also can't let her keep doing this. It's wrong." We spoke for another hour, trying to decide what to do. That weekend, Linda made a major mistake. She expressed on Instagram how difficult it was to live with her condition and how others could not comprehend her problems. But throughout the post, she employed immaculate grammar and complicated sentence patterns with no errors. Someone took a screenshot before she could delete and publish a dumbed-down version. The screenshot spread like wildfire. By Sunday night, everyone had witnessed it. Monday mornings were frantic. Linda attended school with our parents. They marched directly to the principal's office. I could hear my mother ranting down the hallway about cyberbullying and bigotry, but the principal wouldn't have it. More parents called over the weekend. They sought answers. They wanted to know if their children had been duped, if Linda had been lying the entire time. During lunch, an announcement was broadcast over the speakers. There will be a parent-teacher conference that evening. Every family was highly encouraged to attend. Jeff found me after class. He went on, "This is it. Tonight everything comes out. Just stick to the truth. No embellishments. Let her hang herself with her own rope." I returned home to find my folks furious. My mother shouted at me for 2 hours, accusing me of destroying Linda's life and calling me envious and hateful. I did not argue. I just walked inside my room and waited. The conference started at 7 o'clock. We arrived to find the auditorium crowded with parents, instructors, and students. Everyone sought answers. The principal began by stating that they were there to discuss concerns regarding a student-related incident. He didn't name Linda, but everyone knew. He emphasized the value of honesty and trust among their educational community. Then he opened the floor to questions. The first parent to speak was Kelly Allen's mother. She stated that her kid had been telling her unsettling information about a pupil who may be claiming to have a disability. She wondered what the school was doing about it. Before the principal could respond, my mother stood up. She declared, "This is a witch hunt. My daughter has Down syndrome. She's being persecuted for being different." That's when Ruth, Jeff's mother, stepped up. Her response was, "With all due respect, I have a son with Down syndrome. I know what it looks like. What Linda has been displaying is not consistent with any form of the condition." The room erupted. Parents battling with each other, some protecting Linda and others seeking inquiries. The principal attempted to restore order. That's when Linda got up. She said, "Stop it, all of you. Just stop." The room became silent. She was breathing rapidly. She had a crimson face. She went on, "You want the truth? Fine. Yes, I have mosaic Down syndrome. Yes, I have above-average intelligence. But do you know what it's like to look different? To have everyone treat you like you're stupid before you even open your mouth?" The room remained quiet. She proceeded. She elaborated. "I learned early that if I played into it, people were nicer. They gave me things. They didn't expect much. It was easier than fighting every single day to be seen as normal." Some parents were sympathetic. Others appeared angry. My mother reached for Linda, but she drew away. She elaborated. "And yes, I used it to my advantage sometimes. But my sister, she never understood. She had everything. Normal face, normal life. Everyone loved her. I just wanted some of that." Her voice broke, but it was too late. The damage was done. The principal cleared his throat. He went on. "Regardless of the reasons, there are serious allegations about false accusations made against another student. We need to address this." Jeff's father stood up. He elaborated. "My son spent a year in detention because of those false accusations. A year of his life gone based on lies." Linda's face turned white. She replied, I didn't mean." But Bobby was not done. He elaborated. "We have statements from multiple witnesses who heard Linda admit she lied. We have evidence she's been manipulating people for years. This needs to stop." The room exploded again. This time the principal needed to call in security to assist settle things down. He declared that the meeting had ended and that the school will conduct a thorough investigation, with repercussions for any misbehavior. Linda refused to look at me as we were leaving. My parents remained silent. The automobile ride home was terrible. The following few days were bizarre. Linda did not come to school. The investigation was ongoing. Kids were called in to make remarks. Jeff and I were interviewed separately. We told them everything, every event, threat, and lie. The principal appeared fatigued at the conclusion of it. He claimed he had never seen something like this in his 30 years of study. By Thursday, news had spread that the police were involved, not for Linda this time, but for Jeff's bogus detention. It turns out that submitting a false police complaint is a serious offense, even for minors, even if you're disabled. My parents finally began to crack. I overheard them arguing late at night. My father suggested that they had made a mistake by not listening to me. My mother was still defending Linda, but her tone was less assured. When I arrived home on Friday afternoon, Linda was already packing. She wouldn't talk to me and kept stuffing clothes into a suitcase. My mother told me that Linda would be staying with our aunt for a bit until things calmed down. I asked, "For how long?" My mom didn't respond. That night I finally sobbed. Not for Linda. This is not for my parents. For the little girl I used to be. The one who loved her sister wholeheartedly, who did her homework and shared her toys without questioning why it was never returned. That girl was gone. It has been a long time. I hadn't wanted to admit it. The weekend was too calm. Jeff came over on Saturday. We sat in my backyard without actually conversing. He stated that his parents were pressing charges against Linda and that she would most likely receive community service, probation, and even required therapy. I inquired whether he was fine with that. He claimed it wasn't about vengeance anymore. It was about ensuring she couldn't do it to anyone else. We sat silently for a while. Then he asked whether I wanted some ice cream. I said yes. It was the first normal thing I had done in years. We headed to the downtown restaurant with 30 kinds. I got chocolate, and he got vanilla. We sat outside watching people walk by. Nobody gazed at us. Nobody whispered. We were only two adolescents having ice cream. That was nice. Linda called on Sunday night, for the first time since she had departed. She sounded strange. Tired. She apologized. That is what she had been thinking. She realized what she had done. How she'd hurt others. Hurt me. I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me wanted to forgive her immediately. The other part recalled every hurt, lie, and humiliation. I told her I needed time. She said she understood and was receiving therapy. This time I really need aid, not just playing along to get people to stop bothering her. We hung up without saying goodbye. I stared at my phone for a long time, unsure if she meant it. I was wondering if it mattered. Monday at school was different. People continued to discuss what had transpired, but it was no longer the primary emphasis. Life was moving along. Jeff and I had lunch together. Not as lover and girlfriend. Not yet. Just as buddies who had gone through a dreadful experience together. Sarah joined us. So did Alan and Pamela from my English class. Suddenly, I had something I had never had before. Actual pals. People who knew the truth and chose to support me anyway. It felt strange but pleasant. My folks were still struggling. They'd phone during the day to check on me, see if I was all right, and if I needed anything. It was the most attention they had given me in years. I wasn't sure how to handle it. A part of me felt angry. Where was your compassion when I was covered in bruises? When was I crying myself to sleep? But part of me was simply exhausted. Too exhausted to hang on to my fury. By Wednesday, the principal had proclaimed that the investigation had completed. Disciplinary action had been taken. He didn't elaborate, but everyone understood what he meant. Linda's everlasting record would reflect what she had done. College applications would be impacted. Scholarships lost. Her existence, constructed on lies, was crumbling. I should have felt victorious. Instead, I simply felt empty. Jeff noticed. He replied, "It's okay to have mixed feelings. She's still your sister." I nodded, but did not trust myself to speak. That afternoon, I went to the bathroom and discovered Piton weeping in a cubicle. Piton, a freshman, had been one of Linda's strongest defenders. I asked if they were okay. They claimed they felt dumb. They had believed what Linda said, thinking they were protecting someone weak. They didn't know what to believe anymore. I told them it wasn't their fault, that Linda was skilled at deception, and that wanting to protect someone was nothing to be embarrassed of. Peyton nodded, wiped his eyes and added, "Thanks for not rubbing it in." I said, "I wouldn't do that." We had all been duped at some point. There was additional news on Thursday. The local news wanted to cover the story. The principal promptly pulled it down, saying the students involved were minors and needed privacy. I was thankful. I didn't want extra attention. Jeff's family had less luck. Someone had revealed their identity in conjunction with the fake detention. They were receiving calls from reporters. His mother was furious, saying they just wanted to move on and put everything behind them. But the internet does not forget. Screenshots of Linda's posts were still being circulated. People analyzed them and pointed out discrepancies. It was like seeing a vehicle crash in slow motion. You tried to look away, but couldn't. Friday was Linda's birthday. In previous years, there had been a great event with parties and gifts, and everyone fawned over her. This year, nothing. My parents did not even mention it. I pondered about texting her. I typed out message after message. I deleted them all. What would you say to someone who has terrorized you for years? Happy birthday seemed inadequate. Jeff inquired if I was all right. I said I didn't know. He also emphasized that it was fine that the mending process was not linear. Some days might be more challenging than others. We were seated in the library when Kai arrived. Kai was the kid who had recorded Linda's cafeteria tantrum and shared it in the group chat. They expressed shame, as if they had begun all of this. I assured them they hadn't started anything. They simply chronicled what was already happening. Kai went on. Still, seeing someone's life fall apart because of something I recorded, it's heavy. I understood what they meant. Even though Linda had harmed me, seeing her lose everything was unsatisfying. It was simply sad. The weekend was a blur. I finished my homework, watched TV, and pretended everything was fine. My parents kept their distance from me. They'd ask if I'd like to talk. I've always said no. What was there to say? That I was correct all along. Should they have trusted me? Everything would remain the same. Sunday night my father knocked on my door. He apologized. That he had failed me as a parent. That he should have noticed what was happening. I assured him it wasn't his fault and that Linda was good at what she did. He answered with a sigh. No. I should have protected you. Both of you. I should have gotten Linda real help years ago. Instead, I enabled her. We both did. He was crying. I'd never seen my father cry before. I hugged him. I told him we will sort it out. Perhaps it was not too late. He hugged me back and said he loved me. He was proud of me for surviving, for being strong, and for remaining compassionate in the face of adversity. I too sobbed. Years of pain, anger, and loneliness are pouring out. We remained like this for a long time. Monday brought unexpected news. Linda was returning to school. The administration decided she could finish the year under certain restrictions. She had to attend required counseling and keep a distance from certain students, including Jeff and me. Any infringement would lead to immediate expulsion. I spotted her in the hallway between the second and third periods. She looked shrunken, defeated. She noticed me too. Started walking over. Then I remembered the rules. I turned and went the other way. It was bizarre. For so long, she had been a huge presence in my life, causing fear and pain. Now she was merely a girl who had lost everything. I almost felt sorry for her. Almost. But then I remembered the bruises, the lies, and the years of suffering. The sympathy disappeared. Maybe I can forgive her someday. Perhaps someday we'll be sisters again. But not today. Not yet. Today all I needed to do was focus on mending. On rebuilding the life she had fought so hard to destroy. About being free. On discovering who I was without her shadow hanging over me. On discovering what it means to live fearlessly. On discovering my own voice after years of stillness. The next 2 weeks were bizarre. Linda stayed primarily to herself. She ate her lunch alone in the cafeteria corner. Kids would gaze, but no one spoke to her. Occasionally during class, I noticed her glancing at me. When our eyes met, she hurriedly looked away. Jeff claimed she tried to approach him once after school. Security intervened before she could go close, reminding her of the restraining order. She simply nodded and went away. Part of me wondered what she intended to say. The other half did not care. My folks were trying way too hard to make up for lost time. Mom started preparing my favorite foods every night. Dad would ask me about my day and truly listen to my response. It felt artificial, as if they were following a screenplay titled, How to Be Good Parents. I went along with it because fighting seemed meaningless. Mom remarked one night at supper that Linda's therapist wanted to do a family session to help with her healing. I nearly choked on my pasta. I told her categorically not. Dad backed me up, saying I'd been through enough. Mom did not bring it up again. School was returning to usual. The Linda drama was old news. People moved on to other gossip, such as who was dating whom, who failed which test, and other typical adolescent topics. That was nice. Jeff and I spent more time together. Not exactly dating, just hanging out, going to movies and grabbing meals. Normal friend things. His folks would occasionally ask me over for supper. His brother Peter would show me his drawings. They outperformed anything I could do. He was pleased when I told him that. Then came a day when everything changed again. It was Thursday. I was having lunch with Jeff and Sarah when I heard a disturbance. Somebody was yelling. I turned to find Linda standing on a table. She was yelling at a freshman who had allegedly run into her. The kid seemed afraid. Everyone was staring and recording. Linda did not appear to care. She was constantly ranting about disrespect and how everyone believed they were superior to her. A teacher ran over and instructed her to get down. She refused, claiming she was tired of being treated like nothing. The teacher requested security. That's when Linda noticed me watching. Her face turned to a strange expression, as if she had suddenly remembered something. She jumped down from the table and began walking toward me. Fast. The teacher shouted for her, but she ignored him. Jeff stood up, placed himself between us, and ordered her to stop. She attempted to go around him. He moved to block her again. That was when she snapped. She shoved him hard. He stumbled backward and collided with our table. Food got everywhere. I jumped up to aid him. That's when I felt her grabbing my hair. She dragged me around to face her and began shouting about how it was all my fault, how I had ruined her life, and how everyone adored me and despised her. I attempted to get away, but she had a strong grip. Children were yelling. Teachers were running over. But before they could reach us, something unexpected occurred. Peter, Jeff's brother, arrives unexpectedly. He was meant to attend his special education class. But there he was. He came up to Linda, calm as could be. He replied, "Please let go of her. You're hurting her. That's not nice." Linda froze. I stared at him. Her grip eased. Peter smiled at her, a genuine pleasant grin. He went on. "It's okay to be mad, but hurting people doesn't make the mad go away. It makes me more mad." Everyone was hushed as they watched this child with true Down syndrome demonstrate greater emotional intelligence than any of us. Lily let go of my hair. Her hands shook. She looked around at everyone's faces and phones, which were all recording. The teachers eventually found us. There's also security. They took Linda away. She did not resist, just kept staring at Peter as they carried her away. The principal expelled her that afternoon. No more chances. She had violated every condition of her reinstatement, attacking 2 pupils and making threats. It was over. My parents were called in. They had to pick up her belongings. Mom cried the entire time. Dad simply looked exhausted. That night they told me Linda was going to a therapeutic boarding school. Somewhere where she could get the help she needed. Somewhere far away. I asked, "How long?" They estimated at least a year, possibly more, depending on her growth. I said, "Okay." Was there anything further to say? Jeff's back was bruised from hitting the table. His parents sought to file more charges. He told them no. He simply wanted it to end. They respected his decision. Peter constantly wondered if Linda was okay, if she was getting therapy for her anger issues. We told him yes. He appeared satisfied, saying that everyone deserved care whether they were unhappy or angry. The kid was intelligent beyond his years. It made me wonder how things might have turned out differently if Linda had been more like him, using her intelligence for good rather than deception. The following few days were quiet. It's too quiet, like the calm after the storm. Children at school treated me differently. Not harsh, but cautious, as if I could smash anything. I despised it. I told Jeff that I simply wanted things to be normal. He claimed normal was relative, and we'd discover our new normal, whatever it was. Sarah began joining us for lunch each day. So did Pamela and Alan. Peyton too, on sometimes. I'd gone from eating alone to with a large group. It was nice, but also overwhelming. I was not used to having buddies. A week after Linda left, I discovered a letter in my locker. Her penmanship. My hands shook when I opened it. It was long, 3 pages long. She wrote about how regretful she was, how she had been thinking about everything during treatment, how she realized she had been jealous of me since we were children, not because I was average looking, but because I was kind. People liked me for who I was, rather than because they felt sorry for me. She claimed that she had converted jealousy into hatred, allowing it to engulf and control her. She stated that she did not seek forgiveness, but rather wanted me to know that she was making an effort to change and improve. I read it twice before folding it up and putting it in my backpack. I wasn't sure what to do with it. I didn't know how to feel. Jeff inquired whether I was all right when I met him after school. I showed him the letter. He read it silently, returned it, and asked what I wanted to do with it. I said I didn't know. He said that was fine. I didn't have to make any decisions right now. We walked to his home. Peter was in the front yard, painting with chalk. He had decorated the entire driveway with pictures of flowers, suns, and stick figure families. When he noticed us, he ran over and asked if we wanted to draw together. We spent the next hour building on his masterpiece. It was the most serene I had felt in years. That weekend, my parents informed me that they too were starting therapy, family counseling, to work through their shame and mistakes. They asked if I wanted to join someday. I said, maybe someday. Not yet. They claimed they understood, that I could take as much time as I wanted. Mom had quit watching reality television. I started reading parenting books instead. Dad was more present and he worked from home whenever possible. It was strange to see them strive so hard. But it's also kind of pleasant. Maybe we'll be a true family eventually. Jeff asked me on a specific date the following Friday. He said he had been waiting until everything calmed down and I was ready. I said yes. We went to mini golf. I was horrible at it. He wasn't doing any better. We giggled each time one of us hit the ball into the sea. It was perfect. Normal. Only two adolescents on a horrible date. There's no drama. There are no complications. It's just us. We walked home holding hands. His palms were sweaty. So was mine. Neither of us cared. When he kissed me goodnight on my doorstep, it was awkward, sweet, and perfectly appropriate. After that, life settled into a routine. School, homework, socializing with friends, dates with Jeff, and Sunday dinners with his family. Peter usually reserved a seat next to him for me. I told everyone I was his friend. His parents treated me like family. It was everything I'd lost growing up: acceptance, tenderness, and the sense of being wanted simply for being myself. Not for what I could accomplish for someone. Not for being silent and absorbing insults. Just for being me. 3 months later, I received another letter from Linda. This one was different. Instead of apologizing, she focused on what she was learning. How she worked with her therapist to better understand her conduct. How she started assisting younger students at the school who had impairments. How it made her feel wonderful to utilize her intelligence to benefit rather than harm. She added a snapshot of herself with a bunch of young children, all smiling. She looked different. Calmer. Perhaps even happy. I also retained that letter. Still did not answer. But I did not throw it away either. My parents asked whether I wanted to see her. I said no. They did not push. Just mentioned that the choice was available if I changed my mind. They had also undergone significant changes. Mom apologized probably 100 times, saying she had failed both of us. Dad had begun coaching a special needs basketball team, which he said helped him appreciate what real disabilities looked like, and how much more difficult life was for families dealing with actual obstacles rather than contrived ones. We ate dinner together every night and discussed our days. It wasn't ideal, but it was better. Jeff and I had been dating for 6 months when Linda called, our first time hearing her voice since everything transpired. She sounded strange, calmer, more mature. She explained that she understood if I didn't want to talk. I just wanted to hear my voice and know she was doing better. That therapy was helpful. That she had been admitted into a special program for children with behavioral challenges, was learning coping skills, and made genuine friends. I listened but didn't say much. When she inquired how I was doing, I replied, "Good," and meant it. I was good. Finally. After years of not being excellent, I was finally good. She inquired about Jeff and whether we were happy. I said yes. She stated she was pleased. That he was a good person. I deserved someone decent. There was a prolonged hush. Then she claimed she needed to depart since group therapy was starting. Before hanging up, she expressed her love for me. I said, "Okay. Not I love you too. Just okay." That was all I could manage. Maybe someday I'll be able to say it back. But not yet. Not today. Today, okay, was enough for both of us. Senior year began with changes. Linda was not coming back. She had graduated from her program but was still attending a therapeutic college where she could continue to receive treatment while studying. My folks paid her a visit once a month. I still did not go. I did send a birthday card, however. She mailed one back to me. Small steps. Jeff and I were still together, preparing for college. We had applied to some of the same institutions, not necessarily to stay together, but because we shared similar interests. If we wind up in the same place, that's terrific. If not, we'll work something out. The year went by, prom, graduation, and summer preparations. I never imagined I'd be able to enjoy normal teenage milestones. Linda mailed a graduation card. Inside she'd written about how proud she was of me, how strong I'd been, and how sorry she was. I kept it alongside the letters, my collection of apologies. Proof that she was attempting. That perhaps people will change. Even folks who had committed awful acts. Even those who have injured you in ways that leave scars. The physical ones had disappeared. The emotional ones took longer. However, they were healing too slowly. College admission letters arrived. Jeff got into his dream school. So did I. Different schools. Different states. We decided to take a long-distance vacation. If it works, amazing. If not, at least we had each other when we needed it the most. Had someone who understood. Who had been there. Who had seen the worst but stayed anyway. It was worth battling for. It's worthwhile to strive to maintain consistency across kilometers and time zones. We have survived worse. We could survive the distance. My parents hosted a small party the night before I departed for college, attended only by family and close friends. Jeff and his family arrived. Peter handed me a drawing he had created. It was us in miniature golf stick figures, but you could tell which one was who. I agreed to hang it in my dorm room, and I would put it just above my desk, so I could view it every day. Remember that even negative situations can lead to positive outcomes. That family was not always blood-related. That sometimes the individuals who save you are the ones you don't expect. As I packed my car the next morning, I discovered one more letter, this one from my parents. They told me how proud they were. They were still really remorseful, how much they adored me. They hoped that education would fulfill all of my dreams. How they'd always be available when I needed them. Better late than never. I hugged each of them. I really hugged them. Not the stiff, perfunctory hugs of the past, real ones. Mom cried. Dad too. I might have as well. It was a moment. A good one. We had been in need of one for quite some time. The drive to college was long, gave me time to reflect on all that had happened. How different life is today. How I went from being invisible to having people notice me. Who cares? Who showed up? It was hardly the upbringing I had envisioned. It was not the family I had hoped for. But it was mine. Messy, difficult, and painful. Finally, okay. Better than okay. Good. I was good. My life was good. And it was enough. More than enough. It was everything. My sister sabotaged my life from the inside and broke into my apartment. So I turned the footage over to the police and gave her name to the FBI. My oldest sister Kendra believed she was the most honest person to ever walk the globe. At the dinner table she would begin discussing who had gained and lost weight, as well as her impressions of everyone else's overall appearance. None of us would even participate, and if we criticized, she'd say she was just being honest. Another time, she said my skin looked awful, like a cockroach being chewed apart by a human. I rolled my eyes. It wasn't anything new, and the family had become accustomed to her BS. To be honest, I was pleased to cease asking her to future family occasions, but my aunt insisted on inviting her, promising that one day she'd grow out of it. Boy, was she mistaken. For our baby cousin's birthday one year, she emailed the family group chat and asked if she could introduce us to her boyfriend, Miles, for the first time. I expected him to be just as bad as Kendra. I was about to flatly refuse her plea, but everyone responded before I could, and because my family is so kind, they of course said yes. SMH. He appeared pleasant at first, the type of guy who greets the pet dog before greeting anybody else and holds open every door for you. But I never stopped being skeptical. The birthday kid, Leo, looked gorgeous. He was wearing a small blue onesie with balloon patterns all over it, and he did not cry once. He only wanted to embrace and play peekaboo. My uncles, my boisterous aunts, my divorced parents, and everyone else came out to support Leo. It was held at one of those kids' party places with everything: arcade, bowling, laser tag, ball pit, and so on. However, Kendra had managed to sneak in alcohol. We were all sitting there, eating pizza that tasted like plastic, when I saw she was drunk. Actually, all the adults noticed because you could smell it on her breath, and she spoke as if she knew everything about how the world operated. Miles sat next to her in the tiny orange chair as she exclaimed about how honest she is, and described why our cousin was wasting her time at community college. This is the literal definition of bragging about oneself. I virtually leaped for excitement when the birthday cake arrived, thinking it meant Kendra had finally shut up, LOL. Everyone gathered around to sing happy birthday, as 5-year-old Leo clapped his small hands. My aunt pulled out this gorgeous dinosaur cake she had gotten up at the grocery store. As soon as we finished singing, Kendra jumped up to make a toast, sort of. Oh my gosh, you can't even make him a homemade cake? Do you even love him? Her voice was slurred, and she pointed with her red Solo cup. Furthermore, these decorations appear to have been sourced from a dollar store clearance bin. If you're going to have children, at least make an attempt. The other parents froze, and some children stopped eating their pizza mid-bite. My aunt's face turned red. Kendra kept going. I mean, I'm just being honest here. Pinterest exists for a reason, this is just sad. She was abruptly distracted by the sound of Leo crying. It was the heartbreaking wail that children let out when their world falls apart. Auntie Kendra says Mommy's cake is bad. And he wept. Mommy, why didn't you try? Miles sprang up so quickly that his chair tipped over. Kendra, pass me my stuff. We're done here. She laughed while still swaying. What? No way, I haven't even had cake yet. There's no we anymore, he said, turning to face her straight. I just watched you destroy a 5-year-old's birthday party. What kind of person does that? My uncle whispered, wow, from across the room. My cousin took out her phone. Kendra's jaw dropped. Babe, come on, I was just trying to help. Kids need to learn about standards. Standards? Miles's voice broke. He's 5. He thinks his mom hung the moon, and you just told him she doesn't love him enough. The entire room watched as if it were a movie. My aunt was still trying to console Leo, whose dinosaur shirt was saturated in tears. You're seriously breaking up with me here? Over this? Kendra's voice rose higher. Miles approached my aunt and offered her a $500 cash for the celebration. I'm sorry we ruined it. He then turned back to Kendra. Find your own ride home, and delete my number. He went toward the exit. Kendra stood paralyzed for around 3 seconds before reality struck. She grabbed her purse and dashed after him, heels clicking against the arcade floor, muttering something about overreacting. Dad said, good for him. Leo eventually stopped crying long enough to inquire. Is the mean lady gone? She was. We never saw her again, until a week later that is, because that's when my aunt heard a knock on the door. It was not Kendra. It was CPS. Someone filed an anonymous report regarding alcohol being supplied to minors at a child's birthday party and inattentive parenting. The CPS lady arrived at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday. My aunt called me crying, barely able to speak. She elaborated, this woman in a gray suit was asking all these questions about the party. Did she serve alcohol to children? Were there proper safety measures in place? Was the venue appropriately supervised? The investigator carried a clipboard and took notes in clean handwriting. My aunt continued saying that it was Kendra who brought the alcohol. Nobody realized she had it until she was completely hammered. She gave the investigator the party location receipt, which proved it was an alcohol-free setting. But the investigator simply kept jotting down information, her attitude neutral and professional. She requested the names of all attendees, as well as phone numbers and, if feasible, email addresses. My aunt had to give them, opening up the party invitation list on her phone with trembling fingers. The lady stated that she will be contacting people to verify the story. I received my call 2 days later while I was at work. The investigator requested me to explain what happened at the party. I told her everything. How Kendra sneaked the wine into her purse, how she made Leo cry on his birthday, and how Miles abandoned her right in front of everyone. The investigator inquired as to whether my aunt was providing adequate supervision. I corrected myself. Of course she was. She was constantly checking on all the kids, making sure everyone was safe and having fun. She inquired whether there were any other troubling habits. I said, no, my aunt was a wonderful mother. She thanked me and hung up. However, that was not the end of it. Not even close. My aunt had to make 3 more home visits. They investigated her refrigerator to see if she had kept booze where Leo could get to it. They checked Leo's room for safety risks. They interviewed him without her presence, which scared her. He kept questioning whether he was in trouble for crying at his celebration. It crushed my aunt's heart. She told me he began having dreams about the unpleasant lady returning. She had to attend parenting classes every Saturday for 6 weeks, driving 45 minutes each way. Missing them meant risking losing Leo. She had to pay for them herself, $50 per class plus gas money, all because of that anonymous tip. We knew it was Kendra. Who else would know such specifics about the party? Who else would be so petty and vindictive? But we couldn't prove it. The investigator refused to reveal who created the report, citing privacy rules or whatever. My relative initiated a group text without Kendra to keep everyone informed. We provided screenshots of the bizarre texts Kendra was sending to various family members, alternating between acting victim and making threats. Miles then contacted me on Facebook. He sent me a long mail apologizing for everything. He felt responsible for introducing Kendra into our lives. He said she had been texting him nonstop from various numbers. First, she begged him to accept her back, sending long paragraphs about how she would change. Then she began claiming she was pregnant. He knew she was lying since they were usually cautious. Plus, the time frame didn't match. She claimed to be 3 months along when they'd only been dating for 2. But she continued to send him ultrasound photographs she discovered online. He did a reverse search and found it on a pregnant blog from 2015. He blocked each new number, but she kept creating more. She even made bogus social media personas to message him. He was considering replacing his phone completely and even obtaining a restraining order. I thanked him for his apology and assured him it was not his fault. He appeared like a kind guy who got mixed up with the wrong person. We all make blunders like this. He asked whether he might assist with the CPS investigation, perhaps by writing a statement regarding what had occurred. I promised to let him know if we needed anything. That's when things became pretty strange. My cousin Sophie began receiving strange messages on Instagram from her own account. But she was not sending them. Someone had made a phony profile with her photos and was messaging all of her friends, stating negative things about other family members. The phony Sophie was telling people that our grandmother was senile and shouldn't be trusted with money, that my uncle Gary was cheating on his wife, and that my other cousin was failing out of college due to substance abuse. Sophie spent hours attempting to get Instagram to remove the bogus account. She reported it about 20 times. Nothing occurred. Meanwhile, her true friends were perplexed, and several stopped talking to her, believing she had gone insane. She had to message everyone individually and explain that it wasn't her. Some immediately trusted her, but others remained doubtful, particularly those who had previously been harmed by the vicious messages. Then my Uncle Richard discovered a bogus Facebook profile using his name. This one was shared in local community groups, sparking debates about politics and religion, and making racist remarks on news items. His real co-workers noticed it, and HR summoned him for a meeting. He had to establish that he wasn't the one posting that rubbish. The discussion lasted 2 hours, and Richard had to display his real Facebook login history and explain why someone would mimic him online. We realized quite immediately that this was Kendra's doing. The bogus profiles all featured images from family occasions she had attended. Some of the images were unique to her, such as those she snapped with her phone. The angles were specific, the moments were candid, and the images were unquestionably not for public consumption. But again, we were unable to show anything. The accounts were created using random email addresses. Facebook and Instagram did not take our reports seriously. The worst one was when she created a false profile for my mother. She used it to remark on all of my mother's actual friends' posts, claiming their children were unattractive or their cooking was horrible. My mother lost 3 friendships over it before she even realized what was going on. One lady blocked her everywhere and refused to listen when Mom attempted to explain in the grocery store. Mom returned home from her shopping trip in tears. Her ice cream had melted after she remained in the parking lot crying for 20 minutes. My father started chronicling everything. He created a spreadsheet containing dates, times, and screenshots. He purchased a printer particularly for this purpose, claiming we required actual copies of everything. He stated we might need it later for legal issues, but lawyers are costly, and no one wanted to spend hundreds of dollars on this family drama. Kendra showed up to Leo's daycare. My aunt received the call when she was at work. The daycare director said that a woman claiming to be Leo's aunt attempted to take him up. She knew his whole name, date of birth, dinosaur backpack, and peanut allergy. But the staff recognized her from the description my aunt provided following the birthday party incident. They kept Leo inside and informed Kendra that she wasn't on the pickup list. Kendra supposedly caused a large disturbance by ranting about family rights and how dare they separate her from her nephew. She said that my aunt was an unfit mother, and she was only trying to help. She claimed to have documents showing her authorization, brandishing papers that turned out to be printouts of family photographs. The childcare phoned the police, but Kendra fled before they arrived. She drove out of the parking lot so quickly that she knocked over their sandwich board sign and left tire prints on the asphalt. My aunt had to leave work immediately to pick up Leo. Her supervisor was tolerant, but you could see he was tired of the drama. She had already missed days for CPS visits and parenting seminars. Now this. She began looking over her shoulder everywhere, terrified that Kendra would attempt again. She even began taking new routes to daycare, never going the same way twice. That weekend, we held a family meeting at my parents' place. Everyone came, except Kendra. We sat in the living room, eating chips and trying to figure out what to do. My uncle suggested we all block her on everything. My cousin suggested we fight back by creating phony profiles of her. My father told us to be calm and film everything. The talk went on in circles for hours, with everyone becoming increasingly irritated as the evening progressed. My aunt seemed weary. She had black circles under her eyes and was constantly checking her phone, as if Kendra would appear. She said that her job promotion was now in threat. Her boss had received anonymous emails claiming she was an alcoholic who endangered children. The emails featured warped accounts of what happened at the birthday party, implying that my aunt provided the wine and encouraged underage drinking. She had to attend another meeting with HR, present them the CPS report that cleared her, and explain the entire family scenario. They believed her, but stated they needed to look into any complaints. The promotion was put on hold indefinitely. She'd been there for 8 years, with a spotless record, and now this. When she told us how unjust everything was, her voice cracked. Miles texted me again that night. He had screenshots of Kendra's most recent communications. She stopped claiming pregnancy. Now she said he owed her money. She appeared to have made an investment in their future by purchasing clothes for their fictional child. She demanded $3,000 or threatened to sue him in small claims court. She had even made a list of items she had never purchased, such as cribs, strollers, and baby outfits. He joked about it, but I could tell he was stressed. He was a teacher and didn't have that much money laying around. He also showed me some interesting screenshots from when they were dating, in which Kendra discussed exacting revenge on those who had harmed her. Stories about co-workers who were dismissed after she filed anonymous complaints, and friends who ended relationships after she circulated rumors. She was proud of it, referring to it as karma with a little help. One communication in particular jumped out, in which she brags about evicting a roommate by filing noise complaints with the landlord, all because the roommate had eaten her yogurt once. I showed the screenshots to my father. He added them to his documentation folder, which was becoming quite thick. He'd started using dividers and color-coded tabs to categorize things by date and incident. He stated we might be able to demonstrate a pattern of behavior if we needed to pursue legal action. But none of us wanted to go that way. It seemed too extreme for family drama. Then my tires were cut. On Monday morning, I came out of my apartment to find all 4 tires flat. Not just flat, actually sliced. The sides contained these neat cuts. My neighbor stated he seen a woman in a hoodie lingering around my car the night before but didn't think much of it. He stated she'd been there for about 10 minutes, strolling around the automobile as if she was inspecting it. That night, the parking lot security camera fortunately failed to function. I had to call off work and pay for a tow truck. 4 new tires cost about $600. The tire guy stated that whomever did it knew what they were doing. The cuts were precisely placed to render the tires irreparably damaged. He stated he has seen it before in domestic disputes, which made me feel even worse about the situation. I made a police report, but without evidence, they couldn't do anything. The cop appeared bored, as if this was just another family disagreement that he didn't want to deal with. He assigned me a case number and instructed me to contact if anything else happened. He didn't even dust for fingerprints, as they do on TV. Something else happened during the same week. My cousin Eli received a call from his landlord. Someone had reported him for having too many people living in his apartment, claiming he was breaking his contract by subletting. Eli lived alone with his cat. The landlord needed to come inspect, so Eli had to take time off work. The entire process took 3 hours, with the landlord examining cupboards and seeking for signs of additional tenants. Another anonymous complaint, which we all knew was not truly anonymous. Fake social media profiles kept growing. New ones appeared faster than we could report them. They started messaging extended family members who were unaware of the Kendra situation. My great-aunt in Florida called to inquire why she had messaged my mother asking for money. The bogus account included recent images and even highlighted particular facts about great-aunt's new condo that only family members would know. We had to explain everything to family who rarely use the internet. Grandma's 80th birthday was approaching in 3 weeks. We'd been organizing it for months, renting a church hall, hiring a DJ, ordering catering for 75 guests, and inviting family from 3 states. It was meant to be a massive celebration of her life. We even created a video montage of family images paired to her favorite songs. Then the flowers came at Grandma's place. 24 red flowers with a message saying, "Can't wait to celebrate with you, love Kendra." Grandma contacted my mother in tears. She did not want controversy at her party. She simply wanted to see her family and enjoy cake in peace. But now she was afraid Kendra would turn up and spoil everything, just as she did at Leo's party. The roses sat on her kitchen table like a threat, lovely yet ominous. We tried to soothe Grandma down by telling her we'd manage it. But how do you prevent someone from showing up at a public event? We couldn't employ security for a grandmother's birthday party. It would be ridiculous. My uncle proposed having someone watch the door, but that felt strange too. We were torn between wanting to protect Grandma's special day and not turning it into some sort of fortress. I began to notice stuff going missing from my flat. Nothing huge at first. A phone charger here, a coffee mug there. Things I assumed I'd misplaced. But then my laptop charger, favorite sweater, and half of my utensils went. It was strange and frightening. I would seek for something and knew it was supposed to be there, but it wasn't. When I relayed it to my mother, she stated the same thing was happening at their residence. Dad's reading glasses went missing, as did Mom's phone case and other miscellaneous items that made no sense to steal. We began to worry whether we were all going insane, misplacing stuff due to stress. However, the pattern seemed too regular across multiple houses to be coincidental. Then my cousin discovered her spare key missing from behind her doormat. She always kept it handy in case of an emergency. She searched everywhere, but it was simply gone. She promptly replaced her locks, spending money she did not have. According to the locksmith, it appeared that the key had been used routinely. The lock revealed symptoms of excessive wear. He suggested she update to a deadbolt, which would cost extra. That's when I decided to install a camera in my apartment. Nothing fancy, just a cheap one I purchased online and connected to my phone. I carefully positioned it to protect my front door and kitchen area with no blind spots. I figured I'd catch myself sleepwalking or something to prove I was being paranoid. I was not being paranoid. 3 days after I set up the camera, I received a motion alert while at work. I opened the app and expected to see my cat. Instead, I spotted Kendra. She was in my apartment, rifling through the kitchen drawers as if she owned the place. She took a few forks and proceeded to my living room. I was stunned as she picked up a photo of our family and threw it into her luggage. She even took a Coke from my refrigerator before departing. I contacted the cops immediately and dashed home. By the time I arrived, she had left. But I had video of Kendra breaking into my flat, clear as day. The cop who arrived this time took the situation more seriously. He said this constituted criminal trespass and theft. They asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes, right away. But here's the problem. When they went to question Kendra, she had an alibi. She claimed she was at a job interview at the exact time of the break-in. I have documents to prove it. The officer stated that while the video was helpful, it would be difficult to prosecute without other proof. Maybe the person in the video simply looked like her. He pointed out that the quality was not ideal. Even though I could see it was her. I recognized her from the way she walked, the purse she carried, and the systematic manner in which she searched through my belongings. But it appears that wasn't enough. The case went nowhere. The police suggested that I alter my locks and perhaps buy better cameras. Thank you for your valuable suggestions, buddy. We held another family meeting, this time at my aunt's house. She had set 3 deadbolts on her door following the daycare incident. The house felt like a fortress. We exchanged notes on everything that had happened. Fake accounts, missing stuff, and complaints to employers. Dad brought his documentation folder, which was now a full binder with a backup kept in a safe deposit box. That's when we recognized the pattern. Kendra knew precisely when we wouldn't be home. She showed up at my apartment while I was at work, went to my parents' house for their weekly grocery trip, then visited my cousin during her yoga session. She was following us somehow. The precision was unsettling. She never got it wrong about when we'd be out. My technologically competent relative worked it out. We have all shared Google Calendars from when we were organizing family gatherings. Kendra still had access. She could see every appointment, every job schedule, and every out-of-town trip. We had been unknowingly publicizing our schedules to her for months. The calendar even included locations for some activities, making it easier for her to find us. We immediately disabled her access and reset our passwords. But the harm had been done. She'd been following our habits like a stalker. It made my skin crawl just thinking about it. How long had she been observing and planning? We began going through our phones, deleting her from everything we could think of. Miles responded again with further screenshots. Kendra had escalated her request for $3,000 to threatening to sue him for emotional distress. She said that their split caused her to lose her job and become anxious. She sought $50,000 in damages. The texts were becoming longer and more bizarre, with strange capitalization and many exclamation points. Miles chuckled about it, but he did start looking for a lawyer just in case. He was a teacher, not a wealthy individual. This was quite stressful for him. He also said something unpleasant. Kendra had been telling everyone they were still dating. She arrived at his school during lunchtime, told the front desk she was his girlfriend, and brought him food. Security had to escort her out. She had made social media posts about their connection, identifying him in images from months ago as if they were new. Some of his co-workers had begun to question if he was okay after observing the commotion surrounding him. Things became worse in the week leading up to Grandma's party. My aunt's daycare stated they had been receiving hang-up calls all week. Someone repeatedly called and breathed into the phone before hanging up. They had improved their security systems and displayed Kendra's photo at the front desk, but it was impacting their business. Some parents were concerned about safety. One family had already moved daycares, citing security concerns. My mother's employer received a package addressed to her. Inside, there were printed screenshots of false social media posts that made it appear as if my mother had written nasty things about her co-workers. An anonymous note stated that they believed her manager should be aware of her true personality. Mom needed to attend another appointment with HR to explain. They believed her, but she was stressed out. She began having difficulties sleeping, frequently waking up at 3 a.m., with anxiety. Then came the letters to extended relatives, which were tangible letters mailed with stamps. They included images from family events with harsh remarks, pictures of relatives with circles around their faces and comments on their weight, clothing and lifestyle choices, all written to appear as if different family members were talking about each other. The handwriting was disguised, but similar enough to raise suspicions. My uncle in California called, upset, since he had received a letter from my father calling his wife a gold digger. My cousin in Texas received one from my aunt stating that her children were brats. The letters were intended to incite everyone to fight with one another, and they were effective. People were hurt and puzzled. Some relatives thought the letters were legitimate. Old familial conflicts were masterfully utilized. We spent hours on the phone doing damage control, explaining the scenario to distant family who had no idea why Kendra would do this. Some people believed us. Others assumed we were hiding up family drama. My mother cried after speaking with her sister, who accused her of always being critical. The bogus letter had tapped into their early insecurities. It took 3 more calls to persuade her sister that it was all Kendra's fault. I started cautiously checking my mail every day. My neighbors undoubtedly thought I was nuts because I would peep out the window when the mail truck came. I installed a lock on my mailbox, something I had no idea you could do. The hardware shop employee stated that many people have been doing it recently in order to avoid identity theft. He showed me 3 different types, and I chose the most secure. The documentation binder expanded into 2 binders, then 3. Dad spent the evening sorting everything chronologically. He constructed an index and organized episodes by category. He stated that if we ever needed to demonstrate a pattern of harassment, we would be prepared. But, honestly, it seemed hopeless. What could we actually do? She wasn't physically threatening us. She was just steadily damaging our life with one anonymous complaint at a time. When HR summoned me in for a meeting, my employment position became more problematic. They had gotten an email about me allegedly harassing a coworker. The email featured screenshots of inappropriate text messages I'd never sent to a colleague. They were plainly fake. The phone number wasn't even mine. But I had to sit there and defend myself, explain the family situation, and show them proof that the number wasn't mine. The meeting lasted 1 hour and seemed like an interrogation. My supervisor trusted me, but he stated they needed to examine any complaints. I noticed him looking at me differently thereafter, like if I were a drama he didn't want to deal with. I'd been there for 5 years with no problems, and now I was the employee with the crazy family submitting phony complaints. I began upgrading my resume just in case. My productivity suffered because I was continually concerned about what would happen next. 3 days before Grandma's party, we held an emergency family meeting. Everybody was on edge. Half of the household was squabbling over the letters. My aunt was fatigued from the CPS situation, which is still ongoing. My mother was concerned about job. I was paranoid about everything. We needed a plan for the party. The tension in the room was strong enough to cut with a knife. After all, my uncle advised hiring security, even if it was just one guy to watch the door. But Grandma instantly shut it down. She did not want her birthday to feel like a military mission. She just wanted a regular party with her family. But we all knew if Kendra showed up, things would be anything but regular. When Grandma mentioned it, her voice shook, and everyone became even more desperate to safeguard her day. We agreed on a compromise. We'd have 2 cousins alternate turns by the door, just hanging out. If Kendra showed up, they'd text the group chat and we'd handle things quietly. We would not make a scene until she did first. It wasn't the ideal strategy, but it was something. We even practiced how we would escort her out if needed. Miles offered to help. He said he'd park outside and wait for her automobile. If she showed up, he'd try to talk to her first, possibly persuading her to leave before she even entered. We appreciated the offer, but informed him he didn't have to participate. He insisted, claiming that he felt responsible for introducing her to our family. The remorse in his words was clear. The night before the party, I couldn't fall asleep. I kept looking at my camera app, expecting to see Kendra in my apartment again. I changed the locks, but still felt uncomfortable. Each noise made me jump. My cat undoubtedly thought I had lost my mind since I kept getting up to check the door. I ultimately gave up sleeping around 4 a.m. I just sat on my couch, watching Netflix. I was not the only one. The family group chat remained active all night, with people voicing their anxiety. My relative couldn't sleep because she was concerned about the false social media accounts. My aunt was anxious about Leo, who had asked if the cruel lady would attend Grandma's party. My mother had stress-baked 3 dozen cookies at 2 a.m. We were all a mess. I awoke on the morning of the party to texts from Miles. He'd been getting calls all night from different numbers, with Kendra crying, begging, threatening, then crying again. He has blocked 15 new numbers since midnight. He was still going to come and watch for her. He claimed he had purchased a new shirt for the occasion, wanting to appear well for Grandma, even if he was only waiting in his car. He appeared resolved to set things right somehow. We arrived at the church hall early to set everything. The decor were perfect, gold and white balloons, photos of Grandma over the years, and fresh flowers on each table. The catering smelt fantastic. The DJ was putting together music from Grandma's era. Everything was set for the perfect party. We had worked very hard to make this unique for her. Then we found the gift. It was sitting on the gift table, wrapped in silver paper and tied with a large red bow. The card read, "For Grandma, from your loving granddaughter Kendra." My stomach sank. She had already arrived, or someone had left it off for her. In any case, it felt like a bomb was resting among the typical presents. My father carefully lifted up and shook it. Nothing rattled. It wasn't heavy. It may have been clothing or something trivial. But we all knew Kendra wasn't doing anything innocent anymore. My uncle suggested we just throw it away. My aunt suggested we open it first to ensure it was not something that would upset Grandma. We stood there, fighting in whispers as the DJ tested his speakers. Finally, my cousin Tessa just grabbed it and ripped it open. Inside was a photo album. At first, the images of Grandma with all of us over the years appeared to be pleasant. Then we flipped through it. There was something wrong with every photograph. The faces were scratched out using red ink. Mean comments were left under each one. Grandma with her disappointing family appears in a Christmas shot. The people who never appreciated her was written under a birthday photo. It was psychotic stuff. We tossed it in the dumpster outside and promised not to tell Grandma. But suddenly everyone was on edge. If Kendra had previously been here, would she return? My cousins took up positions near the entryway early. Miles texted that he was in the parking lot, watching. We were as prepared as we could be. Guests began arriving at 2 p.m. Grandma looked stunning in her purple dress, which she had bought especially for today. She was overjoyed, hugging everyone and sobbing up over the decorations. For a time, it seemed like a regular family gathering. Children went around playing tag. Adults spoke over coffee. The DJ played all of Grandma's favorites. I began to relax a little. Then my cousin at the door messaged the group chat. "She's here." My heart began thumping. I looked toward the entryway and saw Kendra saunter in as if she owned the place. She was dressed up, carrying a present bag, and smiling at family who were unaware of all the trouble. Some of them smiled and hugged her, unaware of what she had been doing to us for months. Miles arrived out of nowhere and intercepted her near the dessert table. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see her face becoming angry. She tried to walk around him, but he kept getting in the way, not aggressive, yet persistent, like a basketball player on defense. More family began to notice something was amiss. My father and uncle moved in to help. They surrounded her casually, making the conversation appear regular. but Kendra's voice rose. I have every right to be here. She's my grandmother too. People were beginning to stare. Children stopped playing to watch. This was just what we didn't want. Grandma saw the ruckus from across the room. Her face sank when she noticed Kendra. Her expression was sapped of happiness. She began walking over, perhaps to keep the peace. My mother attempted to divert her with cake, but Grandma wouldn't have it. Kendra, Grandma remarked as she approached the gathering, I think you should leave. The room became quiet. Even the children felt something significant was happening. Kendra's cheeks turned red. Grandma, I just wanted to celebrate with you. I brought you a gift and everything. She held up the gift bag as proof that she belonged there. After everything you've done to this family? Number, please leave. Grandma's voice was forceful and sad. You could tell it was breaking her heart. She despised conflict, particularly within her own party. Kendra laughed, but it was not a pleasant sound. Everything I've done? They're the ones who turned you against me. I'm just honest, and they can't handle it. She grew louder with each word. Some relatives began pulling children away from the situation. You called CPS on your own family, Grandma explained calmly. You've been harassing everyone for months. That's not honesty, that's cruelty. The mask eventually slipped. Kendra's face had twisted into something nasty. Fine. You want to know the truth? You've always loved them more than me. Every single family event, it's about everyone else. Poor little Leo and his stupid birthday, Tessa and her college graduation. But when I accomplished something? Nothing. She began pulling papers out of her purse and waving them around. I documented everything. Every time you forget my birthday. Every time you praise them instead of me. I have proof of favoritism. The papers flew everywhere. Some resembled written text messages. Others were photographs with bizarre annotations. Miles came forward and began gathering the papers. Kendra, stop, this isn't helping anything. She whirled on him, her eyes furious. You were supposed to be on my side, but no, you fell for their act too. Poor innocent family, being terrorized by mean Kendra. My aunt spoke up. You tried to kidnap my son from daycare, she said, her voice quivering with rage. You've been breaking into our homes. You got me investigated by CPS. You nearly cost me my job. That's not about favoritism. That's about you being dangerous. Kendra laughed again. Dangerous? I'm just showing you all what it feels like. To have your life disrupted. To have people judge you unfairly. To lose things that matter to you. She gazed around the room, noticing all the watching faces. Every single one of you has said things about me behind my back. I know because I've heard you. Well, now you know how it feels to have people talk about you. Someone mumbled, we need to call the police. But Grandma raised her hand. Kendra, I'm giving you one chance. Leave now, peacefully. Get help, real help, or we will involve the authorities. Her speech remained calm, but tears streamed down her cheeks. For a brief moment, I thought Kendra may actually leave. She looked around at all of us, perhaps realizing how far she had pushed things. Then her gaze fell on the birthday cake, which had 3 tiers and was covered with purple flowers, with the words, Happy 80th Birthday, written in gold frosting. Before anyone could stop her, she lunged at it. My cousin Eli was closest, and he grabbed her arm just as her hand touched the cake. They wrestled for a second, with Kendra yelling about injustice and lying. The cake wobbled perilously. Other relatives rushed in to aid. It took 4 people to move her away from the dessert table. She was still crying, with mascara dripping down her cheeks. Miles then brought out his phone. I'm calling 911. This has gone too far. Kendra heard him, and something inside her snapped utterly. She broke free from the family who were holding her and dashed for the exit, knocking down a floral arrangement on the way. We heard her automobile pull out of the parking lot, tires squealing. The room fell silent for almost 10 seconds. Then Grandma began crying. Not quiet tears like before, but true weeping. My mother and aunt surrounded her and guided her to a chair. The celebration was officially ruined. The kids were crying because Grandma was crying. Adults stood around, horrified. But then something incredible occurred. My uncle rose up and clinked his fork on the glass. Hey, everyone, I know that was intense, but we're here for Grandma's 80th birthday. Kendra doesn't get to ruin that. He stepped up to the DJ booth and muttered something. Music began playing. Can't Help Myself by the Four Tops, Grandma's favorite song. My father joined in. Come on, Ma. Dance with me. He extended his hand to Grandma. She shook her head at first, still crying, But he persevered and performed a silly dancing routine that made her grin through her tears. She finally took his hand and allowed him to take her to the dance floor. Others gradually joined in. The young kids began racing around again. Someone restored the flowers that had been knocked over. My aunt cut the cake that had survived the attack. Within 20 minutes, the party felt almost normal again. Almost. Miles found me by the punch bowl. "I'm really sorry about all this. I feel responsible." I told him not to apologize. No one blamed him. He explained that he had been recording Kendra's meltdown on his phone in case we needed it for legal purposes. Smart thinking. He also stated that he planned to file for a restraining order first thing Monday morning. The party concluded approximately 6 p.m. Grandma hugged everyone especially long and thanked them for staying, despite the drama. She seemed fine, but tired. The kind of tired that comes from mental exertion rather than physical effort. We packed up her gifts and the leftover cake. Nobody acknowledged the scene with Kendra, but it lingered in the air like smoke. My cousin discovered something strange while cleaning up. A little device wedged under one of the tables. It looked like a little recorder or GPS tracker. We had no idea how long it had been there, but it explained how Kendra always seemed to know where we were at events, even after we had disabled her calendar access. She had supplemented her computerized tracking with physical spy equipment. We gave it to Miles to use as proof for his restraining order. That night, the family group chat was once again active. However, this time it wasn't anxiety. People were sharing pleasant memories from the party, such as images of Grandma dancing and videos of the children playing. We were attempting to focus on the positive aspects. To make up for the drama, my mother suggested that we all send cards to Grandma and tell her how much she meant to us. Everyone agreed immediately. Monday morning brought news that Kendra had been arrested. Not for the party, but for something else. Remember the bogus social media accounts? It turned out she used one to threaten a local lawmaker who had blocked her on Twitter. The FBI takes that stuff seriously. They'd been investigating for weeks and had finally gathered enough evidence. The party meltdown was simply awful timing for her. Miles sent us the news piece. Kendra was facing federal accusations of cyber harassment and making threats. The research had revealed scores of fraudulent accounts, not just those targeting us. She'd been doing this to ex-coworkers, old classmates, and even random people who irritated her online. We were simply her main targets. The FBI discovered proof on her computer of this behavior over the course of several years. When CPS learned of my aunt's arrest, they closed her case immediately. The investigator apologized, stating they had to follow up on all reports but now realized it was malicious. Leo was finally able to quit worrying about the unpleasant lady. He asked if she was going to jail, and my aunt responded definitely, at least for a while. Over the next 2 weeks, things gradually returned to normal. My mother's workplace ceased receiving complaints. The bogus social media accounts fell dormant. We could check our letters without feeling anxious. I stopped obsessively monitoring my apartment. It was strange how peaceful things got after months of commotion. Miles began dating a coworker named Sophie. They met when he came to get me for lunch one day. She thought he was cute, so I figured, why not introduce them? They hit it off right away. When we initially learned Kendra had a boyfriend, we had no idea what we were in for. It turned out he was a lovely guy who had gotten mixed up with the wrong person. We learned more about Kendra's arrest from the prosecution. She was looking serious. The FBI discovered hundreds of victims across several states. She had been operating a harassment campaign for years before she targeted us. We were actually fortunate. Some people lost their jobs, relationships, and even custody of their children as a result of her phony claims. The prosecutor stated that our documentation will be useful in the case. Grandmother decided to write Kendra a letter. We attempted to persuade her out of it, but she was adamant. She stated that despite everything, Kendra was still family. The letter was brief, saying just that she loved her and hoped she would find treatment in prison. Perhaps this was her lowest point, and she could recover. Classic grandma, always seeing the good in people. Kendra never wrote back. We learned via her court-appointed lawyer that she was accepting a plea agreement of 5 to 7 years in federal prison. She would also have to make restitution to her victims. The lawyer asked whether we wanted to provide victim impact statements. Some of us did, and some did not. I composed one about my dread of not feeling safe in my own home. My aunt wrote on how it impacted Leo. The sentencing occurred on a Tuesday. Only Miles attended court. He remarked Kendra looked strange, like she was smaller. She did not make eye contact with him. When the judge read the penalty, she simply nodded. There is no dramatic outburst, no allegation of being misunderstood, only acceptance. Miles stated that it was genuinely sad to watch. We had another family gathering for Thanksgiving. No one addressed Kendra, but her absence was felt. Grandma had placed a place for her out of habit, but she gently removed it before dinner. Leo was back to his cheerful self, playing with his cousins and consuming an excessive amount of pie. Finally, my aunt had received her promotion. Mom's workplace drama was forgotten. Even the extended family members who had received the unpleasant messages were present, and all fences had been repaired. Miles and Sophie become an official couple. He fit right in, working in the cooking and playing board games with the kids. Someone joked that he was the best thing to emerge from the Kendra mess. He laughed and said he was just happy to be part of a normal family again. We all understood what he meant. I still keep the camera in my flat, but I rarely check it. To ensure safety, the locks were replaced twice. Sometimes I wonder how one individual wreaked such havoc, how we all spent months looking over our shoulders, distrustful of everything. But ultimately, I'm relieved it's over and that we survived as a family. We don't talk about Kendra much anymore. When her name comes up, there's an awkward silence before someone shifts the topic. Grandma still has images of herself in old albums, but nobody recommends removing them. She was a part of our history, even if it is one we would prefer to forget. However, the family has grown closer together. Nothing like common pain can bring people together. Leo celebrated his 7th birthday last week with the same party location and dinosaur theme because he is hooked. However, this time there was no drama, no uninvited guests. There were no tears, only joyous ones when he unwrapped his presents. This time, my aunt prepared the cake herself. It was a T-Rex with chocolate frosting. It was asymmetrical and the frosting was uneven, but Leo declared it perfect. And it was. That's about all there is to say. Kendra is serving her sentence. We have moved on with our lives. The restraining order is still in effect, but we don't need it from prison. Miles and Sophie are talking about moving in together. Grandma turned 81 and we are already planning her next party. Life is good. Boring even. And after everything we've been through, dull is precisely what we wanted. Sometimes I worry if Kendra thinks about us in prison, if she regrets everything or still believes she was justified. But then I understand it isn't important. She made her decisions and accepted the consequences. We shielded our family and emerged stronger. That is what matters. That, and ensuring sure Leo's birthday is never ruined by someone who pretends to be honest. According to the prosecutor's most recent update, Kendra was undergoing therapy in prison. Maybe she'll really change. Perhaps she'll emerge as a different person. Or perhaps not. Either way, she is no longer our problem. We have birthdays to celebrate and memories to create. Good ones this time. The kind in which everyone leaves happy and no one contacts CPS. Family comes first, my dad said. Then missed my wedding to console my 29-year-old sister, so I blocked him and sent a copy of my vows. I never imagined that my enjoyment could cause problems for others, but I guess I was mistaken. The whole thing began last spring, when I took Della to my father's birthday dinner, and I should have recognized the warning signs straight away, but I was too preoccupied with how fantastic things were going in my life to notice the storm rising around me. Ethan and I had been dating for approximately 8 months at the time, and things were going well between us. It felt natural and simple, like if we just fit together without having to force anything or walk on eggshells around each other. He made me laugh every day, and he truly listened when I talked about my job, hobbies, or whatever strange topic was on my mind. And he never made me feel like I was too much, not enough, or anything other than who I was meant to be. We'd talk for hours about everything and nothing, and even the silent moments felt natural, rather than unpleasant. I found myself looking forward to seeing him every day, in a manner I'd never felt with anyone before. So, when my father's 55th birthday arrived, I was delighted to introduce Ethan to more of my family, as he'd already met my mother and stepfather a few weeks before, and they adored him. My mother kept emailing me afterwards about how courteous and humorous he was, and how she could tell how happy he made me just by the way I smiled when I saw him. My stepfather actually asked Della if he wanted to go fishing with him the following weekend, which was essentially his approval, because he typically takes forever to warm up to new people. But my father's side of the family was different, and I knew that from the start, because there was always drama or tension whenever we all got together, generally centered around my half-sister Jenna, who was 28 but acted like she was 16 most of the time. Jenna had a habit of falling head over heels for guys who were clearly not right for her, like the married co-worker who dragged her along for 6 months before ghosting her, or the guy who was still living with his ex-girlfriend but claimed they were just roommates, or the one who borrowed $3,000 from her and then blocked her phone number when she asked for it back. Every time Jenna was involved in one of these disasters, she'd call my father and stepmother and cry about how she couldn't understand why this was happening to her, and they'd drop everything to rush over to her apartment with ice cream and tissues and reassurances that it wasn't her fault and she just had bad luck with men. They'd spend hours going over every text message and chat, trying to figure out what went wrong and how she could avoid it next time. And then they'd slam the guy in front of everybody who would listen, claiming that Jenna deserved so much better than these losers who didn't see her as an incredible woman. The problem was that Jenna never learned anything from these experiences since my father and stepmother were always there to fix things for her instead of allowing her to face the consequences of her actions. They'd pay her rent when she wasted her grocery money on extravagant gifts for the person she was pursuing, and they'd co-sign loans when her credit was ruined by all the financial blunders she made while trying to impress men who didn't care about her. They'd even let her move back into their house when things were very nasty, which happened at least twice a year on a regular basis. So, when I came into my father's birthday dinner, holding Delpha's hand and smiling because I was actually thrilled to be with him, I assumed everyone would be relieved to see me doing well for once. I'd had my fair share of relationship disasters in my early 20s, including a 2-year engagement that ended when my fiancé decided he wasn't ready for marriage after all, and I'd spent a lot of time alone and working on myself before meeting Della, so I assumed my folks would be pleased that I had found someone who treated me well. But the mood at the restaurant felt strange from the time we sat down, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong at first, because everyone was courteous and asking Ethan the standard getting-to-know-you questions about his profession, hometown, and how we met. Della was being his normal charming self, sharing humorous anecdotes about his profession as a physical therapist and asking thoughtful questions about everyone else's lives, and I could tell my father enjoyed him, despite his attempts to keep things cool. Jenna was also there, and she'd just been dumped the week before by a guy she met on a dating app who turned out to be using images from 5 years ago and lying about almost everything on his site. She'd been texting me all week about how much of a nightmare the whole thing had been, how she couldn't believe she'd wasted 2 months talking to this person who wasn't even real, and how she was beginning to believe there were no good men left in the world and that she should just get a bunch of cats and stop dating altogether. I tried to be sympathetic while she told me all of this, but honestly, I was tired of having the same talk with her about how she kept getting involved with obviously problematic individuals and then appearing surprised when things didn't work out. I never said it to her explicitly because I didn't want to be mean, but I was beginning to believe that she needed to take a break from dating and figure out why she continued making the same mistakes, rather than simply repeating the same patterns with various people. Anyway, Jenna was sitting across from me at dinner, looking terrible and picking at her food while everyone else was having normal conversations, and I felt awful for her because breakups are always painful, even when you should have expected them. But then Ethan began recounting a tale about one of his patients, an old man who was learning to walk again after hip surgery, and how motivated and cheerful he was despite the fact that the recovery was extremely difficult. I was smiling at the funny moments and simply enjoying listening to him speak since he was such a terrific storyteller. That's when my stepmother Karen mentioned how lovely it must be to be so carefree and cheerful all the time, and something in her tone had me look up from my food to see what she meant. She was looking at me with an expression I couldn't interpret, but it wasn't friendly, and I noticed Jenna had tears in her eyes and was looking down at her plate, as if she was trying not to cry. I felt bad because I hadn't considered how Jenna could react to my delight during a difficult time, so I tried to change the subject and asked her about her new work. But she merely shrugged and said that was all right, without elaborating. The rest of supper was unpleasant after that, with strange silences and forced chatter, and I kept noticing Karen and my father exchanging glances. Della and I departed as soon as we could respectfully, and on the way home, he inquired whether everything was all right because the atmosphere had turned peculiar near the end. I told him about Jenna's recent breakup and how I felt I'd been insensitive by being overly happy when she was down, and Ethan said he understood, but I shouldn't have to hide the fact that I was in a good relationship just to make other people feel better about their problems. I assumed that was the end of it, but the next morning, Karen texted me asking if we could talk. So I contacted her, thinking she wanted to talk about what happened at dinner and hopefully clear the air. But instead, she launched into a lengthy spiel about how she had been studying my conduct recently and was concerned that I was being insensitive to Jenna's troubles by flaunting my relationship in front of her while she was going through such a tough time. I was perplexed since I hadn't realized I was flaunting anything, and I told Karen that I was simply being myself and sharing my life with my family in the same manner I usually did. But she stated that bringing Ethan to family functions, talking about our relationship, and seeming so obviously pleased harmed Jenna, who was already unhappy with herself and her dating life, and that I needed to be more careful of her feelings. I asked Karen what she wanted me to do about it, and she said that I should tone down the public displays of affection and avoid talking about Ethan so much when Jenna was around, as well as try to be more supportive of Jenna instead of focusing solely on my own happiness. I mentioned that I had been supportive of Jenna throughout her relationship drama over the years, and that I had listened to her rant about her troubles numerous times without making it about me or my own relationships. But Karen said that wasn't the same thing, and that Jenna needed extra support from her family right now because she was going through a particularly difficult dating period, and that it would mean a lot to her if I could just be more sensitive around her until she got back on her feet. I said I'd try to be more careful of how I came across, but I didn't think it was fair to expect me to hide my happiness or pretend my relationship wasn't going well simply to save Jenna's feelings. That conversation bugged me for days afterward because something about it felt strange, but I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with Karen's reasoning. I discussed it with Ethan, and he said it sounded like they were asking me to shrink myself to meet Jenna's difficulties, which was unhealthy for everyone involved. But I didn't want to upset my family, so I tried to be more discreet about my connection when I was with them, even if it seemed strange and artificial. The next family event was my cousin's graduation party a few weeks later, which I attended alone because Della had to work that weekend. Karen and my father, however, continued to give me strange looks whenever I smiled or laughed at someone's joke. Jenna was there with a new guy she'd started seeing, who was nice enough at first, but as the afternoon progressed, it became clear that he was one of those individuals who believes he's wiser than everyone else, and must correct or dispute anything anyone says in conversation. I noticed Jenna hanging on every word this guy said, even when he was being condescending to others, and I could see my father and Karen exchanging concerned looks, but they didn't say anything to her about it at the moment. Instead, after the party, Karen approached me and said she'd noticed that I was much more comfortable and pleasant when Della wasn't present, and that it might be best if I attended family occasions alone for a while, until Jenna settled into her new relationship. I was startled because that was not what we had agreed on at all, and I informed Karen that I thought we were only talking about my being more sensitive, not completely removing Delta from family events. But she stated that his presence seemed to make things harder for Jenna, that it would only be temporary, until she felt more sure about her own dating life, and that it would really benefit the family dynamic if I could just go along with it for the time being. I answered no, since Ethan was my partner, and I was not going to treat him like a filthy secret just because Jenna couldn't stand seeing other people in happy relationships. Karen became indignant, saying I was being selfish by putting my own desires ahead of my sister's mental well-being, and that if I truly cared about Jenna, I would be prepared to make this modest sacrifice to help her get through a difficult period. But it didn't feel tiny to me, and I informed Karen that Jenna was 28 years old and needed to learn how to cope with her own difficulties rather than asking everyone else to restructure their lives around her emotions. Karen said that I was being unkind and unsympathetic, and that Jenna had always suffered with relationships and required support from her family rather than judgment and condemnation. I remembered that Jenna was still struggling because my father and Karen never let her face the repercussions of her poor decisions, and that constantly swooping in to rescue her or make everyone else accommodate her problems was not helping her develop or learn anything. Karen thought that was a terrible thing to say about my own sister, and she couldn't believe I was being so cold and selfish when Jenna needed me the most. Karen accused me of being envious of the attention Jenna received from my father, and I pointed out that I was attempting to live my own independent adult life, rather than continuously causing problems that necessitated family intervention. By the end, we were both fairly furious, and Karen suggested that I take some time to consider what kind of sister and daughter I wanted to be, and that I was welcome to return to family activities when I was ready to be more supportive and less self-centered. I left feeling like, because I couldn't see how wanting to bring my boyfriend to family functions made me selfish or unsupportive. I'd been patient with Jenna's ongoing relationship catastrophes for years, and I'd never made her feel guilty about her decisions, even when they were obviously awful ones that anyone could see coming from a mile away. When I informed Della what had happened, he was upset on my behalf, claiming that my family was being utterly unfair and deceitful. He said it sounded like they had an unhealthy relationship in which Jenna became the focus of attention anytime she had a problem, and anyone who didn't engage in that drama was seen as nasty or unsupportive, which wasn't fair to me. I didn't hear from my father or Karen for nearly 2 weeks following the incident, which was uncommon because we usually spoke or texted at least once a week. I was waiting for one of them to apologize or at least try to work something out, but my phone remained silent, except for sporadic texts from Jenna, whining about her new boyfriend, and how he was beginning to show his true colors. Finally, my father contacted me one evening and said he'd been thinking about everything that had happened, and he agreed with Karen, that I'd been insensitive to Jenna's position, and that some time away would be beneficial to everyone. He added that, until I was ready to be more aware of Jenna's feelings and more supportive of the family as a whole, I shouldn't attend family events since my attitude was causing friction and made things difficult for everyone else. I asked him if he was truly advising me not to attend family occasions because I was too happy in my relationship, and he replied that wasn't the point, but that my behavior had been selfish and unkind, and that actions had repercussions. I corrected myself. Fine, if that's how he felt about it, then I would respect his wishes and stay away from family events, but I thought he was making a huge mistake and prioritizing Jenna's inability to handle her own problems over his relationship with me. He said that if I was going to be stubborn and refuse to recognize how my actions were affecting others, perhaps some space might help me gain perspective on the matter. I replied that perhaps he was correct about the distance because I was weary of being made to feel guilty for having a healthy relationship when everyone else was so focused on enabling Jenna's dysfunction. After I hung up the phone, I sat in my car in the parking lot outside my office and cried for about 20 minutes because I couldn't believe that my own father was essentially expelling me from the family because I refused to pretend to be unhappy in order to make my half-sister feel better about her poor life choices. It felt like a surreal universe where being happy and stable was regarded as a character flaw and producing perpetual drama was rewarded with attention and support. Della found me when I arrived home, took one look at my face, and drew me into an embrace without asking what was wrong. I recounted to him the entire discussion as he caressed my back and let me cry into his shirt. He said that my family was toxic, that I deserved better than to be treated as if my happiness was a burden or inconvenience to others, and that this forced separation from them might be a good thing, because it would give me some space to see how messed up the whole dynamic was. I thought he might be right, because the more I thought about it, the more I realized that my father and Karen had always treated Jenna as if she was fragile and required constant protection from reality, while expecting me to be self-sufficient and handle my own problems without any support or recognition. When I experienced relationship problems in the past, they'd listen politely for a few minutes before changing the subject or giving me general advice about how things would work out in the end. But with Jenna, they'd spend hours dissecting every aspect and devising complex strategies to make her feel better. Over the next several weeks, I found myself enjoying the break from family drama since I didn't have to worry about walking on eggshells around Jenna or monitoring my conduct to make sure I wasn't being too happy or successful in a way that would hurt her feelings. Ethan and I went to concerts, tried new restaurants, and went on weekend vacations without worrying about if any of it would make Jenna feel awful about her own life, and it felt liberating to simply exist without constantly second-guessing myself. My mother observed that I was more comfortable when we had lunch one Saturday, and when I told her about what had transpired on my father's side of the family, she was shocked. She said that forcing me to suppress my delight in order to protect someone else's feelings constituted emotional manipulation, and that healthy families celebrate one another's accomplishments, rather than considering them as threats to someone else's well-being. She also mentioned that Jenna was nearly 30 years old, and had been repeating the same patterns of relationship turmoil for over a decade, and that it might be time for her to take responsibility for her own decisions, rather than relying on others to manage her emotions for her. My mother said she'd been watching this dynamic play out for years, and was always concerned that my father and Karen were doing Jenna more harm than good by never allowing her to face the natural repercussions of her decisions. Meanwhile, Jenna kept texting me to complain about her new guy, who had shown to be just as problematic as the others, but in different ways. He was financially reckless and wanted her to pay for everything, and he had a fury that he vented on service personnel and those he deemed beneath him. He began to make comments about how she should dress and act that made her uncomfortable, but she didn't know how to respond. I was growing upset with these texts since it was so obvious that she was seeing another loser, but I knew if I brought it out, she'd become defensive and accuse me of being unsupportive, just like my father and Karen did. So I usually just responded with generic phrases like, "That sounds hard," and "You deserve better," which felt false but appeared to be what she was looking for. After about 6 weeks of this forced arrangement from my father's side of the family, Ethan and I were eating dinner at our favorite restaurant when he suddenly got serious and said he needed to ask me something important. My pulse raced because I assumed he was ready to end our relationship, but instead he pulled out a ring box and asked if I wanted to spend the rest of our lives making each other happy. I shouted yes before he could finish the question, since being with Ethan had shown me what it was like to be truly seen, respected, and supported by another person, and I couldn't imagine wanting to build a life with anyone else. The ring was ideal, simple and lovely without being overly flashy, and when I put it on, it felt like it had always belonged on my finger. We spent the rest of dinner chatting about our future plans, such as the house we wanted to buy, the trips we wanted to take, and the type of life we wanted to live. Everything felt conceivable and exhilarating in ways I'd never experienced before. We agreed that we didn't want a long engagement since we were both ready to begin our married lives together, and that we'd rather have a modest, personal wedding with only the people who truly meant to us than a large, expensive production that would stress us out for months. When we went home that night, I began building a mental list of the individuals I wanted to call with the news, and I saw that my father and Karen were not on it. The prospect of telling them about the engagement filled me with dread rather than excitement, because I knew they'd find a way to make it about Jenna and how my happiness was insensitive to her struggles, or they'd use it as an opportunity to lecture me about how I needed to fix our relationship before moving on with my life. I decided to contact my mother first, and when I told her the news, she yelled with pleasure, began crying happy tears, and requested to view the ring via video chat. She said she knew Ethan was the one for me from the moment she met him, that she'd never seen me as happy and at ease with anybody as I was with him, and that she couldn't wait to officially welcome him into the family. Then I contacted my best friend, who had introduced me to Ethan in the first place, and she said she'd been waiting for this call for months since it was so evident that we were meant to be together. We talked for an hour on the phone about wedding plans, venues, and outfits, and she quickly offered to be my maid of honor, which made me weep because I was so thankful to have people in my life who were genuinely excited for my happiness. But when the time came to call my father, I kept putting it off because I didn't want to cope with his difficult reaction. I knew that announcing my engagement would turn into a discussion about how I was being disrespectful to Jenna, how I should have waited until she was in a better place in her own life, or how I was being selfish by going ahead with my plans when our family relationships were strained. Finally, Ethan asked why I appeared nervous about telling my father about the engagement, and I said that I was concerned about how he and Karen would respond after everything that had happened in the previous several months. Ethan stated that their view should not matter when it came to our desire to marry, and that if they were unable to be happy for us, it was their problem, not ours. He was correct, but it still hurt to know that my own father would most likely find a way to make my engagement about someone else's troubles, rather than simply being glad that his daughter had met someone who loved her. I realized I'd been thinking that the engagement would somehow heal our relationship, that such plainly happy news would snap him out of whatever bizarre mindset he'd been in, and remind him that he was meant to care about my happiness as well. But when I eventually summoned the nerve to call him a few days later, the conversation went precisely as terribly as I had anticipated. He congratulated me in a cold, unenthusiastic tone, then immediately began asking questions about the time frame, whether we were planning a large wedding, and how much it would cost, as if he was interviewing me for a job rather than celebrating with his daughter. When I told him we were planning a small ceremony in the fall with only close relatives and friends, he replied it sounded wonderful. But then he paused, saying he hoped I understood that the matter with our family was still unresolved, and that having everyone together for a wedding would be unpleasant because there were still hurt feelings and unresolved issues. I asked him what he meant, and he said that Karen was still upset about our last conversation, that Jenna was going through a particularly difficult time right now, again, because her most recent relationship had ended badly, and that we should consider waiting until things were more settled before planning a big family celebration. I couldn't believe he was recommending I postpone my wedding because Jenna had split up with another lousy guy. So I told Della that we weren't going to put our life on hold while we waited for Jenna to get her act together, and that if my father and Karen couldn't accept my engagement, maybe they shouldn't come to the wedding at all. He became defensive and stated that that was not what he was saying, but that timing was important and that it would be best for everyone if we could handle our family issues before adding additional stress to the situation. I said that the only family issue was that he and Karen had determined that my happiness posed a threat to Jenna's well-being, and that I would not apologize for having a healthy relationship or wanting to marry someone who treated me well. The debate devolved from there, with my father accusing me of being tough and uncompromising, and me pointing out that I was the only one who had been forced to compromise anything, whilst Jenna continued to receive unlimited support and accommodation for her stupid decisions. In conclusion, he suggested that if that's how I felt about it, maybe we should all take some time to cool off before continuing to discuss it. I hung up feeling like, wah, because I couldn't believe my own father was basically telling me that my engagement was inconvenient for him. Della found me crying in the kitchen and hugged me while I told him what had occurred. He stated that we were going to have the most beautiful wedding with the people who truly loved and supported us, and that anyone who couldn't enjoy our happiness didn't deserve to be there. Over the next few weeks, I began arranging the wedding with my mother, best friend, and a few other close friends, and it was astonishing how much easier everything felt without having to accommodate people who didn't want to be there in the first place. We located the ideal location at a tiny winery outside of town, and we planned an intimate and meaningful ceremony rather than having to handle a slew of problematic family relationships. I kept expecting that my father would call to apologize and want to be included in the wedding planning, but my phone remained silent, save for the occasional text from Jenna about whatever new catastrophe was brewing in her life. She had finally split up with her financially irresponsible boyfriend. But now she was obsessed with a guy from her gym who hardly noticed her existence. And she was confident that if she could just figure out how to approach him, he'd understand they were destined to be together. The entire situation was so predictable and frustrating that I ended up deleting her texts without responding because I was tired of being expected to provide emotional support for her self-created problems while receiving no support or recognition for the positive things in my own life. As the wedding date approached, I had to make the difficult decision to send invites to my father and Karen, since part of me hoped they'd come to their senses and want to be a part of this special day in my life. However, when I called to inform them of the offer, my father stated that he and Karen had discussed it, and that they did not believe it would be proper for them to attend, given the present status of our relationships. I asked him if he was seriously refusing to attend his own daughter's wedding because I would not agree to hide my happiness to make Jenna feel better, and he said it wasn't about that, but that there were still unresolved issues between us that needed to be addressed before we could move forward. I stated that the only issue was his refusal to treat me with the same respect and support as he did Jenna, and that if he was ready to miss my wedding over it, that told all I needed to know about his priorities. He claimed I was being dramatic and making things more complicated than they needed to be, and that if I was prepared to apologize for how I handled things and commit to being more supportive of Jenna in the future, we could work it out. I stated that I had nothing to apologize for, and that I would not beg him to care about my happiness when he had made it apparent that Jenna's sentiments were more important to him than his connection with me. He closed the talk by expressing that he hoped I'd reevaluate my attitude and that the door was always open if I wanted to make things right, but he couldn't support my choices because I was being so selfish and disrespectful to the rest of the family. I responded that we'd have to agree to differ about what family support looked like, and that I hoped he'd be satisfied with his decision when he explained why he wasn't at his daughter's wedding. When I informed Ethan about the talk, he claimed that my father was manipulative and emotionally abusive, and that I deserved so much better than to be treated as if my pleasure was dependent on making everyone else comfortable. He promised that our wedding would be beautiful because it would be filled with people who truly loved us and wanted us to be happy, and that we would begin our marriage surrounded by true support rather than destructive turmoil. He was definitely correct, since our wedding day was the most beautiful and happiest day of my life. My mother escorted me down the aisle because my father had chosen not to attend, and she looked so pleased and happy that I nearly burst into tears before I ever reached Della. The ceremony was everything we hoped for, intimate and meaningful, surrounded by people who were really happy to celebrate our love. My mother gave an incredible speech at the reception about how she had watched me develop into a lady who deserved to be treasured and supported, and how pleased she was that Ethan had entered my life to love me the way I deserved to be loved. My best friend mentioned how evident it was that Ethan and I were meant to be together, and how she had never seen two people more perfectly suited to make each other happy. The entire day felt exactly as a wedding should. A celebration of love and commitment surrounded by people who only wanted to see us prosper and grow together. There was no drama, stress, or anyone dictating how we should feel or act. Only pure joy, love, and support from those who cared the most. However, the aftermath of the wedding revealed an entirely new level of familial dysfunction that I had not anticipated. A few days after we returned from our honeymoon, I began receiving angry texts from Karen about how hurt and betrayed she felt that we had gone ahead with the wedding without doing more to include them, and how she couldn't believe I was willing to destroy our family relationships over such a minor disagreement. She indicated that Jenna was upset to see the wedding images on social media, that it was cruel of me to display my happiness while she was going through a tough time, and that I should have been more sensitive to how my actions could affect others. I was astounded that, despite missing my wedding totally, she was still attempting to make it about Jenna's feelings, rather than admitting that perhaps they had made a mistake by not attending. I responded that I had not harmed any family relationships, but that I had simply stopped allowing my happiness to be held hostage by someone else's inability to deal with their own problems, and that if they were devastated about missing my wedding, they should have made different priorities. I said that I had invited them to be a part of the most significant day of my life, but they had declined since supporting me would have required them to accept that their treatment of me was incorrect. Karen responded with a message about how I had changed and become selfish and cold, how the person I used to be would never have prioritized my personal demands over my family's needs, and how disappointed she was in the woman I had become. She explained that Jenna had always looked up to me and appreciated my strength, but that now she felt rejected and abandoned by her own sister, and that I needed to accept responsibility for the anguish I had caused. As I read that message, I understood Karen was living in a parallel reality in which I was meant to be happy for being treated as a second-class family member, and where setting boundaries and asking basic respect was somehow selfish and cruel. She honestly appeared to believe that I should have been honored to give up my own happiness and wedding day to accommodate Jenna's emotional concerns, and that my refusal to do so made me a terrible person. I chose not to respond to her message because there was no use in attempting to reason with someone who was so concerned in preserving this bizarre relationship in which Jenna's troubles were everyone else's burden. Instead, I disabled her phone number and focused on enjoying my new marriage and the life Della and I were creating together. My father contacted me a few weeks later, and I assumed he was going to apologize and try to rebuild our relationship. Instead, he launched into a lecture about how my behavior since the wedding had been wrong and hurtful, and how I needed to contact Karen and Jenna to apologize for the anguish I had caused them. He claimed that family was supposed to be more important than everything else, and that my decision to cut them off over this argument demonstrated that I had lost sight of what truly mattered in life. I questioned him if he truly believed that family was the most important thing, and if so, why he was ready to miss his own daughter's wedding rather than accept that he had treated me unfairly. I explained that I had always prioritized family, but that I had finally recognized that the relationship had to be reciprocal, and that I was not going to continue sacrificing my well-being to preserve connections with individuals who did not value or respect me. He claimed I was overreacting, that no one had asked me to sacrifice my well-being, but that having a family sometimes required putting other people's needs ahead of your own, and that my failure to do so when Jenna needed help showed that I was selfish and immature. I explained that I had been putting other people's needs ahead of my own for years, and that when I asked for basic attention and respect in return, I was told I was unreasonable and demanding. For the next 20 minutes, the talk went in circles, with him maintaining that I was wrong and needed to rectify things, and me pointing out that I wasn't the one who caused the scenario in the first place. Finally, I told him that I loved him, but that I wasn't going to keep having the same debate, and that if he wanted to be in a relationship with me, he needed to realize that I was an adult who deserved to be treated with the same care and attention that he did Jenna. He stated that he hoped I'd finally come to my senses and see what I was throwing away, and that he'd be waiting for me to apologize and put things right when I was ready to be rational. I said that I wasn't throwing anything away, but that I was tired of receiving crumbs when I deserved a place at the table, and that if he was waiting for me to apologize for wanting to be happy, he would be waiting a long time. Della told me that he was proud of me for standing up for myself and for us, and that he had watched me struggle with this poisonous dynamic for months without knowing how to help me realize that I deserved better. He added that individuals who truly loved me would never ask me to shrink or hide my happiness to make them feel better, and that anyone who couldn't appreciate my accomplishments wasn't really my family in any meaningful way. Over the next 6 months, I received frequent updates on Jenna's life via relatives and social media, and the pattern remained consistent. She'd gotten engaged with the gym guy, who turned out to be married, and when that predictably imploded, she'd gone on to this older divorced guy she met at a coffee shop, who had 3 kids, 2 ex-wives, and a mountain of baggage that should have been obvious from space. Each new calamity followed the same pattern, with Jenna crying to my father and Karen about how she couldn't understand why these things kept happening to her, and then stopping everything to run over and console her and figure out what was wrong. According to my cousin, who still spoke with everyone, my father had been paying Jenna's rent for the past 3 months since she had become so emotionally overwhelmed by her most recent breakup that she was unable to focus at work and had been written up numerous times for poor performance. Meanwhile, Ethan and I were settling into married life in the best way possible, and each day I felt more happy that I'd chosen to prioritize my own pleasure over continuing to facilitate my family's dysfunction. We purchased a little house with a garden so Ethan could grow tomatoes and herbs, and we got a rescue dog named Benny, who made us laugh every day with his crazy nature and boundless energy. But around 8 months after the wedding, the relative tranquility was broken when my father contacted me at work one day. And I could tell by his tone that something was really wrong. He explained that Jenna had been hospitalized following what appeared to be a suicide attempt, and that she had left a note stating that she couldn't stand feeling like such a failure in comparison to everyone else, and that she was weary of being the family disappointment while I had the perfect life. I felt like I'd been hit by a truck because, even though Jenna and I had our disagreements, I'd never wanted anything bad to happen to her, and the thought that she might have killed herself because of something related to me was upsetting. I asked my father whether she was okay and which hospital she was in, and he replied she was stable, but the doctors wanted to keep her for observation for a few days to ensure her safety. Then he explained that he was calling because Jenna had specifically requested me, that she wanted to talk to me about everything that had happened between our families, and that perhaps this crisis could be an opportunity for all of us to come together and heal the schism that had been separating us. I responded, of course I would come to the hospital if Jenna wanted to see me, because regardless of our disagreements, she was still my half-sister and I cared about her well-being. But as I drove to the hospital, I developed a creeping sense of dread about the entire situation, because something about my father's tone felt deceptive in a manner that I couldn't quite explain. When I arrived at the hospital, I found my father and Karen in the waiting room, looking worn and exhausted. Karen burst into tears when she saw me and said she was so delighted I'd come because Jenna desperately wanted to see me. My father hugged me and suggested that perhaps this dreadful event could help us rediscover what was truly important and bring our family back together. I asked to see Jenna, and a nurse led me to a room where she lay in bed, pale and fatigued. When she spotted me, she burst into tears and apologized for everything that had happened, saying she'd been so jealous of my happiness that she'd made herself sick trying to compete with something she couldn't have. She said that seeing me get married and begin this beautiful life with Ethan made her realize how empty and pathetic her own life was, and that she'd been spiraling for months trying to find someone who would love her the way Ethan loved me, but that every relationship only made her feel worse about herself. She stated that the night she took the pills, she had been looking at our wedding images online, and felt as if she would never be good enough to deserve such happiness. I felt bad listening to her talk like this since I'd never want my happiness to bring anyone misery, and I told her that her worth as a person had nothing to do with her relationship status, and that she deserved love and happiness just as much as everyone else. I expressed my regret that she had been struggling so much, and that I hoped she had felt comfortable talking to me about what she was going through, rather than allowing it to escalate. But then she said something that made my blood run cold. My father and Karen had told her that I had said I thought she was pathetic and would never find anyone because she was too needy and desperate, and that I had been laughing about her relationship problems with Ethan and making fun of her behind her back. I was astonished because I had never spoken anything like that about Jenna to anybody, and the idea that my father and Karen would lie to her about something so heinous was almost inconceivable. I assured Jenna that I had never said those things about her, and that whoever told her otherwise was lying. I also asked her where she obtained that information. She looked perplexed and explained that Karen had informed her about a conversation she had overheard between me and Ethan, in which we were allegedly making jokes about Jenna's dating disasters and discussing how uncomfortable it was to be connected to someone so needy for male attention. I was enraged because I realized Karen had completely made up this narrative to make Jenna feel even worse about herself, and to portray me as some kind of villain who was mocking her agony. I informed Jenna that the conversation she described had never occurred, that I would never say such things about her or anyone else, and that Karen had lied to her for reasons I didn't understand. Jenna looked perplexed and explained that Karen seemed so convinced about what she'd heard, and that it felt accurate because of how accomplished and happy I appeared in comparison to how miserable she was. I explained that my happiness had nothing to do with her troubles, and that comparing our lives was unfair to both of us, because we were separate individuals with different situations and choices. I spent about an hour with Jenna, going through some of her emotions and attempting to help her understand that her worth was not dictated by her relationship status, and that she has many positive characteristics and talents that had nothing to do with whether she was dating someone. By the time I left, she appeared a little more stable, saying she was glad I had gone to see her and that we could work on mending our connection after she was out of the hospital. But when I returned to the waiting area, I was furious at what Karen had done, and I confronted her about the lies she'd told Jenna about me allegedly ridiculing her. Karen became defensive, claiming that she had never told Jenna anything like that, and that Jenna may have misunderstood something or become confused due to her emotional state. I stated that Jenna had been extremely explicit about what Karen had allegedly overheard, and that it was clear that someone had purposefully supplied her false information to make her feel bad about herself and turn her against me. Karen told me that I was being paranoid, that no one was trying to turn anyone against me, and that I should focus on supporting Jenna rather than causing extra drama during a family crisis. My father jumped in and said that this was not the time or place for accusations and arguments, and that we all needed to band together to support Jenna rather than fight each other. I stated that while I wanted to support Jenna, I was not going to stand by while someone lied about me to manipulate her emotions, and that whoever told her those things about me owed her an apology and an explanation. The entire situation escalated into a massive argument right there in the hospital waiting room, with Karen accusing me of being selfish and making Jenna's crisis about myself, and me pointing out that someone in this family had a history of lying and manipulating situations to create drama, and that Jenna's emotional state was being used as a weapon against me, just as it had always been. Finally, my father suggested that if I couldn't be supportive during this tough time, I should leave, because Jenna didn't need the stress of family disagreement while she was recovering. I stated that I had been nothing but supportive of Jenna, but that I would not allow anyone to use her weakness as a reason to lie about me or manipulate the situation for their own benefit. I left the hospital feeling as if I'd been thrown through a meat grinder, because everything seemed to be set up to make me look like the bad guy and force me back into the dysfunctional family dynamic from which I'd worked so hard to break free. They seemed to have used Jenna's true emotional distress to suck me back into their web of deceit and guilt, and I felt awful about it all. When I came home and informed Ethan what had happened, he was enraged by the falsehoods Karen had told Jenna about me, and he described using someone's suicide attempt to manipulate family connections as one of the most vile things he'd ever heard of. He stated that, even if Jenna's crisis was genuine, the way my father and Karen handled it was abusive and inappropriate, and that I should not feel bad about refusing to join in their poisonous games. Over the next few days, my father called me several times, requesting me to return to the hospital and spend more time with Jenna, saying she had asked for me and that my presence seemed to make her feel better. But every time I visited, Karen would be there too, making these passive-aggressive remarks. After about a week of this, I told my father that I would continue to support Jenna as much as I could, but that I was not going to pretend that the problems in our family relationships were my fault, and that using Jenna's crisis to manipulate me into accepting blame for things I did not do was exacerbating the situation for everyone. He said that no one was attempting to manipulate anyone, and that if I truly cared about Jenna, I would be willing to accept responsibility for my role in her mental collapse. I stated that I loved Jenna deeply for Jenna, but that I was not responsible for her mental health or relationship issues, and that claiming differently was unjust to both of us. Jenna was released from the hospital a few days later, with a plan for outpatient treatment and medication management, and I made it a point to check in with her on a regular basis to see how she was doing and offer whatever assistance I could. But I also kept my distance from my father and Karen, because I could tell they were still attempting to use the incident to guilt me into believing their version of events and apologizing for things I had not done. I'd finally had enough. I told him that despite how they treated me, I had attempted for months to keep a relationship with them, and that I had continued to assist Jenna even after they used her crises to manipulate me. But I'd had enough of being the family's scapegoat while they framed themselves as the victims of my perceived selfishness. He told me that I was being dramatic, that family was more important than pride, and that if I left them over this, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I stated that the only regret I had was investing so much time and energy attempting to preserve connections with individuals who were determined to see me as the villain no matter what I did, and that I was finally ready to accept that some people would never change. That was my final conversation with my father, and it has been more than a year since then. Jenna and I text occasionally, and she's doing much better in therapy. She's also started setting some boundaries with our father and Karen, which is helping her develop more independence and self-awareness. Dad gave my sister's boyfriend 30% of our $12 million business. He wrecked it in 8 months and vanished with $200,000. So I rebuilt it and had the FBI chase him. I, a 33-year-old male, have been involved in my family's commercial fishing business since I was a teenager. My grandpa began it, my father expanded it, and I was meant to be the next in line, until I wasn't. Our family has run a commercial fishing operation for almost 50 years. My grandfather began with a single boat and expanded it into a fleet of 8 vessels that supply seafood restaurants in 3 states. I virtually grew up abroad on those vessels. I recall being 8 years old and waking up at 4 a.m. I went to the docks with my father and watched the guys prepare the boats as the sun rose. By the time I was 12, I knew every type of fish we caught and how much they were worth per pound. By the age of 16, I was helping to handle the crew schedules throughout the summer. And by 22, while my undergraduate friends were interning at desk jobs, I was already managing our key customer relationships while completing my business degree. I'm 6 feet 2 inches tall, spend most mornings at the gym, and have always been the guy my father, a 59-year-old male, relied on when things went wrong. Last year, when one of our boats had an engine failure 50 miles offshore, I organized the rescue operation, got a replacement part helicopter out, and saved a $200,000 catch from spoiling. That is the type of problem-solving approach I brought to the table every day. My sister Amanda, a 28-year-old female, never showed any interest in the company. While I was learning the ropes and busting my ass on the boats, she was continually changing majors in college and finding herself. First it was psychology, then communications, and then marketing. I was the one who'd been there, who knew every client by name, who could tell you the profit margins on every species we caught, and who'd worked personally with every captain in our fleet. She eventually settled on graphic design, but she hasn't done much with the degree. I've dated on and off over the years, but nothing serious, because the business has always been my main commitment. My last girlfriend ended things because she said I was married to the job, which may be true, but when you've poured your heart and soul into something your entire life, it becomes a part of you. So when Dad called a family meeting 2 years ago, I assumed he was finally ready to discuss succession planning. I'd been bringing it up subtly for months, mentioning how I had ideas for expanding our distribution network and modernizing some of our processes without losing the personal touch that made us unique. We all met in my parents' dining room, which was the same house where I grew up, and the walls were covered in fishing images and mounted catches. Mom, a 57-year-old woman, had prepared her renowned clam chowder, and although it was a Tuesday night, it felt like a special event. Dad cleared his throat like he often does before speaking anything significant. I've decided to take a step back from daily operations, he told reporters. Fair enough, I thought. He'd worked hard his entire life, building on what his father had started, and deserved to enjoy his latter years. He was approaching 60 and still worked 12-hour days on occasion. I sat up straighter, eager to learn about my new responsibilities, but suddenly, he dropped a grenade into my lap. And I'm putting Logan in charge as the new operations manager. Logan, my sister's 18-month boyfriend, is a 33-year-old entrepreneur who has never worked for more than a year. The guy wore loafers to our boat dock for goodness sake, and the first time he came to the marina, he questioned if the diesel fuel we use in the boats was environmentally friendly. I broke out laughing. I looked at my sister who was grinning and gripping Logan's hand, and Logan sat there with a smug smirk, nodding as if he had known all along. Logan has fresh ideas, my father said, oblivious to my surprise. He has an MBA, and we need someone with a different perspective. Logan's MBA was an online certificate program that cost $2,000 and required 6 weeks to finish. Nevertheless, at the time, I was too startled to ask any questions. Dad, I finally said, Logan doesn't know anything about commercial fishing. That's exactly why we need him, Dad said, as if it were the most rational thing in the world. He's not bound by industry conventions. He can see the opportunities that we are passing up. I looked at my mother, hoping for an ally, but she only gave me that look she always gives when she doesn't want to contradict Dad in public. Amanda was gazing at me as if I had insulted her firstborn child, and I tried not to show how devastated I was. I didn't want to come across as the envious son, so I nodded and congratulated Logan, who had this smug little grin that made me want to throw him overboard. After supper, I approached my father in his study, the same place where he taught me how to tie fishing knots as a child. Don't you think someone who understands the business should be in charge? I inquired, attempting to keep my voice level. Do you mean yourself? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Dad, I've been operating half the operation for years. I know our customers, our fleet, and our personnel. I have been in charge of the northeastern accounts, which account for 40% of our revenue. That's the precise issue, Ethan. You are too entrenched in the old methods. Logan has a vision of modernization. What vision? He has never even worked in this industry. Dad placed his hand on my shoulder and said, Son, fresh eyes can see things we can't. Give him the chance. He has some nice ideas for increasing our web visibility. Dad, what is your online presence? Our business is based on relationships. Our clients buy from us because they trust us, and we've proven ourselves dependable for decades. That does not originate from a website or social media. Ethan, the world is changing. We have to change it. I should have argued harder and explained why this was such a bad idea, but I respected my father too much. We lost Fleming Seafood, a client we'd had for 25 years, and then Coastal Cuisine, another major account. Captain Frank, who'd been with us since I was in diapers, quit, along with 2 other veteran captains. I thought he saw something in Logan that I didn't, but that was a big mistake. 6 months later, our once rock-solid business was rapidly sinking. I was still handling our East Coast clients, who thankfully were still profitable. Every morning, I'd get up at 4:30, go to the gym for an hour, and arrive at the docks by 6:30 to ensure our day boats left on time. Then I'd head to the office to handle calls, manage shipments, and solve problems. Basically, doing everything I'd always done, but now with the added challenge of working around Logan's improvements. One of those improvements was a new routing system that made no sense if you knew anything about coastal navigation or fuel efficiency. Another was a software package that cost $50,000 and was supposed to streamline operations, but it mostly just complicated things and crashed frequently. Then there was the redesigned logo and website that cost $30,000 and generated exactly 0 new business. But every time I walked into headquarters, the most noticeable change was the atmosphere, which was like a funeral home, with people looking unhappy and tense, as if they were waiting for the axe to fall. Logan sacked 2 of our long-term employees and replaced them with his cronies, who spent more time on their phones than working. Gus, our fleet maintenance manager for over 20 years, pulled me aside after I finished inventory one day. Gus is the kind of guy who can fix anything with an engine, the type who's worth his weight in gold in our business. His hands are permanently stained with engine grease, and he has a perpetual sunburn from years on the water. "Ethan, this place is going to hell," he mumbled, looking over his shoulder to ensure no one heard. Logan doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. He reorganized the routes, so we're using more fuel. He alienated half of the dock workers and hired 3 of his college mates who knew nothing about commercial fishing. "What is my father saying about all of this?" I inquired, already anticipating the answer. Gus merely shook his head. "Your father is scarcely present anymore." Logan assures him that everything is okay and shows him some charts with sophisticated graphics, which your father thoroughly enjoys. "What about the captains that have left?" Dad must have inquired about it. Logan informed him that they were opposed to change and that we needed younger commanders nonetheless. "If you believe in dinosaurs, call them such." Your father appeared to believe that, despite the fact that those dinosaurs are the reason this company has withstood 5 decades of hurricanes, recessions, and everything else. I was trying to keep my cool, but inside I was boiling. I'd spent my entire adult life helping to establish this firm, understanding every facet of it, earning the respect of our crews and clients, and now this guy was driving it into the ground, and my father was allowing it to happen. That afternoon I tried phoning Fleming Seafood, trying to find out why they'd truly left us. The owner, Leo Fleming, had always been honest with me. We'd eaten dinner at each other's homes, and I'd seen his children grow up. "Ethan," he remarked when he heard my voice. "Been a while." "Yeah, Leo, I heard you guys aren't buying from us anymore." There was a pause. "Look, I didn't want to cause a fuss, but that new man, Logan, he's a problem. First, he increased our pricing without notice. Then he botched up 3 consecutive shipments. When I contacted to complain, he simply said, 'If you don't like it, find another supplier.'" "He's what?" I felt my blood pressure rise. "Yeah. You mentioned that you were moving up market and would no longer be able to cater to price-sensitive clientele. Ethan, we have been conducting business for 25 years. Your granddad would personally bring our orders." It felt like a slap to the face. I apologized profusely, but the damage had been done. Leo had signed a contract with another provider. I called 3 additional former clients and heard similar stories. Logan was systematically breaking relationships that had taken decades to create. That night, I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about my grandfather. How he started this firm from scratch. How delighted he was when my father took over and developed it, and how proud they both were when I joined. And now, an arrogant blowhard who knew nothing about our profession was taking it all down in a couple of months. I felt it was time to really talk to my father. After a few restless nights, I decided to approach my father. We've always had a complex relationship. He's the type that displays affection by teaching you how to tie knots or fix an engine rather than saying, "I love you." But I knew he cared about my grandfather's legacy. On a Sunday I discovered him alone at the main office, going through documents, most likely trying to make sense of Logan's mess. When I discussed the business issues, his body language changed, jaw tight, shoulders squared, as if he were backed into a corner. "Dad, We need to talk about what's happening with the company. Everything is okay, Ethan. There is always an adjustment period with new management. It isn't fine, Dad. In the past 6 months we have lost 5 large clients. 3 of our top captains have resigned. Logan's additional routes have driven up our gasoline expenses dramatically. Logan is innovating, he observed plainly. Change is hard for people. Dad, innovation is great, but he's losing clients we've had for decades. Our fuel expenses have increased by 30% as a result of Logan's new routing method, which makes no sense if you know anything about coastal travel. Dad exhaled that heavy sigh I'd heard my entire life. Every new boss makes mistakes, Ethan. I made a lot of money when I took over for your grandfather. This is not about typical learning curves, Dad. The business is losing money. Captain Frank stated, Logan barely knows bow from stern and he's making decisions about fleet operations. That was when my father's expression tightened. So that's it. You're jealous because I didn't put you in control. That hit me like a blow in the stomach. It's not about me, Dad. It's about conserving what Grandpa built, what you built, and what I've helped build over the past decade. You don't believe I know what's best for the company? I have been running it since before you were born. So why can't you see what Logan is doing? Have you spoken with any of our clients? Have you asked them why they are leaving? Have you spoken with the captains about why they're leaving? Dad shifted papers on his desk. Logan has addressed all of that. The clients who left were overly demanding and insufficiently profitable. The captains were not adapting to the new systems. Do you believe that, Dad? I spoke to Leo Fleming yesterday. Logan informed him that we were moving up market and could no longer cater to price-sensitive clientele. Leo has been with us for 25 years. Grandpa would personally deliver fish to him. Ethan, times change. Not every former client fits into our new business strategy. What is the new business model? Losing money, losing loyal customers, or driving away experienced employees? I was straining to keep my voice quiet. Dad stood up with a flushed face. That is enough. I am still the owner of this company, and I make the decisions. Logan is pulling us into the contemporary day, whether we like it or not. Logan only needed time. The clients who left were too demanding, and the captains who quit were opposed to essential adjustments. But he wasn't listening to me. He rejected every worry and made excuses for every problem. My father had always been a clever businessman with good instincts, so how could he not understand what was going on? I left feeling as if I had taken crazy pills. Captain Frank, who had been with our company for over 30 years, contacted me that night. He taught me how to navigate, read the weather, and find fish where others had failed. He was as much a part of our business as the boats themselves. Ethan, I have something I couldn't tell you while I was still working there. Logan may be skimming money. The books do not add up. And now he's driving a beautiful new Audi and took Amanda to the Bahamas last month. My blood ran cold. This wasn't simply stupidity. It could be fraud. But who would believe me if I mentioned it? I'd look like the disgruntled son who was passed up. Do you have some proof, Frank? Nothing specific, although I noticed some paperwork on his desk once. Invoices from a company I hadn't heard of. When I questioned about it, he became really defensive and stated it was none of my concern. That company was receiving $5,000 per month for consultancy services. Have you seen anyone from this company at our offices? Is there any indication they were doing something for that money? Nope. Never saw anyone. I have never heard of any consulting being done. But here's the kicker. I checked up on the company later. It is registered to Logan's brother-in-law from his first marriage. Logan wasn't just incompetent. He was intentionally stealing from us, my family, and the business my grandfather and father had created over a half-century. But I knew that coming to my father with suspicions wouldn't be enough. I needed proof, and I wanted to figure out how severe the harm was before it was too late. I thought maybe my sister would listen to reason, so I invited her to lunch. A huge mistake. We met at a sushi restaurant near her apartment, and Amanda arrived 15 minutes late, looking upset that I had interrupted her day. She had always been the baby of the family, the one everyone made excuses for. So, what is this about? She asked, not even bothering with, hello. I have a meeting at 2. It's about business, Amanda. Things are not going well. She rolled her eyes. Here we go again. You have never given Logan a chance. You've been undermining him since day one because you believe you deserve to lead the company. I tried to remain cool. It is not about who deserves what. It all comes down to the company's health. Have you looked at the numbers recently? We have lost 3 significant clients. Our top captains have quit, and there are major financial concerns. Her face turned crimson. What is that supposed to mean? Logan, where did you acquire the money for that Audi and your trip to the Bahamas? His last work was with a failed startup that did not even pay him his final salary. She sprang up so quickly that her chair tumbled backward. How dare you? Logan received a loan for the car and paid for the vacation with credit card points. You're just making up stories because you can't bear the fact that Dad believes him more than you. People in the restaurant were gazing now, and I kept my voice quiet. Amanda, I am not attempting to attack you or Logan. I'm afraid about the business, Dad's legacy, and the employees that rely on us for a living. Oh please, you are such a martyr. Always act as if you're the only one who cares about the family. Logan is taking the corporation into the 21st century, and you can't take it because it means you're not as important as you believed. That stung, but I pushed on. Has Logan addressed why our profits have dropped 40% since he took over? Or why did we lose the Coastal Cuisine account, which contributed 15% of our annual revenue? Those old clients were holding us back. Logan is focusing on higher-end restaurants that pay greater rates, but that isn't happening. We're not gaining those higher-end clients, and we're losing the ones we've had for years. She grabbed her purse and got up. I am not listening to this anymore. You're just jealous and spiteful because Dad sees something wonderful in Logan but not in you. She stormed out of the restaurant, leaving me with 2 unopened dinners and a bad sensation in my stomach. I'd never seen my sister like that before. She'd always been the family's peacemaker, able to see both sides. But now she was entirely blind to Logan. Later that night she sent me this text. Stay away from the business, and especially from me and Logan. You are toxic, and Dad agrees with me. That's when I realized I was completely alone in this fight. I spent the following few days gathering information, speaking with more former employees, clients who'd left us, and even some of our suppliers. The image that emerged was worse than I thought. Logan had alienated not only our clients, but also our suppliers. He'd been late on payments, attempted to renegotiate long-standing agreements, and even threatened to move his business elsewhere if they didn't cut their costs. Not comprehending that in our specialized field, there were not always alternatives. Dave, one of our boat mechanics, informed me that Logan had cut corners on maintenance to save money. He advised us to extend the intervals between oil changes to ensure that the parts last longer. That's quite unsafe for a commercial vessel. You understand that better than anyone, Ethan. I knew. I'd been on a boat once when the engine failed 100 miles offshore, and we were fortunate that the Coast Guard arrived before a storm hit. Cutting costs on maintenance wasn't just bad business, it could cost lives. But the more I discovered, the more I felt stuck. My father refused to listen, my sister had turned against me, and Logan was ruthlessly destroying everything my family had created. I realized I only had one option left. Face Logan directly. I messaged Logan and asked him to meet me at a cafe near the marina. He agreed, probably thinking he could smooth things over with his fake charm. I spent the days before gathering information, talking to former employees, reviewing what financial documents I still had access to, speaking with clients who'd left. I came armed with facts rather than just suspicions. Logan arrived 20 minutes late, wearing fancy sunglasses and a continuous sneer. Ethan, what's going on, brother? He tried to give me one of those bro hugs. I remained seated. Let's cut the nonsense, Logan. I understand what you're doing to the business. His smile lost a few watts. Look, I understand. Change is difficult. Your father warned me that you would have problems adjusting to the new course. New direction? I laughed. Is that what we call losing 40% of our customers, or having 3 captains go who have been with us for almost 15 years? Or perhaps the new direction is the $43,000 that vanished from the maintenance budget shortly before you purchased your Audi. The smirk faded altogether. You don't know what you're talking about. I grew up in the business, Logan. I understand exactly what I'm talking about. I understand that we are running at a loss for the first time in 30 years. I know you hired your college classmate as our new accountant, despite his lack of experience in commercial fishing operations, and I know my father gave you almost 30% of the firm without notifying me. Logan's reply validated the last bit, which was a hunch based on what Captain Frank remarked. Your dad recognizes talent when he sees it, Logan remarked with a smile. Maybe if you weren't so stuck in the old ways, he would have chosen you instead. This business was built on those old ways. Relationships, trust, expertise. Things you know nothing about. Logan's face clouded. Look, Ethan, I understand you're upset, but the business is changing and evolving. Your father sees it, even if you don't. And let me be clear, this is no longer just your father's firm. It's also half mine now, so unless you want to cause a big family conflict that will break your father's heart, I recommend that you back off and let me do my job. I wanted to smack his smug face, but instead I stood there, towering above him. It's not over, Logan. My grandfather and father established this firm through hard work and ethics. I refuse to let you trash it with your stupidity and greed. He yelled out to me as I went away. Your dad has already chosen sides, Ethan. Don't make things worse for yourself. Logan had practically revealed that my father had given him a share in the business, my family's firm, in which I'd worked my entire life, and he'd done it without telling me. I spent the journey home repeating the discussion in my thoughts. It felt like the ultimate betrayal, not just from my father, but from the entire family. They pushed me aside for a smooth-talking scam artist who was robbing the corporation blind. When I arrived home, I punched my heavy bag for an hour until my knuckles were raw before taking a cold shower and trying to think properly. I had two choices: continue waging a lost battle to salvage a firm that the owners, my own family, appeared determined to destroy, or walk away, focus on my own future, and let them deal with the repercussions of their actions. The fighter in me wanted to stay and fight it out, but reality realized that without my father's backing and my sister's understanding, I was just bashing my head against a wall. I was determined to make one final try to preserve the company. I would gather concrete evidence of Logan's mismanagement and possibly fraud. Evidence so compelling that even my father couldn't ignore. I spent the next week getting my ducks in a row. I talked to Darren, an old family friend who is an accountant and has done work for our business over the years. He helped me gain access to the company's financial records, which my father had never officially locked me out of. What we discovered made me sick to my stomach. Logan had taken out $120,000 in business development loans with no clear use for the funds, hired 4 friends in made-up positions with salaries totaling more than $300,000, rerouted our fleet in ways that increased fuel costs by 42%, lost 5 of our 8 largest clients, put the company credit card in his name, and racked up $67,000 in charges at restaurants, electronics stores, and luxury hotels in just 8 months. Logan's uncle, who happened to be a corporate lawyer, had put out the papers, and my father had signed over 30% ownership to Logan, with the option for Logan to buy the other 30% at an absurdly low valuation within 3 years. As we studied the paperwork, Darren's expression was bleak. This is horrible, Ethan. Really terrible. If things continue this way, the company will go bankrupt within a year. Is there anything illegal here? Is there anything we might utilize to void the contract? Darren flagged out multiple suspicious transactions. These payments to Atlantic Consulting Group, that company does not appear to exist except on paper. It is registered to a UPS shop address. And the quantities for these equipment purchases appear to be inflated, and there is no proof that the equipment has arrived at your site. So, he is embezzling? It appears that way, but proving it legally would necessitate a forensic audit and most likely a lawsuit. It would turn ugly. I printed everything off and went to see my father at home. I found him in his workshop where he often goes to think, working on a scale model of our first fishing boat, the one my grandpa used to start the business. Dad, we need to talk about Logan. He looked up from the model, his face already set in that defiant attitude I recognize all too well. Ethan, I thought we settled this. You need to see these documents, I replied, arranging them on his workbench. Logan is draining the company dry. He is funneling money to himself and his buddies. He damaged client connections that had been built over decades. At first, my father tried to dismiss everything. These are only growing pains. There are bumps in the road with each leadership transition. Growing pains do not cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, Dad. Consider this: payments to a phony consultancy firm controlled by Logan's brother-in-law. Inflated equipment purchases for products that never arrived. Personal expenses were charged on the company card. As I showed him document after document, spreadsheet after spreadsheet, his defenses began to shatter. When I showed him charges from a luxury resort in the Bahamas on the corporate card, he finally went mute. After a long moment, he gazed up at me through exhausted eyes. Ethan, what do you want me to do? I signed a contract. I gave him my word. Your word to a con artist doesn't mean anything, Father. We need to speak with a lawyer to determine whether we can cancel the contract due to fraud. He shakes his head. That would break the family apart. Your sister is in love with him. They are talking about getting married. So you'd rather have Logan wreck everything you and Grandpa built? All I've done for my entire life? My father glanced aside. I need time to think. This is a lot to process. I left the documents with him, hoping they would finally open his eyes, but as I drove away, I got the horrible feeling that it was too late. The damage might already be too great to repair. The next day my father called and asked me to come to the office. When I arrived, I was surprised to see Logan sitting with him, along with my sister. Ethan, my father began, his tone unusually serious. I've discussed your concerns with Logan, and he's explained everything to my satisfaction. Logan sat there again, arrogant, as my sister glared at me. Explain what? I asked, my anger rising. How is he embezzling money? How is he driving away our best clients? Those are serious accusations, Logan replied, his voice calm but threatening. Accusations that could be considered defamation if you started spreading them around. My dad raised his hand. Nobody is accusing anyone of anything. Logan has provided an explanation for all of the unexpected financial decisions. The consulting costs were for market research. The equipment purchases were transferred to a different supplier that provided higher quality. And do you believe that? Have you asked to see the market research? Did you check to see if the new equipment arrived? That's enough, Ethan, my sister said. Logan has been working his ass off to modernize this dinosaur of a company, and all you've done is try to undermine him at every turn. I looked at each of them in turn, my father avoiding my gaze, my sister defensive and angry, Logan jubilant, and I realized I'd lost not only the battle, but the entire war. I'm done, I murmured gently. You made your decision. I hope things work out for you. I walked out of the office, out of the business, out of that chapter of my life. It was the most difficult thing I'd ever done, walking away from all I'd spent my life constructing. However, sometimes the best way to keep your sanity is to let go. I did what any self-respecting man would do. I moved on and focused on developing my own life. I accepted a job with Harborside Seafood, one of our previous competitors, and within 6 months, I was the operations director, bringing with me numerous of our old clientele. While I would have preferred to have entirely forgotten about my family's business, I couldn't help but keep track of Gus, who still worked there and provided me with periodic updates. Logan acquired another fancy car, my sister began posting images of expensive jewelry, and my father became increasingly isolated, spending the most of his time alone on his little personal fishing boat. Logan's mismanagement had left the corporation with no reserves and piles of debt, whereas a well-run operation could have withstood the storm. 14 months after I moved away, my phone rang at 11 p.m. It was my sister, weeping so hard that I couldn't understand her. Ethan, please, Ethan. When she calmed down enough to speak, she informed me that the company had gone bankrupt. The bank had seized 4 of the boats. The remaining crews had not been paid in 3 weeks, and my father had suffered a small heart attack as a result of the stress. Where is Logan? I inquired, already knowing the response. More sobbing. He is gone. He emptied our joint account and disappeared. He left me a note explaining that the business failed because Dad wouldn't allow him to completely realize his goal. I nearly chuckled at the foolishness of it. So, now you want my help? Please, Ethan. Dad's heart. The doctors advise he should avoid stress, but the bank is threatening to seize the house since he used it as collateral for a loan Logan persuaded him to obtain. We do not know what to do. Part of me wanted to say, I told you so. One of me wanted to hang up and let them deal with the mess they'd made when they shoved me aside. But another part of me, the one that remembered fishing with my father when I was 8, the part that still loved my sister despite everything, couldn't do it. I'll come by tomorrow to look at the paperwork, I said. I'm not making any promises. The next day, I walked into my childhood home to find my dad, aged 10, sitting at the kitchen table, surrounded by overdue notices and legal documents, and my sister couldn't even look me in the eye. The house was a mess, with packing boxes everywhere, and they were preparing to move out. I'm sorry, son, my father murmured sadly. You were right about everything. Logan had fled to Mexico with over $200,000 in stolen funds. He had forged my father's signature on several documents, which may have helped us legally, but the business was still in ruins. He had maxed out the company credit cards, emptied the business accounts, and even taken out loans using company assets as collateral. My sister appeared horrified. I really thought he loved me, she remarked with a hollow voice. I defended him against everyone, and he was just using me to get to the business. I wanted to respond, no kidding, But seeing her so broken, I couldn't bring myself to twist the knife. Instead, I began making calls. I reached out to my contacts in the industry, contacted Darren for legal advice, called the clients I hadn't brought to Harborside to see if they'd be willing to return under new management, and even called Captain Frank, who was now working for another fishing operation, for advice. The destruction was considerable. Logan had not only ruined the company's finances, but also its reputation in the industry. Suppliers had been stiffed, clients had received subpar products, and the fleet had been neglected to the point that 2 of the boats were no longer seaworthy. But I resolved to give it one more shot, not for my father or sister, who had violated my trust, but for my grandfather, for the legacy he had built, and for the employees who had been loyal to us for years. It took 6 months of 80-hour weeks, legal battles, refinancing, and restoring trust, but we were able to salvage 2 of the boats and keep the business running, albeit in a much smaller capacity. My sister returned to school to complete her business degree, and as we worked together, my father gradually regained his health and pride. One night, as we were going over the office books, which showed an actual profit for the first time since Logan took over, my father looked up at me with tears in his eyes. "I should have trusted you, Ethan. You, like your grandfather, were always at the core of this firm." I didn't say anything. I didn't have to. The lesson was learned the hard way. Sometimes I worry about Logan, probably sipping drinks on a beach someplace with some other lady he's conning. But then I look at what we've rebuilt. Something strong, honest and genuine, built on hard work and trust. 2 months ago, we received a call from the FBI, who informed us that Logan had previously committed similar scams on other firms. They had been tracking him for years, and our case provided them with enough evidence to issue an international warrant. They've blocked assets in 3 countries, and there are allegations that he's been spotted in Cancun. He won't be living the high life for much longer. As for me, I'm now the official owner and CEO of what we've renamed Founding Father Fishing, in honor of my grandfather. Dad signed over his remaining share to me, keeping only 10% for himself as a consultant. He's finally enjoying semi-retirement, going out on the boats when he feels like it, but relying on me to run the day-to-day operations. My sister works in accounting, where I can keep an eye on her, and she's proving herself every day. The Logan calamity humbled her in ways that nothing else could have. Last week she discovered a billing error that saved us $155,000. It's a start. We're down to 3 boats instead of 8, but they're all well maintained and running efficiently. I rehired Captain Frank and Gus, giving them both ownership stakes so they wouldn't be tempted to leave again. Some of our old clients have returned, and we're gradually rebuilding our reputation in the industry. Every morning, I still go to the gym at 5 a.m., I still work until sundown, and I still personally inspect every boat before it leaves the harbor. Some may call it compulsive, but I call it caring about what you build. Last month I took our newest boat out for a 14-hour voyage in heavy seas, which resulted in a record haul. Nothing surpasses the sensation of returning to port with a full hold, knowing you've defeated whatever the ocean threw at you. Dad occasionally looks at me with a mix of pride and remorse, and I know he's still beating himself up about Logan and how he nearly lost everything our family had created. He attempted to apologize again one night after having had a very nice day. "Son, I cut him off. It's finished, Dad. Water under the bridge. We're moving forward now." He nodded, realizing that some things did not need to be expressed. Logan tried to destroy us, but instead of destroying us, he forced us to strip everything down and rebuild from the ground up, and now we're leaner, smarter, and more hungry than ever. The business is smaller, but it's stronger, and no one is going to take it away from me again. I haven't had a holiday in 2 years, and I haven't been in a significant relationship in even longer. But as I stand on the pier at daybreak, watching our boats leave for sea, my boats, my crews, my family legacy, I know it's all been worthwhile. That's the thing with family businesses. They're about more than simply making money. They're about leaving a legacy, feeling proud, and creating something that will last. Logan saw our business as something to exploit, to milk for quick cash, and he never understood that what makes a family business unique is the family part. Generations of knowledge, pride in doing things right, and a sense of responsibility to those who came before you, and those who will come after. So, if you're reading this and dealing with your own Logan issue, my advice is simple. Fight hard for what counts, and if you fail, be ready to walk away and start over. Sometimes that's the only way to truly save what's vital. The business may be smaller now, but it is still mine, and no one will take it away from me. Mom said, "Born ugly, die ugly." Then helped sister abandon her kids at my house. Now I'm suing them both after they tried to destroy my career. My sister always had her way. No matter how cruel or unreasonable she was towards me, she always got away with it because she was the golden miracle child. My sister's outstanding beauty most certainly contributed to this as well. She had thick, wavy hair and light eyes, and my mother spent a lifetime comparing our appearances. I had dark eyes and straight hair, but I was never as attractive as my sister. My mother loved to make comparisons between us. After we both became teenagers, she was continually encouraging me to dress like my sister and begging her to teach me makeup. However, if I ever sought my sister for help making myself more attractive, she would ridicule and mock me. That's how we grew up to be so resentful of one another. I believe my sister simply adopted the worst characteristics that we witnessed in my mother, whereas I rejected them completely. I believe that my mother's constant putting her on a pedestal for her beauty has made her into a horrible person who doesn't care about anyone but herself and believes she can get away with anything because of her attractiveness. My mother's comparisons and criticism of me caused me to have low self-esteem, and as an adult, I am extremely quiet and reserved. Some folks call me a pushover. I recently started attending therapy to try to strengthen my spine. Even though it has been difficult for me to assert myself in my relationships for the first time, I believe that the way my family treated me harmed me as an adult. It's difficult for me to establish strong friendships and love connections. My sister even slept with my boyfriend in high school during senior year, for no apparent reason. She never liked him and told me repeatedly that she thought he was ugly. When my parents discovered what had transpired, they told me to let go of the past. My sister wasn't even given away, which made me realize how much they preferred her over me. The way my father basically stood by and watched my mother emotionally get under my skin for my entire life made me believe that no man would ever stand up for me or see value in me, and it's extremely difficult for me to trust and connect when dating. But my entire life hasn't been absolutely miserable because of my mother and sister. Because one advantage of being the ugly sister growing up was that I had no social life and spent all of my time studying. I graduated high school with a 4.0 and received a full ride to my top university choice, which was fantastic because my mother informed me the night before I started high school that she was paying for my sister's college because she was the eldest, but I would have to go to community college and pay my own way through it. I remember sobbing and begging Mom why she didn't love me as much as she loved my sister, and she argued that she did, but my sister deserved it more because she was her first child. I spent the entire day excited to tell my parents about my scholarship. I believe a part of me felt relieved to have something that my sister did not. My sister had spent all of her high school years partying and achieving low grades with no repercussions from my parents, and she was only attending college because my parents could afford it. She wasn't even going to a good one because her grades were so low. So when I rushed home to tell my family that I had received a full ride to a top university, I had never been more pleased to share good news with them. But when I returned home and told my parents about my scholarship, all my father said was "good job," and my mother didn't glance up from her phone or respond. Then she ignored me for a week after I told her the news. I tried to ask her why she was upset with me for receiving a college scholarship, but she simply avoided making eye contact with me and walked into another room. It felt as if Mom despised me for receiving my scholarship when most parents would be overjoyed. Whatever. That's when I realized how alone I was, and how isolated my family wanted me to feel. I didn't understand why, either. Why had my mother given birth to me if she was going to spend her entire life loathing me, and thereby making me loathe myself? The day I received my scholarship turned out to be one of the worst days of my life, as I wept myself to sleep and accepted that I would never have a family who loved me the way my sister did. I detested her for it. That night, I wrote in my journal until the sun rose about my plans for the rest of my life. I was tired of being this miserable little kid, so I was determined to channel all of my hatred into academic accomplishment. Instead of throwing myself a pity party and begging my parents for love and attention, I was going to devote all of my focus and energy to my academics, like I always had, and give myself something they could never provide. I was going to be stable, independent, bright, and educated, even if I was never loved. So that is exactly what I did. I attended school and finished with honors. I obtained a great job at a company I interned for right out of college, and I've been making six figures since I was 23. When I returned home for the holidays, I would tell my family how I was doing and receive occasional praises from extended family members, but my own parents never went out of their way to recognize or congratulate me on my accomplishments. As an adult, I knew better than to tell my mother about my high position at my job or how much I was earning, since I knew it would just make her despise me more. But I told my father, and one year he even told me how glad he was for me. It was the greatest thing my folks had ever said to me. But even as an adult, my mother treated me like an unwanted guest. And even though I only saw them around the holidays, she would do everything she could to divert their focus away from me if they asked me a question or directed the conversation toward me. For example, one year over Christmas dinner, my uncle congratulated me on a promotion I had mentioned to him earlier in the day. It was my second promotion with the company, and I had received a hefty rise as well. I had been telling him that I was looking at buying my first home. My uncle mentioned the promotion and the potential house, and a few other extended family members thanked me and were surprisingly positive about the news. Another of my cousins asked me what region I was looking for a house in, and that's when my mother stopped me off and said, "This is boring. Can we change the subject?" Then, under her breath, I heard her remark, "It's probably not even true." I ended up buying my house later that year, and when I announced it on social media, everyone in my family appreciated it, except my mother. I realized she was probably angry since my sister had an entirely different life experience than me. She had attended college right out of high school, all paid for by my parents, but failed out and became pregnant by her first college lover. I had a sneaking notion that my parents had encouraged her to end the pregnancy, but she kept it and tried to work it out with the baby dad, whom she had only known for 4 months. It turns out they were absolutely incompatible. But I suppose it didn't stop them from attempting to make things work, or repair their relationship by having another child. When I saw her post about having a second child, I had to hold back tears since I knew the baby would most likely be born into a toxic atmosphere because my sister, and her baby dad, were such nasty people. I encountered him around the holidays, but he never remembered my name or engaged in conversation with me. Every year, he would bring home platters of food despite the fact that he had brought nothing. Obviously, my sister and I's relationship deteriorated as we grew older, and we barely spoke after we both moved out of our parents' house. We had each other on social media, and the few times we saw each other around the holidays, my sister would make disparaging remarks about my weight or the way I dressed. I honestly believe she was just projecting, because I wear a lot of fancy clothes and enjoy cycling through my designer purses. She kept asking me what phony purse I had brought this time. One year, as soon as I stepped into the house for Thanksgiving, Mom looked me up and down and remarked literally, "I see you're dressed up again like the stuck-up bitch you are." It was incredibly disrespectful and uncalled for. Despite the fact that her children were still little, she would regularly insult me in front of them, using profanity and everything. I don't feel guilty admitting that my sister is complete garbage, and I don't feel bad about whatever I did after she put her kids on my doorstep out of nowhere. One Saturday morning, I was relaxing in my house after a long work week when my doorbell rang, and I was utterly surprised to see my sister's 10- and 7-year-olds standing on my front porch, clutching overnight bags. When I asked what they were doing here, they explained that their mother was going on vacation for 8 weeks, and that she had told them I was watching them. My sister and I hadn't spoken since our family's July 4th BBQ, when she warned me not to eat more than one plate because she was tired of staring at my muffin top. I had no idea why she assumed I would be her free babysitter for 2 months. My nephews were good, quiet kids who were clearly puzzled, so I let them in while I called my sister. My sister rejected my first 10 calls, but I kept calling until she answered. As soon as she picked up, I told her that there was no way I was watching her children, and that if she didn't come to pick them up herself as soon as possible, I would call CPS on her. I was practically Googling the number for Child Protective Services as she was speaking to me when she dropped a bombshell. Her voice became extremely deep and frightening as she blackmailed me, threatening to phone my employer and warn them that I was not taking my bipolar medication, resulting in my termination. Even though my sister was an idiot who knew nothing about my profession, my career was the most important thing to me, and I couldn't risk losing my position there. I simply hung up after she said that and attempted to figure out what to do next. I felt like my head was about to explode from tension. Not only could I not care for her kids, but I had a month-long trip planned to see my long-distance boyfriend Greg in Australia and meet his family for the first time. We'd been dating for a long time, and I had been looking forward to this vacation all year. It was extremely crucial since he was introducing me to his mother and father, and I wanted everything to go smoothly. My life was now in disarray as a result of my sister's actions, and I had no idea what to do. I had no idea who else to call to save my mother, and I shouldn't have been surprised when she sided with my sister, as she had always done. I told my mother that my sister hadn't even been to drop off her own children, and she stated they were big enough to come to my place on their own anyhow. My mother began guilting me, telling me that my sister had done so much for me, and that I needed to be there for her just once, because I had never been. That made me lose my mind, and I screamed at her at the top of my lungs, asking her to tell me one single moment when my sister helped me, or improved my life in any manner. I informed my mother that she and my sister had never been there for me and treated me as if I were an unwashed dog in their home rather than a member of their own family. I demanded that my mother visit me so that, in the worst-case scenario, I could leave her at home while I flew to Australia to care for my nephews instead of myself. I had very little faith that my sister would abandon her vacation to return for her children, given how quickly she dumped them on me. When my mother finally arrived at my house, she was as icy as ever, staring at me with the same nasty gaze she always had for me. We sat down in my living room, and my mother told me that I was being an awful sibling to my sister as usual, and she lectured me on the importance of family being there for one another in times of need. I ignored my mother's compliments and demanded to know exactly what kind of vacation my sister was taking. It was so crucial that she would forget about her children and leave them with someone who essentially despised her, despite being her own sister. I told my mother that everything about this was strange and suspicious, that my sister departing for 8 weeks out of nowhere and leaving 2 young children behind made no sense, and that I wanted to know the truth if I was going to be engaged without consent like this. That's when my mother's expression changed, and she eventually disclosed to me that my sister wasn't just taking a holiday, she was being flown out by her sugar daddy. I literally chuckled when she said this because I assumed she was joking, but her expression was dead serious. I was so emotionally weary at this time that I flipped out on my mother, asking her how she could be good with it in any manner. I informed her that she had created a complete loser of a daughter who fled the nation to see a sugar daddy rather than simply getting a job to support her children. My mother, of course, retaliated and supported my sister as she always did. At one point, she even stated that no matter how much money I had or how gorgeous my house was, I would always be the ugly duckling in comparison to my sister. Born ugly, and you're going to die ugly. After she said that, I had to stop myself from seizing her shirt and throwing her out of the house. When I yelled at my mother to get the heck out of my house, she replied that she was not going anywhere. When I tried to direct her out of the room, she shoved me into a coffee table that held one of my favorite vases. My lover had given it to me the last time he visited, and it was one of my favorite possessions. But as my mother shoved me into the coffee table, it tumbled to the floor and broke into a bunch of little pieces. Looking at the shattered vase on the floor made me feel just as devastated, and I believe I had a complete mental breakdown. I began yelling and crying at my mother, telling her to leave my house or I would call the police. I feel terrible because my nephews could clearly hear me from the other room, but I was a mess at the time. It had been a long and hard day. After I eventually got my mother out of the house, my nephews popped their heads out of the room and inquired if everything was okay. Their eyes were big, and they appeared anxious and sorrowful, which crushed my heart. Even though I didn't know them very well, they were just kids with a disaster of a mother, and I felt terrible for them at the time. I ordered DoorDash for everyone and let them watch movies and video games in my living room until they passed out. When I eventually got through to her, I immediately began ranting at her for absolutely destroying my life, and I mentioned CPS once more. My sister just gave me a wicked laugh over the phone and informed me that I had a choice: watch her kids or lose my job. She snarled at one point, saying she knew I was nothing without my job and would revert to being a loser without it. This struck me in the heart because it was the absolute truth. I had a degree and a strong resume, but I was deeply attached to my professional success and would go to any length to maintain it. At that time, I was crying and asking my sister why she hated me so much and why she had abandoned her young children for a sugar daddy. She simply stated that she was the type of lady who could make millions from a sugar daddy in 2 months. And I never had to worry about it. I believe she was just trying to break me down and make me feel tiny at that point, so I gave up. And frankly, it was working. We went back and forth for a while until my sister literally hung up on me after a final threat to notify my employer, and I burst into tears again, understanding that I had no influence over her. My nephews were downstairs watching a movie in the living room, so I had some privacy upstairs and decided to phone my boyfriend. I hadn't spoken to him since my nephews were left on my doorstep, and I ended up breaking down and talking to him about the entire incident. I could not hold back tears as I informed him about my sister's threats, my mother's continuing disdain, and how I felt absolutely trapped by my sister. Even though he lives on the other side of the world, my partner made me feel loved and supported, and he was literally the only one in my corner. And I'm so grateful for that. He stated that my sister was potentially committing many crimes by abandoning her children and threatening me with career blackmail, and that I needed to gather solid evidence of her acts. He suggested that I contact my sister again and try to persuade her to repeat her threat regarding the phony medical accusations, but this time, secretly record the discussion as evidence. My partner was aware of my history with my sister and mother, and he pointed out that my sister was plainly insane, and it wouldn't take much for her to act on the threat. He told me to do everything I could to prepare. Of course, hearing it terrified me. But he was absolutely correct. I knew my sister was insane more than anyone else, so I chose to follow his plan. Even though I was still feeling emotionally overwhelmed by everything that was going on, I wanted my nephews to feel safe and cared for. I understood what it was like to be a child in a family where you were unwanted, and I never wanted to make these innocent little guys, who were connected to me, feel that way. I went downstairs and spent some time with them playing a multiplayer video game, which turned out to be a lot of fun. They were amazed that I knew how to play first-person shooters, and they were adorable as they giggled and laughed as they watched me answer call after call. I wasn't expecting to bond with them after such a stressful weekend, but when we all ordered pizza and had a contest to see who could eat the most pepperoni, I found I genuinely liked the two little boys. They were nothing like their mother. Even though I knew my sister wouldn't have been a good parent, they were both quite courteous. And, while it took some time for them to come out of their shells, they were both very sweet and hilarious little guys. They were quite good at cleaning up after themselves and were constantly saying please and thank you. As I hung around with my nephews throughout the afternoon, I saw that they both had holes in their socks, and my elder nephew's clothes appeared a little short for him. I went through the rest of the clothes my sister had brought for them and found they were all either too old or too small for the boys. Again, I wasn't surprised that my sister was a cheap, irresponsible parent, so I took my nephews to the mall to get some new clothes. I almost stabbed several times on that excursion to the mall because my nephews burst out of their shells and were running around the mall, joyful and happy. As I previously stated, I knew what it was like to be a neglected child, and all I wanted them to know was that they could have whatever they wanted, that I was there for them, and that I wanted to make them happy. So whenever we walked past a window and they expressed an interest in going into a store, we went in, and I kept buying them whatever they wanted. It was impossible not to. My youngest nephew was missing 2 front teeth, and every time he gave me his funny little hollow smile, my heart wrenched, and I felt compelled to purchase him another small treat or toy. They left the shopping that day with new clothes that looked wonderful on them and fit comfortably, as well as both Nintendo Switches, which I had purchased. It was really hard not to treat them. I didn't have children of my own, and I had plenty of money to purchase them the little things they desired. When I handed them the Switches, they both burst into tears and hugged me, and I spotted the 10-year-old crying again on the journey home. I asked whether he was all right. He stared at me through tears in his eyes and wondered why I was so nice to them, and why they deserved it. I told him that they deserved my care since they were also my guys, and that they were children, which meant they deserved to be happy. This simply made him weep harder, and he informed me that he was unhappy with his mother for keeping us apart. This hurt my heart, and I apologized for not getting to know him previously, but I was so glad he and his brother were here with me now, even if I hadn't expected it. I asked him about his home life, and the answers were exactly what I expected. My elder and younger nephews gradually began to open up to me about how horribly their mother treated them at times. When I heard this, my heart felt like it had shattered into a million pieces. I knew my sister and her baby dad were terrible people who were most likely doing it, but hearing it directly from their mouths and hearing the sorrow in their voices was something else. When we arrived home, I cooked a big meal for everyone, and they spent the rest of the night playing on their Switches together. I left them alone in the living room to contact my sister again from my room, ready to carry out the strategy my boyfriend had devised. This time, I tried to remain calm and composed on the phone, despite my wanting to call my sister every name in the book. It wasn't difficult to direct the conversation toward the medical claim. When I brought up CPS again, my sister freaked out and threw the threat at me, screaming that I would be fired for being a crazy in secret, and that she didn't care if I was taking my medicine or not. No one would know if she was lying. She just continued telling me that no one would believe a crazy, sick batch like me, and that I didn't deserve my work. I honestly believe my sister was on drugs during this call since she sounded high and kept repeating strange phrases. After I got what I wanted out of the call, I hung up on my sister because she continued telling me that I didn't deserve anything in this world. I didn't deserve anything, over and over. Whatever. I put her remarks out of my head as I checked to see that I had correctly captured the entire call. I had my sister recorded on audio indicating she was planning to file bogus medical claims against my company. I recognized how brilliant my boyfriend had been to recommend acquiring this recording, and I began emotionally preparing myself for the consequences if my sister followed through on her threat. After receiving the recording, I tried to calm myself and put my nephews to bed. The next morning, before they awoke, I called CPS as soon as the line was open and reported the entire event. I mentioned that my sister had abandoned her children and that we were entirely separated. I even went so far as to suggest that she had not only abandoned them, but had done so under false pretenses and then used manipulation and compulsion to force me to care for them. I was shocked to find that CPS was actually rather helpful, and I shared the recording with them. The agent I met with listened to the recording and stated that it was evident that my sister was using blackmail to neglect her children and was undoubtedly committing a litany of crimes. The agent informed me that they would begin an investigation immediately and that my sister would be notified as soon as possible. I was shivering after the conversation, so I tried to decompress as much as possible and spent the remainder of the day relaxing and connecting with my nephews. My mom called me the next day, and I'm not sure why I answered. I guess I was still bewildered and emotionally sensitive, and I ended up having another massive fight with her over the phone. I told her I had called CPS and that my sister would eventually pay for the way she treated me, and my mother hung up as soon as I said that. I'll be honest. I was shaking after those calls. Just making the call to CPS was nerve-wracking, and then fighting with my mother over the phone and telling her about CPS felt like a tremendous mistake. I didn't regret calling CPS, but I knew my mother would do everything to protect my sister and didn't care about my nephew's safety, just like my sister. All I knew about my mother was that she hated me and loved my sister, and I had no idea what would happen next. There was no way my mother wasn't going to contact my sister right away after learning that I had contacted CPS and tried to put her 2 steps ahead. I was certain she had hung up the phone on me to call my sister right away, and there was no way my sister wouldn't find out about my call to CPS by the next day. I had a restless night, and the next morning, when I got to work, my receptionist informed me that my supervisor had booked a meeting with me before lunch, indicating that it was important. As frightened as I was to learn about this unexpected meeting, I knew it was coming. And, as I already stated, I knew my sister was insane, and she was clearly out to ruin my life. I sat in the conference and cracked my knuckles to relieve the tension I was experiencing. My 2 supervisors were present, as was a higher-up whom I had never met before. They all looked at me suspiciously, and I felt like a bug under a microscope. Sure enough, they told me that they had been contacted by a trustworthy member of my family and had been advised that I was potentially unmedicated for a severe mental condition. They also told me that they had been provided detailed information about previous mental problems I had had, and that they were afraid about me having a psychotic break in the office. But neither they nor my sister realized how well I had prepared for today's encounter. Of course, I knew my sister would follow through on her promise. She had always despised me, and being able to take my high-paying job would be the ultimate "screw you" to her ugly little sister, and I knew she wouldn't hesitate to do so. But she would relish it. If I hadn't been minding her nephews, or if I hadn't called CPS, I'm sure she would have kept it over my head and blackmailed me into doing whatever she wanted me to do for her. So, in some ways, I was relieved to be dealing with this and getting my sister's issues resolved. I took out my briefcase and handed each of the managers a copy of my doctor's letter, as well as the associated documents proving that I had been adhering to my medication routine. There was proof that I had never missed a prescription pickup date, and that both my medication and my moods had been consistent over the previous nearly 5 years. My primary care physician, as well as my therapist and psychiatrist, all confirmed my diagnosis. I gave my supervisors an informative but concise explanation of the issues in my family, as well as my sister's own mental health struggles, and informed them that the claims were completely unfounded, and that they could be confident in my stability based on all of the medical documentation I was providing for them. My supervisors took some time to go through all of the paperwork, but once they saw that I had medical evidence from multiple MDs, they seemed completely satisfied and even apologized to me for the inconvenience of calling me into this meeting. They explained that they only had a responsibility to conduct due diligence before closing this case. My one supervisor even used the meeting to congratulate me on a successful quarter and brag about my performance to the other supervisors, which made me look good. I literally left the meeting giggling because of how well it had gone, regardless of the reason, and thinking about how badly my sister's moronic plan had failed. I couldn't concentrate on my work for the rest of the day because I kept smiling stupidly every time I remembered how I got to call my sister after work and tell her how her plan had failed miserably. I called my sister as soon as I got back to my car that day and nearly burst out laughing as I told her how the meeting had only lasted about 15 minutes because she had sounded insane and stupid on the phone, and my bosses had never believed her in the first place. My sister became enraged and accused me of lying, claiming that she was certain I had been fired and that I was simply trying to save face. This made me laugh even harder, and I told her that she had failed at everything in her life, including trying to get me fired. I told her that as a woman approaching 40, the only skills she possessed were lying and failing, and that her own children were disappointed in her. My sister lost it again and continued to call me the B word and the C word, claiming that I had completely betrayed her. She said she was getting on the first plane back and was going to make me regret everything I had done to her. I was still laughing after the call, but by the time I got home and reunited with my nephews, who had been in a much better mood since being dropped off at my house, I realized that this situation was far from over and could get worse before it improved. All I knew for certain was that my sister was completely insane, and she was flying home from another country to exact revenge on me. I realized I was truly terrified of what would happen next. My sister had nothing to lose at this point, and she had always been unstable, so I began to fear for my safety. Then I began to think about my nephews. I worried if I had made a mistake by phoning CPS. A large part of me wished my sister had lost her passport overseas and never returned home. I had grown so close to my nephews in the last several days, and I knew my heart would shatter when they had to leave. I did not want to say goodbye to them. I did not want to see them walk back into my sister's arms. She was doing the same thing my mother had done to me, and I knew I despise her more than anyone else on this planet. I checked on my sleeping nephews since I couldn't sleep due to my racing mind, and I cried silently in the hallway after closing the guest room door. They were such innocent little lads, and they deserved none of this. The next day was an absolute shit show. I awoke to the sound of someone knocking on my door, but it sounded like someone slapping a sandbag repeatedly on my front door. When I opened it, there was my sister next to a guy who had to be about 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed almost 300 pounds. He was massive, and one of his hands was the size of my entire head. I could barely see my mother standing right behind him, and before I could even open my mouth to tell them to get the hell off my property, the man put his hand on my shoulder and shoved me down with all his might. My sister and my mom and the stranger all made their way inside my house, and I collapsed on my floor as soreness sank into my shoulder where the man had thrown me down. I immediately started screaming at my sister for bringing the stranger to my house and screaming at him not to touch me, but he seemed to speak only Russian. I had no idea how this was even happening. And then I realized that my sister had beat CPS to my house. They had been scheduled to come around 11 a.m. that day, but my sister had busted my door down at 8 a.m. My nephews had been woken up by the commotion and were walking out of the guest room with sleepy eyes. At that point, I tried to get in between them and protect them from the stranger, but my sister barked at the man to go put my nephews in the car, causing complete chaos. Once they realized what was going on, both of my nephews began asking my sister to leave them with me. My sister walked over to me as I held my head in my hands, and when I looked up at her, she spit at me square in the face. I sank to the floor and watched him carry my 2 little nephews out of my house. My mother was also crying, but she left with them. It was the most disgusting thing anyone had ever done to me, and one of the worst days of my life. They all drove away in this massive black Suburban that I had never seen my sister in before. I had no idea who the man was, and I couldn't believe the trauma that my sister had just inflicted on everyone. She hadn't even let them take any of their stuff. They had left without any clothes, neither of their switches, nor any breakfast. My heart broke for them, and I had a never-before-seen anxiety attack. I had no idea how much it would hurt to care so much for my nephews, but I seriously loved those boys with all my heart, and I just wanted to protect them and make sure they were cared for, like I had never been when I was their age. But now they were scared and shoeless in some random car with my psychotic sister and a humongous stranger. I was disgusted by my mother's behavior. I couldn't believe she had just stood by and watched that huge man toss me around in my own home and pull my nephews out of their aunt's house without saying a word. I couldn't stop thinking about my nephews and how evil my family had become. After calming down from my anxiety attack, I realized that I needed to take action and that time was of the essence, and I was running out of it. When I finally came to my senses, I immediately called the police, who were already aware of the ongoing investigation due to Child Protective Services involvement and an open case against my sister. My voice was shaking, but I tried to stay steady and focused as I described the stranger. I racked my mind to try to remember the image of the license plate. Fortunately, because of how much responsibility I have in my job, I was used to picking up on and remembering little details that other people ignored, and I somehow managed to. I gave the cops a description of the stranger, the full license plate, and a description of the outfits that my mom and sister were wearing. When my sister came to my house that morning, she looked absolutely feral and had this wild look in her eyes. I believe she had been doing substances since she landed overseas, wherever she was vacationing with her sugar daddy. My sister was insane, but something snapped in her, and I had never seen her act so truly unhinged and detached from reality. After I gave the cops every single detail I could remember about my sister and the car they had driven away in, I hung up and did my best to take my mind off things, but I literally couldn't focus on anything else. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't nap, I couldn't watch anything on TV. I just kept seeing I reflected on my mother and how she had always made excuses for my sister, allowing her to grow up to be a truly evil person. I also reflected on my sister's trip, wondering what she had done there, if she really had a sugar daddy, and how much he had paid her. I wondered if the money she had earned on her trip was truly worthwhile. I began to consider what it would be like if it was just me and my nephews. I had room for them, and now I definitely had room for them in my heart. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted that outcome. My sister out of the picture, and just me and my nephews. I could give them everything that my sister couldn't. And if my sister and I ended up in front of a judge in a custody battle over my nephews, the judge would be staring at on. I tried to think positively, but random dark anxieties about my nephew's safety kept leaking into my mind. I wondered if the giant man she had brought into my house was her sugar daddy, and if he was with my nephews. I had just been laying on my couch, staring at the ceiling, overthinking, not realizing how much time had passed, when I finally received a call back from the police station. They had been searching for the Suburban my sister had left in for hours and finally found them. The officer who had called me back was the same one from earlier and continued to be very helpful, sharing a lot of details with me. He told me that they had 3 different police cars on the scene when they went to pull over the black SUV because they knew the man had already been violent that morning. Despite having firearms drawn on him, the man ran forward and tried to attack an officer, getting hit in the thigh. He had punched 2 officers in the head and given a female officer a black eye. My sister had also physically attacked the officer who had initially attempted to handcuff her. I tried to imagine my insane sister and the giant stranger fighting a group of cops on the shoulder of the highway. I couldn't believe that something like this was actually happening in my family, and I wasn't just watching it on reality TV or something. I was still reeling in shock from everything the officer had told me about my sister's arrest, when he began telling me that my sister actually wanted to speak with me. I couldn't believe my ears, and he confirmed that my sister was certain that she wanted to use her one call on me. I asked the officer if he thought she was going to ask me for bail money, and he was honest and said yes. That's what she was screaming about. I told the officer that I wasn't even going to take her call and that she could rot in there for all I cared. The officer ended up giving me an understanding laugh, and I eventually finished the call without speaking to my sister. Even though my sister was finally behind bars where she belonged, I discovered that my nephews were in CPS protection, and while they were safe, I was extremely concerned. I also had only a week until my trip to Australia, and if I didn't go, I would lose thousands of dollars in bookings. Also, as I previously stated, canceling this trip would have been extremely disrespectful to my boyfriend's family before I even had the opportunity to meet them. I had planned to marry my boyfriend one day, and the last thing I wanted to do was give his family a bad first impression of me if I was going to be in their lives forever. I called CPS to check on my nephews and simply asked if I could speak with them, but they refused. I tried to explain that I was family and one of the only mentally stable families they had, but they didn't care. I was dealing with a different department than I had previously contacted, and they were relentless. At that point, I was completely emotionally exhausted, and I had officially run out of options. I spent the rest of the week trying to prepare for my trip, while continuing to burst out in random tears as I remembered my nephews and thought about where they might be. I felt so bad because my boyfriend and I had been looking forward to this trip for so long, and now it was finally here, and I was completely distracted and full of anxiety. During the week leading up to my flight, all of our conversations revolved around how nervous and tense I was feeling. Despite the fact that my boyfriend was always kind and supportive, I was furious at my sister for how she had treated her nephews and me. I couldn't believe how disrupted my life had become as a result of my sister's single decision to go see her stupid sugar daddy. I was grateful that my job had been understanding, but just thinking about how my sister had been so quick to try to get me fired made me feel betrayed and distrustful of anyone in my family. Even my father was off somewhere and not getting involved in all this drama, despite the fact that he was undoubtedly aware of everything. He was spineless, just like my useless mother. My mother didn't even care about her grandchildren. She had encouraged my sister's idiotic decisions, which had resulted in her grandchildren being in the custody of strangers. I was sitting at the airport bar on the day of my trip to Australia, 2 cocktails in, when I began browsing through some photos of my nephews that I had taken when they were visiting with me. We had taken these silly photo booth pictures at the mall all together, and I couldn't help but begin crying all over again over how much I loved and missed them. I decided that would be the last time I cried until I landed back in America, and I told myself that I really needed to try my hardest to enjoy the time with my boyfriend and his family. I had a life too, and I couldn't let my sister ruin it, even from all the way across the globe. My time in Australia turned out to be fantastic. I hadn't seen my boyfriend in months, and when he ran up to me in the airport and picked me up princess style, my heart exploded with joy. I had been through a lot in the previous few weeks, and just being back in the arms of my boyfriend, who was so warm and caring to me, made me feel so healed, and he spent every moment of the trip catering to me. My boyfriend took me on a hike to his favorite secret waterfall, where we skinny dipped, swam, laughed, and kissed for hours. We did a lot of sightseeing together, and his parents turned out to be really fun, active people, and I got along with both of them right away. When I returned home, the nightmare with my sister resumed, so I went to the local police station a few days later to officially press charges against not only my sister but also my mother for breaking and entering into my home. They had that man literally pick me up and toss me to the side so that they could barge into my house, and I was not going to let that slide. When I went to file the charge, I discovered that the CPS investigation into my sister was still ongoing, and I was disappointed to hear that they hadn't found anything conclusive yet. If they had just spoken to my nephews, they would have understood what they had gone through. Furthermore, my sister had been arrested alongside a man who had attacked multiple cops, and I couldn't see how that wasn't proof that she was clearly an unfit parent for my nephews. I left the police station that day relieved that charges had been filed against my family, but extremely frustrated to learn that the CPS investigation had not yet been completed. I just kept worrying about my nephew's safety and knew that being with strangers couldn't have been good for them, even if it was better than being with my sister. I couldn't stop thinking about how my sister had dragged them out of my house that morning without allowing them to take any of their belongings. My youngest nephew had this little dog plushie that he brought literally everywhere, and I'd been sleeping with it ever since my sister had taken my nephews away that day, and some mornings it made me want to cry just to wake up and see that little plush dog looking back at me. My sister had not even allowed them to put their shoes on, and I just wanted to make things right for them, but I felt powerless until CPS made a decision about a month after my sister was arrested. After phoning CPS every day and demanding information on her case, they reached a decision to officially remove both of my nephews from my sister's custody and place them in protective care. When the CPS agent first explained this to me, I was annoyed. I asked him to explain how this was any different from what had been going on, and they said that it now meant that my sister was not only being taken to court, but she would have to go to court if she wanted custody of her kids ever again. I asked the CPS agent if she was likely to win if she tried to get custody back, and the CPS agent told me that it depends if there are any other, more fitting relatives. I knew right away that that was what I was going to do, so I opened a separate court case to try to win custody of my nephews. I didn't care how long it took, how expensive the legal fees would be, and I chose to hire the best lawyer I could afford to work on my custody case, knowing that it would be one of the most difficult legal battles I could enter. But before the custody case even began, the case I had against my sister for breaking and entering into my home was the first to begin. I know some people might judge me for taking my own sister to court, but I literally would have fist-fought her in a Wendy's parking lot at that point, but I figured I should follow the law if I ever wanted custody of my nephews. At the end of the day, all I wanted was my sister out of the way. On the first day of our trial, I saw my sister in court, and it was the first time we had seen each other since the day she had broken into my house and allowed the man to attack me. The last interaction she and I had had was me looking up at her and her spitting a huge glob of spit directly into my face, so neither of us were excited to see each other. The trial began, and the judge remarked that I had filed a custody case against her for full custody of my nephews. Apparently, my sister's public defender had not notified her beforehand, and she found out for the first time in court that day. My sister has never been one to take bad news well, and when the judge told her about my custody charges against her, she snapped. Despite the fact that we were in the middle of a courtroom, she slowly angled her body towards me, screamed my name, and then pounced on me like a crazed hyena. She was clawing and scratching on my face and attempting to rip out chunks of my hair. It didn't take long for the bailiff to come over and pull her off of me, but she managed to bite down extremely hard on my forearm right before he arrived. It was one of the worst pains I'd ever felt in my life, and the bite looked nasty and ended up getting infected. All of this transpired in front of the judge, and when everything settled down, I realized my sister had sealed her fate. It took months and months, almost 2 years, for all of the criminal charges against my sister to be dropped and for her to be permanently imprisoned. She was serving a life sentence as a result of all of her crimes stacking up on top of each other, and there was no way she was going to see the light of day anytime soon, given her slim chances of appeal. I never dropped the breaking and entering charges against my mother, and the only way my mother stayed out of jail was by testifying against my sister in court and throwing her under the bus. I don't think I've ever felt such sweet satisfaction as watching my mother blame my sister for everything that had happened while sobbing her usual crocodile tears. I couldn't believe my mother was finally betraying her perfect golden child, even though it had taken a lifetime and the government's help. I knew that day, looking up at my mother on the stand, that it was the last time I'd ever see her. I'd seen enough of her and my sister for a lifetime, and I was tired of their constant toxicity. My sister had turned my life into a never-ending court struggle, and all I wanted was to live a regular life again. The custody battle for my nephews dragged on. Their birth father and his family began battling me in court for full custody against them, which only drew the case out further. I didn't care. There wasn't a force on earth that could keep me from my nephews now that my sister was imprisoned. It took nearly 2 years of legal fights, but I eventually won full custody of my boys and brought my nephews home. I'll never forget how huge they grinned and hugged me when they arrived home and saw the bedrooms I'd designed for them in my house. When I walked into my youngest nephew's room, he ran to me to show me his rediscovered Switch. I surprised him with his little plush doggy and caught him in a tight hug when he fell into my arms. Before I knew it, my eldest nephew joined us, and both boys cried into my hair and told me how much they miss me. My eldest son glanced up at me, smiled with tear-filled eyes, and simply said, "I knew it, Auntie. I just knew you would come back for us one day."